fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
What actually brings you here?
What actually brings me here is the idea of trying to understand different perspectives. I'm not saying that I believe one way or another, but I want to see the evidence that would want me to go this direction.
Okay, so
your question would be, sorry, I was just going to say, your question would be, what's the evidence for the Earth being flat? But I'm sure Crypto's got something.
100%. What is the evidence that shows the Earth is flat instead of being round?
That's the wrong question. The right question is what? Okay, well let me give you a really good question. What's the best base axiom to start from when pursuing knowledge on this subject?
Place of non-biased.
Okay, so that's actually impossible, but let's go with that. So
I mean, that's the best place.
No, but
Or
listen,
not.
No, but
where do you
there's
observe
no
it?
human is capable of being unbiased. That's just not possible.
I know.
And
And
regardless-
where do you observe
okay,
it
okay,
not flat?
But let me just take him
Where
to.
did
You can prove
The
with a
start-
non-biased axiom anyway.
Let,
a
yeah, okay. Let me
non-sequitur.
just take him to the start. Let me take him to the start, and then we can move from there. Okay, so what would you say? How do you interact with the world?
I perform my daily activities and duties while trying to
Yeah,
better my
but
position
how?
in the social.
Yes. How?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Okay, so would you say that you see things?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and do you hear things?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you know I'm going with this. Would you say, therefore, you use your senses in order to interact with the environment that you currently exist in?
100%.
Perfect. Okay, so when you use your senses,
May I
Can
just ask who
you-
you are? Because I actually really like the way you're approaching this.
Crypto.
I'm crypto.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So when you use your senses, do you detect any motion within your environment?
Yes.
Okay. What motion do you detect?
I have a fan on right now, so I detect the movement of air.
Okay, fine. So not a fan. I'm talking about of the environment.
I
Is
have,
the
yes.
environment itself moving?
Oh, I mean, technically, yeah, because I'm in an enclosed capsule in my house, so yeah, the air is moving, and I've felt like earthquakes and stuff, yeah,
Okay.
and
So
like
obviously,
hurricanes and
we're not
the
talking about
ocean.
earthquakes. We're
Okay.
talking about the entire Earth moving from point A to point B. Can you
Oh,
detect?
do I feel the Earth moving from point A to point B? No.
Yes. Okay. So would you say that that's a good base axiom to start from, that the Earth isn't moving?
I'm not sure. The reason why is like when I fly on a plane, right? I feel the vibrations of the plane, but I don't feel myself moving from point A to point B.
Okay, but
No,
that's not. I'm not talking about planes.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm extrapolating your idea. It's like I don't feel the Earth moving. No, not at all.
Okay, fine.
But, like, I
I'm not
also
saying
don't
that that's
feel.
evidence of anything. I'm not
Okay.
saying it's evidence of anything. What I'm saying is that we're talking about axioms, not evidence, right?
Can you define axioms for me?
I mean, I could give you my own personal definition, but it's probably better to give you the dictionary definition. So, I mean, an axiom is just
Something that is
assumed to be
self-evident.
true. Yeah, so assumed to be self-evident.
Self-evident.
Now, if we just make sure statement representing being
Water's
self-evident,
level.
self-evident. Yeah, fair enough. Close enough. So as an axiom, I would suggest that the Earth isn't moving because I don't detect any movement. Right, my senses are pretty good at detecting movement. I know that because I've travelled in cars, travelled in planes, travelled in trains, and I always know I'm moving. Right, so
Can I just ask a question about the planes? Because this is a point that I want to develop and just understand, right? Like,
Yeah.
the plane, I don't feel the air moving, right? When I look
Okay.
out the window and I'm over the ocean, I don't see anything moving, right? I don't feel as though I'm going 500 miles an
What?
hour. So
are you telling me when you're in a plane you don't see things moving underneath you?
over the ocean, like when I'm over the ocean in the night sky flying from Philly to Portugal, right, and it's a cloudless night, there's no reference, or if it's just black outside, there's no
Okay.
reference to.
But that's because there's no reference.
Right.
That's
So
when
I'm
the
saying,
time
like,
is moving.
right, so
You still feel yourself moving.
right, but I don't feel myself moving. Like that's
Yeah, you
that's
do.
what I'm trying to say.
I've travelled in planes for 15 years. I always feel myself moving in a plane.
Okay.
It blows my mind when people say they can't feel the movement in a plane.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. If you stand up on a plane even at night time and you are to walk from the back of the plane to the front, opposed to walking from the front to the back, you will feel a difference in the inertia.
And also,
Yeah.
you're actually in a container. So, that's probably one of the main reasons you don't feel it as much.
Okay, but we're just establishing axioms at the moment, right? So let's stay with the axiom and then we can go forward. Because I never say that this is like full evidence of anything. It's just where you start from. So
Okay.
for me, it's pretty obvious that you start from the fact that the Earth isn't moving. And if you find evidence to the contrary, then you can consider it. You can say, is this true? Is this false? You can look at it later, right? So for me, it's self-evident that the Earth doesn't move, and for me, it's self-evident that there is no curvature anywhere. Now,
Why
have
is
you
it
ever seen the
self-evident?
Earth? Well, because I've never seen the Earth curve.
Okay.
So we start from that basis.
Unless you've seen the Earth curve.
So if we're starting from the basis of the Earth doesn't move and it doesn't curve, who has to bring the evidence to the contrary?
I don't know who would have to bring the evidence.
The person
What
making
contrary?
a claim counter to the axiom.
Okay.
Right? So where is your evidence that the Earth is in fact moving?
Horrible.
The evidence would be the seasons.
No.
Why
That's
would that
not
be evidence of the Earth moving?
Well, because
Nick-
what it's showing is that as the Earth travels around the sun.
Hold on. Before you start telling us a story, right? Before you start working your presuppositions of the Earth being a ball at a distance from the sun and it orbiting around the sun in this place called space. And because of the tilt of this ball, this is why we've got seasons. Because of all of those presuppositions, we're just down here on the Earth with base axioms. The Earth isn't moving yet. We're trying to find that movement. You're saying seasons. Now, what would you say causes the seasons, things to be hot and cold? Would that be the light source and heat source in the sky that seems to spend longer in areas where it's hotter and not as long in areas where it's colder for seasons? So being as it appears that the sun is moving, I mean, unless we can prove the Earth is, as at the moment just standing here on the flat stationary Earth, isn't it easier to understand that it's probably the sun that's causing it to be hotter and colder?
Yeah, it is the sun that's causing it to be. Well, in the model that I believe currently, or as I understand it,
That's
yeah,
a lot better. I appreciate that.
it's the distance that is the distance between Earth and the sun. So the sun is always producing the same amount of energy, but it's a distance.
Yeah.
So it seems like you and I are saying the same thing, but we have different models.
Yeah, so the sun is still closer for those areas on the flat stationary Earth for the summer, and it is further away from those areas of winter. And that depends on the sun moving between its northern path, the Tropic of Cancer, and southernmost path in the Tropic of Capricorn. And when it rebounds between these two areas throughout the year, you get your seasonal cycle, not just your day and night, but your seasons too. But standing here on that it's not proof that the Earth is moving, because we can just point to the sun and saying the sun's causing that to happen.
So, like, what you're saying is, if the equator is the midline, right?
Yeah,
saying
for the
that,
sun.
What?
For the sun, yeah.
You're saying that in your model, the sun will move a few degrees above or a few degrees below the equator in terms of the angle to change the seasons.
Inwards across the plane of the Earth towards the north, towards the Tropic of Cancer for the summer season in the north, and then winter in the south. 3 months later then for 3 months it travels south and hits the equator, and then 3 months more, so a total of 6 months later, it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, giving summer to the south and winter to the north because of the sun's proximity. It is closer.
And that's what you observe in the sky as well. So going back to trusting our senses and base axioms, we see the sun move. We don't see or feel the Earth move. So why assume that the Earth's moving and the sun's staying still? It's literally the opposite of what you actually see.
I have trouble believing that exact thing, because like what immediately popped in my head as you said that is that, like, if there's two cars moving together at the same speed, it may not look like they're moving because they're not separating from one another. If one car starts to drive faster, even though both cars are going a certain speed, one car increases its velocity, then it looks like only one car is moving, even though both cars are moving.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, I
one
understand.
frame of reference. What if you look up though, away from those two cars that are next to each other? You're going to see that they are in fact in motion. Your senses, your internal equilibrium is going to tell you, your balance equilibrium is going to tell you you are in motion. You don't just rely on one frame of reference and one sense for one thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, I didn't just say that you only saw the sun move, you also do not see or feel the earth move. So to assume that all of those things are the opposite is frankly absurd.
Uh-huh.
So, based on your analogy, you're basically standing on a parked car, watching another car drive by you.
Yeah,
And assuming that
something's
your
moving.
car is moving and the other one's still.
Exactly.
So,
when
but
when
let's
you
just
start
check it out,
pointing,
right? Oh,
sorry,
go on.
go on. No,
So,
you're
no,
fine, buddy.
just
Go on.
real quick that so the point being is that say the two of us have lived in a cave our whole life and we just go outside for the very first time and we both observe the sun and the stars and the moon going from east to west every day. And I say, oh, well, that's because we're stationary and everything's moving around us. Look, see, you could say, well, no, it's because, we're moving, everything else is stationary. One of the two of those things could be right. We understand what you're saying. Now, we say it's self-evident that we're just literally standing here doing nothing. We don't observe any emotion, or we don't detect any emotion, and we see that it's observed flat. Then you say that's because we're a giant sphere and we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour and going 100,000 miles an hour in this direction and 100 million miles an hour in this other direction. And all of these you're making all of these other claims based on the same exact observation. And you don't have any data to back up your claim other than, well, that's just what we were all taught in school. We say it's self-evident that it's flat and not rotating because it's not. We don't observe it to be. If you say that there are these movements and motions, it's up to you to prove that. Yeah? Does that make sense?
And I'd like to add as well that you said that you were going to look at this from a non-biased view. And the reason it's impossible is because as soon as you're coming up with things that contradict what you see and experience in real life, you immediately go into the indoctrination that you already know that, I see two trains moving, that don't mean we're moving, or, the seasons of the summer, they're still creeping in. These answers are still creeping in. You need to look at it solely from what you see, what you experience, and what you can tell. Only things that you're going to change your mind at is the education that you've been given. For example, I look at the sun, I look at the moon, they look about the same distance away from each other, from me, sorry. But the only reason I believe the sun is 93 million miles away is because I've been taught that. So if somebody said to me, without me being taught that, how far is the moon? I mean, how far is the sun? I'd say it's probably about as far as the moon, because that's what my senses tell me. My senses don't tell me it's 93 million miles away.
Right. I mean, it's the same. Like, if you say that you make all these claims, and then the obvious axiom of well, if we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, why don't we fly off in all directions? Well, because there's this thing, gravity. Oh, well, can you show it to us? Well, I can't demonstrate it, but it's happening. Okay, cool. So, but we're definitely curving. Well, I can't really show it to you because it's too big, but believe me, it is. Okay, but we are spinning. Well, I can't really show it to you because it's all relative, but trust me, it is. Okay, you're 0 for 3, and these are things that. Do you see the pattern that emerges here, or do you see how, especially when you said you can't be biased, like you said? Do you see the problem?
I never said that I am capable.
No, you said let's look at it in a non-biased fashion.
I'm looking at it.
No, he said that was his aim, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was saying that he was unbiased. I think he was just aiming to be unbiased. So, to be fair, I don't think he meant what you said.
Yeah, he didn't. But, yeah, you're right, Crypto.
No, I just meant one thing we have to look at it. Yeah, I hear you, but yeah.
Let's Crypto bring it back.
Yes. Oh, fuck's sake! I think I've. Give me a... Oh yeah, that's it. I had a thought the other day, and I've been dwelling on it more and more. And obviously, when we say gravity, right? So gravity is things falling down, right?
Yeah.
I was asking the other guy.
Oh, okay.
It's the yellow guy. Is he there?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So gravity is things falling down. So explain the helium balloons.
It's a gas much lighter than the surrounding atmosphere, and it's concealed in a container.
So is gravity involved there as well?
Yes.
Okay, so gravity's involved when things go up and when things go down. When the moon goes across the sky, what's happening there?
The moon, in my model, is in a homeostasis relationship with the Earth, and
caused by what?
It is traveling around the Earth and has centrifugal force, but is also being pulled into the Earth by Earth's gravitational pull, which has locked it in a stationary orbit.
And you witness all this, yeah?
No, okay, but let me finish my point. So this is the thing that I came to the other day, and I don't know why it never occurred to me. But gravity is responsible for things going up, going down, going left, and going right. How can one cause have 4 different effects?
Oh, gravity. Gravity doesn't really have to do with anything going
Just snap the wand
up. Because what I was trying to say is that if something is going up, gravity is still a force, but the force projection is not pointing up; it's still pointing down. So the helium balloon.
But do you understand though that you're not observing any pull? You're not observing. So you say, okay, so gravity is a downwards force, as we're told. I know that's not even the current rhetoric. Whatever. That's what most people understand. Yeah. When things go up, that's also gravity. When things go to the left, that's gravity. When things go to the right, that's gravity. Can I finish? Let me finish. Can you not see how this is like a guy who hasn't done his homework, and the teacher's like, "Where's your homework?" And he's like, "The dog ate it." And it's like, okay, that was the excuse yesterday. That was the excuse the day before. It's just an ad hoc explanation. It doesn't actually mean anything.
Like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Affirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Okay.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk. I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
How do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. And you can actually measure their drift.
Wasn't what I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question, because I don't feel like we finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much, except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I will do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds good.
If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying that.
He doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking for it.
Let me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the north or south pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees. You're going to measure Okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. You said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, not I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh, it's not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up do you want me to pull up a PDF that has all this, that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your reputation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is the device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Right?
Nuh-uh. I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession. I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 40, listen. If you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree per hour drift that is on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure the drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes,
you're refusing to answer
question.
me. Listen.
May I?
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is
like I've been doing this for 4 years, dude. I know how all these devices work.
Argument. That is
no, because you're lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so we will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
you won't do shit. You won't do shit.
So listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you've already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it drift 15 degrees.
Okay, let's do this.
Camera, if we have to.
Yeah, okay, go
let's
for
do
it.
This.
Set it up, God. Right, set it up.
Let's do this, dude. Listen, I'm gonna laugh, dude. When you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject
some more?
Corvo, guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if we guys are interested.
How about I post citations? Do that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll post citations.
We can both post citations. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be...
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile.
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset.
Drop,
I know
not
you're
physical
upset.
drop.
I know you're upset, but you're just gonna have to chill. We gave you your chance. and you were going to go and set up your gyroscope, that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation, and we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type
Mr.
of person.
Sensible.
This is the type of person that you get
program.
who's been arguing this for years, but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature. So they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
I would just like to kind of bring it back.
Please don't laugh. It's actually
Can I just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago? I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola, all good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Good morning. Did the show go away?
Good morning.
How are you doing today, my man?
I'm okay. Thanks.
Yeah, that was actually entertaining. They made a really good point there at the end that a slope, yeah, no problem. Parabola, what's wrong with you people?
It's the cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, they just go from pillar to post, just whatever they can hang their hat on for a second, and then they move it over, and they just keep moving it over and over. And
yeah, they prefer to to sitting on the computer all day and not observe the real world in nature.
Absolutely.
So a bumblebee is is hovering a plant or a flower, and these guys think the Earth is moving 1,000 miles per hour. Nice story, bro.
Exactly. Cool story, bro. That's it.
They like to be hypnotized by pendulums, focal pendulums and other stories. Fairy tale stories.
Yeah, they have a pendulum that you have to set up based on the latitude and longitude of where you are, and it has a motor on it.
They even don't know these focal pendulums. They have electromagnetic motor.
That's correct. Yep, they don't want to just
the these focals sometimes they just stop. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to adjust the length of it so it fits their little paradigm. It's one of these things that I realized since I haven't been able to be on here the last few months since we moved across the country. One of the things that I realized is a lot of people don't know the difference between science and science fiction. They don't know the difference between a picture or a moving picture and an animation.
Because they they have been watching the entire live TV, so they think these animations CGI on TV are real.
Yeah. And that's the fun. That's the fun part of it, is they really do think that this stuff is real, and then they present it as real, and they have no way of telling you, well, what's the actual? Where's the actual picture? That's fine that they've. We have lots of tools, so of course we're going to take pictures and make them, enhance them. Of course, that's exactly what we do. And they don't know that difference. It's funny. The people who tell us that the Earth is a squishy, water-covered ball floating through space, that it's evil patriarchy that they take pictures of women for women's clothing and Photoshop the pictures, and that's evil. But then to turn around and do the same thing about the nature of the world, oh, well, yeah, you're stupid if you don't.
Exactly. I mean, they don't like this idea that they have been lying every entire life,
Yeah.
So they
I think it's. I think they know good and well. I actually think they know 100%. I think they know more than they like to admit, and that's why they get so angry on the topic. I just can't imagine getting angry on a topic like this,
Yeah, most of these Globers, they came here with anger, instead of asking questions, to analyze themselves, to question after this, but they prefer to come here. Prefer to have the burden of proof. So they don't. Sometimes there was a guy yesterday. He was here. He was doing one question, but then jumping to another question. So with the same attitude, So is they are not here to learn or listen.
Yeah.
They don't realize the lucky they have when they are coming here, because if I was a Glober and I was coming here for the first time, at least I listen first, and ask. If I have doubts, I will ask another question, and then I have to analyze for myself. Is this making sense? Is this makes logic? So yeah, but they prefer to think they are the right ones, and yeah, staying with defending lies.
Well, one of my favorite things was earlier the spring, maybe it was April, there was a professor, and I can't remember where he was from, came into the Discord, and he was a super nice fellow. And whoever it was got talking to him about his background and the kind of research he does and this and that. And he talked that he was excited to kind of hear what we would have to say on various issues. And then they asked him one question, and he, the very first question, he immediately left the server.
Yeah.
Of course, he didn't want to get in trouble by saying the wrong.
Yeah.
What his cults.
He was a turd burglar.
Conversation. And that's what's interesting about it is they typically seem to be bullies, and then they get tired of bullying, or you present a scientific or logical reason and ask them to consider that, and that first little bit of resistance, they're gone.
I was remember Matthew Learns was here, shouting on this live stream voice text, and then I was he was talking about the inverse square law, and then I post. I'm gonna get this meme. Okay, so light has a range, and then he said something, and then I just said to him, let me remember. I prefer not believing in fairy tales, and I prefer to reality. And then I post another picture. Let me see. Just let me get the first one. So I did post this one. Let me see here. And he was arguing at that first top left. And then I just said, I prefer to, what I said. So I then post one picture, and then he suddenly stopped arguing. I said, I don't believe anymore in fairy tales, I prefer reality. And let me see if I found that one. So I just posted one picture about reality, and then he just left.
Oh, of course.
Let me see if the real one. Okay, this one, not this one. Just a second. I have many pictures, but let me get the one. Okay, not this one. Yeah. So this was the one I posted, and then he just stopped.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I just
that's the.
I just showed to him a real picture of reality, and then he just stopped.
Well. Yeah, I just watched. I didn't watch it all because it was like 3 hours, but a bit of Dave Weiss arguing with fake Professor Dave. And now I can't remember the other YouTube show host was going through and counting the logical fallacies. And it just was clear very quick that fake Professor Dave had nothing other than ad hominem attacks and very straw men.
He didn't know the difference between a straw man and an all or nothing fallacy. And I'm like, how are you?
Yeah.
What? Like, if you're going to call somebody out on a fallacy, at least call them out on the right one. Like, you're straw manning them by saying it's a straw man when it's an all or nothing fallacy. Come on, man.
All right.
Yeah, the first time
fake Professor Dave. He was
What?
Granted,
go ahead, Miguel.
Granted, the guy on the flat earther side was making an all or nothing fallacy, but the fact that he didn't call him out on the all or nothing fallacy and called it a straw man, like, completely discredits his ability to think rationally and his ability to even understand what logical fallacies actually are.
Yeah, and in watching the other two guys, the one guy that was the former crank dealer, and I don't even know who the other guy was, but they, the two of them, sometimes you'd watch Dave make a comment to fake Professor Dave, and I thought it was a real hoot to watch their reactions, like they didn't know how to react, or, because they knew that Dave Weiss made a few good comments, but the fake professor just, that's because you're stupid.
I love when people try and use ad hominem and attacks as their arguments as though it's a supplement for scientific evidence. Like, behold how intelligent I am. I can insult you.
Yeah. That's because you're stupid.
Well, if you weren't so stupid, I wouldn't be calling you stupid right now.
He likes to use that word a lot. Professor, not Professor Dave.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, though, that did give Dave Weiss a lot of exposure, I'm sure, because by the time he was on the former crank dealer and the other guy, and with and then the guy that was counting the logical fallacies, his name I think was Mindshot, and so that gave our cause a whole lot of exposure, and I'd say we probably have a few new converts to a more open worldview. Maybe they're not exactly FE now, but maybe they are open to the idea that fake Professor Dave is not what he's supposed to be, and say, "Oh, wow, there is something different here." You know, regardless of how the bots and the trolls react, regardless of that, there are open-minded people who saw that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, it's one of my favorite double entendres, of course, is that no news is bad news. So, in this case, no news really is bad news. That get exposure, and I like how Dave doesn't. He threw a few jabs out here and there, but I like how he just remains calm and collected, and just lets Professor Dave act like a bully, and that in and of itself kind of shows the big difference right there. You know, let the toddlers throw their tantrums.
Yeah. I'm in lobby sharing some vids with this guy. He didn't even know that Elon claimed to send a car into space, so I sent him the video with all of the little glitches in it.
Yeah.
And then the film set that has the white room with the car in the middle.
Right.
What is interesting is the first time this not Professor Clown, the first time he did post the 10 challenges to Flat Earth, I was answering, some of, and he just deleted. So he's the dishonest guy. Why he has to delete the comments on his YouTube channel if he's challenge Flat Earth? I mean, he doesn't want the answers, so why is asking people to answer to him?
Absolutely.
What he did, this is interesting, because at the very beginning when he posted that challenge, he said he dropped a claim on the table. He said, as his only proof of the globe, no flat earther will answer these. So once he started getting tons of answers, he either had to let go of the globe, because his claim was no flat earther would answer, or he had to fudge the data. He had to start deleting comments to make it appear as if no flat earther had answered. The problem is that people can take screenshots and show that they answered. So when he would have hundreds of comments of flat earthers answering, and all of a sudden they're all gone, like, hey, here's a screenshot of this. Here's where all the answers were posted, but you deleted them. And then they said something about, oh, it's CGI. Flat earthers are faking things. They're like, oh, so what, flat earthers can fake photographs, but the government can't? See, any way they cut it, he just kept going. Any way he did it. Once he challenged flat earth, he was done. He sunk his own battleship, because he put claims on the table using a model of prediction that just fell. That it didn't work. His globe model failed to predict what would happen next. That made him the science denier, not you. He put his own ideas up for the challenge, and he says, and he fell short. And now the only thing he can do now is just continue to freak out until he hits rock bottom.
Yeah, until he at 2 a.m. decides to delete the video.
Hey, check out the live stream voice text. I just posted the etymology of that word. Professor. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'll look at it here in a moment. I'm driving.
Okay, well, I can read it. It says Middle English, as be professed, be received into a religious order, from Latin profess, declared publicly, from the verb profiteri, from pro before, viteri confess.
Yeah, that's why a large number of religions, a large number of Christian denominations require you to make a public profession of faith.
Yeah.
So you are a professor.
Yeah, and then anybody who declares anything publicly is a professor of their own beliefs. But then, but I found it interesting, the religious order connections there as well. So these people are literally priests of a religious order who are propagating a doctrine.
100%.
Not only that, but what is curious is that YouTube is how you say is supporting this guy, because after that interview with Dave Weiss, I was doing a random search, nothing to do about flat Earth, and YouTube, Google. The Google YouTube belongs to Google, but I was doing on this Google search, and suddenly they they put on top that link to that interview with Dave Weiss. Isn't that amazing? This company Google working, supporting this guy, and they demonetize other videos, other flat earth guys, and they don't demonetize this guy. I mean,
the algorithm does its thing.
All right, guys, we just got here to the office, so you guys have a good morning, and I'll talk to you soon.
Stay blessed, man. Have a good one.
See you. It's 1 p.m. almost. I have to lunch, so see you guys.
All right, stay blessed.
Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
We'll see them around later. Oh, man. I passed out last night. I went to go lay down and chill for a minute, but I was so exhausted that when I closed my eyes, I just woke up and it was already like 6:30 or something. Normally I hang out here, but I just couldn't do it yesterday. It's weird that I consider sleeping at a normal time to be abnormal. Bill Nye the Science Guy, Bill. And the 90s was lit. All of those random, like, intros to different shows is actually pretty cool. They draw you into the show with some really awesome, like, catchy tunes. Look how cool we are. We'll drop the beat.
Atheist, I tell you. It's all atheist. If you could get them to come back, return to humanity, a lot of these problems would be solved.
Yeah.
What's up, Crit?
Not too much I do in Geographic.
You know,
are you preaching your wisdom tonight?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. The other day, Texas Bear had said, Crit said atheist like over 300 times. He says Exo would be impressed. But it's finding the root of the problem. See, like, it's like people, they don't understand flat Earth. But that's not the problem. Because the problem is, you got to boil it down. They lack understanding due to some sort of cognitive dysfunction, which is atheism. They've got this idea that everything has to be proven to them, that they're some sort of major league umpire calling all the balls and strikes, when they are completely irrelevant in the conversation. Because they're coming at it, say they disagree with a topic, they can't even tell you what it is. It'd be like I just come out and I say to the morning, hey, I disagree with blah. And you're like, oh, cool story, bro. What's blah? And I don't know. I just disagree with it.
Well, I agree with blah. Where's your evidence that blah should be disagreed with? How dare you?
Yeah, it's like, how is that their cognitive function has been severely impaired, and that is the root of the problem. How to get them back to a logical thinker. And the step one would be like to fix their diet. Because a lot of them are on very high caloric, low nutrient diets. They're just, physiologically, their brain isn't functioning. They're not firing on all 8 cylinders. To coin a phrase from, remember the V8 commercials. They're firing on like 1 cylinder. Just enough to physically move their body to one triggering event after another. But they're not there. They're like, sometimes you look at them and if you see them in real life, they have a blank stare. They call it the fluoride stare or whatever. Because they don't have the nutrients to make their brain function. But they have enough calories for their muscles to function.
Yeah. Well, another thing is it's such a simple thing, but it's so simple that people would think it's stupid. Drinking a lot of water. Like, most people drink a ton of sodas or other things. And if you're not drinking a huge amount of water, then you're basically bogging down your system with a bunch of garbage it doesn't need. That's going to, lag everything.
Oh, yeah, that's a huge one, too. It's not just the garbage they drink, but these high sugar energy drinks.
Yeah.
They're ramped up.
We're not meant to drink that.
Yeah, that's only meant for when like you're in a very extreme environment. You like where people would like natives would eat maple syrup during the winter just to keep their body temperature up. They weren't doing it because they love the sugar high. You know?
Agreeing with your point though, like a yes and type thing, that's it.
Yeah.
Though. That's natural though. Like when you have this high fructose corn syrup stuff that's on another level, like there's a level of sweetness that things should not be. Like it's unnatural, and you bring it up to that, and it's like detrimental to the body. Like, you go and do something like that though, or just natural like raw sugar, how it's supposed to be. Like okay, that's sugar. You start doing some weird stuff and like modifying it and processing it. Now there's been things added to it. It starts changing how it affects your body. Like regular fruit and stuff is sweet, but that's normal. It's natural. It's supposed to be like that. And it's delicious and it's awesome. But then there's a reason why they take all these candies and make them look like bright colored like fruit. So that your brain's tricked and think, oh, this sweet thing must be good for me too. And you eat a bunch of garbage trash. Like trash people food. They feed us food-like products. It's not actually food, though. So.
Oh yeah, that's what I was getting to too. That maple syrup, the real stuff, not this, like that fake maple syrup. Like if you go to like a breakfast place, like IHOP or whatever, that isn't maple syrup at the table. They call it maple syrup, but when you look at the bottle, it will be like maple syrup substitute or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Because actual maple syrup has tons of good stuff in it.
Oh, dude, I collect maple syrup when it goes on sale. Like, I'll find it on sale in, like, the clearance aisle, and I'm like, this stuff lasts for years, so. Like, one time I found these $10 bottles for $2, and I bought all of them. Like, these are all mine. I still have some. Because I don't like that corn syrup crap. I like the real... Yo, Friday!
What up?
How's it going?
Hey, did you ever see that picture of the bottle of molasses that I posted? That I saw at Ralph's? It was so hilarious I bought it. It says plantation blackstrap molasses.
I have a pack of Smucker's breakfast syrup. It says ingredients: corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup, water, salt, natural and artificial flavors, caramel color. There's no maple syrup in this. And the maple syrup has one ingredient. It says maple syrup.
Oh, yeah. And then it might below that ingredient, it'll be like void where prohibited, batteries not included. You know what I mean? Subject weight and color content may vary. Void where prohibited. It says if you're experiencing curvature in your vision, consult a doctor.
Oh, it says this is normal.
Yeah.
They want you to see a curve. They tell you it's normal.
Dude, my landlord is the biggest heliocentric, dog. She believes in like she like loves Aristotle and shit. And then, dude, I presented her today with curvature in the measurements, right? It's so crazy. This is what she tried to say. She goes, when you're looking at the road from far away, you're looking at a straight road. The road turns into a single point. She goes, your eyes are deceiving you. Your eyes are telling you that the road's turning into a point. I'm like, what the fuck? No, you're not. Dude, I don't know. You guys have probably never experienced talking to a glober, but they're really hard to talk to. It's like my ex-wife. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Those people actually exist? Who would believe that you live on a ball? That's weird. I don't believe you, man. Those people aren't real. That's not a thing. Right? That's not a thing. There's no such thing as a person who thinks they live on a ball. That's impossible.
Well, I mean, here's some pretty good proof that the Earth is curved. Santa Claus flies around it, right? Now, if the Earth wasn't curved, Santa Claus would fly right off into space. So it's got to be curved. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
It's pretty valid, you know what I mean?
And how does the sled slide properly around it if it's not curved?
Yeah, right. I have citations on this stuff, bro. It's peer reviewed. You know what I mean?
Because you'd have to go downhill, so it'd just stop if it was flat.
Yeah. Or sometimes Santa will just levitate and let the Earth catch up to him. You know what I mean?
I'll be right back. I got to get some coffee.
Watch out for
By the
zombies.
way, guys, I'm back.
Guess who's back? Flat again.
I left my laptop, so can't work without my laptop, so now I got to drive the 25 minutes back home and 25 minutes back to the office.
You got a laptop in your back pocket.
Anything that happens to scan into the story.
This rap profit.
Well, I'll tell you what. Some of the things the globe bullies expect us to accept and believe without question are just as ridiculous as the Santa Claus argument.
It's the same thing, bro. Basically, it's just packaged a little differently, but it goes along. They go hand in hand, because when you first are told about Santa Claus and everything, not very much longer in life, like maybe like a year later, you're taught about the globe, right? And then you're taught that Santa Claus comes from the North Pole. You try to look for the North Pole. Where is it at? It's got a metal rod through it in order for it to spin on its. They call it an axis, but it's just an axis to the metal platform that's holding the globe. So you learn the Earth is a globe, and then right after that, they pull the carpet out under your feet or whatever, and tell you Santa Claus isn't real. But at the same time, they tell you it's not okay to lie, but yet they're lying to you. You know what I mean? It's so good. And then you try to look for the North Pole. You can't find it on the globe because it's got a metal rod through it. And then you find Santa Claus not real, and you don't give a shit about the North Pole anymore. You know what I mean? And anyways, there's the actual North Pole, the physical North Pole, and the theoretical North Pole, or the magnetic North Pole. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Pretty much, the way I like to say it is, everybody knows, even when they're a little kid, they know that Rocky and Bullwinkle isn't real. They know that the chipmunks weren't real. They know that JJ from Coco Melon's not real. And ultimately, they know that... say again? And then ultimately, they know that Santa Claus isn't real. But I remember when I was a kid, and I said, Dad, I don't believe that Santa Claus is real anymore. And he said, oh, thank God, so that I no longer have to buy you Christmas presents. And he's like, so are you going to believe in Santa Claus, or are you going to? And of course, he was joking with me, but and the same thing happens with the globe. Is that at some point, everybody knows that the globe isn't real.
I don't know about that. I don't think at some point, maybe at facing death or something, but a lot of people.
Well, they may not admit it. They're not going. Just because they know it doesn't mean they're going to tell you. It's like
I think there's a lot of common people that die actually thinking there's a globe. Probably the majority of people. I think, but I don't know. I'm not in their mind. There's no way you could scientifically prove that. It's just I'm going off of what I experience with people. Like my grandma died, and I believe that she thought it was still a globe. I never flat smacked her.
Well, and here's the key to it is if you're told the Earth is a globe and you have no way to really, you look around and go, oh wow, okay, I can't see it, but if they tell me it's a globe, well, that's not really knowing it's a globe.
No,
that's just hearing that it's a globe. That's just and that's what most people do.
Yeah, they believe.
They and when you talk to most people about it, most seem to just kind of shrug their shoulders and whatever.
Most people say, what does it matter at the end of the day if it's round or flat? And this is what I tell them. If you hook up with a chick for the first time and she doesn't have female parts but she has man parts, are you just going to shrug your shoulder and say, at the end of the day, what does it matter? You know what I mean? And the Earth is even more important than that. So Oh, what does it matter? Like, I'm going to put diesel or unleaded in my car. At the end of the day, what does it matter, right? You know what I mean? It's as ridiculous as that, bro.
They don't. They, as long as they can clock into work and then clock out, then on Friday they get their paycheck.
Yeah.
That's really the only thing that matters to them.
Yeah.
You know, they don't. They go to church because they're supposed to go to church. They put money in the offering basket because it's kind of what you're expected to do.
That's so weird.
You think those offering baskets take EBT or just cash?
Hey, that's the thing about
some of them are doing EBT now.
Hey, you know what I would ask about the tithes? If the law is done away with and the Old Testament doesn't matter because we're under the new law, then why are people paying tithes?
They don't know why they do anything, bro. Right? Ask them about Genesis 1:6. Be like, what does that mean, separating the waters above from the waters below? They're like, there's water in the atmosphere.
Well, it was never about money, though. It was supposed to be about food and like taking care of people who needed to eat.
I went to a nice little church. It's actually a customer, and I went in, and
did you get down on your knees?
They never one time passed around an offering basket. They don't even mention money.
Yeah, it seems showman-y to put it in front of everybody. Like, it's okay. Like, I've been to a church where they had somebody, like, they had these little bags where you can't see what's in there, and then it's like a weird handle on it. But there'd be two people holding it, like, kind of like off to the side in the back. And so if people wanted to donate, they go there, but they didn't pass it in front of everybody like a huge show all the way down and make a big presentation about it. And I'm like, okay, that's
any church, it doesn't matter if they're preaching the Bible or whatever, any church where the pastor believes that the earth is a ball is downright it's Luciferian from the bottom up, bro. It's poison, bro. That's my belief.
The steeple is a symbol of Nimrod's,
Yeah, dog. I mean, like, but these people really believe they're saved through faith, not by works, but we live on a ball.
They do away with everything that it actually tells you to do, though. Like, there's no call to repentance. There's no call for change. Like, you just, okay, you're saved. Now keep on sinning.
Well, I mean, dude, whether people are saved, like I don't know. I never really understood that whole saved by grace through faith and all this stuff. Like, to me, none of that even matters if you still think the earth is a ball, bro. If you don't even trust your own senses.
I believe everybody takes it out of context, man. Like, they want an easy ride. And the entire concept of Scripture, what it really points to, if people actually read it, is to studying to show yourself approved and seeking for truth and trying to find out what the way is. Like, looking at and loving your neighbor as though they're literally you, not doing what your neighbor wants you to do, and love them like you think they love them like you're you. Like, put yourself in their position. Okay, if I was in that position, what would I want? Okay, and then do that thing. It's that simple. Like a child can do it, and then adults argue all their lives over this.
I think a critical part that in order for their thing to succeed, they did it really well, is they split the zodiac and they split the church. So the zodiac, people who are into the zodiac really aren't in the church, and the people who are in the church think the zodiac's satanic, and it's both of them are intrinsic together. You know what I mean? They unlock they together. It's so much easier to understand when you understand zetetic cosmogony with the Word of God. You know?
Yeah, kind of. Well, kind of. You're probably it's. The zodiac's a clock, right? But then when people worship the clock, it gets kind of weird. But then if you completely ignore the clock, right, and you're like, okay, so anything about the clock is evil, then now you're ignorant.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah, it's like the difference between walking in a casino and then walking in a clock store where they only sell clocks and watches. And if you don't know what time it is, kids out there, go cop a watch.
The people get obsessed with the clock, though, and start worshiping it and act like it guides their lives and they must obey it. It's like, okay, that's kind of worship.
Or think of the flip side of that, though. The reverse side of that is people in casinos. There's no clocks anywhere. Nobody knows what time it is. Day or night is hidden from them. So, you know what I mean? Like, if you take away people's perception of time,
and they keep on gambling forever, and they lose track of time until all their money's gone and they've lost their lives.
I know their money's. Dude, I've seen so many people at the Indian casino and they don't have any gas to get home and they're just sitting there, dude. I'm like,
yeah. And
Gee,
that's what exactly what the system does to you. It drains you until you're gone. There's nothing left, and now you're just a hobo on the street.
I know.
Pockets turned out. You a little roughed up because the bouncers are like trying to get the last out of you.
Yeah, like you never see people who have been like, dude, I built my whole career on knowing that I lost money in the slots. Like, oh, dude, that's such a good career. Like, you put in hundreds of thousands of dollars, dude, and that's, you know what I mean? You get a PhD in that shit.
Congratulations, your contribution to humanity will be remembered forever.
Right. You know what's crazy is if somebody was giving advice and saying like, I just lost hundreds of thousands in the slots, but I know the Earth is a globe. Versus the opposite of that, they still believe the person who just lost the money in the slot machine over the flat earther.
It's like the little kid who's like putting money into something. No, Billy, no.
Yeah, that's right.
I used to ride the casino boat at Myrtle Beach when I lived not too far away.
You were an
and that was, let me tell you what, that was a lot of fun. Because they'd go out, and they actually had a really nice meal. And then you'd watch all these people going out and how happy and excited they were. The gods of the machine was going to make them really happy. And I just went for the boat ride and the meal. And anyway, and then on the trip back in, you could just watch how most of them were dejected, and then there would be like 4 or 5 sitting back with big smiles on their faces.
That's how you do it. A fool and their money's easily parted, so you just went to chill, and you didn't come out losing. And then you saw the losers, though, and made observations. It's like you said, yeah, they because they expect the gods of fortune to rain down on them.
Let me tell you something. At least there in Myrtle Beach, anyway, the boat ride was really nice. It went out several miles, and top deck was fun to sit on and watch the waves go by. And the beverages were nice, and the food was surprisingly really good to be served on a boat like that.
Did you have like tequila sunrises and shit?
Oh yeah. So it was $10. I don't know what it is now, but it was $10 for the meal and the boat ride. And then I would bring another $20, and then I would just go over and put it into the machine, and whatever I got back, I just kept putting in the machine.
That's
and
what
then,
she said.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I just figured $30 for about 6 hours of entertainment was well worth it.
Hey, bro, hey, you sound like the flat Earth Ned Flanders, bro. He's like, "Hidely hodly on the terra firma, my neighbor." You know who Ned Flanders is?
Oh yeah.
Hey, can you say this? Chickens love hens and goose love ganders, but everybody else loves Ned Flanders. No, I'm just kidding, bro.
Yeah, here I'll try it.
I like how you always say like, "Let me tell you what." Now, have you ever thought of saying like, "Let me tell you where," or "Let me tell you who"?
Well, and sometimes you'll hear me say, "Let me tell you how."
Yeah.
Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what. Let me just the heck I want to. Well, my favorite one is "Let me tell you," even though it don't really matter.
Am I roboting right now?
No, you're fine.
Okay, cool. Dude, they're working on the freeway right here, and the lane is made smaller than normal. It's just one lane, and then they got these cement things that are like 3 feet high, right on the line of the lane. So, like, if your car veers like 6 inches to the right or the left, you're gonna scrape your car hard. And then they got cars in the lane right next to you going the opposite way, and their lights are shining right in your face, dude. It's so dangerous. I love it.
Yep, when you get in your car, you're 4 feet away from sudden death.
You know, I think death is all in the eye of the beholder, bro. Like, I've never experienced it, you know what I mean? I don't want to experience it, but I don't know, like, what if we were made to live, like, either forever or for hundreds of more years, but as soon as our parents start putting food in our mouth and shoes on our feet, it exponentially cuts our life, our time in life, you know? I mean, there's so many things that we've been doing all our life. Not me personally, I don't eat microwave food or do shit like that, but people do, you know? People eat microwave.
You cut out, man. You just kind of vanished for a second. Well, now you're gone. Splatterday. Splatterday, come in. Splatterday, do you hear me? Oh, come.
Mother Goose, this is the Independence. Come in, Mother Goose.
I hear you. Can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay, cool. I was passing through a dead zone.
Restored.
Yeah. I was passing through in the area where satellites couldn't cover.
You was in the Badlands.
Yeah. All satellites are sugar-free chair horses, bro.
See, I think they should make it illegal to travel more than 5 miles from your home without a permit from the government.
I think
Imagine how much safer we would be.
I think 5 miles is kind of stretching it. You know what I mean? It could be 2 miles. You don't really need to go further than 2 miles.
Well, why do you have to leave when you can work from home? And then we can just send a drone and you can order the food you want. It can come and deliver to you. Just stay home. Save lives.
Yeah. I think it would be cool if your job was just so like you'd hook your arm up to an IV all the time, so your blood's steadily coming out of you and you're getting paid an hourly salary for just donating blood all the time. You guys ever heard of this? You guys heard of this new medical procedure that just came out? It's called bloodletting. It's brand new, bro. All the kids are doing it.
If mass attracts mass, negative mass repels mass.
Yeah.
Mass repelling mass?
Yeah. Or what about something exploding, but then eventually all the pieces coming together and making perfect spheres, bro?
That happens when it rains for a minute, I guess, but they're not really perfect. They're more like droplets.
Right.
Kind of like oblate spheroids.
So what I want to figure out is the scientific consensus. Who is it that publishes to say the things of science that are not to be questioned? I mean, like, you're not allowed to question the juice. You're not allowed to question the squishy water-covered iron moss floating through space. And so I'm just wondering, like, where do we... You know, when you go to church, they give you a list of doctrines. So how do we get a list of the scientific doctrines we're not allowed to question?
You know where the word science comes from, bro?
Of course.
Where do you think it comes from?
Science, by its very definition, is religion.
Well, okay, so the word science, though, it comes from scientia. That was the tree that Eve ate the fruit from in the Garden of Eden. Scientia, science. Later, they changed it to the tree of knowledge.
Absolutely. Like I say.
I mean, dude, but science is such a general, like, term now. If you could be doing math problems, you could be measuring, I don't know, like how baking soda and like vinegar, you know what I mean? Like little kid experiments or anything, like medical information, it's all science and you just got to trust the science. I mean, just trust the tree.
You know, and I'm just like I say, I just wonder, like, how do we get a list of the things that we're not allowed to question?
Oh, you have to ask Santa Claus because he's checking it twice. So if you're naughty, you're not going to get on that list. But if you're good, you'll get on the list. And the only way to be good is by keeping your fingers crossed, bro. That's the only way. There's no other way to do it. That sounding good?
Goodness. Pretty much.
I think those are peer-reviewed studies too. I could cite the source, or you guys can look it up. It's on AOL or something like that. Dial up. Dial it up.
Well, I just want to know, see, like, with people like fake Professor Dave, he knows intrinsically all the things that you're not allowed to question, like, you're not allowed to question juice, you're not allowed to question the bug, you're not allowed to question...
What about, hey, that's Beetlejuice, right? Bug juice,
Pretty
Beetlejuice?
much. Pretty much. You're not allowed to question any of that stuff.
The Temple of Saturn. Interesting fact about the Temple of Saturn. In ancient Rome, the Temple of Saturn was basically like the Federal Reserve and Internal Revenue Service for the entire empire.
You ever heard of the Church of Set, bro?
I mean, I'm sure that he had a church.
Set, S-E-T?
Well, yep. I'm sure that every one of the gods had a church.
Set.
Huh?
Horus and Set. Uh-oh, lose you all?
You roboted for a second. Yeah, my brakes on my car getting bad,
Horus,
bro.
Yeah, I said Horus, Isis, and Set.
Oh, that was his name, Set, right? Okay, so I guess
Horus was the father, Isis was the mother, and then Set was the son.
Okay. Well, they have something called the Church of Set, right? And it's this dude Michael Aquino is the head of it, and he was like a head military director for a long time in the NSA, and he specialized in like voice to skull technology, stuff like that, right? Well, he branched away from Antoine LaVey because he didn't think Antoine was taking it seriously enough. So he made his church very like militant, right? And he has like it's set up like kind of like the mafia, where it's got like the head, and then it's got like lieutenants and soldier, whatever. But okay, so now these people are all sunset worshipers, right? They worship the setting of the sun, and so if you think about it, in they say in like 1892 at the Chicago World Fair, Tesla and what was it? Edison were both there, and they both. It's not clear about who presented the light bulb first, or made it light, but you could say they both did at the same time. Whatever. All these people are, I think, are made up names because look, Tesla backwards is all set, right? And then Edison, if you rearrange the letters, is die sun, like the sun's dying or setting. It's all in the letters and the words and everything. It's just like. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe
their wizards playing as characters. Then is what.
Yeah,
you're saying.
dog. Like, okay, you remember the fire in Paradise called the Campfire in 2018?
Probably.
It was Paradise, California, how it burned down completely. Well, anyways, Paradise burned down on November 8th, 2018, right? That's when, literally, they lost all of Paradise. Well, you've heard of the book called Paradise Lost, the play, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That was by John Milton, written by John Milton. John Milton died November 8th, 1674. What are the odds of that?
You know, why should you have to make up a person when you can just make up a character? And then you can have
Chauvin. You know that character Chauvin or Derek Chauvin. He's supposed to be like a Machiavellian character. That was his thing,
right.
Like a fictional character.
You know, it's kind of like like Officer Chauvin, like something you'd see in an old comic book, like Officer Pig or something.
Most people don't know what person means, like the word. I'm going to share a link of it or an image of it, a screenshot. It's such a weird meaning for that particular word.
Yeah. You know, another weird thing, you remember the famous basketball, I think it was Steven Jackson, right? How he had George Floyd's daughter on his shoulders, and she was saying, like, my daddy changed the world. Well, he did an interview where they're talking to him, and he's saying, yeah, like, everybody called me and George Floyd twins because we looked alike, right? Okay, so in that interview, he has a sweater on that says Viola, Viola, right? So I looked that up, and that's a character in one of Shakespeare's plays, Viola, who had a twin brother. So I guess Viola dressed up as a boy, but was really a girl and had a twin brother. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, they are so right there. Yeah, but if you don't know theater and you don't study like that sort of thing, you would never catch the references. And most people are like uncultured, so
yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't know anything about that, but I just looked up Viola just to see. You know what I mean? Because he had it on his sweater. And like,
is that anything like the Challenger twins, that there was never any mention of twins until they started finding the stunt doubles?
Oh yeah. I think they allowed that information to come out or whatever, though, just so they could lead people down the path that they want to take them. You know what I mean? Like, if like it's just like corralling, like herding cattle or whatever. Like, some of them are gonna get away, but you need to corral them and bottleneck them. You know what I mean? You know, like how that one guy was chanting 7-Eleven was a part-time job. You know what I mean? Yeah, everybody knows that. Nobody's going to argue with that exact statement, but what they mean by that is something completely different than what we think, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they're still going for the plane, the airplane was a real narrative, and like, you know, just like with outer space, bro, like, you know, they're doing all these narratives like the reason why they haven't gone back to the moon is because like they found like alien technology there, and like that's what it really is, you know?
Hey, you got to stop that. Now you're sounding like me.
You sound like gas pressure next to Kevin Spacey, bro.
Yeah, pretty much. This coughing is awful.
That rhymed. His coughing was awful when he was dropping dollars in Laughlin.
Alrighty, I'll be back in a moment. I just got here. Let me grab my laptop.
Damn, I thought it was muted.
Hey, you ever hear about how like you ever hear how that this one person forgot about a stop button, made up with a rewind, got married to a fast forward, but the happiest day of their life was when they met a pause. Dun, dun. You know, that's just from the metaverse.
At first, I thought you were talking about the movie Click or something, and then I'm like, wait, no, this is something else.
Yeah. Hey, Metapause is from the metaverse, though. I really believe that, bro.
Oh, I don't believe that it's ever supposed to happen. It's a product.
I don't either, bro.
It's a disease.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Like, if you believe what we believe, then you believe that we were originally designed to be eternal beings, and then we started gradually degrading down to a 1,000-year timeline, and then less and less until you get about 120 years or less. So that means that menopause should never exist. Death shouldn't exist. Like, all of these things are just conditions. Like, they're disorders. Like, death is a disease. It should not exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, I was reading about these type of pills women take, and it had all these side effects and every pages and pages, and then I'm like, wait, why are they even taking this? And it's to prevent osteoporosis and hot flashes when menopause comes. But women who are still having their period and they're older are taking this. Like, I'm not even going to... Huh?
The transgendered people who are going female to male, they increase their chances of having osteoporosis, like, substantially.
Oh yeah.
And that's an
It's funny because the pill also one of the benefits of taking the pill, it says, is it could prevent osteoporosis. One of the side effects, it says it could cause it too. That's so funny.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of side effects for a lot of things that they list, that people just don't read. They don't care.
But what if one of the reasons for taking something is to prevent something that the very thing you're taking causes, dude? You know what I mean?
What it calls the thing that you want to prevent?
Yeah. So, damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. A lot of cures will cause the problem. If you don't have the problem, then you take that cure. Kind of like snake venom, like the antidote can make you sick if you're not like already sick.
Yeah.
You don't take your cure if you don't need it.
Isn't it funny how they put the snake right on that thing as their symbol, dude? For RX. I mean, they put it right in your face. The tree of scientia. The tree of scientia, if you please.
Yeah. I'm anti-company, like corporation, like megacorp. Like, science is fine. And, like, even though the word associated with it, like pharmaceutics, I'm very much against, like, actual sorcery. But when it comes to actually studying cures for things and whatnot, like that concept, and obviously. Like, let's figure out how to solve problems. But there's certain things about it that are just, especially the corporate greed, like, don't be hiding the ingredients for stuff. Give us the damn recipe so we can help ourselves.
It's crazy how these words have the word corp in it, like corpse. Yeah. A corpse orator is corporate. Somebody that speaks of the dead, a corpse orator. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they turn people into a body, an object. Like, you're just a drone.
Yeah. Not all women are objects. Some are subject to change.
These words rip your soul out of your body, though, and separate you from who you are. Like, separate you from the container, and then act like you're the container.
Yeah. Right.
Legalese, it's witchcraft. Dehumanizing. That's the reason why, like, I love etymology so much, but I should encourage everybody, you go beyond that. It's not just the etymology, you go down to the roots, the very letters, the glyphs. Each glyph, every letter means something. And the order that they're put in, that means something as well. Each word is as a sentence, if you dig hard enough. Most people are too lazy to start to pick up the shovel and even scrape off the surface level of dirt just to look at the etymology, let alone go down to the glyphs that show the actual roots. But whatever, I digress.
Etymology. It's like speaking the
study of words.
Understanding of Edom. Edom was Adam's name. Etam and Eva.
Huh.
Etam and Eva.
Well, there's also Hava, like the Hava thing, like her original name, and then they changed it to. But there's a connection between Hava and Eva, like that, and then you kind of turn into Eve from that because of a mispronunciation. That makes sense. I was wondering how that happened. Like, why would they change her name? It doesn't. But then, okay, a bunch of mispronunciations. The telephone game.
Yeah, like they change everything all the time, even if we don't think it directly affects us, because it's just more for the like the gaslighting, you know.
Yeah, I feel like
Mandela gaslighting.
It dishonors like the mother of humanity though by changing her name from what it originally was, because that's not what Adam called her. So now and so it disrespects Adam because that's what he called her, right? So this is her name that he gave her. And then it also disrespects her by calling her by a different name. Like, wait a minute, we're supposed to honor our mother and father. So if, great-great-grandpappy says something, I'm pretty sure he meant what he said kind of thing. It's just weird, though. It's weird. Like, and I'm not, like, saying that people have to do that. I'm just saying that it's just weird that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, bro. Hey, do you know that the human rib bone, bro, if you don't cut it too long, like if it's under 8 inches,
the bottom one. The last
the bottom rib, if you leave the cartilage around the outside of it, it will completely grow back. It's the only bone in the human body, right? And that's supposedly what Eve came from.
You want to know something else interesting? The lines of that, the tip of your finger will regrow too. Only the very last bone, like if you cut the bone in half, like you cut the tip of the finger off, that can regrow. But no other bones can regrow, but that can. It's weird. Fact.
Yeah, that is weird.
Which reminds me of Johnny Depp cutting the tip, like having the tip of his finger cut off. I'm like, that'll grow back though, probably. Unless it got back to like it's down below the knuckle. If it's below the knuckle, it can't.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The tip of your finger can grow back. Like, let me prove it. Let me cite my sources. Yeah, it's especially in children, actually, that they can regrow the tip of amputated fingers.
Okay. Do you think that do you ever fasted or know the benefits of fasting or no?
Often.
Okay, so tell me this then. It's supposed to reverse aging, right?
I guess it probably helps prevent certain degrading that can happen when you have a constant flood of toxins. So maybe, I wouldn't say reverse, but slows down.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so maybe when you fast, it starts up again, right? When you fast?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, so what I'm saying is like...
You're starving the parasites, bro, but you have to get rid of the parasites before.
Yeah.
It's better if you actually very aggressively, like with like a chemical compound or a salt compound that can actually address and change the environment for the parasites. You can actually kill them, and then you can fast and flush out, and then it will be more effective. Because if you just keep them in the body, they're gonna keep doing the same thing they were doing before you started fasting. You gotta kill them. Actually possessing the host. It's an actual literal possession of the host, which is you.
And it will affect you.
And they can play chemical warfare, and they can manipulate your mind at the end, because they're playing with your hormones.
Mm-hmm. They can directly control you and make you do exactly what they want.
Yep. It's a very underrated topic, but it was well known in the past. I mean, it still weren't known by many people, but it's very underrated these days. Yeah.
Yeah, that I agree. Like this, and it's like not a speculation thing at all. There's totally zombies out there just in nature, and it's really weird.
Yeah, when you say fasting, actually, when people are purging the parasites, they say don't eat sugars. You can fast, and try to give the body a chance, and especially like sugars and carbohydrates, so you don't feed them back, and you cut the source of food, and you attack them directly with a purger, an inhibitor, or something that kills them. But if you feed the larvae, they might come back. So gotta cut the food source and attack them with chemical warfare.
Yeah, I shared a
which in
couple
the
links.
scripture. Oh, let me see what I found the other day. What was it? In what was it? Mark? I think Jesus speak about a child that was brought by his father, and he said he was possessed, and Jesus said this one is resolved by prayer, right? So prayer, Jesus got the possession away by prayer, right? The child, and you know, there people speak about using frequencies to get rid of parasitic infections, but then you go further down, and he says, let me see, I think it's Mark 48. Let me see if I find it. It's just like about the worms that eat them to not die. The worms that eat them do not die, and the fire is not quenched. And then it says in 49, right after, everyone will be salted with fire. Salt is good, but if it loses its saltiness, how can you make it salty again? Have salt among yourself and be at peace with each other. And guess what? A lot of the compounds that are made as an antiparasitic are made from salts. Many compounds are very antiparasitic.
I just shared some links in the live stream chat.
Must be nice.
Oh, you can't even see. What are you driving?
No, I'm sitting down in my car now. I just fell asleep for a second, and then you woke me up right now. So I think I can see the skies getting straight.
How long have you been awake?
Metaphorically, theoretically, or metaphorically?
Objectively.
Oh, we're talking about literally. I was gonna save the worst for last. What did you say? How long have I been awake for?
Yeah, like since you last left to rest your physical form.
Oh, yesterday.
We should probably rest that brain, man. That organic computer is going to start glitching.
All right, fellas.
Stay blessed, man. Watch out for zombies. It'll be hard to do while you sleep with one eye open.
Yeah. I was thinking about taking this new medication that actually makes you go blind, and then, you don't have to worry about seeing anything,
You just go back to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry about looking for the curve either. You just kind of forget about it. Imagine you're on a ball.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very fun. Mm-hmm. The Earth is starting to spin, bro.
Gemsy's definitely onto something, and I really would like to talk about that more, like the parasitic infection type things. I think it's far more than just brain infections, like literally even smaller critters in the blood itself affecting things. And then every organ
they can go to every part of your body, like every single one of it.
Yeah.
They can even migrate if you attack. There's actual surgeries that people. Oh, you have a problem in this part of your body. Let's go there and remove it. They can move to a different part of the body after they take it out. You ever heard of cancer? This person had cancer in this organ and then he moved to the other organ. Parasites.
If you start attacking an ant colony, it's going to move. It's going to pick up some of them eggs, some of the little babies, little maggot ants, and take them off somewhere else and go put them down and set up shop. And then, boom, it's growing another colony.
Yep. It's pretty obvious.
So is it fair to say that through all of this that global warming causes people to believe that the Earth is a squishy water-covered ball?
I mean, yeah, because you call it global warming, so it has to be a globe because there's warming.
Yeah. And yet, if hot air rises, why doesn't it go up to the North Pole?
I mean, you go right now to the south, like you go to Brazil or the southern nations, so-called south
By the way,
hemisphere, and it's summer there now. It's summer, so therefore global warming, right?
I know the globe
hot over
Earth
there.
answer to my rhetorical question. I was just being a smartass. But yeah, back to what you were saying, Jimsy. I'm sorry.
I was just saying that it's summer now in South America, so global warming, right? Because it was colder a few months ago, and now it's warmer.
Well, the sun rose today, and it started getting warmer, so global warming, right?
Yeah, therefore globe.
You know, what I really like about global warming is that if your thermometers aren't showing the global warming, all you have to do is move them to the city or put them next to a air conditioning compressor, or set it next to a factory. That's what I love about global warming. There's so many things you can do to help the cause.
Bro, make sure when you're clearing your throat, because you have mucus accumulated, make sure you're throwing that stuff out, because the body producing mucus is actually trying to get rid of toxins in your body, and it's actually part of your detox system. So you have to spit. You have to spit it out.
Like the children will be coughing or something. Like, you need to spit that out. And like, she's saying exactly the same reasons why you are. Like, your body's trying to get rid of. You don't need to put it back into you. Like, that's bad.
Yeah, your mucous membranes are actually producing the mucus when your body detects some type of foreign substance or something. It's trying to attach it to the mucus and bring it out of your holes, your mouth, your nose, even your eyes can develop mucus when they're trying to clear your eyes. Like even you can throw mucus through many means, even your anus.
Coughing up things too.
Yeah, that's why I'm a huge fan of the neti pot. I don't do it every day like some zealots, but I'll tell you what, when the mucus starts, that neti pot, I really do believe it takes days off of recovery time.
That's one I can't do.
But you gotta allow the mucus to do the work, because it takes some work. The membranes will basically produce it, and then it has to attach itself to whatever toxin or whatever it's trying to clean, and then you throw it off. But there's a lot of people that always producing mucus because their body is always like under fire, and they're just overdoing it, and at the end, for a long periods of times, that damage their mucous membranes. And if they don't have the correct nutrition, and they have an excess of toxin and too many parasites, their body gets worn out of doing that.
It's like it's constantly fighting. Oh, you sound like a robot.
Every day. Better.
Yeah, he's roboting a little bit right now.
I'm going through a dead zone. Give me about 3 minutes.
You're good, man. He's just kind of auto-tuning for a second.
Yeah. Now, what I'm saying is the neti pot, or the saline irrigation, it's really, really helpful. Yeah. But if you do it every day, you end up, they've actually found that you get more infections, because, like you said, if you flush it away too often, then the mucus can't do its job. But I only do it when I, start getting under the weather.
You know how like people create a kind of antibiotic-resistant environment for bacteria? Like if you do that to your nose and you're constantly flushing it out, it would create a more sterile environment where things would adapt and become more powerful and more infectious. Like until you kind of left it alone and let it do its thing anyway.
Actually, that's why you have to uptake the input of saline solutions, and it does help. But there's different type of salts, and some salts can help you to flush, and other salts will help you to hydrate and reach other areas that some salts don't reach. It's not all salts are created equal. Just gonna say that.
Oh yeah, and I also add xylitol to mine because supposedly, how do we know much of anything in all reality? But supposedly bad bacteria eat the xylitol, but they can't digest it, so it kills them. But good bacteria don't, supposedly. So I add a packet of xylitol plus the packet of salt.
Okay, that's interesting. Xylitol isn't that a sweetener? No.
So xylitol is a wood sugar, and bacteria can't. Bacteria can't because, like I say, it's a wood sugar. So, and your body doesn't even digest it. It tastes sweet, but I don't know why anybody would use it as a sweetener. But it does have some benefits.
Yeah. There is a whole A to Z spectrum of label parasites. There's so many different ones that up to this date, I mean, we're a little older now, and so many things that have been coming into the body. I think to clean up the whole thing and to attack the infections to the root, it has to be done. It has to be done in an aggressive chemical warfare manner, in my opinion. And there is a very effective molecular compounds, many of them being salt compounds and other type of molecular compounds that are directly attack a spectrum of parasites that cause a spectrum of diseases. Because you can maybe do something here and there, and it will help you. But if you don't get rid of the whole thing, it's just gonna come back. And inside of one host, there could be dozens of different worms or parasites that are in a spectrum of sizes and labels, like bad bacteria, parasites, worms, actual worms that look like worms, they're parasites. There's also fungi that is parasitic. And there's also viruses, which is the smallest of parasites. I know the viruses in the TV that they show us that look like globes, those are not real. But there is actually very, very tiny animalize that are actually in the body and really difficult to deal with if it's not done correctly.
So what do you know about alkaline water?
Yeah, that's on track with what Bloodcut was just saying about the body being alkaline. The acidic body is what triggers diseases, like things that are like, all right, well, before when we're talking about cancer, right, and these mutations and these things that are, how does acid operate? Like if you touch you drop like acidic stuff that's highly acidic on your hand, what do you think is going to happen? Just start burning you. Like lower level acidic levels though can still burn you on a like longer timeline. So if you have an acidic body, you're literally like eating away at yourself. Like, people get riddled with tumors and cancers and so because yes, the parasitic infections, but also the acidity. So like that, like you said, like I'm also wondering about alkaline water. Like I'm interested in this subject because it definitely makes sense.
Yeah, in living in Florida for 13 years, I met a lot of people from the islands, And a lot of them would buy this alkaline water. I can't remember the brand name of it, but they swore by it. And one lady that I knew, her husband had a staph infection, the MRSA.
Yeah.
And doctors, nobody could do anything. And a lady from the Bahamas that she knew really well brought her a case of that water and said, give this to your husband and have him drink it. At the islands, we believe that this will cure almost anything. Then over the next couple days, that he drank most of that alkaline water, and all of a sudden, his sores started, they started draining, and then they dried out and closed up. And so the two of them had been drinking alkaline water ever since.
It could cause like some type of flushing in the system, and it can help to a certain degree. The only thing that most likely they have a really good, very good product that is definitely helping them. The only thing is that the water itself, which is good, if it's too alkaline, there is your stomach to be able to digest food. You need a certain acidity. Your stomach is very acid actually, to be able to break down the fats, and you have to intake fats to be able to metabolize certain nutrients. So even though you can flush and feel better using the alkaline water, and it will definitely help even in the long term, you actually need to keep a certain amount of acidity in the stomach to actually metabolize and digest and metabolize food. So yeah, I think that they probably definitely reap some benefits from it, because if it's a good source alkaline water, it will definitely help them, especially to flush out. But if it's not addressing the root cause of the problem, that it could be infections, parasitic in nature, it might come back eventually if they stop using it, most likely.
Yeah, and then I just posted another link in the live, or not a link, a screenshot, neutralization. If neutralization hasn't occurred first, all that alkaline water doesn't even matter. It's not going to do anything. It won't fix the problem. Like, it may help a little bit, but it's just watering down the acid. You have to neutralize the acid first.
So the acidity that is being produced by the disease, or the behavior or the activities of the infection, which is, in my opinion, parasitic in nature, and also there could be acidity coming from toxins and stuff that is not supposed to be in the body, like heavy metals and toxic material. That creates the environment where the infections can thrive and create an acidic environment overall, which is not good for the body. And the alkaline water might be helping with that, but there is a root cause of the problem which may not be addressed just with water. And when you want to digest food, you don't want to dilute the acidity of the stomach to be able to digest correctly. The stomach actually has to be acidic to be able to digest certain food. But the alkaline water, I like it. I definitely think it has benefits, a lot of benefits, and not just alkaline, but ionized and mineral it will provide certain things to the body that are needed. But I'm still holding back that to make it more efficient, that it will help you flush and clean the body, which is good. But the infections, the source of the infections and the inflammation is definitely parasitic, and that comes from a spectrum of sources, which is insects, animals, injections by the doctors, and a lot of different ways that you can get a parasite into your body, and that is gonna thrive in the body and be dormant if you don't get rid of it. Having a good diet might probably not promote the parasite, and maybe just keep it under the ropes. But eventually, with old age and not enough nutrition and too much a bad environment and bad toxicity in the body, it will thrive. It will eventually take over and cause a lot of problems. Because they can be dormant in your body, just waiting for the right time to take you out, to take over. Not take you out, to take over. You know that there's
no doubt about that. Those parasites, and like you say, they can lay dormant for a really long time.
Yeah, some people. There's descriptions of some of these things. They call them immortals. They don't die. They're just there waiting for the right environment. There is so much writing about this stuff. Even there's even parasitic infections that describe as it causes men to be feminine men caused by the infections, and men even baldness, like being bald, is caused by the parasitic infection. Diabetes, type 1 and type 2, is infections in multiple organs, specifically in the liver, the gallbladder, the pancreas, and in the head. You see how children they've been given this injection, and some of these chemicals open the blood-brain barrier and introduces certain things that are not supposed to be in the head, and you see this inflammation happening in the head, and then headaches, migraines, even affects the eye vision, because it's inflamming certain areas of the head, and therefore causing your eyes not to be able to get the right electricity or the right it's causing inflammation that is causing vision problems. And that inflammation in the head is also causing problems in combination, a chain of events between the organs and the head, causing diseases because the body cannot produce or metabolize nutrients and food, and it just causes a chain of problems. And the source of that is infection, which causes inflammation, and it's parasitic most of the time. And in combination with the toxic stuff and the parasites, because also the parasites they produce a lot of toxic waste in your body, so it's part of that as well.
Now, does the parasites also foster a adherence to a squishy, water-covered iron ball floating through space?
Well, they present the thing that they present. It looks like a ball, but they actually.
That's what I'm saying. Are the parasites responsible for people believing in such a fairy tale?
Oh, I think it's possible. I think there is a correlation there. It's a possibility. It's a space alien parasite that causes people to believe they live in a spinning ball and not be able to realize reality, living in a fantasy. Parasites can manipulate the host to do things that the host wouldn't do naturally. It can manipulate the host to have an addiction or even different things. To go into water and drown itself. Imagine all these parasites that are being injected into babies, all this stuff, and this animal RNA, animal DNA, and then wonder why people are behaving like animals. Injecting them with pig, dog, worms, DNA, bunch of this stuff. Might be a coincidence. And it also, with the introduction of some toxins, it removed the natural flora in your body because we're supposed to have, when we're introduced from the mother's womb and to the vaginal canal when we're born, that's the first time you get in contact with some natural flora that you take into your skin, and it takes part of your immune system. And when the mother introduces the first meal, the colostrum, the first meal, the original happy meal, that creates give the baby the ability to grow and to have to be able to metabolize certain stuff, even like sunlight, because the body needs cholesterol and fats to metabolize nutrients. I'm sorry. And when the baby gets this introduction from the mother, the baby it takes a whole package, including certain flora that grows with the baby, and it's symbiotic with the baby. And then also, then when we keep growing, we get other organisms from the soil, from even the father introduce certain organisms to the baby that could be good for the baby for the baby development. But then, if the mother and the father having parasitic infections, even in the womb, people say that that stuff can be passed down from generation to generation. But I think even from the father and the mother, the child can get certain infections, which correlates with this trend is in my family, right? My father suffers from this disease, therefore that means that I might suffer from it. It's generational diseases, family that is common in families.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Well, I made it to the office, so have a good morning, and I'll rap at you all later.
Later,
Stay
man.
blessed,
Good talking
man.
to you.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. He made it to the office.
Yeah. Safely there. Blood cut's heading out, too.
Stay productive.
Yeah, gotta keep moving forward. Well, this is a good conversation to be had. Like, we should really... I'm collecting different info, and I need to, like, pick a project and stick on one, because I have so much stuff that I've been collecting. But this is another video I'd like to do, is one on parasitic infections, and then the acidity and alkalinity of blood.
And concentrate on how to resolve it, because there's so much out there, but get kind of like laser focused on the solution of the problem. And there's
I really want to make a bunch of
ways to do
101
it, yeah.
introductory type videos that get straight to the point, and then we can expand from there. But getting straight to the point, like you said, like that laser focus is very important to kind of set the foundation. I need to set up my office area. Like, I have a space and I've got most of my stuff in there, but I really need, like, a proper seat. Something with... It's difficult to focus and get work done when you're not seated in the proper position.
I agree. The cell phone, I like the cell phone, but to do full research, and I like having like papers and reading through them. It's a little more effective when you sit down in front of a computer or something, or even printing. I like printing like paper stuff. I haven't done it in some time, but if you print it out and read it from there and take it with you, I like doing it like that as well.
When I'm going max with my research and other stuff, though, like, or with my work, like, I'll have like multiple devices going on and multiple screens like set up. I've got like one phone here that's just playing music, and then I've got another one where I've got like a video set up where I'm like doing research on that. And I got one that I might be texting and watching a chat. And I've got like screens open while I'm like doing graphic design or taking screenshots of different things and editing them into stuff. like downloading videos and information. And right now I feel like I'm so weak with just one screen, like on a laptop. And it's like, this is not at all my full power level. I need to go sit at my desk. Sit here making like weak sauce meme videos when I could be making something way better on the actual graphic designing computer that's in there. I've been upgrading though. I'm gradually crawling out of this depression for things. I made the mistake of sitting down and being like, the entire world is screwed, and then starting to look at this storm more than the one who calms the seas, and that's what messed me up a bit.
Was it you that was with your mother in the hospital the other day?
Yeah.
How's she doing?
She's doing alright. She's hanging in there. Same stuff, different day.
Alright.
Better than she was at the hospital, though, so that's good.
I'm gonna send you... Did I send you the link from the Telegram group? There's there was like dozens of testimonies yesterday.
You can send it to me. Like, I think I have Telegram on my cell phone. Like, I can.
Alright, let me send... This, I've heard so many testimonies of people. I mean, it's just, people talking about their life experiences, and bro, there's some real people out there. And just like we talk about these topics in here, like, FE and that kind of stuff, there's people talking about health topics in a very deep way. So this is very important, and
doing that research.
Doing the research and actually doing it, like getting it done and having success, which is important.
This ties into the FE stuff in a kind of weird way, but it makes sense. Like, if you look at how the waters on Earth actually operate, like how the seas operate and how bodies of water operate, like the oceans within you are very similar to...
I'll send you this Telegram link and join that group. There's a lot of decent information there. They share a lot of stuff without any fear, like in here, that people kind of are scared for sharing information in Discord. Yeah. In Telegram, they just go all out.
I guess I'll get Telegram for desktop. Go ahead and do that. Why not?
Yeah. And on Sundays, they have like testimonies from people, and they have like 100,000 people in that group.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Yeah, and Sundays, yesterday they did testimonies, and Thursdays they do like questions about protocols and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think, since you mentioned your mother the other day, I think there's a lot of elderly people over there that, that have given testimony. And I think, your mother, I imagine she's a little getting up there on the years. So it will be good for her to hear some other people talking about their success on health. So, yeah. Go ahead.
One thing about people's mental state, like their condition, that I've discovered, like observing a lot of people over my life. And this isn't my mom, this is other, like, elders, though, on the conversation of that. Infections can greatly reduce one's mental capacity and ability to fathom and comprehend the reality around them. And I believe that that's directly connected to, like, some dementia and Alzheimer's, like, worsening conditions. Because, like, when your blood isn't adequate, like it's not as it's supposed to be, your mental state fades, like, very rapidly.
Oh, yeah.
This has happened to me from kidney infections. Like, my blood got so toxic that it made me, like, kind of disconnected with what was going on. Like, I couldn't fathom what was happening, basically, is the best way of putting it. Like, I wasn't, like, I just couldn't understand what was going on because I kept on kind of reloading every second. Like, I couldn't stay with what was happening. Like, imagine waking up every second, like, over and over and over again, and, like, you have, like, a little fragment, and then it's gone. You don't remember what just happened, and now you're trying to understand what's going on. Yeah, that's what happens when your blood gets so toxic that you basically are heading towards dialysis. You pretty much lose track of reality. And I remember that, but I don't, like, I could fathom it afterward, but in the moment I remember not comprehending, like, I knew that I was at, like, the hospital and something was happening, but I couldn't really understand what was happening and why. And it just got really weird. And
I was near that point because I'm a type 1 diabetic, and you know how diabetics having kidney disease is like a very common thing, dying from kidney failure and that kind of stuff. And I know that feeling that you're talking about, but not to that extent, because I didn't have like a kidney infection, but I'm certain that I was headed that way. But now I'm addressing the infection directly to the source, and that's what has me doing better than I was. I was headed that way. That what you were saying, I was seeing that at the that I was looking towards what you just said.
Like it started beginning, like the early parts of it started beginning. Yeah. But it gets so weird, and then because they had to strap me down onto the hospital bed because I kept on rolling over, and so it would yank the IV out. And so, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just kind of rolling over to get comfortable, but it would always rip the IV out, and they kept having to stick me over and over. So they finally got kind of frustrated with me and strapped me down, but I was not having it, and I didn't understand why they were strapping me down, so I flipped out. And obviously, because I didn't know what was going on. But then I felt super bad afterwards. I'm like, damn, like you will not put me. I don't even remember what I said, but I just know that I wasn't having it, and it was because they were trying to restrain me. You know, you try and restrain anybody though, and they don't understand what's going on. Obviously, they're gonna have a problem with it. My point is those
infections. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, your point. Your point is?
My point was just that you see how all these people are, they have different varying degrees, like a spectrum, like varying degrees of issues with their mental understanding or ability to fathom reality. And I agree with you that infections and stuff are directly connected to that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I also believe that true sobriety is something that most people will never experience because most people are addicted to things like caffeine and sugar, and they don't regard those as being drugs.
You know that the sugar addiction can be overcome by sugar craving.
You're roboting a bit. I'm kind of roboting a bit, but yeah, I heard kind of what you're saying, that it can be overcome with the parasitic cleanse because that can trigger that. Yeah. I guess we were going through kind of a dead zone or just glitching a little bit. That's a pretty cool picture.
Better or no?
Caveman. Yeah, I can hear you fine now.
I had to turn on my 5G.
To get the extra radiation going.
Yeah, you gotta feed the parasites some good frequencies.
Yeah.
I was saying that the addiction to especially sugars can be parasitic. Like it's very often that those type of cravings are actually parasitic.
Yeah. Because in fact, I'm going to find a link about that so that I can prove what you just said, because there's a lot of scholarly evidence to that.
Also, like mouth infections in the mouth, like in your gums, that's parasitic, and you can just solve it very easily with something like ivermectin. Bro, ivermectin is one of the best things for a spectrum of parasitic infections. I would recommend anybody to look up into ivermectin for sure. And it's no coincidence that they were talking really bad about ivermectin, which is very safe. and during the COVID-20 thing, people were using that, but then in the news they say, no, don't use it, it's dangerous, blah blah blah. But it's actually it has helped a lot of people, and it's been very effective. And it's not just the CV thing; it's a lot of different issues because I'm telling you, there is a spectrum of problems and diseases that come directly from parasitic infections of many type of worms and parasites, and even weaponized parasites that have the government has admittedly worked on. So yeah, just gotta take care of the worms.
Yeah. Instead of linking articles, I just link to the actual scholar.google stuff because that's a search most people don't use. Most people just hop on Google and they don't go to scholar.google and look up the actual articles that are related to something. They just look up some kind of like catchy headline on some kind of news article somebody wrote, like usually an opinion that somebody posted, and there's no citations sorted. But here's an entire search of citations.
Oh yeah, I like that. Scholar Google, yeah, that's good, that's great.
Yep.
Copy this.
I don't even have to drop the citation. I can be like, here, boom, the entire search engine of citations, drop the bomb. You can both sides, whatever opinion you want. It's got both sides. Here you go. It's everything related to it. Completely neutral. Really, though, the scholar.google thing opens a door for a lot of people where it's like, hey, here's much more information that you can look at.
I just found yesterday, I was telling you about one of the Mark 48. He mentioned worms and the fire that doesn't quench, right? I'm telling you, people when they have parasites inside of the body, that fire, that inflammation that is being caused, it doesn't stop until you get rid of the parasitic infection. And right in Mark 49, the next one, it talks about salts being good for you. A lot of the antiparasitic protocols, salt is very effective. I mean, certain salt compounds are very effective against parasitic infections, which is kind of cool that it's in the scripture actually.
I think that most people think just regular ordinary sodium when they're thinking of salt, but it's salt compounds, like you said. Like, here's something interesting about nicotine. Like, most people think nicotine just drug, like addiction, tobacco, whatever, but it actually works as a kind of you can use it as a pest control. It can kill bugs. Like, tobacco makes certain bugs' stomachs explode.
Yeah.
And there's also evidence that it's weird. Yes, smoking's bad; it can hurt you. But there's certain infections, like kind of black mold type infections, that can be killed by smoking just one cigarette.
If you were getting just a tobacco leaf, like the natural stuff, it shouldn't be as bad. But the thing is, they put a spectrum of chemicals in it, and then we live under this environment, and then we've been introduced with these injections that introduce bioweapons into the body, and it's no coincidence that people develop cancer. I mean,
well, my point is I believe that every plant that bears seeds is ours for medicine food. So surely tobacco has an actual purpose aside from being abused, just like smoking in the way that it is. It's got to have a real purpose as a cure for something. And then when I look it up, I'm like, oh snap! It actually does cure people's infections when it comes to certain lung things, but only when used specifically for that. Like, you can't just smoke it all the time. It's used to cure the thing, and then you're done. Like, it's just interesting. It can be, anyway.
Yeah, that's the way it should be done. Like, you use it for a stop, and then if you need it again, you can use it again, and then it's not an addictive thing that you should be doing 24/7 non-stop, obviously.
Yeah. And I do believe there are certain things that you should be consuming every day, because if you don't, then you're going to have a deficiency of it. Like, it's just kind of how the body works. But then there's other things where it's like you only use that as medicine, so that you got medicine and food. So the food stuff's every day, medicine's just as needed.
Yeah.
I think that they've intentionally destroyed a lot of the stuff that was part of our natural diets in order to create artificial deficiencies and then sell back to us the stuff that we need in order to retain our health. Which is exactly why like food-bearing plants are so like more uncommon. It's because a lot of them were destroyed. It's not just that it's harder for them to reproduce than other. No, like these things were taken out though. Like regardless of how young or old you think the Earth is, there's been plenty of time for there to be fruit-bearing things, food-bearing stuff everywhere, and stuff had to have been removed. And it's not like anybody did anything nefarious, right? You go and find something, you move it somewhere. Like, hey, this is cool. You take it back to your farm. Now you own that thing. And you got like that, and you're the only one who has all of this particular type of plant. Is humans just doing human stuff? It's not like they were like, yeah, I'm going to take all of this stuff for me. Right? They're just discovering things. And the flood. You sound like a robot, man. You're glitching a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go.
Have you water?
I didn't catch all that. You roboted a little bit.
That's fine.
You can try. I heard you that time, so you can try to say it again.
This might be better.
There you go.
Have you seen tonic water? Tonic water?
Yeah, and it's got quinine in it.
Yeah, and a lot of people when they're sick and they have like fevers and they feel sick and are doing like, I don't know, something to get better, they include tonic water that has quinine in it, and wonder it helps them, anti-parasitic stuff in them.
Yeah. One thing that people don't realize is you could take stuff like that and make homemade sodas. Like making soda is easy, and you can use like real actual sugar, and like there's tons of recipes online. And then you can just like you have to make the syrup. Like soda syrup's pretty easy to make though. And then you just take tonic water or carbonated water. The tonic water is better though because it actually has health benefits to it. And if you're using natural ingredients for your flavorings and stuff, then and raw cane sugar, like real sugar, it ends up being healthier than any of the crap that you can buy in a store. It actually becomes more like a medicine, like sodas used to be.
I found this one because I just mentioned it because I'm at the grocery store right now, and I found this Fever Tree premium Indian tonic water, and it has carbonated spring water, fructose, which is fruit sugar, citric acid, natural flavorings including natural quinine. I mean, I'm gonna take a few of this because it's a good additive to my daily routine to flush in the body and getting rid of the invaders.
Yeah. That's one thing too, though, that I just thought about. We got to break ourselves of the desire for wanting all of anything that's not water, to be sweet.
This one has like it does have fructose in it, but yeah, I'd rather having it with no fructose. But
you get what I'm saying, though. Like we automatically it's just everybody does it. I've seen everyone, so many people. I'm sure there's some that don't, but usually everybody does that. If it's not water, they want it sweet, unless it's like soup, and then it's salty.
Yes. Yeah, some people don't drink any water. They just drink soda or juice.
Yeah, and so it's always sweet or salty. And they never have water. They never actually experience, it's just weird. It's like they don't like how water tastes. And I guess they would laugh at us for saying that like, if I were to say something like my favorite flavor is water, they would laugh at me for saying something like that.
Bro, if you could mention water to some people and they look at you all weird, like, wait, you drink water?
What are you, some kind of nerd? Or are you some kind of, sportsman? You must do some workout stuff, huh? You need to drink Gatorade. You ain't getting your electrolytes. Oh, God, that reminds me of the Idiocracy where they give the Gatorade stuff to the plants.
Possible that the plants can do better use.
It has what plants need or crave. Yeah, Bronda. Bronda's got what plants crave. It's got electrolytes. People use that word and most folks don't even know what it means. Electrolytes. And they'll end up making assumptions.
Well, if you want water with electrolytes, all you need is seawater, deep seawater, and that's very electrolyte.
That's an interesting subject.
Even spring water, yeah.
No, like that deep seawater though that people were talking about earlier, like the other day. Like where it's on another level, it's not the same as the stuff that's on this. Like it's something else entirely. Like this is, like that is interesting as heck.
Deep sea water is very similar to our blood in the ratios of the minerals and stuff. So yeah, it's not a coincidence, and it's super abundant. And they tell you in the movies that if you drink it, you're gonna be crazy. You're gonna die. You know, like the people makes people crazy.
Yeah. I mean, the problem, if you were to drink it and that's all you drank, then yeah, it's kind of like way too much salt. Like too much salt, too much sugar is bad, but then they act like if you drink 1 cup that you're gonna die, and that's ridiculous.
But that's the thing, right? That some people think about it like, wait, I'm gonna drink seawater like I'm drinking regular water? No, because you're not gonna need as much water. Or you can dilute fresh water with seawater, and then you're gonna drink this water that's gonna super hydrate you, and you're not gonna be needing gallons and gallons and gallons of water from the other water that is not, it doesn't actually hydrate you. You know, people can drink gallons of water and they still dehydrated because of the type of water they're drinking.
Yep. Yeah, or they can overdose on water because they can't process it fast enough.
Yeah.
That one woman who died because she tried to win a Nintendo Wii, drank like 3 gallons of water. Wow, I got the headline for that. Almost on point. Californians need to stop drinking so much water, I guess. Imagine dying because you tried to win a Wii. Like, you just get there and God's like, what happened to you? Like, yeah. You really thought that was worth laying your life on the line. Of course, I guess if you didn't know that it can do that to you.
How did Cindy pass? Oh, she tried to win a Wii Nintendo device. What do you mean she tried to win one? Yeah, she died drinking too much water. What do you mean? What do video games and water have to do with each other? Well, that's what we thought, but apparently there's a contest out there that if you there's a contest out there that if you survive drinking 3+ gallons, you get a Wii. Well, she didn't survive.
Oh God! Imagine this post-traumatic stress trauma, like that's all over her children.
Can you imagine the whole family having to tell that story? Oh, she's trying to win some video games and she died. Like what?
And she's trying to win it for her kids, though. So, like, I guess. Well, no, she's 28, so I guess a kid, maybe too.
Yeah, trying to do something for your kids. That makes sense. Just do it by yourself, though.
But imagine the blame that they're going to put on themselves that their mommy died trying to get them a Wii. Like, I'm just saying that had to have sucked really bad, even though it's not their fault at all. But still, like, you know how children are. children blame themselves for a lot of stuff, and they will not stop doing that. Like they have to. It takes a long time for them to overcome that, like on into adulthood.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
I'm just pointing out that this kind of stupid.
I'm sending that family good love right now.
Yeah. I mean, this suggest like encouraging people to do dumb stuff like this is not worth. It's not worth it. It's so stupid. Life's too short.
In many in the companies like the Nintendo, when you start the video game and stuff, they do recommend you, hey, don't play for long periods of time. Take like hours of break, hydrate, eat food. They actually put these disclaimers in the beginning of the game and stuff, but people just stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, and imagine doing that marathon to win the Nintendo. That means that she's been playing games before that or something. She's been like probably exhausting herself playing video games and found out about this. Oh, let me do let me do this whatever marathon of playing video games and did it with an exhausted body.
There's a Super Nintendo game called Earthbound, and like that was one of my favorite games. But one of the things that I really liked about it is if you played for a certain amount of time, there was a timer that would go off, and your dad would call you, and you'd get this message that's kind of like suggesting that you go and save and take a break because you've been kind of on your adventure for a while. And I'm like, that's pretty cool that the creator put that in there. It suggests that children, it doesn't make you, but it's like a suggestion, like, just so you know, you've been playing for a little while, you should go take a break, save a game, get some rest.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of cool.
That's my point. Yeah, there's ways to do it, but definitely the game. Whoever is playing the game, like a child, needs supervision. Hey, you've been playing for an hour. Give it a break. Maybe play in 6 hours. You could play again or something or whatever. But let's do something else. But adults have to kind of like supervise themselves. But yeah, that lady.
Yeah.
You're saying she died because playing too much video games, and drinking too much water. Yeah.
No, she wasn't playing a game. I think it was a radio contest, and she was like competing for who could drink the most water in the shortest period of time. So she downed a huge amount of water and then ended up in the hospital and died. Yeah, the video games were for children. She wasn't a gamer, but and she was trying to win. So I mean, she probably played like Atari or some crap or some other game. I don't know. I have no idea what year this happened, so I can't estimate a time.
Yeah, that's fine.
It might have been.
I get it. I don't know. Yeah, but drinking too much water definitely.
It's just. It's not even about this particular person, and it's like this subject in general, though. People doing the kind of dumb stuff for no reason at all, and then assuming that it's worth it without knowing the consequences, and then they end up. But we kind of chase our little rabbit here. It's more about overdosing on water. Like too much water can be a bad thing. And then we chase the other rabbit about taking a break. So many rabbits to chase.
Which is important.
There's nobody in here to talk about the globe and the curves, so we're just chasing rabbits here. Like, okay, I guess we'll,
I mean, but the globe is a dead rabbit. Why would you want to do that?
It's more like a dead elephant. I would say a dead horse, but no, it's the elephant in the room, and it's dead and stinking, and everybody's like, kick it, see, there's the curve, look how big it is, and it's a rotting elephant. It's gonna keep
dead
on
for a long time.
Yeah, it's just bones. Like it's only curved because it's just a pile of bones. They climb up there, you'll see how flat it is on the horizon.
That's how you know it's a globe, because it's so flat.
That's the thing. I could care less if it's flat or round. Like it's not an ego thing for me. I don't give a crap. I just observe that it's flat, and I am happy that people study their own worldviews and they question their own worldviews when they know nothing about them instead of blindly believing things. That's also a really awesome thing. That's cool. I believe that it is, level, flat. That's what I see. But I could care less. It doesn't matter to me. It makes no difference in my life. I'm never going to go to space, never going to go to Antarctica. Why would I care? But then,
if you ask me, I don't think it's about it's not about the Earth or the flat Earth. It's the Earth in the waters, under the heavens, under God.
Yeah, and it matters on that level, like, and as far as like honoring God and exposing the fruitless works of darkness. But it's like, as far as the true nature of our reality and whether it's flat or who gives a crap, honestly, as far as like personally. But this discussion, it does matter. That's why we're here talking about it, because it matters. It just doesn't change our lives. It changes theirs. Our lives have already been changed because we're like, okay, we're questioning things. Their lives won't be changed unless they start questioning the nature of their reality. Welcome back, man. You get a little nap? Flatter Day joined back in, I think.
Can't fall asleep.
Yeah, but I do see.
Flatter Day. Go get some sleep, bro. Come on. Some real sleep.
Yeah, you really should, man. Like, if you got to reload that brain, dude. How you gonna keep on spitting this fire? Like, you can't keep spitting that fire if your brain starts lagging.
Yeah.
Bro, where can I find good videos about flat Earth documentaries?
In YouTube or this server, just running many videos in relation to different topics.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't show the flat Earth videos when I search them.
There is a video called the hidden history of flat Earth. Some people say it's pretty good. I haven't watched it myself, but it's like 7 hours, so that should be enough for you. 7 hours.
That's so good, dude.
Can anybody link it for him?
I don't have that much time.
But you can start it. You can start it.
Is there a channel here that has a bunch of videos that he could go in there and kind of browse through?
Yeah, go to additional information channels, and there's a bunch of topics over there.
Okay.
I think there's also the debate best arguments, which should have links to certain videos as well, like along with arguments related to things. I don't know. I haven't even been in that room. I should check it out. I feel like I'm about to walk into a room for the first time.
The additional information channels have a bunch of channels with different topics. Yeah.
Why would the...
There we go. Yeah, there's videos here, man.
Oh, there?
These are a lot of debates, though, debate and discussion type things with arguments. So there should be some of what you're looking for here, at least.
Okay.
You were saying why what? You said why will... He was asking a question. What do you say, bro?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I don't know what
Wait, let me look it up, and then I will ask. Wait a second.
I didn't think you interrupted, but his question was like I don't know, like he stopped it. It was like he asked half a question.
I was about to say, why would the government invest so much money into round Earth?
To have an advantage?
What's money? What's money?
Something that they bring out of thin air.
What's money? Like divine money, though. Yeah.
Currency. Dollar.
Well, currency is actually energy, and that's the energy that we put.
I'm talking about dollars.
I know that, but I mean, what is, in relation to the government, what is money? What's it for? What's it do? And how's it made? Who makes it? What backs it?
The government makes it, but government has a limit.
Why did they print 3/4 of all the money in existence the past couple of years then, if there's limits to
that? Because limits can change.
I think that they choose their limits based off of what's convenient for them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not for them, but for the world.
A lot of these. All right, so based off of what we believe, it's all just showmanship, right? So their rockets don't actually have to do what they say they do. They just have to appear like they're doing what they say that they're doing. So if I were to go and buy some really fancy fireworks and set them off like once in a while, be like, behold, look at how impressive this rocket ship is, and then tell you a narrative and story based off of that, but it's really just a glorified rocket. No firework explosion part, just... And then you're enamored by the huge fireball and smoke. It's just so fascinating. Fantastical. But then it arches down and goes somewhere off in the distance around the Bermuda Triangle and drops off in the ocean, where there's literally a graveyard of various space debris that have fallen down. Like, known fact that there's a bunch of debris in the ocean right there in that particular location.
So there has nothing been sent to space?
What
Actually, there is the rockets that they show you that we're going to the moon or whatever, that they do this arc and go away from the viewer perspective, right? But there's actually devices and rockets that they do send very high up and to the whatever layers above, and they do experiment with the layers above. So
I'm not saying that there's...
the story is the lie, right? The story, we're going to the vacuum of space, we're going to Narnia. And that's where the lie... Yeah.
I'm not saying that there's not high altitude aircraft or we can't go incredibly high up. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying...
No, I know you're not saying that. Just for...
I was telling him that it's more like their narrative, the story. They're not going to tell you everything. It's a matter of national security.
Nothing can stop me.
Hey, it's like what you said, though. That wasn't flying. That was falling with style.
There was a child, non-biased child observing the rocket launch going to one of the Apollos or something. I don't know, or some type of other rocket launch, and he told, I think his dad, it looks like it's going down.
Yeah, but still, they cost like a lot of money, and it's just not rockets. There's like tons of other stuff promoting around Earth.
Yeah, why do they push it so much, right? Why is it on every TV show, in every movie? Why is it like in every cartoon?
What else is a lie?
Why do they push it so much?
That's what I would think. Like, what else is true? What else is lie?
Well, truth is that you woke up, you opened your eyes today, you woke up and you did whatever you did today. That's true, right? Nobody can take that away from you. You did some things today. That's not a lie, is it?
No, it is not.
Exactly. So not everything is a lie. Not everything.
Yeah, but let's say like the government says that the cigarette is bad for you, or like they used to say that it's good. Now they say it's bad, things change.
Level means curve.
So maybe in the future they will say that the Earth was actually flat. It will just need time.
It's the new curve. Flat is the new curve, bro. You know what I mean?
And that would make a good t-shirt. Flat is the new curve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 3 is the new 33.
Flat Earth saying he still got jokes, and he still got jokes. He sounds tired, but he still got the jokes.
I know, bro. You're so right. It's like the first thing that pops in my mind the second I become conscious, like, you say jokes.
What else do you guys think that government is lying about?
Tell me one thing that the government has told you the truth about. Tell me one thing.
Wait.
I know, right?
Wait, I have a question. Do you believe in classified information?
I don't know what that is.
Classified information, like when they block out things, it's little black lines across stuff, and they'll release some bits of information due to the Freedom of Information Act, but then they'll block out other stuff because it's like matters of national security and it's classified, and you don't have a clearance level enough to know it. Do you believe governments do that?
I don't know.
Like, I can show you like thousands and probably more, probably millions of different like bits of information that have been kind of censored by the government and released to the people without releasing everything. So, like, they obviously withhold information, which is a form of lying. And then they frame narratives using things like MK Ultra and Operation Mockingbird and the Sinclair script, because, you know, if people don't listen, that's pretty dangerous to their democracy. Extremely dangerous to their democracy.
Yes.
Democracy is another lie, so that's just part of the lie.
Wait, full stop. Everything I said, though, like, I was quoting verbatim, like, different things that you can search, and, like, they're all, like, literally search terms. Like, everything I just said, you can search each different piece, and it'll lead you down a different rabbit hole.
I don't know, some of the things you said were metaphorical search terms, and some of them were theoretical search terms. Only some of them were literal.
You're theoretical.
I could spread that on some bread, bro, and it's edible.
wait, no, actually, you're hypothetical because you're a theory that can be tested.
But what about the guy he asked? What was his question? Do you guys believe the government lies or something?
I was just kind of pointing out that they do withhold information, so I mean, it's evident that they.
But I just want to ask him. Are you there? Are you there, bro?
Yes.
Let me silence me so y'all can talk now.
No. But I just want to ask him, like, when does the government doesn't lie? Can you tell us when they don't lie?
Right.
I mean, that's really like an open-ended question. I mean, I could give like an example, maybe like as I said, they say that alcohol is bad for you. You know, the government says that, or the cigarettes are bad for you. That's yes, they write that on the boxes, cigarette boxes.
So is it like an all of nothing fallacy, right? I could be doing that, all of nothing fallacy. They probably don't lie about everything, but do they lie? Yes or no?
Yes, they lie. But it's not just like a worldly thing, you know. Is the thing to me is.
So how do we determine what? So how do we determine what are they lying about? Right? We verify if their statements are true. The ways we can verify things. Can we verify things?
Most, like to a point, yes.
Okay.
No, you can't really.
It depends. If the government says that, like, we found an underground something, we cannot probably not verify that, you know, because we don't have the resources as normal people to go underground and look at it. But if they say that tomorrow is gonna rain in every country, we can verify that.
But when they say rain, are they talking about REIN? Maybe they're talking about a hostile takeover or
it's
deployment.
Pretty funny though. They can't
RAIN.
They can't predict if it's going to rain tomorrow though. They're like wrong half the time.
Well, the thing is, anytime they do the weather, they're using the Doppler to create it. You know what I mean? So it's like me, like putting my leg in front of you as you're walking and pushing you over and saying, "Oh, don't trip," as I'm pushing you over. You know, you might see it coming and catch yourself or not, but like they're putting that out there like that. You know, they're creating the weather, but they can't create the weather the same everywhere.
Come on, bro.
It's like butterfly.
Creating the weather, like.
Well, they can't create the weather because the winds and seas obey the creator of all things, the self-existent one. But they can manipulate it because the prince of the power of the air told them how.
Yeah, create and manipulate are different things.
Yeah, let's be specific.
You guys were asking him about the government. The weatherman isn't really the government. He's doing his best. He's doing his best to try to predict what the weather is going to be like for the next few days, so that you can plan your vacation or whatever else, right? But everything else that's going across that news ticker on the bottom during the weatherman's while he's up there, and all the headlines of things that they're talking about before and after he gives his report, all bullshit. Mm-hmm.
Hey, remember that one where the weatherman guy was talking about those military things that they spray, and he just blatantly exposes what they were doing and what was showing up on the little like radar stuff?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find that video now. I'm like, that was a really interesting clip. It's pretty cool too because he's so matter of fact.
Okay, what I'm saying is why there isn't a flat earther country.
Yeah, sorry. Back on topic. Why isn't there a flat earth country? Because the principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places doesn't tolerate such things.
No such thing. All countries are flat.
And that's true. Yeah, they all are.
Our creator's signature is no matter where you're at, water always seeks its equilibrium. That's his signature. Right now, the devil will try to do everything for you to not think that, but it's right in front of your eyes. So if they deceive you, that, do you see what I'm saying? Like that's his signature everywhere. Water always finds its equilibrium. But then they want you to not think that it's true, but it's right in front of your face. You know, they've done a great job if they can convince you of something that's right in front of your face isn't real, but it's real. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, you saying, what was your question about countries? You saying there's no country or no government says the earth is flat or something?
Yes, I asked why there isn't a country that defends the flat earth belief.
Defend?
The UN has it on their flag, the flat earth map.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a map? All maps of every country are like on a flat map table.
I never seen a map so flat.
And also, you know that there's been surveying done in many of the states of the United States. You know, each state in the United States is basically a country, right? They're countries that are together in a union.
I mean, it's states. That's really countries.
But each state is a state, not a country. But I know what you're saying. It's divided up. There's borders within borders, right?
That's because
kind of what you're saying.
Each one of our states are the size of most countries.
Yeah. So when they surveyed Kansas and they said it's flatter than a pancake, what does that mean? Doesn't that make your question? Does that answer your question that maybe some countries or some regions of the world are actually described as such? What you said there is not that doesn't happen, but it does happen. Lou, can you elaborate on my statement? Come on, Lou.
No, it's your statement. I actually just wanted to correct you on the country within countries or whatever. But yeah, I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying very closely.
He said that no country says, FE in there, but there is a surveyors that describe big regions of the world like country size, Kansas, flatter than a pancake, right?
Right. Yeah. They did do surveying of all this stuff, of course, and yeah, they claim that Kansas is flatter than a pancake. But Kansas isn't the only place. Like Australia is extremely flat the whole way across.
Well, they say Florida is even flatter than Kansas.
Yeah, Florida as well, right? Because it's all just swampland basically. So it's the land pretty much is flat with the water.
So you see,
the term sea level is used everywhere worldwide. It's an agreed upon term, sea level, right? So if the term sea level is agreed upon everywhere on Earth, and they've set their standard of how high a mountain is, how high we fly, how high they build bridges, all according to this sea level, they're putting it right in your face. It's the same thing everywhere. If it wasn't, and it was measured on a sphere, they'd have to say it's at this certain longitude by this certain latitude. Everyone, you need 2 points of reference everywhere on Earth, but they don't. They just need 1 point.
So what do you think, Stefan?
About flat Earth?
Well, you asked that question, but there is descriptions of the what you're saying.
What he was asking though, Gemsy, is like he wants there to be like he wants flat Earth to be the official government stance of an entire country.
I get that.
Which is an appeal to authority.
Problem with that is there's no planet countries, so why would we need a flat Earth country?
That's a good one.
What I'm saying is, there isn't the flat Earth belief is so like small. Like there would obviously be more people believing in it if it was so fucking obvious as you guys
Brazil
say.
is like 50%.
Haven't heard of that.
Now you just went from appeal to authority to appeal to majority, or consensus. So,
I mean, do we even know how many people believe in what? We're not in every person's brain. All we can see is what the government says. This many people believe in this. It's like you'll never know for sure anything with a certainty, bro. You just know what your senses tell you. Or I do. I don't know what you know, but.
Yeah, well, it just doesn't. My mind just cannot comprehend a fucking government lying about the shape.
Well, that's so they just lie about other things, but that they would not lie about, right?
No, that's just like basic.
So you asked it, why isn't there a country, name this? But every single measurement in every country all over the world all uses the same sea level standard measurement. So things that are above the sea level anywhere in any country on land, like bridges, mountains, buildings, are based upon this number of sea level. Where is it at, right? So you answered your own question. It is right there in everything.
The UN puts it right in your face on their flag. They put it right in your face. They say, "Here, look. This is what it looks like. This is where we exist."
Is it like a government is like playing a huge game? Like there was the one movie.
Yes, they essentially are.
Whoever's gonna solve the mystery is gonna like survive or something like that.
It is kind of like a game that in this way, where there was a former CIA director, William Casey, in the United States, who, he was quoted saying that we will know our disinformation campaign is complete when everything that the American public believes is false, or believes to be true is false. Governments want to control every aspect of this world around you. If they can keep you in the dark, keep the wool pulled over your eyes about things, it's beneficial to them, no matter how silly it seems to you. They don't want you knowing truth, no matter how insignificant of a truth it is.
Then why would they ever tell truth?
I'm wondering if they ever do.
The
only time they do is when their back is against the wall, and we can actually verify it. Like, they have to tell truth because
they can't lie without a bit of truth.
Yeah,
we can't. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Yes. No. You're right. You're right. Your point is on point also. But all lies are sold mixed in with truths, because you have to be able to verify and validate certain things for the story to become believable. It doesn't mean that the overall story is truthful.
And so, who is these guys that know that the Earth is flat but is lying? Like, do they let the top agents know, or the top agents doesn't even know? Is it just like the boss head guys?
Agents, where are you? In some kind of conspiracy?
No, I'm talking about the government. Who are these guys?
If you know how any corporations work, it's on a need-to-know basis. Everything's compartmentalized. Like, I know what a lot of people do at work because that's my job, but all those people don't know what the other people do.
Yeah, who are these people that were like found out that the Earth was flat and then said, like, let's just run this script of
Bro, you said it in the beginning of your sentence right now. You just said it. You said, who are these people? Who could be an acronym, homie? And tomorrow it could be a different acronym. But you said it. Who? Acronym.
Yeah, who can?
So you're saying it's the World Health Organization who's behind all this?
I'm not saying that. I won't disagree with you.
You're getting yelled at.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time.
Because he wants you to stay focused on being an astronaut and stop fucking around on here.
Yeah. You know, you could be any socioeconomical, race, age, creed, or color. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't go to space because you're an underprivileged race. Anybody can go. So now you got all these people from third poor world countries that are like, wow, it gives them hope. Everybody needs a little bit of hope. You know, the Great White Hope, Black Friday Lives Matter, whatever. You know what I mean? Everybody needs a little hope. You know, Republican, Democrat, whatever. You know what I mean? They all need that hope.
Yeah. I would like to point out to him also, old dude posted a great video a little bit, like, I don't know, a few minutes back. But the one that says 35 government documents admit flat Earth. Based off of your questioning, I think this would be a worthwhile video for you to actually click and watch.
Or are you guys the ones that are lying? Are you? How can I know that you guys aren't the paid agents?
Because you can test it yourself. You can test us. You can test the Earth and see if what we're claiming is true.
You guys can be paid agents by the governments, talking about flat Earth and making people believe more into round Earth. You know, you guys they look at you guys and say that the idiots that believe in flat Earth actually exist, so I should believe in round Earth.
So I believe in. So I'm being paid to do etymology.
He gets paid in food stamps, so yeah.
Yeah, I get paid in EBT, 50 cents on a dollar. You know what I mean?
I think you're getting your definitions mixed up. See, we don't have belief. Us as flat earthers, we don't have belief. Okay, belief. If you look in the live stream voice text, direct definition is something that's believed, an opinion or conviction. We don't have an opinion on the flat Earth. Some of us may think it's better or a little bit worse. Some of us may be more interested in it or not. But we know for a fact that the Earth is indeed a flat and stationary plane because we have tested it. Right. In order for you to call us a liar, you can do that. You can do that on your own. That's a conviction. That's a belief.
Did you take a photograph in the sea to look at the?
I didn't take a photograph in the sea because that's not what you need to do. You need to test that the Earth is indeed flat. Some people have done that, and some people can say, "Oh yes, I know it's flat because I can see an object where I shouldn't see it according to the globe geometric horizon." Right. I've tested it personally myself in quite a few different ways. Observation, taking into account the scientific experiments that you can do to test the flat Earth. I've done quite a lot for myself in order to tell myself that it is indeed flat. Now, I'm not going to sit here and convert you into a flat earther because it's not a cult. It's not a I'm not a teacher. I'm not gonna indoctrinate you or anything like that. Right? I want you to go and test it for yourself. Test the things that you see. Test those photographs, over water. Test, the fact that you can see crepuscular rays in the sun. Rays of sun going left and right when they shouldn't. If it's a distant light source, this would only happen if it's a local light source. Right? All of these different things you can test. It is up to you. Right? Not us. It is up to you. We can provide you the information. We can tell you, oh, well, if you do this, the globe tells you should see this, but you actually see this. Therefore, it is not a globe. Right? And we can give you the information and everything like that. But in order to prove it to yourself, you are going to have to be the one to do that. All right?
Yes.
That's as simple as it is. That's as elementary as it gets, because that's how we're not paid agents. Because paid agents and the government will put a whole scheme forward to teach you while you're young. It's called school, and teach you about corporate America.
They don't tell you to go and check it out for yourself. Here's how you can prove it to yourself. They say our experts or believe us because we know better than you.
Exactly. And don't question the teacher because the teacher is right. I think I made 2 college professors and one school teacher, secondary school teacher, because I'm in the UK, quit their job at the school because I've questioned them about the flat Earth. Some of you guys may know that.
What were the experiments you have done?
The experiments that I've done, well, I've already told you, natural observation is my favorite experiment to do because I can physically see it with my eyes. I can observe and I can, see things that shouldn't happen on a shouldn't happen on a globe Earth.
Tap,
That will only
what you
happen on.
said there, I think we could maybe be a little bit more specific about this. So
Hey,
it's debunking the globe claim. So you have to understand that they give you a globe. They tell you the Earth is a ball. They tell you it has a size. They tell you it has with that size a radius 3959. What we do is go and disprove their claim. So you can think of us more like globe debunkers. Now, that's not satisfactory to some people. They want positive they want a positive claim coming from us, but really what we're doing is debunking the positive claim. Our axiom that we start from, everything that we experience, is a flat and motionless, stationary Earth. So that's our starting point. Anybody who claims otherwise has the burden of proof, and we are putting that to the test. If we keep on finding no curvature when we go to search for it, because living on a ball would demand that you have a curved surface, and it would limit. Hold on, it would limit your ability to view at a certain distance based off of your height. So if we test this in many places all around Earth and keep finding no curvature, then by default we're left with flat. Sea level is flat.
Bro, sea level is the same measurement worldwide. It's a worldwide measurement. It's a unit of measurement, right? So
what is the curvature equation?
Okay, so
8 inches. 8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared is an approximation that you could use for what you would expect to see for the Earth curvature drop over distance. Also, if you were to do like Tap was describing about seeing whether or not you're just checking like distance to the horizon, like we have an example, the black swan. That's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You don't see very far. So like in the black swan scenario, I don't know if you guys took it through him. He's got a camera 1 foot off the water, and he's seeing a horizon that is at least 10 miles away. But according to the globe math, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. Therefore, we're seeing in that picture 10 times greater, at least. I mean, because I think that horizon is actually closer to 30 miles, but we're just going to stick around that 10. Seeing at least 10 times greater than what the globe would predict, and we can do this over and over and over again.
I actually looked at the Earth formula for curvature. It says something different than what you said.
Okay, so bro, you know what is the same though worldwide? Is sea level measurement. On every single building they've ever built anywhere in the world, it's all the same measurements. So now disprove the world standard measurement, right? If you can disprove that, then you found the curvature. Go ahead. See if sea level, wherever they're measuring it, like let's say a mountain is such and such feet above sea level, right? That's a standard, worldwide standard across the whole plane, bro. Show me anywhere in the world where they don't use sea level measurements to tell you how high an airplane is, a mountain is, or a building, or a bridge, anywhere, and then you found your curvature. So your answer isn't what's within, it's what's without, bro. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think he does.
No.
Yeah, I don't think either.
So you answer your own question. You said what's the number one across the world standard, and it's sea level. Sea level is the standard of measurement everywhere. There's no other way to measure how high
do you
things
mean by
are.
that? What do they measure it with, and what do they use it in?
What do they measure sea level with?
Wow.
No, not that's what I mean. Like
Holy
that,
crap.
and also what do they use to like? What do they do with it? You know.
Okay, so you want to know how they get it. So this is how they measure sea level. Funny enough, they measure it on a 19-year cyclical cycle that has to do with the moon, bro. That's how they measure it. So this is just information your own government will provide. You know.
No, I'm saying what do they do with that information?
Huh?
Do they say that this is the sea level and we should build the building like this?
No. There's no other. Okay, so if you're building something such and such feet above something, it's a worldwide standard measurement, right? Worldwide standard measurement. If a plane is flying anywhere in the world, you can say this is how high it is above sea level. There's no other way to measure something. If you're on a curve, there's absolutely no way to measure something like that. So it's a standard across the world because look, it doesn't matter what shape it is that we live on. Water doesn't lie. So what if we're on a giant ball that's floating in flat level water? You know what I mean? But what I'm trying to say is everything's measured by sea level. Mountains aren't flat and mountains aren't necessarily curved towards the shape of the earth. I mean, you can have valleys that are convex or concave, right? So because land isn't going to be perfectly flat everywhere. It's going to have different topographies, right? But you know what connects all the land everywhere is one straight line sea level. And so that's the standard measurement right there.
You threw a lot of words, bro.
Yeah, really.
Well, would it be better if I spoke binary, like 100101100? Would that be better? Or if I sounded like AOL dial-up, like would the algorithms pick it up better? I mean, I don't have any other way to communicate this to you but by using words. You know, maybe you could take what I say and edit it and chop it up and make it simpler. That'd be cool. I don't have the time though, really. So
maybe it is a language barrier. Maybe he only speaks like he grew up watching space movies and cartoons, and that's the only language he speaks. Right. He only speaks like space, exoplanets, black holes, gravity. That's the only thing that he understands. That's why he doesn't get it. It's a language barrier.
Yeah. No hablas sprechen Sie Dutch?
No.
Orale, homie.
He only speaks space fantasy language. Like he grew up watching space. That's it. That's all he speaks.
Yeah. Hey, you know
grew up watching space.
Kevin Spacey used to be in vacuum commercials, bro. I love that guy. He's uncontainable.
Bro, what are you gonna do with the information, like, after you found out that the Earth is flat?
Tell other people.
What are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna do with it?
Yeah, now what are you gonna do with it? Now that you know. Now that you know already.
Yeah, try to tell people like you that only believe in space fantasy, try to tell you fantasy is not real. There is reality to live off.
You're not, like, spreading anything, you know? You're not spreading
You came here.
No.
Yeah, you came here, man.
About flat Earth. If it's like... If it's not such big... It should be more serious, you know?
Go home.
What are you going to pursuing with this information now about flat Earth?
I don't have to watch TV and worry about meteors hitting me in the top of my head when I'm walking down the street anymore.
Exactly. Yep. Been saying that for a while.
Yeah, did you say meat eaters or meteors?
I don't have to worry about invasions from outer space since it doesn't exist. Isn't that great?
You don't have to worry about cannibals or a can of bull. Either one, bro. Whatever you want. You know what I mean?
What do you study?
I'm studying you right now. You're a very interesting subject.
I think I agree.
You go to university.
I concur.
Look at the globe in its natural questioning environment, trying to disprove reality.
I do physics. I do physics myself. What about you?
Me? I'm not going to university yet.
Well, don't take astronaut classes.
He watches. He watches NASA videos and space movies to do research about.
Hey, I hear that underwater basket weaving degrees are actually pretty valuable these days. So if you want to pursue being an astronaut, there you go.
Hey, when these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. I feel like an astronaut in the ocean.
I like this guy, bro.
Astra. So one thing that cannot be changed or disputed worldwide measurement, sea level. That's all you really need to know. That's the standard for everything that's built anywhere, bro. Sea level, sea level, sea level, sea level. If the Earth were curved and water convects around things, it would be a superfluous, useless measurement. It wouldn't even work.
Yeah, bro.
You mean it would be a lot simpler if we were a sphere. It would save a lot of people who have to do measurements of sea level. You know what I mean? It would save a lot of time and effort. We could just guess on how high a plane is or a mountain or anything. We could just guess. I don't know. It wouldn't even matter. We're on a spinning ball going 12 different vectors at once. What does it matter how high a mountain or building is? You know what I mean? We'd be flying off in all directions, bro.
Wait, my room is moving right now?
Wow.
Pressing question. Don't have to die.
Wait, Stephen Curry.
Yes.
I'm sitting here editing a video and I forgot my mic was on. My bad, guy.
Is your room?
Don't you find it kind of odd before they do a rocket launch that it takes them like a couple hours to move from where they're holding the rocket down to the where they launch the rocket, right? We're talking about like maybe a couple football fields length, and it takes them hours on this slow crawling machine. But yet when they come back from outer space, they're in like these parachutes, right? But yet they could do these crazy maneuvers in other places in outer space. It's like, why is it so hard for them just to launch that thing on Earth? When they can, it's just so ridiculous, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's so freaking ridiculous, dude. Everybody knows the truth deep inside, and that's why flat Earth brings out the worst in people, bro. The worst. What if? Okay, so imagine this. Imagine you had a warrant for your arrest, right? And I run up into the house and I go, "Hurry, the cops are coming!" You're not gonna go check if the cops are there. You're just gonna run out the back, right? So now, what if I come to you and I go, "Hey, remember that one time your wife came to you and she yelled at you, the cops are coming, and you took off out the back, bro? I hate to tell you this, but she did that because she was sneaking a dude in to have sex with him in your living room." She'd be like, "Bullshit, yeah, right, right? Well, you believe me when I told you the cops are coming, but you don't want to believe me when I told you somebody deceived you, right? So it's way easier to tell somebody a lie and then believe you than to tell them they've been deceived, bro. It's just an issue of pride. You know what I mean?
Are you ready to admit you've been lied to yet, Stephen Curry?
No, I'm just checking like these formula. I would get like
you can check imaginary formulas all you want. It's not going to make the Earth turn into a ball.
Gerber formula?
This formula says that I will get way less hoes after I believe in a flat Earth.
De La Soul?
Way less hoes. Bitches, pussy.
Oh my God.
Let him do his math. That way he understands like what our argument is. He's right. Like less holes, and like if he wants to change what he already believes, if he wants to change what he already believes, he needs to scrutinize it.
Yeah, it's all he has left.
Yeah, don't go chasing curvature. Stick to them sea level measurements that you're used to.
Stick to the flat Earth waters that you're used to.
So, just to be clear,
I had a recent, plane ride, and I didn't see curvature for real though.
Yeah,
I did maybe see a very tiny amount, but
no, you didn't.
Not like at all.
No, you didn't see anything.
Like maybe a little tiny one, you know, a small.
So when you're in an airplane, you're flying at such and such feet above sea level, bro.
I feel like people can't hear me.
You saw the curvature on your eyes and in the airplane window.
Yes.
That's where you saw.
But it was so small that it was almost non-existent.
Oh, so it was so tiny you couldn't really see it. So, but you saw a curve, but it was so small it wasn't there.
Yeah.
That makes
Stephen
a lot of
Curry,
sense.
you saw a curve. How did that occur? Stephen Curry saw the
It
curve.
looked like more of a bent plate than round Earth. That's what it felt like.
No, well, it's not that.
Hey, when you say round, do you mean like a coin or like a clock?
Like a what? What? What do you mean round like a clock?
When you say round Earth, are you meaning like a coin or like a clock or like a target? Which one?
Like you know, the back of a spoon.
That's round. A spoon. The back of a spoon's round.
It's not round, but it's not flat.
Okay, so now you're telling me things that it's not. I'm asking what it is.
Yo, what do you call the back of a spoon? What is that shape?
That's curved.
I don't know. What do you call it, bro?
So you're trying to describe the surface convex? Is that what you mean? Convex or concave? Like the inside of the spoon would be concave, the outside would be convex.
Good thing water doesn't do that.
Yeah, what Lou said.
I know. Yeah. So
that's
anyway,
what it felt
back to
like,
that
but it
sea-level
didn't
thing.
feel like a ball.
Wait. So you were actually feeling the texture of the Earth from a plane? You must be Stretch motherfucking Armstrong, homie. Damn. Why are you asking us? You got it all
He
down.
was feeling it with his eyes.
Oh, like when you walk down the street and see a hot chick, you're feeling her, right? But you're not feeling her. You know what I mean? So you're speaking in slang almost. You're speaking double speak, bro.
I'm with that Badusi.
Oh, excuse me, son. And we don't say tap that, okay? God.
Yeah, well,
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
That was Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That was Neil deGrasse Mike Tyson.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow." You don't.
Yeah, bro, you gotta start doing stand-up comedy.
The Earth. You just don't.
Well, wherever I was doing stand-up comedy, bro, I'd be in a building that they use sea level to get the height of it.
I would love to be in that room and listen to the hecklers.
Right?
Flatter Day be doing stand up and the hecklers are like, boo. Throwing plates and stuff.
Yeah. Rotten Tomatoes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say a tomato come.
Dirty tampons.
Oh, God.
Stephen Curry, 30. From on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you absolutely are going to space and living on the moon, and 1 being Earth is flat. Where do you rate yourself right now?
7. 6.5.
Hey,
70%.
Stephen Curry.
That's not
Stephen
bad.
Curry, can you tell me the measurement of what the sea level measurement is exactly at your coordinates right now, and then from where I'm at to where you're at, you could measure how much curvature there is according to your theory, and then I will tell you the sea level measurement where I'm at, and if we're both on the ground level near the coast, it's going to be the same. Or if we go up to a mountain, one mountain's going to be higher than the other, right? Is that
It's
because of the
hard to
curvature?
follow you.
Is that because of the curvature? No, it's not because of the curvature. One mountain's higher than the other. How do we get that measurement? Sea level. It's the same worldwide standard right there. That's how you connect
bro,
everything.
why you so obsessed, freaked out about sea level?
Because that's a world standard, bro. That's your answer right there.
Okay.
I mean, we could talk about everything but that. Like, why would the government do this or da 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 da? You could. Why wouldn't, dude? At the end of the day, it all comes down to sea level, bro. That's just the simplest thing is the truth.
Well, Curry, what do you think level even means?
Level, flat.
So
Not like the back of a spoon, then, right?
Exactly.
More like a butter knife, huh? The side of a butter knife, huh? The texture of the plate.
So what's like? I want to ask another thing about flat Earth. How is that we can send rocket ships that go so far up?
I thought he was asking about flat Earth at first.
You're talking about the sky?
Hey, shut up.
But
So
you said
we
flat
cannot
Earth.
send.
You can send
You said
rockets
flat
in Boy
Earth, dude.
Scouts.
Okay, listen. I did not finish my question, jackass.
Yeah,
so
but we heard you.
How
in the sky.
We heard you talking about
how
things
we
floating in
haven't
the sky.
sent anything so right or to the left that we like fell off the Earth or we went out of the Earth? How is
He
that?
thinks space is real still.
Yeah, you got to take away outer space. No one here is.
Okay,
telling
what
you
happens?
all
Is it
this
infinite
space.
C?
Wait,
What is it?
Wait.
I'm gonna hit him
Where's
with
the end of the
first
universe?
law.
So nobody has reached the end to the sides.
Have
Dude,
you
have you
ever
even
seen a
reached the end of
picture
your
of
state,
the edge
your
of the
local
universe?
town? Come on, man.
Listen, think of it like this. Think of it like this. This is just a concept. This is just a concept, but think of it like this, because otherwise you're going to keep straw manning our point, like our side. We don't think that we're a disk floating around in outer space or anything like that. We think that like flat and level, like the Earth, the surface that we're on is the bottom floor of everything. Okay, like if the things that fly above your head, the birds and the bees, the butterflies and clouds and anything that goes up, it literally is up above you. There's never a time where it curves around a ball and goes beneath you. There's no falling off of the floor, off of the ground floor.
Yep, pretty much.
And any of those things that
No,
are
what
flying
I'm
above
saying
you
is,
can all
you're
be
saying it's like a
measured.
plate. So when
No,
you
we're not
go
saying-
so
you
right
said it's
or
like
to
a
the
plate.
left.
You said it's like a plate.
No, it's not like that. So he never said
Plate.
anything like that. So it's not a plate.
So
it's
there's
not
no
in
sides
outer
of the Earth
space.
in your
No, there's no
model.
there's
Hey,
no-
where's the
Oh my
where's the
God.
what's a lake shaped like?
A lake shape has sides. If you go so right or left, you will like reach the land.
Can you fall off?
Can you fall off the lake? Right.
You cannot fall off, but you will reach
There you
the
go.
land or an end.
Okay. So can you
So
explore?
has anybody ever reached that in
Dude,
Earth?
have you explored your whole your local area? Like, because you're asking us to explore the entire Earth. I bet you haven't even explored your like town.
No, that's
He
so,
hasn't even
what I'm
been
saying. That we have
You don't
so
even
much
understand sea level, bro.
technology. Nobody could send the
You're
ship.
not allowed to go everywhere.
You can't even fly a drone at certain altitudes without perms. So what do you mean? You're just gonna launch stuff across the Earth? Like, what are you talking about?
You guys should
Well,
should
that's why
experiment that as well.
he is only a kid. He thinks you can just fly shit around and do whatever you want. Remember, he lives in that world of video games.
Right.
Bro, why don't you pull up some undersea cable maps and just go to your closest undersea cable provider and start investigating that. Start from there, bro. You know what I mean? You'll have fun.
No, so the government reached there, but the government doesn't talk about it.
How do you know
Is
that?
that what you guys think? I was asking, is that what you guys think?
No, that's what you just made that up.
Humans, bro. Yeah. We don't know what the government does or doesn't do. Neither do you. You could investigate it by starting with undersea cable. Go start looking at that, bro. You're asking us insanely theoretical questions. Everybody could have a different answer, bro. Maybe it's your mission in life to go look it up. We're giving you places to start, and you want to know the very end finish line. So why don't you just start with something simple and work your way up from there? You know, start with some Gerbers, bro. The steak comes later in life.
So, like,
you have questions
and I
about-
want to ask you another question. Is there a flat Earth map that is, like, accurate?
Oh, there's many maps. There is no one.
No, I'm not talking about the map that is stretched out. I'm not talking about the round Earth map that is stretched out.
Oh,
An
no, there's
exact
no good
flat Earth map.
There is no one
All
true
maps
map
are
of
flat.
the world. Listen.
No flat Earth map.
No, listen.
All maps are round Earth maps.
Listen.
All maps
There
are flat,
is
bro.
no one true map of the world. Whether you think it's a globe or flat, there are many, many maps and many different ways to project onto a map. Those projections are not the Earth itself. So you will not find a map that this is the one, this is the true one. The globe doesn't have one of those either. So
He thinks maps are made from a ball and then they're made flat. So he already thinks he lives on a ball instead of the fact that sea level is sea level no matter where you go. So if I shot a laser from the east coast of the United States over to Europe and you can see the laser, okay, that's still sea level. And you can send a radio signal across the Atlantic Ocean, and it takes line of sight, tower to tower, and that uses sea level. It goes right across the ocean, straight, in a line.
I just posted a boatload of maps there for you. So tell me which one is the one globe map. If you can do that, maybe we'll try and attempt to answer your question about which one is the flat one. There is no one true map of the world. There are many maps, and they're all different.
Dude, when I debated Craig from the Flat Earth, I got to admit that when he was a seaman for the British Army Naval Intelligence on the boat, they used an actual globe for to tell their coordinates of where they were going. Dude, he says a globe, a spinning globe on a boat.
Oh, dude, I actually have a globe mounted in my car. So when I drive, I just spin it, and then I just make sure I get to where I'm going.
Well, isn't that how you're supposed to do it?
Yeah.
These dudes are so dumb. Like they think you're using a freaking globe to drive around town.
Yo, can I post something? Can you give me permission to post?
You can DM it for now, and I'll post it for you. Or you can describe it. But what are you about to post?
I'll give you permission. I'll give.
Who are you?
You permission. You can post. One second.
Go ahead and post. Make it a good one. Just probably be.
Just don't send anything you wouldn't send your mother.
Be positive.
Hey, I just got an age test, and my doctor told me to think positive.
Yo,
well, don't
so
think
I posted
HIV
it. So has anyone never gone there?
Wait, what is
that? Has anyone never gone there? That's a double negative statement, bro.
No, nobody can stand on that image and say, "Hey, I've been on this cartoon." I don't think anybody can go to a cartoon. No.
Do you guys believe in this flat Earth map?
That little point you got sticking out over there by New Zealand, that's one of the stations that you can go to. I think the ship goes there, doesn't it? Or is it the one off of the South America? It might be that point where you have an arrow pointing. That's the only place you can go on a cruise ship to see penguins.
Yeah, who says the Earth is shaped like that?
You.
I never said that. I'll tell you that. I don't.
Okay, send your map.
What do you mean? You think that?
Listen,
you posted that, not me.
Listen. You. This is what you have to work with. Okay, I'm going to post it right now. This map here is the same as that one that you drew arrows on. So you go call the UN and ask them why they did that.
Hey, and if you want, bro, you can flip that UN map upside down, and you can have a mustache for Halloween. It's like a costume too. You know, it's fun and games for the whole family, bro. Hours of fun. You know what I mean? Get some crayons, bro. Don't hurt yourself. You know what I mean?
He is having a meltdown right now.
To me, what you posted is an idea to help people get a grip. Get an idea of what the flat Earth is. No one's saying this is the Earth, this is where we live. It's just a little concept for you to sort of start thinking differently than globe. But it's not. No one's saying this is the Earth for sure, 100%. Even the one posted below it. It's just a concept to get your brain to sort of wait.
They're cartoons. Like he was saying, like somebody was saying before about maps. Like basically, they're cartoons. They're not completely accurate. They're general ideas, but then none of them are going to be perfect.
The closest thing you have to being accurate. The closest thing you have to being accurate is Google Maps, because they drive around with cars and they take pictures and they record the mileage, and that's about as close as you're going to get when you're in that area the car drove through.
And there's no curvature there, so.
Okay. That's why they drive around in the cars still. Not they did it for a year and they got it all figured out. I just passed one the other day, driving around, camera spinning on top. All the time I see the cars. Why do they keep mapping the same places?
Yeah, why are they doing that actually?
Because of Badusi.
They're trying to account for all the curvature.
No, why are they mapping everything third, second time?
It's always.
For that, I think it could just be as simple as they're always updating it because the landscape changes. People want to see their house after they got new siding and a new roof. You know,
Listen,
they just want to make sure they get.
A plane flies over my house every 2 weeks, does a pattern line by line. I can see it. I can see it about 6 times. It goes back and forth. Then finally it's out of my view. Starts way out of my view, then goes over my house, then it's out of my view. That's the real estate company, Remax, taking pictures of all the yards because people constantly are adding new additions. So they're constantly taking updated photos. So when they post something, they say, this is a photo of what their driveway looks like right now.
They also update the roads often. Like they just put in a bunch of roundabouts in my town, so of course they're gonna want to update that type of stuff. So yeah, what they're not doing is tracking freaking Earth curve or anything like that.
Well, planes fly over a flat, non-rotating surface, according to the documents that the military provides.
At a certain feet above sea level.
Why are you so obsessed with sea level, man?
I know, right?
I'm sitting right now. Right now, I can't post it because it's on my Raspberry Pi, but 1,199 feet above sea level.
That's where you're at?
I love those numbers.
Yeah.
I love the 11.9, bro.
Let me look where Cincinnati is.
Yeah, so Galileo is your like able, you know.
Well, I have sensors for altitude sensors I'm designing with right now, so I'm testing them. So as soon as I turned it on, I knew what I was supposed to be. As soon as I turned it on, I knew it was like around 1,200. My phone says 1,230. This thing, 4 of them I turned on, all said 1,199. So I knew in that spot where I was sitting, they all said the same thing. And my phone says different. The phone is screwy. I don't know what they're doing with that.
So is Galileo you guys like evil? Your devil is Galileo?
I have a question.
What kind of question is that? Go ahead.
Have you guys ever seen the diagram for the moon landing? Like the official one, the official diagram for how they landed on the moon and returned. Like this is the actual. I'm about to send it in the live stream chat. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was studying. I'm like, oh my god, these people.
It's Badusi, bro.
These people, man.
Hey, Stephen Curry, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being that you know you're going to the moon and you're going to live there and have kids on the moon, how much do you think you live on a globe now?
7.
You still think you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? You know that you can't have a vacuum without a container. Like the vacuum of space needs its own vacuum, needs its own container.
It's the atmosphere. And
are you telling me the universe has an atmosphere?
I cannot believe in a retarded flat Earth with like lights.
I just said your universe requires a container, kid.
No one
How do you know? How do you know that what things work outside of the atmosphere?
We're not claiming, you are. So that we're debunking your claim. Atmosphere
No, so
is the
what
gas
I'm saying
that
is,
needs
do you guys
so it
think
doesn't
that
contain itself, Stephen?
Galileo?
Listen. What you just said, the atmosphere contains itself. That's the claim we're trying to address. So how do you know? Right? We're testing that claim. Can you provide a demonstration of air containing itself?
NASA is true.
He was just talking the whole time. So, Stephen, can you demonstrate that claim that air contains itself?
It is atmosphere, you know. You don't know how
that's
atmosphere
air.
works.
That's gas. Yeah, that's
you know.
Yeah, that's what we're breathing. So
it's thicker. It's denser, you know.
At what point above sea level does air become denser? Tell us that, Stephen.
At 60,000 miles.
So it gets denser higher up.
Yes.
So
higher up sea level.
Vacuums, you know.
Did you know that?
Let me send a picture.
Stephen Curry, did you know that all gases start at the Earth's surface and expand away from the Earth's surface. Did you know all gases start there? So all gases at sea level, you're going to have the most dense amount of gas you will have.
If you let go of a helium balloon, what happens? Steven, it goes up.
Notice Stephen Curry posted
right?
the exosphere, thermosphere, and they're all flat and level lines. Wah, 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 wah.
You had it backwards, bro. It's supposed to be less dense as you go up. That's why it's a gradient.
I like how it's gradient. I like how it's gradient just depicts a flat Earth gradient.
Oh God.
Okay, so the question would be
now
what's
here's the
containing
comics.
that? The question would be what's containing all that gas, all that air.
I don't have that much knowledge, bro.
Well, that's fine. That's what we're here to
honest.
help teach you. We're not asking because we don't know. We're asking to help you along your journey, and help figure this stuff out. So the thing is, gas does need a container. There's no way you can demonstrate this on Earth, gas without a container. If I asked you to pump up my car tires, but don't give me the tire, can't do it. You need the tire. If I asked you to mail me, an ounce of freaking helium, you got to put it in a container. So there's no way you could possibly demonstrate the claim.
This is what it looks like when you look out of a plane. This is exactly what it looks like.
No, but listen.
Oh my God.
Well,
there's no curvature,
but listen, focus.
So you're answering your own question, bro.
Yeah, there's no curvature, but how is the planet around, bro?
Welcome to Flat Earth. Shirts in the back, snacks on the way, homie.
So how are planets round?
Steven's all over the place. Hey, take your ADD meds, Steven, right? Let's try to get through one thing at a time. Okay. 2 seconds ago, you were talking about gas pressure. Now you want to talk about planets and what things look like from a planet. So put your seatbelt on. We'll get through one thing at a time, yeah?
Put your helmet on, too, and your spit guard, dog.
Spit guard?
Yeah, you don't want to get your teeth knocked out.
That was actually funny, bro.
You don't want to do it here, bro.
The gas pressure. You understand that you can't demonstrate gas just existing without some type of container.
Yeah.
Okay. So if every example of gas pressure involves a container, why would that not be the case with the Earth? Why would it just be this one time? It's the opposite of reality.
Bro, we don't know how it is like outside the universe, you know?
No,
we don't know what
outside the universe.
We don't know what's in your imagination. Is that what you just asked?
We're talking about reality. So outside the universe is like what you see on TV and movies and video games and stuff. We're talking about reality where gas requires container.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know if there is like some.
No, we do know. We do know. That's the thing.
Arbitrary
we do know.
Container.
Yeah, so we know that air pressure requires a container. So we know that there's no outer space. Right, in Earth. Right, you got it.
Yeah, so it's not what you posted. It's not the pictures of the globe. There's nothing there to contain the gas. So we know that that's not real. And we know that it's not curved either because we checked. So doubly wrong there. So you have to start over. We're not saying the Earth is what you said, like lights posted up in the... No one's giving you a flat Earth to believe in. You have to go figure some stuff out on your own. There's nothing to believe anyway. It's just outside.
He just wants what's on
it's
TV.
Not moving or curving.
I'm telling you. Video games is probably all he's ever done.
My grandson gets paid to watch other kids play video games.
Well, he was like, well, I don't want to believe in a stupid flat Earth. Here's where you start. Because there is no quote-unquote stupid flat Earth for you to believe in being presented to you here from us. You'll find it on YouTube, Google, image searches with these pancakes in space and stuff like that. That's the ridiculous Earth. Don't fall for that. There's plenty of people who fall for that, but they're not flat earthers. They're goofballs like you who are new to the topic and think that's what flat Earth is.
Why you insult me, bro?
I'm not insulting you. It's just a fact. That's what you probably think flat Earth is.
No, that's not.
Floating pancake in space.
You sure did. You said it's a plate. You said it's all kinds of things. So you did say all that already.
Yeah. So we didn't present that to you. You've seen it, and you've probably, you've seen it, think it's ridiculous. Look, if you need somewhere to start, If you're in a room right now, that room doesn't move.
And that room was made by using a level to build the foundation.
Yeah,
so basically, bro, to answer your question, bro, disprove all the governments and the buildings measurements of sea level worldwide, and you have your answer. And then you'll make us look like a fool. So I invite you to do that. Make me look like a fool, please. You know what I mean? I want to believe in the globe again, where no brains, no headaches, bro. I want to go back to those happy days. So please make my life easier.
Yeah, or just convince me that my room is moving.
Yeah, so back to that spinning room.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't know, like, if you were inside of a car. You wouldn't know.
No, cars don't work. Not going there.
Oh, they always do this. But if you're in a car,
no, yeah. As soon as
what
that's
about a
why
convertible?
I gotta put the foot down. You're not doing that.
A convertible with no windshield, bro.
First off, cars don't go in circles, do they?
I mean, if you're in a
well, no, I want him to answer this. I want him to answer this.
The Earth is round, so they go in circles.
Okay. Because cars drive all over the Earth, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, focus.
He's never seen it. He's never seen a drag race on TV where cars go straight.
So we're not in a car.
Have you ever been in a car and not known it? Have you ever been in a car and not known it? Even if you were able to go to sleep, did you not know that you were in a car?
I knew it because I could see the outside, but we cannot see the outside of the Earth.
So everything you want to talk about requires your imagination for us to follow along with you, right?
I mean, we can see the planets and
I see lights too. So we're not gonna planets and clouds, yay.
Yeah, you see clouds and planes.
Why do they move then?
Helicopters across the sky.
Wind. That's why clouds move.
They're not touching the Earth. They're not touching the Earth, bro.
Planets.
You're proving
no,
our
I
point,
said
bro.
wind moves clouds. You put two separate things there because you want to get booted off of here or something.
You know, they have different servers, bro, where people speculate on, like, they talk about calm or whatever, where they go and dress up like superheroes and they spend their whole day speculating on stuff. There's plenty of servers for that, bro. You know what I mean? You could probably perfect your imagination a lot by going there.
If I were you, I would stay in denial and just pursue being an astronaut. See how well that goes for you.
Yeah, bro. I mean, any underprivileged kids are getting to sign up for the astronaut program, bro. You could be one of those kids, you know?
Yo, flat Earth is easy. These buildings that we all live in, they don't move. Gas needs a container, so we're closed up. Outside is inside. It's kind of a tough pill to swallow there, but
and like there's so Earth is made out of and the gas cannot be flat, you know. Have you ever seen a flat gas?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh golly. Golly.
It's like a bubble.
I think he's malfunctioning.
Yeah, he's already went over the edge.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go onto my other computer here and I'll be back.
But
maybe just take a break, bro. Like, take a break. Think about this for a little bit, because
you're not you when you're hungry, bro. Have a Snickers. You know?
Who has muted him? I want
I'm
to
a
listen to
fucking
more
huge.
Spider.
I'm a huge diva if I haven't had my goddamn Snickers for breakfast. Shit.
No, what I'm saying by that is, in its origin, it was gas.
But like, you know that thing where you just like bring up something random after speaking? Like, what if we just brought up something completely random that didn't have anything to do with what you just said? Because that's kind of like what you do. So would that, would that make for a good conversation, you think?
You know how you equalize gas pressure inside of your body?
By letting out the container, bro.
You either burp or fart.
Yeah, and your body was the container for that gas. Your body was the container for the gas.
If you fart that fart, like if you could see that fart, it's not flat.
It's no one's saying that.
Okay, your head's not flat either, and your eyes aren't flat either.
It's a shame. It's a shame Fritz not here, man. He was describing this stuff yesterday. It's like the word flat just fucking. They just shut down over it, man. They can't stand it.
What is the logic? You need to go to Starbucks and get a globe pop, bro. Go to Starbucks and have little cake lollipops that are shaped like a globe, bro.
Wait,
It's
maybe
like you're in middle school trying to talk to a girl and you accidentally say the word flat and she hasn't gotten her chest in just yet, or mosquito bites, and you're like, fuck, god damn it. And for the rest of the time, you know she's thinking, am I flat? Am I flat? Am I flat? Am I flat? Sucks, dude.
Steven, here, I've got a challenge for you. You got image perms. Open MS Paint or go on your phone or whatever and draw the shape flat and post it for us.
Yeah, I'd like to see that shape too. Go ahead and post that shape flat for us.
Because I want to know what you mean by, like, when you say flat gas. I want to see.
Y'all didn't have girlfriends in middle school.
I need to know what shape that is. So if you could draw that, that'd be helpful.
I ain't never seen no gas as flat as that.
So the top is the universe and the bottom is Earth.
Hey, let me just.
I have a question.
Both require a container in your model.
Can I quickly? One second. Can I quickly help Steven so he understands that gas? It doesn't matter if gas is flat or not, because it says there's a definite definition of the following characteristics about gas. No definite shape, takes the shape of its container. No definite volume, particles move in random motion with little or no attraction to each other, highly compressible. There you have it, man.
He posted a line. Okay, that's not a shape, bro.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Here's a video for you from Little Academy TV. A lesson on shapes. So go watch that video and tell me which one of those is the shape flat. Or we could just tell you it's not a shape. So
no, flat is not a shape. It's something that is level.
It's a description of a surface, my friend. So talking about flat gases, you sound goofy as hell.
And talking about the surface of gas sounds even crazy.
Wait, look into the live stream, guys. Look into the live stream, guys.
You're refusing that the gas is in a round shape naturally?
It doesn't take a shape.
Gas goes level 2. No, it goes level 2. Look at these water vapors. Look at the fog.
Can the guy please read what's the very people? There's the definite definition of the properties of gas, and it's shapeless. It takes its form of its containment. Okay, do you know that? But this 360-degree wobbling tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding universe, which is mostly just a vacuum, or is a vacuum, stronger than any vacuum you can ever create, is not a containment for gas. It is exposed right next to the vacuum of space, and it's impossible. It violates everything that there is that we have learned about gas and its matter thereof. So it doesn't exist, man. The heliocentric ball Earth does not exist. It can't work.
Bro, the funny thing is, the photograph you sent in the gas, it's little round balls.
The funny thing is, no matter how many tries I will use to explain you this, you will just not be able to comprehend what I just said, because for some reason,
bro, this guy's got Stockholm syndrome, bro. Bad.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to say is
in all directions.
The gas
we're saying
is
that gas doesn't
round
take
balls.
Any shape. No,
gas
doesn't take any shape.
That's a cartoon. In his brain. He's all over going his script.
First he said gas is flat. Now he said gas is round balls. He has cognitive dissonance. And
I did not say gas is flat.
Go there.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He says gas can't be flat. That's what he said. But gas is by definition shapeless.
No one's saying
it's non sequitur anyway.
Yeah, exactly. No one's even making that claim. So thank you. We're the ones saying that gas doesn't have any inherent shape.
Fucking globers, man. It's like they go outside, they found a fucking spherical rock next to a riverbed or something. Therefore, globe. Fucking anything is round or spherical. The Earth must be too.
Yeah, then what happens when you cross anything flat? Oh, down malfunction. There's a whole lot of things on Earth that seem to be level, flat, the walls in your house, things like this. Even our phraseology, things go flat. Your tire will go flat.
Right.
Your hair.
Even in poker, when you just make a call from somebody's bed, it's a flat call. Everything's flat, bro.
Yeah, you're flat out lying, or people live in a flat. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Is that our evidence now then? Phrases. We doing what the Globers do.
I know, right? This Stockholm syndrome's amazing, though, bro. I'd like a little piece of it. You know what I mean? Just a little piece of this Stockholm syndrome. You know what I mean? It's like a woman who's been kidnapped her whole life and lived under the tyranny of her kidnapper. And then when they finally find her and let her go, she don't want to go nowhere. You know what I mean? The detectives aren't going to convince her that this dude did what he did to her. You know what I mean? This is Stockholm syndrome, bro. They all have it in different levels, no pun intended.
Yeah, no, that's a good analogy. It really is.
Yeah, good talking to you guys. See you later.
All right.
Yeah. All right, bro.
Let us know when your room starts moving.
He didn't like Stockholm syndrome at all. He realized that's what he has.
I know. He went back to the basement, bro. You know what I mean? He puts the curvature in the bucket. He puts the curvature on his skin, or he gets the curvature again.
Yeah, what he's doing right now, he's Googling NASA videos.
Yeah, for cope. Feel better at night.
He is.
He's gonna go watch 15 Professor Dave videos.
Fly after it's real to me.
Look, flat moons are in the sky.
Oh boy.
Look how scared they are to actually think.
I know.
That's crazy,
it's really marvelous what the system's done to them. These
Quick, let me change the subject. Right. Yeah, it is amazing how they've done that.
Dude, it's so hard. You know what? No matter what, Globers or Flat Earthers cannot pinpoint is what at what point does somebody know that they've been lied to, and you see, once you know you've been lied to, and once you really truly see that, you become angry and you're like, "Fuck this," you know what I mean? You become pissed, but at what point do they become that though? There's no you can't put your finger on it. I think it's something that's spiritual. It's like some type of spiritual awakening, I guess, for lack of a better term, you know? Because, I mean, all the people have been like, oh, I've seen both points, flat and globe, and like, oh, each side has good arguing points and bad arguing points. I'm on the fence. Like, dude, those people are so lukewarm. It's crazy, dude. You know? I think they'd rather be either like hardcore globe or flat, but like to be like that is just, I don't know. It's almost like a scarier state to be at that point, you know, where like you've looked at both sides and they both have good points.
Did the Curry guy already leave?
Yeah, he bounced.
Wow.
He had to go, bro. He had to go. You know, he had to go back down to the basement.
Like just a political answer at that point. But you're right. I think pick a side. I'm more on that vibe. Like, take a stance. And you're right, though. I feel like most people have to go off and think about it to have that response you're talking about. There's not really a button that you can push that's going to make them go like, oh, damn, they did lie. I'm pissed. Yeah. You don't really see that very often. You're right. Because people are in defense mode most times.
But man, he was a fast one to leave so quick.
Yeah.
How long was he here?
Hey, guys.
Yep.
You know that boat that's floating on the argon gas in a little fish tank? Have you guys seen that
aluminum foil?
That image?
The tinfoil boat.
Yeah, it's aluminum foil little boat. Yeah, and it's floating on like argon gas, and the gas is level inside of the tank. I mean, you can't really see the gas, but obviously based off of how the boat is floating, it's finding its level inside of a fish tank, and it's just a peculiar effect, even though it's just argon gas. But noble gases are pretty interesting. Yeah, things, it's not contained, so it can easily be dissipated by very small gusts of, then it comes out of the tank and it's gone.
Yep.
To clarify, not the boat. The boat doesn't come out of the tank. The gases do. But yeah, if you watch the video though, she's scooping it. And it's like you're scooping a liquid, and the boat goes gradually down further and further and further. It's very interesting. Science. That lines up with what we were talking about before about the gases though, and like what I was trying to say about the fog finding its level as it rolls in, like vapors and gases and all the stuff. It seems to operate very similar to how water does, just much more lightweight and a lot easier to kind of jostle around and splash about. It's not as viscous as water would be, obviously. What is the viscosity of the sky?
The gas you're thinking of is sulfur hexafluoride, not argon.
I love that word hex. Every time they spray something overhead, the particle shape is a hexagram. And so they're literally putting a hex on us.
Also, when you get rid of the parasites, it's called hexing them. Like you do a purge, or it's also called like the hexing period of it. Yeah, hexing the parasite. Kind of fun.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not argon. I was just mistaken. Somebody else said that. I must have just not looked it up. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry, Jimsy. I feel like.
Hey, every time these guys hit their breaking point, they are gone. Get it?
That's good.
Yeah, my mistake. It wasn't argon. I just made an assumption based off of misinformation that I was given. Thanks for checking me on that.
Yeah, sulfur hexafluoride, everyone's favorite gas.
Right?
Honestly, I haven't seen one coherent response to the gas pressure argument that made any sense whatsoever. I mean, have you guys heard a single good argument to that? I can list the 5 of them on my hand, the 5 ridiculous responses you'll get.
That question is, have you heard a good argument on anything from a global?
I know.
All of their arguments all fall back on the same thing, which is their last-ditch effort is why? How could that many people be in on the lie? That's they appeal to the mass consensus belief. That's their final straw. They're like, well, that's their Hail Mary right there.
Actually, all globe arguments, all globe arguments eventually fall flat.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Flat out.
Oh, when they end up asking why the lie, that's their concession that what you're.
Yeah, they don't ever start out they don't start out as their opening argument. That's their last ditch effort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's after the deer in the.
Is Dr. Professor Flat Dur Phytosyphysis, is he yelling into the mic?
No, it's just how he talks.
We need a doctor.
Am I yelling into the mic?
From 20 feet away.
I am. It's about 6 feet away from me.
I think I did some calculations based on the sound. I think it's actually 25 feet. Based on my calculation.
But you need a starting point to measure that.
Nah, I just calculated.
How did you measure without knowing? How did you measure just by guessing?
It's math. You don't believe in math?
That's so.
We use science. It's science. You don't trust in science?
Yeah, if I wasn't able to calculate those numbers, you wouldn't even have your phone right now. There would be no technology.
Science, bro. Science.
Technology, bro. Science, math. That's how I know. When I hit enter on the calculator, I didn't even have to check.
They always bring up like people that supposedly lived thousands of years ago, like Aristotle and all these other random names and old people, because the modern technology disproves what they're saying. So they're going to go back to something that nobody can prove if this person even ever existed or not. It could be just a myth or a legend, you know? And even when they bring up that, it still can't be proven. According to, like, if they bring up Pythagoras or something, according to their own measurements, bro.
Check this out. Atmos, you take it all the way back. Part of the meaning to that is to inspire or spiritually arouse. And then here would be at this place. But obviously, I mean sphere, so you got ball from there. But you take that and you get rounded hill and bellows and phallus. And phallus leads you to bull and bullock and whale. And then you can go to this ancient religion because spiritually aroused. You have the divine bull, and then these ancient cults, mystery cult, like, and they put it right there in people's faces, and nobody sees. They don't bat an eye because they don't know what words mean.
Hence the word gold bullion.
And by the way, the rounded hill, like there's high places. That's where they'd put temples and do worship and stuff. Like, it's all directly connected to like worship and occultism. And they put it right there in people's faces. Nobody bats an eye.
Yo, the rounded hill. This is brilliant because I've been saying that water hill thing, and I'm like, well, no, you can't call it a hill. It's like, well, I mean, what do you think the boat is going over then? But this is good. I'm gonna save this. It's so weird too, though. Like how it's like the space. It's all so horny. There's balls everywhere.
Like, yeah, it's all sexual, bro. It's all sexual.
I know. Like the rockets all look like giant dicks.
We're gonna send probes to the black hole of Uranus.
Yeah. Send a COVID test there. See if they got it. And if they do, they got to send. Got to send the cure.
I'm surprised that they haven't come out with an article like that. We found so and so on the moon's surface or some shit, you know. That's how contagious.
We found oil on the moon, America. They found oil there. We'd already be there. There'd be like a bunch of like military men protecting it from aliens while they're drilling. They would have went back.
Dude, yeah, just like look at this article. The way they describe things in space is just super horny. Oh, this one just released. Like, this one just had a burst. Like, it's all so. I'll post a couple. It's just, it's weird, man.
It's all sexual, bro. All of it, bro.
Nothing wrong with sex. That's the only way we made it here.
Right?
Yeah, but worshiping it, though. Like, come on.
Picture your great-grandparents, how they did it, you know? They had to.
Right? Yeah.
Well, who knew space was sexy?
I'm not going to picture my great-grandparents being sexy. And no sexy time, no great-grandpappy sexy time. Not picturing that, no visualization. Still deleted. Put that in the vault.
Hey, but they had to do it in order for you to be here, so, you know?
Imagine if all we did was debate about how humans are made, and all of us are saying like they're created through sex, right, through a man and a woman, and different people came on saying like, no, like 2 men can have a baby, or like disprove that, or like no, I think storks bring babies. And we're like, it's basically like the same thing though. Imagine I never got pregnant.
Theory.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Cabbage Patch theory.
Imagine some guy who he's away at war, right? And he comes back a year later and his wife had a kid, right? And there's no way it could be his kid, but he's in such denial that the only explanation he'll accept is an immaculate conception. Other than that, it couldn't be, you know? How could she have gotten pregnant from somebody else? She wouldn't do that. It's like, bro, I don't know how her infidelity works with you guys. But there's no other explanation for it, you know? But they want this immaculate conception, stork bringing the baby. In a world where they kill babies, they call this factory Planned Parenthood. Huh?
I was just going to say that immaculate conception can happen, though, and it's actually been witnessed in nature, which is kind of really weird. But I digress. Oh, should I digress on that one, or should I elaborate?
You can. It's on topic.
My first piece of evidence would be like a shark that gave birth, like got pregnant spontaneously without having any other sharks in the tank with it. And then people go, well, that's a shark. But then I could go and list a bunch of other, and then they'll say the same thing. Well, that's this, and that's that. Well, that's this. That's not people. Okay, whatever. And no amount of evidence that I could show would even prove a point, so it's irrelevant. But I'm just saying it's possible. It obviously happened.
There's species of turtles that can the female can have the intercourse with the male, and she can hold the eggs for over 10 years and still not give birth to the babies.
That's another, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, they can just kind of like keep those embryos kind of in a stasis, not really cryogenic, but more like a mamogenic stasis. That mommygenic stasis for later use.
Yeah, they can hold the male seed for a decade and then have the babies. Whenever the conditions are right.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know about people, but who knows? The design could be different under different environments.
Yeah, but I get what Flat Earth Day was trying to say. They actually really are heading to this thing where there's going to be kind of like a bunch of babies born in this technocratic, immaculate conception form that's a bastardization of the natural way. Cloning is going to be a normal thing, like genetically engineered, like designer babies. There's already facilities working on some stuff, and it looks kind of disturbing as far as like all of these different pods that look kind of like how the Matrix, how they had them all lined up, but they're literal, actual pods that you can grow a baby in.
They might have like a website where they might have a website where you can pick the father, the mother, or something, or the trace of the baby. You can build it on the website, and they'll mail it to you like Amazon for babies.
Any like genetic like malformations they could fix, like anything that's wrong with the code.
You know, the U.S. Postal Service used to mail babies in the 1800s and 1900s.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you could send your kid anywhere. You just pay for the postage.
Mail your baby at the Amazon of babies. You just order your baby. I mean, two guys can't have babies, but they can order it.
So when somebody wants to order a baby, then they go to eBay, where they order it.
eBay. Bro, take that. Bro, that website, take it. If it's available, buy it, and you'll be able to sell it in the next decade, probably for millions of dollars. Just buy the. It's probably bought already. eBay.
Right.
Probably someone owns it already.
Hey, you know that they've already sold virtual property. So people go on virtual reality, and then they go into this mall, and they're able to like try on clothes or whatever, and they've already sold a virtual property. And there's only so much virtual property you get, but you get where I'm going. In a world where there's no more brick and mortar, I can't wait till they cut the electricity, bro.
That stuff, that electronic virtual world can get really deep, and I don't even want to think about it.
I know, bro. And like people are talking about Mandela effects now, but like imagine a world where everything's on virtual reality and everything's been what do you call it, Mandela affected every day. It'll nullify the word Mandela affected. Where for something to not be Mandela affected will be the abnormal. Everything was changing all the time, like the faces of those people in that movie A Scanner Darkly, where their faces are just constantly shape-shifting. Remember that movie? Has anyone here seen A Scanner
Yeah, that's a
Darkly?
weird one.
Yeah.
That's a weird movie. Creepy. But it does have some... It's got some trippy scenes.
Yeah. I love the art in that movie, though. It's like Grand Theft Auto overlay, you know?
Yeah, or like 13. Like how the cell shading on that was.
Yeah.
I like that, what CB posted.
I made that like a couple weeks ago. I thought it was funny. I'm about to post something else right now. I found another cringe Toyota ad.
Let's go places.
Little kids. She's got a spacesuit on.
Oh my god. Yeah, and there's two people behind her. So weird.
Spark your curiosity.
I like how on the bottom
remember that?
It's showing the sound. It says distant rocket engines.
You remember that radio contest thing like a long time ago where some woman won it and they said that she would get like a Toyota, but she got a toy Yoda and she was so mad?
I wonder if that costs 1,000 doll hairs.
It'd be so bad to get trolled though. Her face, she's like such a stank face. She's so pissed with her little toy Yoda.
Anybody who invests in like stock and bonds and stuff, I got some really good inside trader information for you guys. Now, you guys may think gold is going up, but I highly suggest investing in EBT coin right now because the price of EBT is going to skyrocket pretty soon, bro. I'm telling you, it's a win-win investment, bro. It's gonna be exponential, bro. We're gonna be rich. I'm giving you guys a secret. Invest in EBT today, bro. You know, for a future tomorrow.
Yeah, this new crypto coin called the dollar. Like, there's no cap on it, so, you know. But, I mean, it seems pretty popular.
I'm telling you, though, that EBT coin, bro, it's going to skyrocket, bro. Everybody needs food. Everybody eats food, you know? EBT is the way to go. Bro.
There is this coin called the US dollar. It's such a scam.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah, there's no cap on it. They could just keep on, like, making as many as they want to. Kind of like Doge.
You can print as much as you want, and certain people print as much as they want for themselves, and, you know, buy all the resources. It's kind of crazy.
It, like, loses value if you hold it.
That's why I'm saying you should invest in EBT because they only let a certain amount of EBT money go out every month, you know? So that it's like structured. It's very structured. Look, I've looked into this EBT thing, bro, and you can't lose. It's for free. All you have to do is sign up for it and you get it. It's a win-win situation. Almost all stores accept it, you know?
So you cannot use it for anything but food, which is real resources, right? So it's a good investment.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you buy seeds. You can buy seeds with it. And then you grow a garden. And then you have even more food.
Yeah.
That's actually a legit like pro tip for anybody who is on EBT though. You can buy seeds with that and you can grow things. So if you've got land and you've got that, get some seeds. Like get way more food. Way more food than what you would normally get.
Because you know everybody who has EBT owns land and property where they can grow food on.
Well, there's some people who do have like a little bit of, you know, you got a little lawn, little backyard space. They can throw some seeds down or get a flower pot, even if you're in an apartment. So it's like if you get like 3, like, all right, when I was a child, I had like 3 jalapeno plants and I thought that I needed that many, but I did not. There was not enough room in the freezer for the amount of jalapenos that I had and I could not get rid of them fast enough. Like, I had way too many jalapenos. Like, what do I do with all this? I didn't know how to sell it. I just had jalapenos, like, way too many. If 3 plants can do that, you know, on a simple level, you can grow whatever you want to. Like, you'll feel abundant when you bring in that harvest.
Feed the plants to the feed the plants to the animals. Eat the animals.
There you go. And by the
or you could eat that new meat that's made out of plant. I mean, just bypass the animal completely.
Yeah, well, I grow my plants with a giant ball of simulated fire. It gives it an extra char flavor. It was really nice.
I grow my animals with math. I use math, and it works well. Just do math.
Yeah, I like to take a page from the Globers, the heliocentric model, and grow my plants and animals with pure magic.
Dempsey, how do you get the good grill marks?
Hey, James, what's your favorite salad dressing for word salad?
French.
Thousand Island.
I find the French have the best when they come in here.
I just throw salt on everything, and if there's no salt, just don't add any salt. That's it.
Yeah, these Globers are really salty, so.
Are you looking in the lobby too?
Yeah. I was up there for a little bit.
Holy crap. I sent 3 away already, like in 1 minute.
Hey, easy with the ban button.
Dude, they're in there for 20 minutes, and then they quit. So who is the one that was right?
Me.
You can't have people, testicles coming in here, penis this and that. You're not having that. So don't tell me that that's okay.
No, let's keep our private parts private.
I'm still as fly as your zipper.
oh my god, this Jeff dude needs to like come into VC.
My name is Jeff.
Good luck getting in there.
He's not here to do that. He's here to do the other thing.
He's here to do exactly what he's doing right now.
He's here to do this, that, and the other. You know, this, that, and the other, etc., etc. Anybody out there want to join my new rap crew? It's called the FEMA Camp, Flat Earth Maniac Assassin. I'm taking applications for a limited time only. And if you act now, I'll throw in one of my dogs.
Like a hot dog?
What are you doing?
A wiener dog.
Hey, man, I got enough wiener dogs. Listen, you got one of them German Shepherds.
Right.
How about one of them
German Sharpies?
Got one of them Siberian Huskies. How about you get one of them Shih Tzus, and I'll cut you a deal. Get Pomeranian. You know what? I'll get the Pomeranian out and annoy the piss out of you. Sorry. Go ahead, Gypsy.
Sorry, all we got is a butter dog.
Butter dog. The dog with the butter. Butter dog. Oh, got the butter on it. The dog.
I don't know what a butter dog
is. Is Snoop Doggy Dog an actual breed of a dog called Snoop Dogg?
Don't worry, you shouldn't know what that is. It's just some default thing that was on the soundboard. It's so stupid. But if I type dog, it's always been there. I posted it.
SNOOPYDOG.
Have you guys seen the new? The Crips, they won't use the B word, and the Bloods won't use the C word. So, if you're a Crip from Long Beach, now they call it Long Beach. And obviously, if you're a Blood from Compton, they call it Bompton. This is really important stuff.
Bompton's sick. That's a good one. They did well.
Flat out of Bompton, Hammy.
I mean, it kind of fell into their lap, but it's funny either way.
Yeah. You guys ever seen that one Crip? He has 5'5" on his face. He's kind of like short and really stocky on YouTube. He goes, 55 Crip. You guys ever seen that? So funny. I highly recommend it.
Highly educational.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not for entertainment purposes. It's just for educational and medical purposes only. So funny. On his forehead.
When the Crips, instead of saying blood, they say clots, or
yeah, I'm Crip walking on my blood clots. Crip walking on my blood clots.
clots after the doctor visit.
Yeah. They went and visited Dr. Dre, and they were Crip walking on their blood clots.
My blood is boiling right now.
Mm-hmm.
That last bro said the gas was more dense the higher you go up.
You fucking donkey!
That's either a troll or just very stupid.
Either way, dude, it's Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah.
Big time.
I love my master.
Dude, my friends' sons are like in high school, bro, and the stuff they have in their books now, it's so different than when I grew up. It's like they have this thing called STEM. It's so weird, dude. It's so strange. But hey, the kids nowadays are a lot luckier than when I was in high school. I was going to get failed and I was going to get suspended. Nowadays, they just have to claim that they're like, oh, I got Kobe Bryant, or I think I got Kobe Bryant. They're like, oh, we don't want you going anywhere,
Kobe
Bryant. Kobe. You didn't die in that helicopter crash. He's chilling in my place, dog.
Yeah, now, so they threaten my friends saying if your kids don't get that Kobe Bryant 24 signature on their chest, they can't go to school. And they're like, we're not going to get a Kobe Bryant signature on our chest. And they never kicked him out of school.
How do you know that?
That's what they told me. I can't verify it. I just believe what they say.
See,
I know they didn't. Yeah, I know. I don't have any peer-reviewed studies or anything. I don't have any citations.
Well, then you're fucking wrong, aren't you?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Oh, I gotta catch that.
Hey, did any of you guys see that thing I posted a couple of weeks ago of the notice they put in the boys' bathroom at Dos Pueblos High School where it says it's saying like don't if you're feeling stressed, don't smoke or vape. Try masturbating. And then at the bottom it says you can try it with a friend. And this is real shit they're putting in the bathrooms at the high school.
You're fucking kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding you, bro. Dude, it's so weird, bro.
I got a question. What's worse, getting addicted to drugs? What's worse, getting addicted to drugs or getting addicted to masturbating? I'll tell you, getting addicted to both. Holy fuck.
Well, you can't have one without the other.
Most certainly not. No.
I know James on Modern Day Debate still refers to me as a master debater.
I'll tell you what, you got a good style. People can't really bust down that wall. I like the way you just don't let them have much.
Yeah, I don't give them much.
Well, they don't deserve much. They got to come with, y'all got to come correct with that curvature measurements. You know what we need now? Drop over distance. That horizon needs to start dropping at some point. You feel me? Either short to far, or near to far, or left to right. Once again, yeah, you've got an x-axis on the ground, and just x. You got near, far, left, right. Okay, it's not hard to know that at some point we're gonna see curvature on any kind of ball. I mean, listen, unless this motherfucker's millions of miles. Okay, no, let's say like 750,000 mile circumference ball, right? As opposed to the 25,000 circumference they say it is now. That's a much bigger ball, okay?
Yeah.
Even still, there's gonna be curvature somewheres, and we can't find it. Especially not conforming to 25,000 mile circumference. Everybody's like, oh, it's so big. It's like, that's actually not that big, guys.
Right.
Take a country on a map, look how big the son of a bitch is, and then kind of put that in perspective for 25 grand miles. It's not a lot, okay? So, anyway.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Hey, Black.
You just don't.
How'd the test go?
Oh, it went very well. Thank you, Sonny. It improved my grade 11%.
All right.
Whee! So yeah, thanks for your support there.
Hey, I just had an AIDS test, and my doctor told me to think positive, bro.
Uh-oh, I don't know if that's good or bad to do.
Positive about that. I'm HIV positive.
Right.
That's how positive I am.
That means you have parasites.
Yeah, probably.
Isn't that a good thing to have like a pair of sights?
Right.
Yeah, you want at least
that's better than a monocle. You know what I mean?
Oh, those poor people with one eye.
I know. That poor Monopoly guy that no longer has his monocle.
The poor people that think that shit is real.
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
They've been
just like real California cheese, bro.
Talking shit.
Schmegma.
Oh my God, Sonny, what the fuck's happening to you today?
What? I'm sorry.
You
what?
asked me how my test went, and then you said rotten cock juice. Come on.
Wait a minute. What?
This dog. Ugh.
Sonny, what's wrong with you today, Sonny?
I did not say that.
You said smegma. That's rotten cock juice.
You're right.
That's like cock butter.
I know. He said cheese. I'm sorry.
No, it's so bad. Look at the dog's shoulder, though. Look how meaty. Look how beefy. The dog works out. Look at that. That dog must do that thing that it's doing a lot. It's got shoulders for days, dude. It's crazy. Look at that fucking... That's not real. That can't be a real dog. Look at that fucking thing.
There was a picture circulating around of a cat. They were saying this cat had some weird thing that made it super jacked. I don't know if it was real, but I kept seeing it pop up. I'll see if I can find it.
So weird, dude. Oh, that cat's badass. But I mean, let's be honest. I think all cats can do shit like that. They're marsupials. They're supposed to be able to.
They're marsupials. Hey, if somebody just keeps staring at my drink all day, does that mean they're catatonic?
Depends on what you're drinking.
I'm drinking tonic. And they're staring at it.
Yeah, but are they catatonic? Is it a cat?
Yeah.
Cat. It's a new drink called cat.
Shares the goddamn tonic with you. It's catatonic.
New drink.
Yeah, I was bit by the hair of the dog. You know what I mean?
It's a new drink called cat and tonic.
Right?
Oh God, no!
It's ketchup. What it is ketchup and bubbly water. Just like another favorite drink everybody likes, those almond palmers. So it's like lukewarm almond milk with lemonade and almond palmer.
Ew,
bro. All the kids are drinking the almond palmers nowadays, bro. They love it. So good.
Funny? It's funny. If it were a trend on college campuses, kids would fucking do it.
Oh yeah, I know. For real though. For real though.
They just start eating carrots out in public everywhere they go, no matter what they're doing, just eating carrots for no reason. Like everyone though, it'd be so funny.
The Mentos Coca-Cola challenge. Life is like a Mentos commercial, though. No matter what you do, right? You're at high-speed chase. You're in the white Bronco. You know what I mean? It looks like the end of the road, but you're like, all of a sudden, you reach in your pocket and you realize you have a thing of Mentos. You're like, holy shit! You know what I mean? Like, boom, all debt squashed. It's your get-out-of-jail-free card. You know, your wife comes home, catches you in bed with another woman, and she's like about to pull a gun on you, and you're looking for the Mentos. You don't know where it's at. You're feeling under the bed and shit. You know, you almost have it.
Have a good one. Take care. Have a good day. Take care.
Don't forget to take your Mentos, bro. It's the fresh maker.
Man, it's freaking cold here, man. In California, it's freezing. Shit. The hell. I know. You guys are going to laugh at me because I'm in California.
So messed up. It's like 68 degrees here. You know, it's sunny outside, but it's like not really hot.
Bullshit.
Actually, they're announcing like a really cold temperatures coming into the U.S. They're talking about minus 20 degrees, minus 30 degrees in some areas, like in the middle west or something.
Yeah.
That's climate change. It's got to be. It's got to be climate change. It has to be. It's climate change.
I'd have to find a way to get away from that kind of cold if I lived there for those months.
I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah.
Weather. 47 degrees.
It's 27 here reporting.
Yeah. The high today is only 63. At 11 a.m. it's only going to be 59. That's
boo-hoo.
I know. Well, look, I was already out on my bicycle, and it was before 8 a.m. and it's 47 degrees right now.
It's a balmy -2 degrees here. High of 1 degree here today.
1 degree.
Wow.
Holy shit. I'm still looking at a house up there, though, actually.
That's cool.
This one house I have.
We know how to keep
sights, man.
All you got to do is get like a cold for like 2 weeks, and then you're broke in.
Yeah, I have that now, so.
Oh, shit. Well, then you're fine.
Yeah. But that's from some past digressions. Clearing up.
I've got those too. I think I know what you're talking about. I have a permanent drip in my nose from a lot of things.
Lately it's been horrible.
Horrible. People are like, why are you spitting and so much and like wiping your nose? And I'm like, well, I had a lot of kicks and giggles to get out as a young man, and I did.
It just like drains continuously. Like when I go outside and start writing, I literally have to like do the what is it called? The snot rocket to get all the moisture out of my. It's hard not
to get them on you. Like, you know, no matter how many times I do it, it just. Ugh.
Oh no, I'm an expert.
No, I can't do it. See, I can do it over my right side, but over my left side, I'm a failure. It's so weird.
It's all about the aim. Yeah.
Well, I only do it on my right side. So when I try on my left, I'm like, fuck it. I only have my left side exposed for this right now, and I could totally do it. It's my left nostril anyway. Let's go. It gets on me. The right hand, no problem.
I do it while I'm riding, so it just stays back there.
You're probably really good at it. You're an old hat.
I try to do it when I'm not too close to people because, you know, they will freak out a little bit.
Won't they, though? You're like, you don't get it. I'm improving your immune system right now.
You know, I ran into this lady. She actually happens to be a doctor, but she's involved in this group. They have this group where they go out and do hash runs. And I don't know if anybody's heard of it. I never heard of it. But what it is they have a group. It's called Drinkers with a Running Problem. And so what they do, is they go and they have these places all over different places, and they have trails that are marked And they could be in a park somewhere or a trail setting or like in some neighborhood, but the people that are facilitating hide booze. And in some places you have to do, you have to show yourself. I won't go any further than that.
What the fuck is happening?
Get past certain things. It sounds like great fun.
You're going to get naked, you're going to run around, you're going to drink.
Yeah, like weird. Like, I don't know.
Well, it's not bad. Let's be honest. It's just weird. It's not bad. It's just weird.
It's just weird. I'm like, these are adults.
Right. Well, hey, fuck, dude. I do some nutty shit.
Listen, they go to bars afterwards and they have awards and stuff. They make little nicknames for each other. It's a crazy group of people. But anyway,
yeah, I mean, listen, if you're hiding booze in the woods, running around naked, go and try to fight. It's like an Easter egg hunt.
Yeah, it's just like that.
Naked in your 50s.
Yeah, it's just like that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I might try.
Hey, has Karen been in this area? I know she's leaking from the ass lately. I think Karen's been over here. Do you think that prize is here? Well, was it whiskey? No.
Oh my!
Sorry, you're going nuts on this one. That's just weird, Sonny. Oh man.
Yeah, these are just like you would think regular people doing these kind of things.
That's not a regular person thing to. That's not even an odd person thing to do.
I know.
That's like, you have to try hard to do something so strange. Whatever. Like I said, it's not bad. It's cool. It's funny.
They do it all over the place. They go out to these different parks, to beaches. They have trails. Like people hide stuff along the way. There's like pass and go points. And
now let's get specific. Is there a glass or plastic policy? Like you can't hide glass, can't bring glass because it might fuck some feet up.
I've never been on one of them yet, but I consider it.
Are there med packs lying around? Can we stay safe?
I don't know. There's doctors involved, so I'm sure you'd be taken care of. It's kind of weird.
Physicians are going outside.
But listen, I think actually I forgot what the actual point was. From what I saw, I don't want to get us in trouble. We're on live stream, but it said that if you've gotten the Kobe Bryant, that you must wear a veil. Otherwise, you don't need to. What? I was like, wow, that's what really happened?
But then I'm also naked, so what do they do about that?
No, but listen, are they now saying that the people that have gotten it, they need to wear a cover?
Let me get this straight.
Their face.
Let me
no one else does? Has anybody else heard that?
Alcohol, a natural disinfectant, especially.
You still have that.
This is a load of buggles.
That's all I need to say.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take care of everything.
How do you prevent people from being wildly attracted to each other as they get drunk, more and more drunk?
This
doesn't seem like an adult thought this one out.
I got to turn you up. Age-old question, hasn't it?
Age-old, indeed. Yes, people have been asking these questions for quite some time.
From all time immemorial, people have been asking, how do you stop people from getting attracted to each other while under the influence of alcohol?
I have several questions.
It is a good question, right?
Okay, Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. Anyone out there have any contentions? Any information to the contrary? You out there in the YouTube land?
We want to put the spotlight on you and how little you know about your own model. Come on in.
Yeah, I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Yeah, we want the smartest ones of you. We want the ones that. What CB?
Sorry, that was just the first time I got to use that one. That
was good. Good timing.
I just added it like 2 days ago.
Okay, do it again.
You know how you were like, yeah, somebody come in and anyone want to come down and answer the question?
Yeah, I'd like to solve the puzzle.
All right, you're our first contestant. Thanks for showing up today. I like it.
That sounds like Gil Bates a little bit, don't it?
Gil Bates. That was my copyright, but go ahead and use it.
Copyright?
Yeah.
No, there's an electronic artist out there really good. His name's Com Trues. It's cool.
I've heard of him.
Com Trues.
And this was way before I started with the spoonerism thing. I was like, oh, that's clever. That sounds neat. And everybody knows what it is. And Tom Cruise can't say a god darn thing because it's, it's not really his name. How's he get away with that? Well, I don't know.
Just changed one letter here and one letter there.
That's exactly right. It's how they get away with guitar riffs and songs. You can steal some shit. Bruno Mars stole almost an entire song from Breakbot, a group called Breakbot.
How dare.
You gotta always wonder where the song starts. Who's the ghostwriter for these big hits? Ghostwriters.
Ghost Ride the Whip.
Huh?
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Probably Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan writes for everybody.
Axl Rose.
I don't know. I was on the road, but I kept walking down. I'm walking down the road. I saw McGilroy walking down the road. You work for Maggie's Farm still?
After I got in a car wreck, I started more records.
Okay. I thought of a little tune when I was walking down the road the other day. I was walking down the road and I stubbed my toe. Well, I don't know about my toe anymore.
No. Don't know about that toe. Yeah.
So I went into the town. I stepped into the bar. I asked the attendant, can you help me with my toe? I don't know. What happened to your toe?
It turned into Joe Rogan.
Okay, that was the toe song. Thanks.
Hey,
Just
Mickey,
because Bob Dylan sounds funny doesn't mean he's that bad of a songwriter.
I'm a poet, yeah, for a whole generation, yeah. No, he's good, man. Like I said, he wasn't like the guy where you're like, ooh, listen to this really intricate guitar riff that Bob Dylan wrote. No one's saying that. Everybody was saying, man, what a poet. And that's true. He was a voice for a generation. At least one generation.
No, but really, like, you'd be surprised if you took a look at, like, some of the artists that he does write for. Like, he's written for Beyonce and, like, just all kinds of people you wouldn't, like, suspect.
Oh, you're dead serious.
Yeah.
Cool. I didn't, that makes sense to me. It really does. Like Pharrell. You ever seen Pharrell's list of things he ghostwrites? It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's why I said Axl Rose, because I think he does that shit too. I think Axl does. There's a lot. I know. What's the guy's name? The guitarist. He's got the hat. What's his fucking name?
Slash.
Yeah. He writes too. He helps people write songs. He's a producer. Honestly, man, a lot of those artists didn't fall off. They just started sitting in the studio. And you just don't hear about anything they do anymore. But they do a lot of shit behind the scenes. They sit behind the gears and they say, no, do that again. Sing it better. Sing it like you're smiling. Yeah. Sing it like you're happy to be doing it. We're not even here. We're not sitting behind these gears over here. You're not in front of us. You're in front of nobody. Right? Just sing to the person you're singing to and smile about it, right?
That was like Jimmy Page, like back, right around that time of the British invasion or whatever they called it. he was in the countryside because there was a big countryside. So actually, Jimmy Page produced a whole bunch of different music on the more country sound, but also other dozens of artists that his guitar work is on. Let me see. I'm thinking of one by Donovan. What is it called? Hurdy-Gurdy Man. There's Jimmy Page is playing some electric guitar in that. But he produced dozens and dozens of other artists. Bring it on home.
How many times is somebody going to call this business and be like, yo, your local listing's all fucked up? I know you guys can't answer that question. That was a dumb question. Okay, so we got, let's see, it's interesting lately. We have concavers. We have, so the whole North Pole thing, there's a lot of people who believe that there's a hollow earth that you can go to the inside of the earth from the North Pole into the toilet that's flushing all the time.
Yeah, where did that come from originally? I wonder if that came from this so-called diary of Admiral Byrd's, like after his 1927.
I think all of that came after the Agartha, Shambhala. You've got ancient, quote-unquote, ancient stories about basically the Garden of Eden or Eden itself, the Tree of Life, where that's located, Mount Meru. You've got all these things, these stories.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I think. And so in that, there's lots of lore and myth about, giants living there inside and all these kinds of whatever speculation because of stories. And, yeah. Anyway.
But I'm more on about the what do you think what either Admiral Byrd was trying to accomplish, or was any of that really true? Can any of that be verified that is actually his diary?
Doubtful. But what was interesting to me, because I like to take from real life stuff from those people, what I can see for myself, right? I'm a hyper empiricist to a fucking fault.
Yeah,
it's annoying.
Me too.
Really annoying. But anyway, I like in his interview when he says it's getting crowded up at the North Pole. It's being used both for resources and militarily. I was like, that right there kind of, I don't know, it just that stood out.
Mm-hmm.
That stood out. He said, we're not really focused anymore on the North Pole. Like they found some shit out. They went there, they tested some things. And
he said it's getting crowded up.
They probably had some losses. They probably had, probably some crazy shit went down because, I mean, if the implications are anywhere near true, there's some nutty ass shit happening near the North Pole, right? You don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
when he says it's getting crowded up there, I feel like he's almost talking about things that are maybe, other than human or different kinds of human. Or I don't know.
I don't know. Listen, that's right around the same time as they were creating the DEW line, the detection early warning circuit, which is basically above the 50th going north. So that's all around the center, obviously.
Oh, try going over the North Pole. You're getting shot down. Like, there's no question. Mm-hmm. You ignore those radio signals, you're getting F-17s on your wings in a couple minutes.
If you could even survive in that kind of weather.
Well, I mean, you can get if you got money, you can get a plane that's badass enough to get up there and be around the area. But still, you're not getting clearance. They're not. I think they will shoot you down. Like, no question. I really do think that. But who knows?
Oh yeah, I think they will.
I'm gonna be taking some flight lessons so I can go see for myself.
Well, you'll get shot down.
Well, I mean, just don't go try. I guess don't do that.
Nah, go ahead. I would say try it out. If you think it's going to work for you. Get in that plane, go.
Might as well.
Like, for anybody that wants to go to
first of all, I need to learn how to fly. So, I mean, I'm going to take some flying lessons first.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Anybody that wants to do that, just do it.
Okay, so go fund me for a live stream. And
check this out.
Pay for it.
Like
live stream
we've
that
got
shit.
we've got some advocates for this kind of thinking. So people would say they're gonna be a pilot and just take off south. I would say if you're gonna be the first person to go without a destination, go for it. Do you think that's what's going to really make a difference? No, but a lot of people that train for the thing that what you're saying they're doing, they usually have a place of origin where they're leaving from and a destination. But if you don't want that, and if you want to just fly around and see what's going on, do that. I wouldn't discourage anyone, because the moment we do, like, why are you doing that? Why are you discouraging? No, just go. You think you can do it? By all means. And then when you come back and if there's anything that stops you, then you can tell us that too. But
I don't want to spoil the party here, but you're going to have to be announcing where you're leaving from and where you're leaving to the authorities before you even leave. You're going to be questioned right away. Like,
I'm not saying anything, bro. I'm just saying I'm gonna learn how to fly. Now I'm gonna go and fly.
The thing is, what Sonny's saying though is absolutely true. They need to know where you're going and where you're coming from, right? And if you deviate from that path, they assume right away that something's wrong, that it was hijacked or something else. They they scramble jets and they come and intercept.
Yeah, they'll hover right around your plane, and they'll just move you down. And
they're not going to let you see that engine of creation at the North Pole.
Nah, that's just a bunch of tinfoil hat conspiracy theories. Go ahead, Metatron.
Nobody's watching. Yeah, right. Nobody's watching. You can fly wherever you want. Do whatever you want.
That's not what I said, bro. All I said was that I'm gonna take some flying lessons. And I'm gonna go and fly. That's all I said.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you. I think you're probably just trying to get a little riled up. No one cares. Like, you can actually do that thing and just do it well, right?
Just be safe.
Yeah, just be safe. Buckle up. That's it.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Maybe if you could design a jet that used a different kind of technology that was faster and more agile than anything anyone else has.
Nah, you just biplane, whatever, little Cessna.
Actually, that might not be a bad idea. Have you seen that drug running movie with Nicolas Cage? Like, they were flying slow ass planes really low because the feds had these really fast jets, and they just go slow, and the jets couldn't freaking keep. Like, they keep lapping them. They'd have to keep circling back.
That's your third law, man. Get low.
What you guys are saying is not true.
Low and slow.
I totally agree with what you guys are saying. I'm just saying, like, for me, like, I really want to learn how to fly. And fly.
Yeah,
what
go for
kind of thing do you want to fly? What kind of machine?
Well, I haven't figured out what plane I want to fly yet, but I do like plan on buying a plane, like, and wanting to go and fly.
So are you going to buy the plane first, or are you going to learn to fly first?
No, I'm going to learn to fly first, and then I'm going to buy the plane.
Cool. Is it going to be a single engine Cessna? You going to take off one of the cheap boys? Learn to like, it's like when you learn to drive with a stick shift first, you're just kind of breaking yourself in.
Yeah, right. Like, I want to learn how to do the basics first. I'm going to learn how to, like, I want to fly on my own. I don't want to fly with, like, I don't want to have somebody as a passenger and put their life at risk. I just want to learn for myself and then fly on my own,
Dope. That's good. Well, just be safe, man.
That's it.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm going to record everything too. Like, I'm going to set up cameras in my plane and everything, and I'll even live stream it.
Sounds great.
Where I'm going, what I'm doing, how, with me flying. That's all.
Dude, start a YouTube channel, just The Flat Earth Pilot, and then you just go up, and everywhere you go, you're just reminding people, look at this, look at that horizon, look at that,
Right.
look at this.
I mean, that's the plan. That's the idea.
The Flat Earth Pilot, bro.
You can live stream it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll live stream on my YouTube channel, and
Yeah, how are you going to do that?
I gotta take it step by step first and learn how to fly.
Well, you can fly low enough, I think, to be in a signal
You're
area.
you're gonna have to bring some cell towers with you too.
Nah, you can fly low enough to be in a little area there. Go out by like a private airport or something.
Is to get a learn how to fly. That's the first step, and then
and then learn how to fly from Wi-Fi hotspot to hotspot.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, watching YouTube videos. Actually, you can just listen to R.C. Meisty or Dr. Bob, and they'll just they're experts. They'll teach you how to fly.
As long as you stick to magnetic west, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Just film it and then release it, like premiere it.
Just would try to come up with something. I don't know, man. Like see how it works first on recording, and then go from there.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is you're not gonna have a signal to broadcast to.
So just film it, right, and then premiere it when you're done. Be like, yo, I'm gonna go fly. I'll be back in 25 minutes with some footage, and then we can talk about it. I'll premiere it. Here we go.
Yeah, right.
You film start to finish, no cuts.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You could just fake it, but that's obviously going to be more expensive and more difficult than actually doing it. That's just common sense.
Nah, man. I see what you're saying, Indio, but yeah, I'm thinking a little too. Yeah.
No, you're not, man. I love the thought process.
Yeah, usually I was thinking, man, we're kind of a Debbie Downers to people that say like Hollywood and all that. I'm like, next time, I was thinking, just tell them to go. They really want it, just go. Get it, learn how to fly, do the thing, go in there and just go where you want to go. And obviously, we could talk about all the things that would hinder such a flight, but why do that? Just let them go. And if something's going to hinder that, they'll figure it out for themselves. Like why? You know what I mean?
Well, I don't want him to start flying 300 miles north, and all of a sudden he loses his Wi-Fi, and then has to turn around. Or
I'm pretty sure Starlink will hook him up or something. We'll there's some sort of other way around. Yeah. So I'm just like, go.
Do they go over the pole? I don't think they go over the poles.
You'd be the first one to do so. I mean,
you can claim you're Ukrainian and get one for free. I mean,
I really plan on just recording everything, like setting up cameras and just recording everything. To be honest,
are you gonna go at night or day?
I'm gonna do both.
Well, I mean, because they have 6 months of darkness, or close to that, supposedly. So you can go at night or you can go during the day. There's just 3 months of darkness and 3 months of light.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Because there's these people, they hike to the North Pole at quote unquote at night, right? Unfortunately, when they got to the North Pole was on the equinox, so it wasn't nighttime. So they couldn't film Polaris 90 degrees over their head. It's pretty disappointing. At least that's what they said, right? So they just went to an indescript piece of ice and were like, this is the North Pole.
If that was their intention, was to film Polaris, couldn't they have planned for that?
I don't think that was their intention. Their intention was to go to the North Pole, at night, like during winter. But they got there. This is what they said, that they got there on the equinox. So it was, even if it just happened to be just like a weird coincidence that they can't prove they're at the North Pole because you can't see the stars, right? So it was just a hell of a coincidence to me. They just showed their Garmin GPS that said, look, it says 90 degrees. Like, fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, look at the date. It's the equinox. We should see if we can film Polaris.
So what you have here, basically what you have there is a honey hold my beer kind of a, scenario, right? These guys are just putting in their head that they're going to do something, and they did it and come back and report it. And look, man, we've been to the North, was it North Pole?
Yeah. So I was looking because, Govers will say, well, and even Flat Earth is like, if you go to the North Pole, Polaris is going to be directly overhead. I mean, does anybody actually know that? Anybody? Because the only way you'd know that is if you went to the North Pole at night. So has anybody actually done that? And then so I looked, and for anybody doing it, and the closest I found were people that said they went to the North Pole at night. This video's on YouTube somewhere. And it just happened to be, when I watched the whole video, they're at the North Pole saying, hey, look, we're at the North Pole, showing their Garmin, and it's freaking the equinox. So, like,
so there's daylight. So there's
a hell of a coincidence. Yeah, so exactly.
So there's no actual proof of anybody showing a zenith to the star Polaris. And when the people were there, did they videotape, or did they have any reports of what was taking place with their actual physical compass that was not digital or related to technology, but a physical compass? Did they have any reports of that?
I gotta say though,
I mean, the purpose of their trip wasn't to like go film the stars. It was just like to go to the North Pole at night.
Yeah, but even if like I'd never heard anything about this FE globe Earth discussion, if I was going to the North Pole, I would definitely pack a compass.
Yeah,
like
of
physical
course.
compass.
And according to them, it wouldn't work because they say that the compass is in, like, you know, out in the ocean somewhere. It's not at the geometric North Pole, the geographical North Pole. So
I would
they
still
say.
like to see
Like,
where
does
it
anybody
started to,
know
like,
any of this?
deviate and fluctuate. Like I would want to see that. You know what I'm saying? Like even
Yeah.
before this discussion came up. So it's weird that they wouldn't do that.
From the video, pretty much what I saw is that they were just trying to stay alive most of the time, that they like kind of like bit off more than they can chew. And that their primary focus was living. You know what I mean? They probably had grand plans when they started, but then when the rubber started meeting the road, they were like, shit, I'm going to die here.
I mean, for me, that would be like a backup, right? Like, what is the known declination of a physical compass? Because what if it gets too cold? All my batteries die on all my technology, and I'm flying blind, right? It's during the equinox, so I'm not
They
going to be able
weren't
to.
flying. They traveled by foot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I was just using a figure of speech, right? Flying blind. So they're navigating blind. What if all of their technology? You're talking cold temperatures, right? Battery life is horrible, right? You don't have any way to charge most of it. Being a Boy Scout myself, like a physical compass would be my backup, and I'd want to be like, all right, what is the known declination? So if we do get lost, I have some sort of like magnetic declination map, so I could still use my physical compass, even though it wasn't going to allegedly point me to the right spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
did they go like actually on foot, or like dog sleds, or
I can't. I posted the video. I've been watching it in a while. I think they went on foot. I think they took it to like they might have like take a plane as far north as they can go, then had somebody bring them on like sleds. You know, not dog sleds, but snowmobiles as far north as they can go. Then they started walking. They might have taken a boat too, if I remember.
Yeah, I'd seen something like this once a long time ago, just about like a trek up there, and I think it was I think they used dog sleds in that one, but there was all kinds of fissures in the ice that like they come to that they don't know how to cross. They got to like use ladders and then like carefully like kind of crawl across them, and like it's no joke.
That's funny. I just found a video titled "Why No One Is Allowed to Explore Antarctica," and it has nothing to do with flat earthers. Like it's stuff we made up.
So I know there's like places in northern Canada, like really far north, where they will do quote unquote, North Pole expeditions. Like you can pay some money and go up there, and they claim they kind of take you to the North Pole. But I could also see that as being, an opportunity to make money in a place where opportunities are very slim to make money. So whether it's actually going to the North Pole or not, I think they could be making money.
They have the shipbreakers too, right? They have the shipbreaker tours, right? You can go on a shipbreaker and supposedly go to the North Pole. On like I think the Russians do it. There's a Russian ship that goes there. Like it's like a tourist ship,
And there's always the
you ride the ship, you get to the North Pole, you jump out, you go, hey, we're at the North Pole, which just like some, they bring their pole with them, right? It's not like there's a pole there permanently.
Right. That's the thing, the alleged discrepancy between the geographic and the magnetic north and south poles is an easy way to fool people into thinking they're at one or the other when they may not be, right?
Dude, I've thought about how can you I've been actually tried to do this in Photoshop. Like you take a magnetic Karen B made a magnetic declination map over an AE map. And I tried to unbend the line so as to undistort it, right? To make all the magnetic field lines straight, right? And distort the land masses. I mean, you can do something like that in Photoshop where you can. I can't remember the name of the tool. It's like a spleen tool or something like that where you can warp. It's a warp tool where you can warp an image, right? So I tried to uncurve the lines and make those straight, but it warps the rest of the image. It was just too difficult because the magnetic field lines are everywhere. The magnetic field lines could be hiding. What? Say that again?
You ended up with Pangea, didn't you?
Yeah, I ended up. Yeah, I ended up with. We're all on one big piece of land. No, I mean, I'm sure there's a way to do it. I mean, I'm not an expert with Photoshop. It would just something that would just take a lot of patience. You could do it, right? So what you do is you take the field line, and in order to straighten it, basically you change the coordinates of the map, and then see what it looks like after you make the globe would say, the compass is point north and south, right? So you make the compass point north and south by straightening the magnetic declination, but you keep the positions. Because say I'm in South Africa, right? They say, oh, there's 18 degrees magnetic declination. Okay, so let's say they're not, it isn't, right? And I fixed what they're saying is geographic north and align it with magnetic north and see how that looks, right? And you just change the entire map so that the geographic north, basically you're making a geographic equivalent of magnetic declination where you're twisting the geography. See, this is how arbitrary this stuff is, right? It's with the compass. Well, we know that way's north because of the stars, and my compass is wrong. Well, maybe you're wrong about that way being north because of the stars. Have you ever considered that? No, we don't consider that.
Yeah, we only consider what the book says.
Well, I mean, at some point, someone must have been. Well, my compass is supposed to be saying north, and it's not pointing at Polaris. And someone made the decision. Oh, my compass is broken. You know what I mean? My compass ain't pointing to where, north actually truly is, right? True, quote unquote, true north. Why? They even have a term, right, to convince you. They preface it and have the qualifier true north. This is true north. This is magnetic north.
Yeah, but you're not taking account for magnetic west, Indio.
Yeah, the magnetic west. Who said that again? I can't remember. Some Glober. Was it Soundly or Slice Marcane or something?
It's R.C. Meisty.
Oh, R.C. Meisty.
It was Zanuck.
No, it was Meisty for sure.
100%, yeah.
Well, he's a pilot, so why don't we call magnetic north true north, and then we'll call what they call true north now. We'll call that celestial north. Right? We just flip the verbiage.
Is it possible that where they're calling north isn't actually like the center of the Earth? You think, or
I mean, yeah, I'm not convinced that the rotation of the stars, the apparent rotation, right, the little circular arcs they take around Polaris, is the center. It's more like we just say that that's the center, right? We say, oh, this is the center of the way the stars move. How do we know that's the center? Maybe the shit's asymmetric, right? How do we know?
yeah, I've considered that as well. Like irregular, asymmetric. Who knows? Yeah. Why does it have to be a perfect?
Think just that mindset will just limit what you're gonna do. Like if I want to go exploring, you assume that everything's symmetric. You're gonna fan out from the center, right? And you're gonna stop, like say, you'll stop going in a direction because you think you can't go that way. It's a frickin' prison. The globe is a prison.
Yeah, I've been saying that as well. It's like a playpen for your mind. They set up these little playpen walls, and that's all. That's it. That's all you get.
Wait a second. We can leave the flat Earth.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
but I mean, okay. So I've thought about this. If you go to the South Pacific, say, that's where they say the magnetic field lines are the most distorted, right? Running east and west, basically. North and south magnetic field lines run east and west. Well, what directions are you not going to go? Right? You're not going to look at your compass and go, I'm going to go south because my compass is twisted 90 degrees. And if I go south, I'm going to go into the Southern Ocean. I ain't going to go that way. Right? Because I'm trying to get to, where there's people. And I know if I go towards, Antarctica, quote unquote Antarctica, I'm going to hit an iceberg or I'm going to hit a serious, 30-foot waves, right? I'm going to be smashing my boat against 30-foot swells. So I can't go that way. So let's not go that way. It just because of the coordinate system, you just limit where you're going to go. And then there's the problem of, and we had some people from South Africa here, one person in particular, they independently of what I'm saying is there's no ships that sail from South Africa directly to Antarctica, right? They have Antarctic, cruise ships, visitors that will go to Antarctica, but they don't sail right there. They sail across to South America and then they sail to Antarctica. So think about that. You want to go to Antarctica and you're in South Africa. Oh, here's a cruise ship. Oh, you only got to sail like 1,600 miles and you'll be right there. No, let's not do that. Let's sail across the Atlantic and then sail down from there. Why would anybody do that? It doesn't even make sense to me. And then if you look at like the history of Cape Horn, right? It's notorious for shipwrecks. It's notorious for rogue waves. It's notorious for just like being a very dangerous place to set sail on.
Where was that again? That spot? I want to pull it up.
Cape Horn.
Cape Horn. Okay.
Which is the southern tip of Africa, the so-called southern tip. For now, let's just use the normal convention of coordinates. That's like one of the first thing I learned, like in school when we were going out. People were sailing around the world. Was the problems that they would have when they sailed around Cape Horn, and like ships smashing and like people being killed. I remember specifically hearing in third grade history or whatever of people trying to sail around Cape Horn and being killed. Or is that the Cape of Good Hope? I don't know. One's Cape Horn, one's the Cape of Good Hope. I think that's Cape Horn. No, Cape Horn's in Chile. That's where I don't play with. Cape of Good Hope.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna post it. Cape Horn's in Chile, but still right there next to Antarctica, so it's showing.
Seemingly, but they won't sail from there to Antarctica.
Right.
Why not?
Well, you
And then
see,
we looked it up, and there's a plane that says that goes there from South Africa to Antarctica. But then when you actually like dig deeper to actually try and like see, does this plane ever flew? Right? Does this flight ever flown? It's never flown. It's a private plane, right? That's supposed to. It's a private plane company that offers flights to Antarctica from South Africa, but we couldn't find any record of it ever actually doing that. It's like one of those flights where like they offer it, but actually try to buy it. That's another thing.
Interesting.
I mean, the globe is pretty distorted. When you look at a globe and you look at like the southern continents, right? They look pretty close to Antarctica, but they're very far away. If you like do the calculation of how far the distance, they're like super far away. They look like they're like within 500-600 miles, but they're actually like thousands of miles away.
Bro.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Glad, did you get a new mic or something? Your voice sounds a lot different than me since the last time I was on regularly.
Bro, I got 3 different devices, 3 different accounts.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is
I
my
was
laptop.
mentioning earlier that Glatt sounds just like Napalm. Their voice.
Not anymore.
No.
Not anymore to me. It sounds different now. Maybe did you hit puberty, Glatt?
Don't insult Glatt like that. Don't insult Glatt like that, saying he sounds like me. Come on.
I like Napalm's voice. It's very soothing.
Yeah, Napalm, your voice sounds like if male phone sex workers were a thing, you'd be a male phone sex worker.
Ooh, God, you'd be top of the list, sir.
How do you guys know I'm not?
There's somebody else. I can't remember who it is right now, but like I have to check pretty often. I think it is Napalm speaking, and I have to look and like, wait, that's not him. Forget who that is now, though. It's not Glatt, that's for sure.
People have told me Yoke Smasher, but
yes, Yoke Smasher. Yeah, he sounds just like Napalm.
I don't know if I've heard him talk. I was cutting a yard one day, so I couldn't like open my mic or whatever because I was running heavy equipment, and I heard this guy talking, and I was like, I might have smoked a little bit, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, wait, I'm not talking. Why does it sound like I'm talking? Why am I talking?
Drinking that wine too, smoking them tweeds and everything.
What am I listening to?
You're almost there. Almost there. Pull the memory out.
You're listening to Monday afternoon time with 24/7 Flat Earth Discord panel.
What's up, boys?
So going back to the polls, I've always, for a couple of years, I've thought that it's possible that there's a missing part of the map in the north. Like I feel like there's parts missing in the north. Like if you looked at the AE map and you thought of it as like a record, like an old vinyl record. I'm not saying that like the label is missing, maybe not that much, but maybe a little bit larger than the hole that's in the middle of a record.
What would that sound like if you actually did make a record based off of the, peaks and valleys of the earth on a disc shape and then play it? That, like you saying that just now has me thinking, I'm wondering what that would actually sound like though.
Oh man,
sorry.
Especially if we drained like the oceans and we knew all the mapping there. Like if we could put a needle on that.
Yeah, that's like it would be so weird but fantastic because it would be interesting and unique.
Be a techno version of Black Sabbath played backwards.
That would be interesting.
You just play it, and it's like, this is the song that doesn't end. It's like, oh my god, with that or we get rickrolled. Never gonna give you up. Like, what?
Yeah, damn you, God. Get rickrolled by God.
That would be kind of hilarious. The ultimate dad joke. Just like get us with a rickroll from like outside of reality.
I don't know what that would sound like, but I do have on vinyl the moon landings, like the news coverage of the moon landings. I have that on vinyl, and I also have 2001: A Space Odyssey, the music from that.
I bet you that sounds so rich. Like if you play it, it sounds so rich and like vibrant. Like the way I don't know, playing records sounds much different than all this electronic music. The way things are nowadays.
You get a lot more depth of the music for sure.
Yeah. I got tired of people using random like logical fallacies, so I went and took a screenshot of every single one of the logical fallacies listed on your logical fallacy is like that website. I'll link that website. That might help.
According to Wikipedia, there's no permanent settlements above 79 North.
What about south?
Going back a couple minutes to what India was saying earlier about it being asymmetrical, I would agree with that. And also, I've thought that for a long while, actually. But how would we know? I guess it's the real question. We don't know what we're looking at. If it has a shape at all, the ceiling above us, we couldn't possibly tell.
So here's the thing, even at like an AE projection, right? If it was slightly off or askew, if you just added a decent amount of ocean in the South Pacific, like I think that's the least charted is in the South Pacific. You could easily add that and swing around South America a little bit closer to Africa, a little bit closer to, everything being slightly more on one side than it looks like on the AE map.
I'm just playing around with Google Earth while you guys are talking about this. Kind of just interesting.
Yeah, me too.
A ball now.
I wish I could screen share. Can you screen share that?
I thought I was the only one, bro. I thought I was the only one.
Really? Yeah, I just opened it up in my iPad. I'm just messing around with it list while you guys are talking. North is really interesting. They almost show like there's nothing there. And then what I also noticed is that if you zoom and look at over the Pacific Ocean from a certain perspective, it's just all water. Do they ever show that in the space pictures? Just only water?
Not that I know of. They usually have land in it. Ironically, happen to frame the land all the time. I also noticed there's islands I didn't realize were there in the South Atlantic or South Indian Ocean, in between Australia and Cape Town.
We're like, hey, why doesn't it show anything on Google Earth or Google Maps? And they're like, oh, well, because there's fucking nothing up there. It's just snow and ice and ocean. I was like, well, hold on a sec. We don't really even see that. Like, if you go to Google Maps, Google Earth, it's a shit show up at the north. It's different on every device, every phone, every computer. It's fucking strange.
So I guess if you look at Earth from a certain angle and you're in space, you'll think it's just like a planet of blue gas.
Unbelievable. Look at that. That's half the world ocean.
Yep.
That'd be fun.
And the only reason that Google Earth looks like the blue marble, right, from Robert Simmons is because you can tell that the oceans are photoshopped to look that blue. You know, your coastlines only go out so far. Like if they actually had the color of the oceans that we would see from a distance, it would look fairly gray, probably.
You know, you do the Google Maps or Google Earth thing, and you type in a location or whatever, or some, you know, you go from zoomed all the way out to zoomed in. And there's a point where it goes from looking like a cartoon or video game to real or real-ish stuff, like photos. And I've shown that transition to people countless times. You know, look at. Okay, here it looks kind of like a video game, right? Yeah, I guess. Right. Okay. So look here. All of a sudden, shit starts to look way more real. You notice that? And most people don't even like. They're like, I don't get it. I don't know what you're talking about. What you're looking at. But if you just like look what CB just posted. How in the motherfuck do you think that's a picture of the Earth from afar? How?
You know, they say that Greenland is, 14 times smaller than Africa. It doesn't look 14 times smaller than Africa on Google Earth even. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. It probably is because, people that live there actually measured the place, to a degree. I don't know
Greenland's another.
Africa. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Greenland and Africa. It's supposed to be way smaller than Africa, but if you go on Google Earth, it doesn't look 14 times smaller than Africa.
Well, Greenland's another
about
funny.
9 times.
Hey, we got Ray J thought just jumped in here. Ray J, are you there?
Yeah, can you let dude finish his thought though? Napalm. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Greenland's another spot, kind of like Antarctica on Google Earth, where the white portion seems to be just as photoshopped as the blue oceans are. Where you get inland on Greenland, like there's not a lot of zooming in on much of Greenland. It's very similar to Antarctica.
So there's a video, and this would be the last thing. There's a video of like natives of Greenland. So they're indigenous people. They've been living in Greenland their entire lives, like way up north. And there's a video of them talking about how the sun doesn't rise in the same direction anymore, and how the wind doesn't blow in the same direction that they have been, because they're hunters. And there's no geographical features, right, to go by to navigate like which way you're going that far north. So they go by like the direction of the wind and the direction of the sun. And someone was saying that they have generations of taught, like, this is how you hunt, this is which way the directions you should go, these are like the markers you use to navigate. The wind direction is this way, the sun is this way. And he says that over the years that direction has changed. I'll find the video. It's pretty mind-blowing because these people are really connected to their surroundings. They're not like, it's not like us. They don't have iPads, they don't have phones. They're not doing that. Like like if they're wrong, they die. They got a lot invested in it, in being right. So
yeah, I've seen that video before.
Oh, this ain't your mama's Farmer's Almanac. These motherfuckers are Eskimos, and they know more about their world than you'll ever know about yours.
Yeah, they got something like 15 different words for white, and that's all they see is white. So white has a lot of nuance to it. So anyway, sorry, Maggie. Still here?
Yeah. Ray J thought was just a new person that came in. I was just going to introduce him real quick. Just that way he has an opportunity to talk about what he thinks the shape of the Earth is and why. Ray J thought, are you there? Did we lose Ray J thought? Hello?
Come on down!
He's still in the VC, just hasn't opened his mic.
Yeah, he opened it. Actually, he closed it. He closed his mic. So Ray J thought, if you're there, you have control of your mic if you want to jump in the conversation. Once again, we do like to introduce new people to the forum. So just let us know what you think the shape of the Earth is, if you think it's a shape, and let us know why, or show us any evidence. We'd like to have a talk with you. So, yes, sir. I guess he's not going to talk. That's cool. It's cool.
All right, then, keep your secrets.
Yeah, we urge people to talk here in the voice chat, but it's not a dictatorship. We'd like it if you did speak up, though.
Speak or die.
There's always got to be one in the crowd, man. Sometimes it's me. Someone told me in the military. Someone told me in the military, no one likes a smartass. Well, you know what? I disagree.
I 100% disagree with that statement.
I know. I think people like smartasses. It's a technique. It's like a skill set.
Bro, I'm a smartass and I'm going to keep you on your motherfucking toes. Do you feel
That's right. And we got smartasses, keep smartasses in control. It's freaking great. It's a glorious thing.
Ooh, he texted back in the chat.
Say this. I'd rather be a smartass than a dumbass.
Yeah, I mean, people seem to enjoy me just fine, so I'm sure some people like smartasses.
Hey, Napalm, good to hear you in here. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Better.
Glad.
I was just going to say it's better to be a smartass than a dumbass or a jackass.
Dumbass. I wouldn't want to be a dumbass. I think that I lived on some spinning globe that doesn't exist in reality. No thanks.
Yeah, good to hear from you too, Sonny. It's been a while. I've been kind of all over the place these days.
Yeah, look, there's like 3 of us in here that are all from the same area. That's myself, Napalm, and Rookie 73. We all grew up like right around in St. Louis there.
Yes, sir.
It's a trip.
Born and raised, and after I was raised, I left.
Yeah.
Middle of the country.
Yeah, you know, it was really a good place to grow up when I was a kid in the like mid 60s to mid 70s. Like I had a great time as a young child, but then as a teen, there was lots of violence and drugs. Man, it was just like a lot. Some of my friends did not survive. Missouri.
Same here. Yeah, there's a lot of drinking and drugs there in the middle of the country for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Especially drinking. I mean, I didn't realize how much people in St. Louis drank until I moved away from St. Louis.
Drinking, cars, and guns. You know, it's not a good mix.
Yeah. I mean, it's all right if you know how to moderate all of them, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But when you were like I didn't and lived right next to Kinloch, good luck.
No. But I did do door-to-door sales in the state streets. So,
dude, I did that too out there, man. Wow. That's a trip.
We also now have Say that just jumped in the chat with VC verification. Say, are you there? Hello. Say, you just popped in the chat, so you must be listening.
What you say.
Did you get that gong sound yet?
Get the what sound?
The gong sound.
Oh,
Dandelion was trying to get a gong sound to going. Get CB to get a gong sound. Like the Gong Show.
Yeah.
The gong people that are talking too much.
Didn't CB get it?
I need to save it. I just pulled it up on YouTube, but I'll save it.
That's gonna be my favorite one.
Oh, really? Okay.
I come in, they got verified, and he chickened out and left.
Well, I say left. I do say.
You don't say.
You don't say, or you do say.
What did he say?
Say Earth
Yo,
is a
did
globe.
you say?
Did you say Did someone say Earth is a globe?
What the hell did you just say?
Did you say Earth was a globe? Did someone out there say Earth? Wait a minute. Attention. Did someone out there anywhere out there, as far as anywhere it could be from out there, did
I'm
anyone
fucking sound like I amuse you?
Did anyone say Earth was a globe?
Say psych right now.
Bring them in here immediately, please. Whoever said or thinks Earth is a globe, come on in. We need to hear from you. Trying to appeal to their if there's any empathy. That's hilarious. Having a narrative with my own narrative. Oh no.
Who's narrating?
Anybody else using Windows?
Morgan Freeman.
Does anybody else have a menorah in their frickin' search bar?
Hell no.
Search bar? What do you mean? Why you just hit the hourglass?
No, let me show you.
I mean, if I hit the magnifying glass search bar?
No, the search bar in the lower, right next to the Windows frickin' thing in the lower left
Yeah,
hand
the
corner.
little magnifying glass. Type here to search. No,
Yeah.
I don't have one, but I'm also.
Why the frick is there a menorah in my search bar, dude?
Because you're Jewish. Why do you think?
Because you're not anti-Semitic. Don't you even talk about it like it's a bad thing. From now on, your searches are going to have a tinge, just a color, like T shades of Judaism. Thanks.
Oh my God, I want to say the worst vilest Jewish joke right now, but I won't.
It's there
God,
because we're in.
That's a good one too. Dang, I hate
It is a good one. My Jewish friend used to tell it to me. That's how good it is.
Oh yeah, those are the best.
India, you posted in Locker, not live stream.
Oh yeah, that's probably safer anyway. I'll post it in the live stream.
True enough, good call.
The menorah is there.
Yeah, there's like a menorah in my search bar. Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah,
We've started Hanukkah, right?
Is that Google?
Yeah, but
That's
like
part
I've
of your-
never seen anything.
I'm no
Usually it's
longer
on the
your-
other side.
It's
I
part of your
guarantee you,
theme.
if you look on Christmas, there's not going to be a cross there.
Let's see if it's
It's
in YouTube.
part of a theme that you picked.
Guaranteed.
Hold on, let's look
A
at
theme? Like, what theme did I pick? I didn't see like when you're picking like the keyboard layout. I didn't see Anastasi Jew. I picked Sephardic Jew.
India, I don't know if you've heard of a band called UB40. We've got a band called UB40.
Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazi, whatever it is. I didn't hear anything Crypto said though.
Yeah, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
All right. So there's this band in England, like they're kind of famous a while back now, called UB40, and they did a song called "Rat in My Kitchen," and it just sounds like that's the sequel. Is there's like a menorah in my search bar? The second single.
I've heard of UB40. I'm not totally uncultured.
Awesome. In my search bar.
Red wine.
Yo, that should actually be a song.
You should make a YouTube video of the menorah in your search bar.
What if we flip the words from red wine to menorah search bar? You think we could do it?
If I make a video about YouTube about a menorah in my search bar, like how long do you think it'll take for the channel to be deleted? 3 hours, 10 hours,
3 minutes. You got under it.
33. Yeah, exactly. 33 hours.
Illuminati can.
No doubt. And 33 minutes.
I actually watched a lot of the reason I mentioned Ashkenazi Jews is that there's a Jewish guy that says that the Jewish people is just a made up thing, and he's Jewish. The whole Ashkenazi thing, all that stuff is
I feel
some
like
Jews
that
say
man
there's a basis to it. But there's a group of them there like, no, there's no basis to this Ashkenazi Jew. That whole, I'm sure people are aware of the whole story of the Ashkenazi are not actually Jews because some, empire just converted to Judaism because they were between the Muslims and the Christians and they didn't want to be attacked, right? So they're a bunch of fake Jews, but this guy, it's pretty weird.
What's a fake Jew?
Meaning they converted to the religion, but they're not a descendant of Abraham. So that would be a fake Jew.
Oh my God. Isn't that all that stuff just nonsense? Doesn't it just sound like hooey?
Is that the same thing as a crypto Jew?
I don't know what that is.
Hooey.
Boy.
There's not a minority in my search bar. I just want to say
there was no
I feel like someone's trolling you with that.
There's no goyim in his house.
I'm reading the wiki, and it's just saying that the word Ashkenazi kind of means Jewishness. So I mean, it's kind of right. Like it's meaning somebody who acts Jewish. So whether they are a Jew or not, it's somebody who behaves in such a fashion. I guess that's what it seems to mean.
Does
There's
Brian
a lot more
smell
to it,
Jewish
though.
today? He smells a little Jewish today, doesn't he? Yeah.
Well, there's actually like a lot of it's something I found. I'm not really into this shit, but I just found out that there's something like 20 subsects of Judaism. Like there's a shitload. I didn't realize there were so many.
I thought that there was only one God, though.
Listen, I'm sorry.
But go ahead.
So listen, I put a reference in a source there for crypto Judaism, and what is this? A secret adherence to Judaism while publicly professing to be of another faith. Practitioners are referred to as crypto Jews, and it's from the original Greek cryptos, especially applied historically to Spanish Jews who outwardly profess Catholicism, known to be conversos, Marranos, or the Anusim. So what they were persecuted Jews that were leaving Spain because, and Moorish people also were being persecuted, and so they were coming to America, and they professed themselves as Catholics, but they were secretly
America.
Jew.
Yeah, we should probably get off this subject though. It's touchy. People get all fucking hurt about it.
And then we can.
You can't even have like an intellectual, like historically factual, academic discussion about it without being vilified. Yeah, exactly.
We were just talking about Charleston.
But that's just purely a coincidence that happens. It's just purely 100, has nothing to do with anything. It's just there's nothing to see here. We're just afraid to talk about it because of nothing.
Because of nothing. Listen, we were talking about Charleston chews. Now I don't know what anybody else was talking about. Charleston chews. The word chew. Thank you.
Well, that's CC 33.
I can't think of any other group of people that's like more dangerous to talk about.
Yeah, really, and what? That's bizarre. Well, I guess not bizarre.
Not bizarre. It's obvious. It shouldn't be that obvious. Like I don't know. Stupid.
Well, I mean, there's like a hierarchy of like ethnic groups that you can't talk about, right? And like Jews are at the top, and then I guess maybe the next one down would be like African Americans, and then maybe the Spanish or the Hispanic, whatever the fuck that is.
What about failed musicians? I've got to have a class of people somewhere that I can hang out with. No.
Oh, no. I forgot, because there's a new class of people that are very confused about, the natural order of human sexual reproduction. So they might be above you right now. Now I think about
they're just confused.
They might be above you, like right, just barely. They've snuck barely above them.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, like, if Sammy Davis Jr., who converted to Judaism, if he decided he also wanted to have gender reassignment surgery, you couldn't say shit about him.
That's short man.
He's got a freaking glass eye that's lazy, so he's also handicapped.
Dude,
he's all screwed up.
You found all
handicapped transgender superstar. What do you know about it?
And you can't talk about him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Can I talk about? Listen, can I talk about waffles? Is that against the rules yet?
Strawberries on it. Only if
Sammy Davis Jr. was definitely an overachiever. But think about the era he was in and the crowd he was hanging in and his talent level. Overachiever. Totally overachiever.
I can't hang with these cats, baby.
Well, he's hanging out with Frank Sinatra and like Bing Crosby and, like all those guys. And then there's him. Is he like the token black guy? Like why was he there? I mean, he was talented, but he wasn't as talented as they were. Like, I don't understand.
Connection. He had the best coke connection.
He was the pimp, right? He procured
Tell me I'm wrong. I'll bet I'm right about that.
He was rich in resources.
I don't know. And the girls.
You say he converted to Judaism, but wasn't he a self-proclaimed Satanist? Like, didn't he espouse that?
Yep.
Isn't that the same? Isn't that the same thing?
Well,
whose drink did you put the LSD in tonight? What's up, Marilyn? Bye-bye. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean...
those guys have so much fun doing that, and they're just laughing at the rest of us. Whatever.
Look, I have a good friend of mine. He's older. He's probably might be in his 70s now. But he was raised Jewish. He's an Ashkenazi Jew by descent. And he's atheist now. He fucking hates Jewish people. This is what he's told me. He's like I grew up around these people. Rich Jewish people, they're the worst people in the world. And that's his opinion. I'm based upon his life experience. Look, he could have. Listen, this isn't someone that just talked. He literally forsake all that shit and was like, I'd rather go off and be freaking poor and hang out with you losers.
Damn.
Well, I mean, listen, if religion, once somebody has a stigma about religion and they grow up with it and then they learn a little bit more about life and then they may not subscribe to the religion anymore, there's always a chip left on the shoulder, in my opinion. There's some kind of chip left over. Even if the people are, it's like, my ex-girlfriend and I were still friends. Yeah, but you're still also ex-girlfriend and boyfriend. You're never going to get rid of that.
Yeah, I also think it's a mistake to like people that practice a religion and then taking some of the assholes in that religion and then projecting that onto the entire religion as a whole.
Yeah,
I think that's a mistake.
Well, there's always a bad apple approach, and I think the Globers and anti-flat earthers and such do is make the flat earthers look like we're that bad apples in society.
Oh God, this is the trope they've been pushing around. It's been at least for the last week. Y'all are just trying to feel special.
Yeah. Honestly,
when I see I'm special, I'll whip my dick out, bro. I'm special, regardless of flat Earth.
Honestly, I'm surprised that they haven't pulled that out, and try to use that against us a lot. Like, oh, you're just trying to be different, huh? You make fun of the trannies, but then all of a sudden, I got to think the Earth's flat. What's the difference, idiots? Like, totally. Anything to try to make us look like we believe something stupid instead of know truth. Which is what we do. We know the Earth measures flat against the globe math. That's the truth we know.
Well, from their mindset, I mean, think of what their mindset is. They never actually thought about the problem, and then they're like, why would anybody believe it? Because it's so obviously a globe. They must just want to be contrarians and feel special about it. Yeah. And like, dude, first of all, you're just making shit up in your head. Literally, like that's what you're doing. You're making up all these ideas in your head, like someone that's having a panic attack, and your mind is running away with it.
Right?
Like it's none of those things, dude.
Yeah, they scramble to define the situation because they don't even understand how somebody can think so much for themselves. They don't listen to anything anyone else tries to tell them about the world around them. They don't know what to do.
People that think they see curve out of an airplane. Like these people, like they think that they have been to space. Like they personally, like I've seen space on TV. I've been to space. How could anyone think the Earth is flat? I have a television set. Don't flat earthers have TVs? Like,
right? Have you been living under a rock? Like, seriously, that's the attitude.
Yeah, didn't you plug in your TV last night? There was a ball on there. Why did they show a flat Earth? Why did they show a ball? That's proof it's a ball.
And then they got
I had
the
someone
rockets.
say this.
They're like,
I had
so
someone say, why do they show a ball on TV?
They're like, hey, so rocket launches are fake?
no.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Rockets are fake. Check it out. They send metal into the sky, however they do it, and then it disappears from your view. And then be honest, you don't know where it goes after that. You just don't.
Well, I mean, using their logic, anything that disappears from view went to space, right?
Right.
So if my dog runs away and I can't see him anymore, he went to space.
Sure.
Why not? God. He's out of sight. I can't see him. He must go into space. It's just logical. What if the dog leaves a note that says, I'm going to space, and then he runs out of view? Right? Oh, he said he's going to space, so he must have because I lost sight of him.
Yeah, that proves it.
Definitely, 100%. Space dog. Or an airplane, or whatever, or a balloon, or anything that goes out of sight, it goes to space because it has to, because they said it, so it must.
Well, yeah, and especially if it goes up, there's no way it doesn't go to space. Where do you think it goes? Like, anywhere? It can fucking go anywhere, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
seriously?
If you don't know exactly where it goes, then like my dog, like he ran away. If I don't know where he goes, he must have went to space and he never left, man.
Dude, and you're not going to be like this. You're not going to be like, oh, I know where he went, but I'm not going to go get him. Yeah, no, I know where he is, but I'm going to go. Not gonna. It's fine. He can stay there. Like, no, you don't. You don't know where the fuck he went, dude.
Well, why would they lie? Like, how the hell would I know? I'm not them. Like, what? Jesus.
Oh, it's good. Good material, folks. See, I feel like there's so much real estate left to be cashed in on.
Oh, hell yeah.
Flat Earth comedians. Flat Earth comedy, making fun of Globers. Once it gets a little more popular, dude, there's going to be people out there just dying at our gravity jokes and all kinds of shit. Going to be good. We haven't seen the golden age of Flat Earth yet, guys. We're about to.
In a world where no one can find the curve, only flat earthers know the answers to the questions that no one can seem to... No, let me quit. That radio silence got that dead air.
And I think it's astonishing that there should be a place so unexplored as the South Pole. And we don't want to go to the North Pole so much anymore. It's getting rather crowded up there, both scientifically and militarily. Seems to me. Well, anyway, that's my best.
It's funny when he says the thing about the most peaceful place on Earth.
Wait, he said it's the most peaceful place on Earth?
Because it's the only continent that women have never been to at the time. And I'm like, dang, dude.
He said the shit?
Yeah. I have the audio. I saved it.
And then it's like, well, yeah, and then I'm supposed to trust his stories? Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know all that. Listen, if it's such a secret, they're not going to let anybody even bring it up, let alone a fucking starred-ass general who, claimed to spend a lot of time down there. I guarantee you, I probably spent a lot of time down there, but what he's telling you has nothing to do with what's going on. He didn't tell you shit.
It's just a joke that he told that was kind of like, what?
Yeah, like watch the conspiratards go nuts for 90 years on this one and still get nowhere. I don't know. I just feel like it's all a big fucking troll.
Well, how do you explain photos from space, bro?
I don't. I've never seen a photo from space. I've seen images.
How do you know their photos?
Well, because they said so. It says photo credit right there at the bottom of the photo.
Like, if you ask, but the thing is, how like the things you can ask a Glober, right? That they think is a gotcha. How do you explain photos from ISIS? As soon as you ask just a simple question, well, how do you know their photos? They spiral instantly. They instantly just explode. They like their mind just like, I could never doubt their authenticity.
Yeah, how is it?
God.
They treat us like this. It's like, how is it that you and I breathe the same oxygen, but you think the Earth is flat? Like, are you serious? You're going to treat someone else that way, for real? They don't understand how rude and disrespectful it is. They don't get it. And like, I'm not trying to do the feelings card. I'm saying that shit comes back to you, dude. Karma's a bitch. That's all I'm saying.
Certainly. Well, I've been saying this for years. The Globers and some Globers think it is a moral imperative to believe the globe. It is the ultimate sin.
Dude, the anti-flat earthers think that they're doing the world a favor, like a service, right? Service by
they're like what do they call that, man?
Some of the most extreme ones think that you shouldn't be able to have a job or a family
driver's license
or kids.
Yep. Can you believe it, dude? These are people who claim to be this, that, and the other. You know, they sit down and they say, pass the potatoes, please. And then they go and treat someone else in the world like that. You got to be fucking kidding me.
Over something they say that doesn't matter.
Right. Right.
That blows me away. Why does it even matter? You should drink bleach in the next sentence. Like, over something that doesn't matter.
Some shit. Man, and you know they're flailing when they start saying shit like drink bleach. Like, really? That belligerent response? Okay, well, that's just like a toddler saying, I don't want to have fucking lunch today or dinner tonight. How's that sound?
Or you're a doo-doo head.
You're a poopy butt. Like, okay, you don't get dessert for 3 weeks, bitch. Like, that's how they're acting. It's horrible. And they don't get it. These people have kids. They're acting like it. Anyway. We're all just trying to find out the truth. The problem is some of us don't want to give up.
I don't understand how they can't see it. That's the thing I just never understand is how can't they see it?
It should bug them.
They see their own, like, this. How can they not see this reaction in themselves? Like, why they're reacting that way, right? So the idea of that, you know, there should be no topic. The idea of the Western Enlightenment is that there's no topic that's above inquiry, right? We should be able to talk about anything, intellectual, scientific investigation of any possible subject, no holds barred,
without scrutiny,
freedom of thought, freedom of thought, all these things, freedom of speech, all this.
Right.
Earth is flat. Oh my God, they frickin' spiral. They spiral into oblivion instantly. Every subject but that one.
Yeah, when are we going to have...
Think about it.
You know how they have coming out parties for gay people? When are we going to have coming out parties for flat earthers, right? A decade from now or something? You know, what's going to be the next taboo subject? Certainly isn't going to stay flat earth. I want to identify as a banana peel. Sure, you can do that. I also know the earth's flat. You cannot fucking do that and go out in public. No, stay home, asshole. Don't reproduce. What?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Flat Earth, the shape of the Earth doesn't matter. Why would they lie about it? Like, well, why are you triggered about it? Why are you having a mental meltdown over it?
Right, there's a knee-jerk response.
But I don't understand why that they can't. If we talked about any other subject, they would not be emotional about it unless it was like, it's politics or war or something. But this isn't supposed to be politics or war. This is supposed to just be some innocuous subject, and they're completely out of their head.
A lot of times now, I've seen them do the whole, like, they're going to bring up and try to talk seriously about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the abominable snowman, Loch Ness Monster, stuff like that, to make it sound like, oh, I'm here considering flat Earth. Shit, I might as well consider Sasquatch. You know what I'm saying? Listen, anything's bad, right? And they just make it sound like there's somebody out there considering flat Earth that also totally believes in Sasquatch.
Oh yeah, they tried to do that with the lizard people. I'll ban if someone even comes in and says lizard people. I'll just ban them right out the server, like immediately.
Yeah, for sure.
A noob, like if someone's actually just trying to discuss it, that's fine. But when they come in with that troll, right? Earth is flat and there's lizards ruling the world. Like, yeah, we know what you're doing. You're trying to create that association between flat Earth and something absurd to then have the guilt by association type thing and just poison the well. That's really the only point of it, is to poison the well.
And then they're trying to do the death by 1,000 cuts that way too. It's not like, oh, we're gonna, this is gonna be the team of anti-flat earthers that goes in and kills the 24/7 Discord and all this shit. It's not like that. It's like these tiny little, like, the best they can do is get the random bystander who's just starting to pay attention to the topic coming in at a bad moment when the anti-flat earthers having like a sophistry moment that sounds like they know what they're talking about, and then that person.
I've noticed they lurk here. They'll lurk in lobby. Like, put it this way, the lobby's being quote unquote monitored by anti-flat earthers, and when you have someone that comes in and they start asking, like, they start acting normal. Let's put it that way. They start acting like a normal person that's curious. Boom, they cock block. They come in and they cock block and they do their their whole some shtick or act to get us all on that person, and then that person, their experience is, this is a shit show, I'm leaving.
Exactly. They make us freak out because we're human beings, and they play on our emotions, and most of us can't control it. I know I fucking spiral almost immediately.
Well, I mean, usually they bring it there, and then I've seen so many different little these little skits. They're almost skits that are run by these guys. Like it's kind of weird in a way to get people not to look at the topic. Like there's I remember a long time. I had just seen this recently. So there's one little skit they run where they come in. So there's one guy debating whatever, the chat, the lobby, but he's not listening to anything you say, no matter what you say to him. And they just keep asking the same question over and over again. No matter what your answer is, they'll say you didn't answer it, and then you'll have a second person that's a Culver, also a new account, cheerleading, saying, yeah, he's right, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? He's running like this and it's the whole thing is an act to create perception.
He's blocking the guy with the ball in front, right, helping him run the ball down the field.
Yeah, exactly. He's kind of like running interference and create like a perception that, oh, this person's winning the debate. He's asking these questions these flat earthers can't answer it. When I literally actually 2 days ago, I haven't seen this little skit run in a long time. So I took all the times that I answered his question. It was 20 times for 30 minutes. And he just pretended that I did not answer it at all. Just kept saying those. You can't answer my simple question. Just kept saying the other person was doing the, like I said, cheerlead, basically.
Yeah, so a lot of times that's all they got to do.
It's a crazy. It's a crazy but listen, type of works. It's trying to gaslight me and trying to fool bystanders.
Listen, and the bystanders, it works on most of them. I know it, and it's unfortunate. And that's why this grows so slowly, even though we're never not growing. Is people, a lot of people just come here to see the flat Earth being gotten made fun of. And then, therefore, in their mind, their subconscious, there's a stigma saying, well, if it's still getting made fun of this much, probably not real. I'm probably just going to go do something else.
So here's something I brought up last night to like you were just talking about growing so slowly. There's been videos that have come out maybe in the past 3 weeks of flat Earth debunk videos that are still they're straight out of 2017. How after 5 years, right? And how do you go out and make a flat Earth video when you have no clue what any flat Earther thinks?
They got to stick to their guns, though, man. They know what they know what the audience responds to.
They're still that ignorant. I really think the people that make the videos are still really just that ignorant. They've made no effort to actually go, hey, what if flat earthers actually think, right? Instead of concocting something in their head of what they imagine they think. And just asking somebody, which they could do, right? There's There's Flat Earth YouTube channels. There's Flat Earthers on Twitter, Facebook, here, and just asking what they actually think. Like, oh yeah, so what do you think about this? Da 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 da. I'm like,
Right.
but they don't do that. They just don't do that. Like, it's easy to find out. Like, it blows my mind. But the thing is, these people that make these videos, right? The people that like sub to these videos and watch their videos, they are relying on another person for their information, right? They're not out there making their own content, researching. They're relying on these people to like research the issues for them. And if the person that's researching the issues for him is that ignorant, how ignorant are the people below him, right? Even more ignorant.
Yeah, because shit trickles downward.
Yeah, because they're going, this is a smart person. I like one specific video. It's some freaking dude that looks at shit with a telescope, I assume, because he's got Astro in his name. I didn't even look at any of his videos. But, like, you read the comments under some video he made against Flat Earth, and it's like, this is really basic Billy 12-year-old stuff, like the stuff they say. It's crazy. It's after all this time.
They want to make it look like it's simple. Hold on now. They want to make it look like it's simple to debunk the flat Earth too, right? Oh, it's so easy. It's just this list of arguments because it's this model, and we figured it out because of this. It's not hard to debunk the flat Earth. That's what I think that they're trying to do with a lot of this. Sticking to their guns on these topics.
Yeah, like why isn't it nighttime everywhere or daytime everywhere?
Daytime, yeah,
like,
I love
listen,
that one.
That's super easy to answer. You could just go find a flat earther and they'll just give you an answer. Like, this shouldn't even be in your video.
It's kind of like they have a giant bag of trash, and they want to walk into your living room and dump their entire bag of trash out, and they want you to prove that every single item in that bag is all trash. And you have to meticulously go through every object in that trash.
That's
this is trash. This is trash. This is trash too. And I can show you why. No, stop being a hoarder. This is trash too. You need to throw it away. Stop. And why did you dump this in my living room anyway?
That is like a perfect analogy, man. That is perfect.
You know why it's all trash? Because I didn't ask for it, motherfucker.
They also do the burden of proof reversal. That's a classic one.
Yeah. I mean, that's easy to like thing. It's just to me, just like, just keep seeing videos that are so just, it's like Flat Earth has been around for like 5 or 6 years, like in the mainstream consciousness. And these guys are still like, it means that they've never looked past the like 3 seconds into a debunk video or something, or read a title, or they're like, oh, I Googled Flat Earth and I see a list of debunk freaking web pages. So Flat Earth has been debunked. I'm going to go back to playing Call of Duty or whatever it is they do, right? They don't even read the article. They don't even like click through the link. They just feel comfortable that Flat Earth debunk articles exist in the world. Therefore, Flat Earth is wrong. So I'm going to just, as long as they exist, I feel better. I'm going to hug myself, drink some chamomile tea, and go to take a nap because I don't want anything to challenge my belief system. Then you see a flat earther and their blood pressure goes through the roof. Yeah, it's crazy. The psychological dynamic is to me, that's just the psychology of human beings proves.
It's the
yeah,
crucial
it is.
moment.
It is. It's like that's like the final coffin now. It really is.
Well,
like,
yeah,
why are all these people acting like this if they're not indoctrinated by lies? This is not the way normal people act within any other subject matter. Listen, I could trigger less people talking about 9/11. Or even Sandy Hook, right? I could trigger less people talking about Sandy Hook than Flat Earth.
You could say I went to lunch with Alex Jones. They'll be like, "What? That's crazy. Why the fuck would you do that?" And then, but if you said, "Yo, I think the Earth is flat," they'll be like, "Forget my number. I never knew you."
Yeah, I could tell them about how me and Alex Jones had sex with gay frogs, and they wouldn't even be shocked compared to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Jesus. What are we going to do about all that? Nothing. There's nothing we can do. But I think the powers that be are banking on what they think is going to be like. Well, it's just going to, the truth is going to trickle out so slowly, and we're going to suppress it so much that by the time they can do anything about it, it's going to be too late for them.
I don't even think they worry about it, which is why we're here. I think they've just like,
yeah,
dude, we're holding back the freaking sea. We're like,
well,
we're trying to hold back the sea with a chain link fence or something. Like, we'll get some water, but we're not going to get it all. I think they're just playing the numbers game, right?
Yeah.
More people are going to be exposed to their narrative than is going to expose to our narrative, for lack of a better word, right?
Our information.
Yeah, I mean, well, people, the attack. I mean, you take somebody and you say, this is the way you should think of the world, and then you feed them information. And you know that information is going to be processed in their brain a certain particular way, right? How many Globers come in here and use logical fallacies? They don't use logical fallacies as a trick. They think that is the correct way of thinking about things. They think they're actually using logic. I mean, I don't think people understand that people that come in here and use logical fallacies, they actually think that is logical thinking.
Yeah, they're like, you didn't go to school, did you? It's like, well, actually, I can tell you did go to school because of the way you're reacting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty funny. But like when they say, why does everybody, most of the world believes the Earth is the globe, they think that is some sort of a logical statement. And that is some sort of evidence for the idea that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
They really think that. It's not. So the so-called powers that be, when they feed the information, they know how that information is going to be processed. They're not worried about us. Because we have to change the way, we have to, like, we don't have to teach people the Earth is flat. We have to teach them how to critically think, right? And then, like the rest of the pieces, whatever information they get, they'll find the truth themselves, right? They don't need us after that point. They can find it themselves if they have the tools on how to find it. But when they're using the wrong tools, right? They're using a screwdriver to try to push in a nail. That ain't going to work.
Not too well, at least. You're going to fuck your hand up.
You're going to be there a long freaking time. First, you got to freaking, drill a groove and like somehow scrape a groove into the nail head with the screwdriver.
You're like, hey, no, look, I know it's bleeding, but the palm of my hand works way better. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Your forehead.
That's the funny thing, India. You could sit and have a 3-hour conversation with an average person about how you think that the Earth was seeded by aliens back in 6,000 years ago, and the Hopi Indians have predicted it. And these aliens came from the Pleiades, and blah blah blah. And you have this extensive conversation, and they wouldn't think that you were that weird, right? They'd be like, "Yeah, it's plausible." And the minute you say, I went to the beach and I felt like that lighthouse in the distance, I shouldn't be able to see if the Earth was curved. They'd be like, "Get out of my fucking house immediately."
Yeah.
I can't believe I let you around my kids. That right. Kind of thing.
I guess it's the lack of self-reflection. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm always analyzing what I do, why I do it, like that. Self-evaluation. Like, how do you not go, wow? The guy asked me if I had ever been to the ocean and seen a lighthouse this far away and insinuated the Earth is flat, and I fucking blew up on him. Why did I do that? Like,
yeah, Yeah, so India, that is a good query. That actually some people apparently don't have this kind of introspection at all, and possibly what I've heard fairly recently is that they don't have an internal dialogue with themselves at all. I mean, I think that's the thing with us. I can barely comprehend that idea that there's
That's
some
narcissism to me. That's like, to me, that's what a narcissist is.
I only had a brain.
Yeah.
Oh,
if you think you can take a situation, analyze it, and whatever your first impression is the correct one, without going, yeah, I think this is correct, but let me review that, right? And then you proceed with like implementing what you think is correct, and you have to like, okay, I'm going to double check. Did what I think was correct, is that turning out to be correct? You know what I mean? It's like sailing somewhere, right? Like you start sailing, like somehow you think you're sailing into a warmer climate, but all of a sudden it starts getting colder. You might want to second guess what you're doing, right?
Yeah, so it goes back to this analogy I used on this young lady that was in here yesterday about being in a cave, and there's a precipice up ahead somewhere because you have a map, but then all of a sudden all the lights go out, and one person has a map and the other person doesn't. So the girl was basically clearly the one that thought that having a map would be better, even though she can't see where she's going or know what's beyond a step or two. So I'm, like, if you'd rather be the one that goes, okay, so I know the map says left, right, left, you're just going to rely on that, or you're just going to be the person that has no map and just goes, I'm going to take the first step and make sure it's perfectly solid before I move on anywhere. But I don't think she understood that whole concept. I don't think she understood.
You're going to hold the map in your hand the whole time you're walking, or are you going to look where you're going? That's that simple.
Yikes. That's actually pretty kind of scary.
Well, yeah, because look, she was asking us, isn't it a problem between, and it took a long time to get this out of her, isn't it a problem or a challenge or a problem, she said, for flat earthers, which she didn't actually state that in the beginning, who she was talking about, it would be a problem for. But anyway, she had a problem because we disagreed with certain things. And so I put it to her real clearly. I said, okay, other than we agreeing on these three principles, that Earth is not a ball, not in motion, and is contained, what do we disagree about? And she couldn't really answer. It's like so weird. It was so weird, man. It's like freaking alternate.
That was a weird interaction.
That's another trope, though, is like flat earthers can't agree on a model or can't agree on this.
Yeah.
Dude, nobody can agree on anything, right? What are you talking? Like, what was the cause of the Vietnam War? So, like, 50,000 people have a different opinion on what the cause was. Does that mean the Vietnam War didn't happen?
Yeah.
Like what?
Exactly. That's totally illogical. But I wouldn't put it past like some of these. There's obviously groups out there, and there's probably obviously people in here that have been infiltrated from these groups that are developing characters. I can spot them. I don't usually say anything when they're fake flat earthers, but I can hear it in their tone. I don't know what it is. They're not going to get past the gauntlet.
It's obvious.
They think they are, and that's fine with me because I can just sit back and critique it, and I go, this person's full of shit. I wouldn't come out and say
because
it.
Because it's not the belief in flat Earth, it's the mode of thinking.
Yes.
Which is kind of what I was alluding to, right? It's the way, it's their ability to critically think. You can't fake being a flat earther and have the same shitty globe critical thinking skills, because if you actually apply them, it comes out gobbledygook. Right? That doesn't make sense. You have to understand the fundamental principles that are being applied. That's the easiest way for me to tell is just I could just interrogate them about any subject, and just by the way they think about it tells me if they're a flat earther or not. I don't have to do anything else.
I know. So it's good to let them come in and we all sharpen.
Yeah, just let them talk. The mask always falls off, bro. It always falls off.
Just let them talk. And then, look, I don't even care if they know every single aspect about everything that we've talked about for the last 6 years that I've been around. Like, I don't care if they know it perfectly. If they know the black swan, if they know the formulas, if they know everything we know, I don't care. It's the way they speak about things.
They come in, we got our chairs all in a circle. We pull chairs up. We say, come on. All right, listen. We've heard all the arguments from all kinds of people.
And that's all like the preconceived bias, right?
And then we say like this. And then we say, so listen, I'm a woman in white gloves. You try to sell me this melting ketchup popsicle. All right? That's the same as telling me the Earth's a globe and expecting me to buy it. All right? Sell me this ketchup popsicle, motherfucker.
That sounds disgusting.
Does that make any sense, though?
Yes, it makes sense, but a ketchup popsicle is gross.
For me, it's the subjective thinking.
Well, there's always like this element of, what the hell would you call it? Like things are true because other people think they're true. That vein is always running through them, no matter what.
Yeah. What is
it? Like never goes away. It's always there, even when they're in here faking being a flat earther, or even if they're unsure about, they're on the fence. That vein of, the collective knowledge, or whatever you would call it, the collective delusion at this point, that doesn't leave them. It's so ingrained into them, right? That social thing of how you determine truth is, we ask around, we ask other people and take a vote. Like that's how we determine truth. Like something wrong with you, bro.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Now, wouldn't you think if there was some kind of I guess they can't show their hand in this particular respect, but like that they would allow these, I have to say it, idiots come in here and try to support their paradigm. Wouldn't you think like somebody would go, okay, here we got the official version, but none of those official versions or official people will dare come on here.
Because they would have to tell the truth. They would have to be, if there was someone like, I don't know, I hate using Neil deGrasse Tyson as an example, but I'll use him. He was going to come on here. Look what happened to Mick West when he came on here, right? There's only they can only be when they have to interact in dialogue with somebody, that person can question them, right? Query them or ask for further details or nuances. If they're just like on Joe Rogan or someplace, with a person, a co-believer, they're not going to get any hard questions and they're going to just be able to narrate whatever the hell it is they want. But when there's pushback, they have to stay intellectually honest because they know, especially if they have a large audience, the moment they go into the obvious, I'm dishonest thing, people would just abandon them. So they can't come on a platform like this because they can't risk being exposed as either being intellectually honest or being intellectually honest and getting any validity to it. Because they have to make the appearance that they're like Neil deGrasse Tyson. His whole shtick is there's no validity to flat Earth. That's why I don't talk about it, because I don't debate objective reality.
Hear that? That's a witch.
Yeah, but his objective reality is what he's experienced in his life, right? What he can prove is what is objective reality? What I can prove. Can this dude actually had an objectively real globe experience? No, he's freaking watching TV like every other goddamn person, right? For him to say, I don't debate objective reality, he's not even in objective reality.
Pussy!
It doesn't realize it. It's just a cop-out because he knows he would get destroyed.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a pussy.
Because Neil deGrasse Tyson, as a science explainer or whatever the frick the term is now, I doubt he knows as much as, say, even Matthew learns about this subject.
Right.
Not saying Matthew is dumb, but because Matthew's been interacting with us for so long, and we have so much detail and nuance to all this shit, I doubt that Neil deGrasse Tyson is even at the level of Matthew Learns.
Dude, Matthew Learns could debate Neil deGrasse Tyson about the globe and win, hands down, 100%.
Yeah, I might pay money to see that.
It's fucking awesome.
We get the Matthew Learns Neil deGrasse Tyson pay-per-view.
And it's funny because Matthew learned a lot of it from us, right?
Hey, username checks out.
Listen, I don't think Matthew's fed a script, while Neil is clearly fed a script. So it's like Matthew's genuinely curious, and I just feel like he'd prepare really good questions and really good responses. He'd probably be like, "Yo, flat earthers, how do I argue?"
Right.
No, I think
the globe.
I think Matthew is actually put in the work. I think he's actually. I don't think he's dug levels deep, but I think he's gone beyond just going, I'm gonna go to Wikipedia and see what that says. I think he's gone beyond that, right? A little bit at least.
And the thing is, with like somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's what they call him besides a science communicator, he's a theoretical astrophysicist. Is that correct? Right? Like they don't deal with matters having to do with the Earth. They're dealing with theoretical things light years away from us.
Yeah, he has a theory that astrophysics is a science, and he's trying to prove it.
So they're saying he's just an astrophysicist. It's Michio Kaku who's the theoretical physicist. Theoretical.
As far as I know, Neil deGrasse Tyson has one published paper, and it's like the paper he published. I think, but if you like search him like on Google Scholar, you just get books and stuff because the books have more citations. So he's cited a lot, like as in authoring books, but they're not peer-reviewed research papers.
Yeah, dude, he's known for Star Talk. He's not known for fucking anything else, really.
No, for
He did the Cosmos. He did the Cosmos. That was big.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Yeah.
Well, he's an actor. Let's just face facts. The dude's an actor.
Didn't he do a master?
He's an author and an actor. Yeah, he did a master class too.
Yeah.
He's an actor.
Oh yeah, the master class thing.
He probably freaking writes textbooks or is an advisor for writing textbooks. He also, I think he's the director of the planetarium that's in New York City. I don't know the name of it.
You don't see.
He's in the news. He's in the headlines right now. It says
the blonde leading the blonde. You don't see.
Yeah, I mean, he would get eviscerated because he's just like any other average Glober. They have a ninth grade. Like the stuff he talks about are kind of like talking point. Like I'm gonna talk about black holes, right? So I'm gonna, like say he goes on a show and he already knows what he's gonna talk about. He's like, I'm gonna talk about black holes. He probably practices in front of a freaking mirror, right, before he even goes on a TV show. And he has a whole script of stuff, of everything he's going to say. But if he had to like answer stuff on the fly, like in a place here, I think he'd self-destruct.
Yeah. He'd probably do this a bunch.
I'd be like, no idea. Before we get started, I'd be like, Neil, before we get started, can I hear you say "not only that" one more time? But not only that. Like, come on, give me one.
Do you know what I would try to get him to do? If he ever came in here, I would get him to admit it, that they have no idea what the cause of falling objects is, and they can't prove it scientifically with an experiment. I would get him to admit that.
What is gravity? I have no idea. Next question.
What it is, I don't know.
Neil deGrasse Tyson to VC checking one. Neil deGrasse Tyson, VC checking one. Thank you.
But then listen to this. And then we say, hey, Neil, well, check this out. The Globers, right? They say that they can quantify gravity. What? He'll say, what? You don't see. Anyway.
He just don't. No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Then I'd ask him to explain the Cavendish experiment within Einstein's model of general relativity. Explain how that works.
Like,
is space-time bending between the balls? Is that how that's working? Is the resistance to acceleration attracting resistance to acceleration? Is that how that's working? Like, make that make sense to anybody.
Yep.
I don't know.
He'd pull like a Dave Chappelle. He'd say something like, hey, Higgs boson, and smack the cup of water over and run out the room.
I love that gift. Post it. I love that one.
I know, right? Oh, not that one. Black Bush. Red Rock. Oil.
Yeah,
Who said oil?
Glad
you
I
cooking?
forgot about that. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying they're like, oil? Who said anything about oil? You cooking? And then he snacks the glass over and runs out of the room.
Yeah. Yeah, glad. So it's not. Yeah, he goes. Not only that, I'm glad you reminded me. But I feel like the next phrase after that is, "It turns out."
Turns out.
It turns out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'd have to explain the magic speed too. I really want to know about the magic speed.
Oh yeah.
How did they determine? Exactly. How did they determine the existence of the magic speed? How was that verified experimentally or observationally? Or are you just making shit up? You can't explain it.
Adrenochrome is this magic speed that they all take in it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, probably. They probably got drugs that you can't even think of, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Astronauts and hookers.
They're like those fucking normies over there. They still snort cocaine. What a bunch of losers!
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Drinking that wine. Smoking them tweeds.
Oh, glad.
Yeah, my boss is probably watching me on the camera like, what the fuck is this guy doing right now?
Working. You're working. That's your story. You're sticking to it.
Well, technically, yeah, I am. That's what I'm doing. But all I'm supposed to do is wait here for customers and help customers.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Your boss is paying you to help with the flat Earth mission. Help tell the truth.
That's the job I do for free.
And they don't even know it.
Yeah, but he doesn't understand how much he's like helping when he like helps you pay for yourself. All you have to do is sit there. You're just kind of waiting for customers, but nobody's even there, so you're here helping. So he's paying you to do this.
Dude, why am I thinking of the Kill Bill scene with Buddy?
No,
and he's like, "You're not doing the job I pay you to do because there's no job to do."
No, he knows about. He knows that I'm of the understanding that the Earth is flat. He goes the other day. We were talking about conspiracies and such. He's a pretty open-minded cat. He said, "Well, what else you got for me?" And I just give him a look, and he goes, "No, you think the Earth is flat?" And then we started kind of laughing and cracking up. And he goes, "I knew I was gonna meet you, one of you motherfuckers, one day. Oh shit! Now I got one working for me." I said, "Yep."
That's hilarious.
It's
yeah, exactly. Bomb has been planted, right? Target acquired.
Yeah.
But he knows I sit here and yell at y'all about flat Earth while I'm, not dealing with people here. Didn't give a shit.
Probably inadvertent. But dude, you're inadvertently flat smacking him. He doesn't even realize it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we're witnessing the integration of flat Earth into.
Well,
Can he hear us talk, or like you got headphones?
No, I'm by myself. I'm running the store. It's a sports nutrition shop, so this is me here.
Nice.
Sports nutrition? You mean PEDs? You and your boss sell anabolic steroids?
Well, we do SARMs.
Just do it.
Fuck, dude. Peptides?
Yeah, we do most of the things you can get online, but not all of them.
Yo, send me some TRT, bro.
No, see, we got all the pills you can get. That's about as far as it goes.
I'm just messing.
Oh, so that's where you get those arms from. Smacking them skins all day.
Here. I just started working here, but yeah, I do shop here, so it makes sense.
Well done, man. Smacking them skins, gotta keep up.
No, bitch, I was born with those motherfuckers. That's just a condition. My shit's swollen. It hurts. You think it looks good? It hurts.
Flats like Popeye 24/7.
I'm like, you guys don't get this really hurts. This really, really, really hurts. I'm all swollen.
Get Popeye forms from your home workout.
Yep.
Or milking cows, one of the two.
Yesterday, someone was talking about milk and honey, like land of milk and honey, and what if somebody just had a diet of pure milk and honey? What kind of body they'd have?
Oh no!
Try a couple thousand repetitions of G minor 7 on the 6th string.
That might be specific for the audience there, Sonny.
Love.
I'm not smart enough to play the guitar, that's for sure.
I know, like the Tibetans, they have a weird, like, a diet of, what is it, barley tea and yak butter. And they, like, survive, like, almost, like, exclusively on those two things during the wintertime.
Wow. I get the butter, but the tea, is that, like, stimulating or something?
Well, it's barley tea, so it's, I don't know if there's any nutrients. All I know is, like, based upon their diet, science says that they should all be dead.
Well, that's because we know science is fucked up anyway. Was that weird science?
She blinded me with science.
Oh, yeah. She blinded me with science.
She blinded me with science.
Oh, I love it.
You see that? That's how we got all confused, boys. She blinded us with science. Damn Globers. Coming here with their science.
Are they talking about... Okay, so Matrix, Trix, Mother Earth that plays tricks on us. Trix, Matrix. She blinded me with science. Mother Earth. What are we doing? What's this all about?
I just like the beat of that song. It's so catchy and groovy.
Yeah, dude. That damn bass line shit.
You want to know what a good arm workout is? Start doing your own laundry in your bathtubs. Try bringing out a few towels or blankets. Try to wash a freaking blanket or a heavy towel. Just one.
Gotta get you that Popeye forearms, Sonny?
I think it's really good for us to like sit there and wash like that, those are just like, I believe more natural things like that rather than like going to some fake place and lifting freaking weights. We got enough weight, our body, those things around us.
You turn the butter and you wash on the washboard, get your abs and your chest rocking, your triceps and your shoulders.
And also laughing at Glovers on Discord. I have a freaking 6-pack, man. I'm freaking rich.
True. It's very true.
It's no shit either. I'm not lying.
Well, you're supposed to use weights because it's supposed to be more efficient. But people, it starts to become their personality, and they spend freaking 9 hours a day in the gym or whatever.
I'm too lazy for that.
And then it becomes more about just body sculpting to get a look, and it's not necessarily like useful muscles. Like you want, like if you look at somebody who's just look at farmers or whatever, like big guys who are just big naturally, basically because of their job.
Yep.
They don't look huge necessarily, but they got the muscles right in the right places. You watch, get one of them freaking body sculptor lifter guys on the job site and watch these other guys just run circles around them.
Yeah, I would get mostly farmers here because I'm in North Dakota.
Well, the people that are pro bodybuilders that are the most jacked, those aren't the strongest people.
They're not very strong, no.
Because the way they have to, there's a difference if you're trying to lift to get stronger, lift versus getting bigger. You lift a certain way to get bigger, right? It's less weight and more repetitions and more volume versus, people that power lift, they're just constantly trying to do like 1 rep maxes. Right, they're going to lift the heaviest weight they possibly can once. Wait about 5 minutes, do it again. Wait about 5 minutes, do it again. Wait about 5 minutes, do it again. That's how you get stronger.
Yep.
At a powerlifting, weightlifting, Olympic weightlifting thing, you constantly you're doing very low repetitions with very heavy weight versus a lot of repetitions with, I'd say, a moderate weight.
Yeah, because the strength develops whether or not the muscle grows and looks a certain way.
Well, there's the neuromuscular adaptation of lifting a heavy weight, right? There's
that's more musculoskeletal than it is like swollen muscles.
Yeah, exactly. So being able to say I want to lift as heavy weight as possible, I have to activate as many muscle fibers as humanly as I can to lift that weight, right? Yeah. In one go, in one impulse. That takes a neurological, a nerve connection to my muscles so that they all fire simultaneously at the same time efficiently. Lifting, doing 15 repetitions of some lower weight is not conducive to that. It's just not the same activity.
Yeah, there's only monsters like Ronnie Coleman that could actually do both.
Yeah, and plus he was on shitload of PEDs, and the dude's in a wheelchair now, or freaking on.
No, he destroyed himself. It's done.
I want biceps so big I can't even touch my shoulders.
No, you don't.
They have implants. Get the bicep implants. What is it, like silicone, liquid or something?
It's a one-way ticket for me to forget your damn phone number. That's for fucking sure, huh? Get the muscle implants. Fuck out of here. Weirdos. Like if I had a childhood friend, right? Person I love and respect the most in my life, and they went and got a fucking like a pec implant, I would act like I never knew that person.
I'd follow them with a screwdriver or a pin, personally.
I'd just push him hard and it'd be like, oh shit, your implant popped out. God damn. Do I need to take it somewhere?
I work out and I go to the gym. Like the people that are the biggest, they use so little weight, it actually shocks me that they're that big.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, how the hell can you be lifting that little weight? It's freaking I could do 30,000 repetitions of that. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, and the thing is, all it is constantly tearing the muscle so that it's constantly swelling and healing itself.
Exactly.
Yeah. But they're not. But they're micro tearing. They're not tearing it. Right. They're not breaking down the muscle as if they had a high intensity workout. Right. They're not breaking it. They're not doing a deep damage. They're doing.
You got to think
really little bit of damage, right? But they're doing it lots of times.
Yeah. Well, and it's isolated too, so you get the least amount of strength benefits if you bodybuild.
Yeah. So what I think they're doing is right. So they're working out like 2 times a day, 3 hours a day, doing these super light wakes. But the thing is, they're doing like micro damage, right? So you can do a hard workout and do a lot of damage where it takes a long recovery time. But they're doing just a little bit of damage, so they have a short recovery time. So they're doing like over and over and over and over and over. They're doing lots of volume as opposed to like, oh, I'm going to just go work out really goddamn hard and then, and then like take a longer recovery time. So take 3 days off. These guys are taking like 1 day off and working and doing like these 3-hour workouts.
Think of the shape of the muscle beneath that, though, right? If you have the belly of the muscle is the meat of the muscle. That stuff for those bodybuilders are already formed because they spent so many years forming that. They're just working on the surface, if you will, right? They're not looking to get deep, as you said earlier.
Yeah.
So staying high rep, low weight, right? Like 60% of your max, 12 to 15 times, 3 to 4 sets. That's their stick. But some guys go heavy too, right? And
they're not just doing that, right? So they'll like train a muscle group, but they're doing like 5 different exercises for 5 sets, like per workout. So you have one time they go to the gym, like they'll do compound exercise, but they're actually working out their biceps freaking with, in like 40 freaking exercises.
And then they die very young. End of story.
Yeah, from the PEDs, sure, certainly.
It was just a joke. I didn't want to interrupt you.
They do die young. For like some bodybuilders, the PEDs they take, which is a performance enhancing drug. I don't know if you're aware of that stands for.
Yeah, no, not really, but I can imagine they take a lot of trash. I see the videos.
The only way you can work out that much and recover, so like performance enhancing drugs don't build muscle; they help you recover faster. And because you can recover faster, you can work out more, right? So instead of you having to take a day off, they can work out that day. So they get more opportunities to build muscle by working out in the recovery than a normal person. So they can work out 6 days a week for 3 hours and recover, whereas a normal person can't do that, right? They'll be dead after 3 days. They won't be able to get out of bed.
You come see me, I'll give you some stuff that'll help you work out for 7 days a week. You feel me?
I always think about this, right? All the muscle, all these kilograms or pounds or whatever upon kilograms, all that stuff needs to be flooded with blood, right? So the heart needs to constantly adapt to the weight you're gaining. You're literally like an overweight man.
Yes.
And I think
here, I want to. Sorry to interject. It's called genetic potential. So people have a genetic potential that I'm not sure if I'm programmed to have, be a certain way or anything, but for my build, for my metabolism, all kinds of things, for my age, even there's a genetic potential that everybody has. It's like a threshold where you're at the tip top for your body to be able to perform fine without having to sacrifice other functions just to keep it one function going. So for instance, big, huge bodybuilders that never really developed a big, thick, healthy heart for whatever reason, they might have a heart attack later down the road. Same thing with people who, for some reason, have deficiencies in their bones. Later on in life, if they're getting into their 40s and 50s and they're still lifting pretty heavy, all of a sudden you might see something snap, whereas with a different individual it wouldn't. So the genetic potential is different for every single individual.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also I should say this, and I understand where you're coming from, where there more body weight is going to make your heart have to work harder. That's 100% true. But doing resistance training actually makes your heart stronger, even if you have more muscle mass, because the act of actually stressing your muscle, right? Say I'm picking up a weight, my muscle itself is acting like a pump, right? So you're squeezing the blood out of the muscle when you contract it, right? And your veins and stuff are like a one-way valve system. and it actually makes your heart work more efficiently by constantly stimulating this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm
there's
not
like
saying.
So I generally having more mass generally, like being a taller person lowers life expectancy. Being heavier lowers life expectancy. But resistance training itself lowers all cause mortality. All causes.
Legs act like
not just heart attacks, not just like broken legs. All causes, meaning you're going to have less car crashes. You're going to have less. There's so many because there's neurological benefits, there's physical benefits. There's
I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, everybody should weight train. Is somebody hot micing?
Hey, don't give me wrong. I think weight training is amazing. I do it also too sometimes. But the thing is, bodybuilding to the point of having this obsession, or almost a possession, where you literally look like a inhuman creature.
A lot of those people have body dysmorphia. They're mental, right? The same thing as like anorexia. They have body dysmorphia.
Yeah.
A lot of those people.
To have a little bit of muscle, man, that's good. But when you start looking like an Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatnot, I think that's I mean, people can do it, right? But I think I personally, I don't even find it nice to look like to not fit in an in an airplane seat anymore, and then look like a running Terminator. I don't know, man.
I think that's pretty gross myself. But people can do what they want. People get freaking metal in their face. Like, I don't think that's attractive, but they
Saw
do
a
it.
guy the other day come in, got eye tattoos. You guys seen the shit?
Yeah.
Dude, face tattoos to me are like this. Like, you're gonna like have a bad life choice. Get a face tattoo. That's a bad life choice.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I agree. But do you know what? This is so much worse than that. This is
and on the eyelids, right?
They inject ink into the eye, and it permanently stains it black for the rest of their lives.
Holy fuck!
I'm not even kidding.
No way.
Yep.
Yeah.
So their eyes are completely black.
Completely black for the rest of their fucking lives. You can't reverse it.
What a fucking that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I know, and he's a really good dude.
But he looks like a demon, right?
Yeah, it looks like a fucking demon. And it's weird. It's like I'm relating to a demon. I'm talking about like almost wholesome shit with this guy with fucking black eyes.
Dude, there's got to be who even offers that?
Here's what sucks. It's selfish because it's like you can't really see that unless you're looking in a mirror. Everyone else has to try to deal with it now, dude. I don't know. It's just whatever. It's so weird. And I hear it's painful as shit too. Like it's not, you don't want to do it. It's so weird.
Especially the potential of getting blind. It's just stupid.
Right. How'd you lose your sight? Well, there was this trend going around on TikTok. Get your eyes tattooed.
Actually, when it comes to visuals, that look abnormal, especially also with bodybuilders and so forth, these people just have huge problems with self-confidence, oh man, what is that word?
Self-esteem. Listen, but they do. Some of them do, some of them don't. Some of them are totally in it for the, how hard can I work my body? How far can I push this? And they're just competing with themselves, really. Some of them do that. A lot of them take it to the unhealthy degree, yeah. A lot of them don't. A lot of them are just, hard workers. They get in the gym and they want to accomplish a goal. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
It's different if I've got two young kids and one on the way and I'm trying to spend all my money being a bodybuilder to win contests. That's sloppy. That's stupid. But, all kinds of folks, different strokes,
I mean, not in general only bodybuilders, right? Also people who make their eyes black and it's all about them on social media and so forth. Like people that, constantly post things about their life and themselves, selfies and so forth. Everything is about them. that just shows that there is a mental deficiency, that there is some psychological problems because they're seeking attention all the time.
Well, they just never grow up. That's basically what it is.
What if they're competing and it makes them a very good living?
That too. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of bodybuilders out there that just do it right. They do it well. They're not in it for anything but to just make a living and compete, and just to do that, and they do fine.
Yeah. Because I'm 100% fine with that kind of stuff. I'm fine with modeling. I'm fine with muscle competitions and stuff. Because a lot of that isn't even vanity. It's the pursuit of wealth through a legitimate means.
Yeah, and isn't it cool to be known to win a fucking Mr. Olympia? That's amazing to be able to say. That's an achievement. So, I don't know. But yeah, there's the gross dudes out there that are at the gym all the time. They sacrificed every single relationship in their life to get bigger, all the money, everything. And they're just doing the big swole thing. And it's like, well, you might as well be an alcoholic, sir.
Well, I just don't like people using PEDs. I think they should get rid of it, but it's probably impossible.
They should do a league of PED stuff. Just, cheat league.
They do. Like Mr. Olympia is a league of PED
that's
stuff.
True. That's true.
No, I'm with you, Glad. I kind of agree with that. Instead of mixing the pool up, have two different pool, like a clean pool, or just have everyone freaking do it. You know what I mean?
No. Have a clean pool, and then I wouldn't say dirty pool, but have like a extreme. See how far you can take it. How far are you willing to go? But then that's like gladiators nonsense. People start dropping dead. So I guess I don't know.
People are dropping dead. You know why they're dropping dead? It's not because of HGH or your regular PEDs. What it is they're doing cocaine too. Because I've back when I was in bodybuilding and stuff.
Crystal meth, they do too.
Yeah, they're doing stuff that's speeding up their heart, because back when I was taking testosterone, it does not give you energy. That is a myth. It doesn't give you energy. It helps you in recovery, right? Yeah. Still have to muscle through and find the energy to actually do it, but it's not giving you energy.
Right. The decision is still all your own to put that energy forth.
So it's placebo. I think the placebo comes with the steroid use, right? And then comes the muscle.
I was talking about that yesterday with a customer.
I forgot the placebo. What happens is these guys are doing the HGH, and they're realizing minimum energy, and so they're doing cocaine too. So they're doing a snort before they go to the gym. Right when they go to the gym, they go in the locker, do their snort, and then they go out there and they pump their heart beyond what it's supposed to do. They get they do that for 10 years and then they drop dead.
Yep.
Oh, Mike Metzer. There's actually an interview with some guy. Mike Metzer was got the only perfect score ever in Mr. Olympia. He was the late 70s, early 80s. Well, actually, he quit in 80. He quit in the 1980 Mr. Olympia. So he's a 70s bodybuilder. And there's an interview of someone that worked out with him, back in Gold's Gym, and said that he said that they would smoke a bunch of crystal meth and go work out for 5 hours.
Yeah. Arnold talked about it. Even Arnold talked about it. Talked about doing all the different drugs.
Yeah, it wasn't looked on like it is now. I mean, they were just amphetamines back then, right? So they were over-the-counter amphetamines. It wasn't crystal meth. It was just a over-the-counter amphetamine. I mean, the Nazis used to give them to their soldiers. I mean, the Chinese gave them to their soldiers. I'm sure the Americans gave them to their soldiers. They
only criminalized it to make money off of it.
I think what's funny is we didn't have an epidemic of amphetamine use in the 70s when you could buy it over the counter.
Right.
We have
that's amazing, right? That's pretty amazing.
Hey, let's have a war on drugs. Drugs get worse. Let's have a war on illiteracy. Education gets worse.
Yeah, and then you got your freedom fighters, right? What's that about? Are you fighting freedom?
I personally don't have a problem with natural PEDs like testosterone, because I was mostly doing that because I had a bad knee.
I have no problem with test or test boosters or anything like that. I have a problem with because you have hyper responders to PEDs.
Yeah,
right?
you do.
People that they're like they have a genetic potential, but they the way they react to performance enhancing drugs is just like off the frickin' chart.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and they get the double muscle.
You know what I call those people?
Spacemen.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky. No, not really. The thing about PEDs is that everything grows, especially like human growth hormone, is that everything grows. So your heart grows, everything. Shit you don't want to grow grows.
Yeah, you're
except for your nuts. Yeah, except for your nuts.
Most people don't know this, but the number one problem with testosterone in men when they use steroids or androgenous type stuff, is prostate cancer.
Well, that's with androgen.
Right.
Yeah, and that's
just testosterone boosters in general.
Well, the testosterone
you're more at risk for prostate.
Testosterone. They mix those studies together, but if you separate all the studies, the testosterone doesn't do anything like that.
Oh, TRT, I believe in 100% because I think they've gotten it locked down. But
I was talking about a natural test booster, like ashwagandha or
D-ball or Winstrol.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
all that stuff.
There is a natural derivative of one that they've isolated in the past 10 years, and you inject it right just into the muscle that you want to work out.
Yeah, you're talking about SARMs?
I forget what it's called.
Selective androgen receptor.
No, it's not androgen. This is a derivative of testosterone. This isn't like it's a derivative of something natural. Hold on, I can go find it really quick. Hold on.
Yeah, there's two herbs that can boost your testosterone by something like 300% or something. It's not going to give you inhuman levels, but it'll give you
bok choy
low testosterone.
Bok choy is one of the best things you can eat.
I actually saw a video came with my stream. I didn't get to watch it, but it said onions might boost your testosterone.
It'll clean out your gut for sure. I know that. Like it's good.
No, this is like scientifically based. This isn't like like I don't watch just like bro science anecdotes.
Right.
Dude, bok choy
So like ashwagandha and Tonkat Ali will both boost testosterone.
Ashwagandha is so
clinically proven to boost testosterone. One of them will make your nuts bigger too. So
ashwagandha is good. It's a good root. Tree cutting root.
Anyway, I digress. I'll mute my mic again. Good talk.
Don't worry. This topic is really
funny how many people in the flat earth are into health and nutrition and working out, lifting, bodybuilding, whatever else, and then compare that to the Globers that all look like Fight the Tight shirt.
They're all into Cheetos and Doritos and
some
little Debbie
basement dweller with Cheeto dust all over his chest.
You don't know the earth and you don't know anything in the earth. What are you talking about, dude? This is all we know.
Bok choys are really good.
It's so
the
funny
thing is, even if you could go to space, none of these guys are healthy enough to be a freaking astronaut.
Right. It's actually so funny you said Cheeto dust because I pulled up my Jordan Peterson. He literally says that.
Some basement dweller with Cheeto dust all over his chest.
I found what I was looking for. It's called follistatin. It's for research only right now.
Is it a peptide?
I'm not sure. So far, it apparently doesn't have any detrimental side effects, though.
I just sold a pre-workout to a guy named Joe.
Pre-workouts are awesome. I live by them.
Absolutely made me vomit. They made me vomit every time. I had to take a pre-workout, and I had to hold it down for like 45 minutes until I felt it, and then I throw up.
You had to let it fly.
Wait, why would you just do coffee? Is there something in the pre-workout that's different? Like I would always just like have a coffee or like smoke or something, like smoke a joint or something. What is the pre-workout?
Like I get up at like 4:30 in the morning, so having just the kick in the ass. It used to work really well for me. Now I just take them, and it's more of a placebo than anything else. But
my routine was I would have like a flank steak and about 8 eggs every morning.
No, after you work out.
Well, a morning is after I work out.
Okay.
I work out at like 5 a.m.
Yeah, no, workouts are the best. I didn't hear when you were having the crazy ass meal you just mentioned. Holy shit. 8 eggs.
And my booster was ephedrine. I would get ephedrine in the morning.
God, I wish they still sold that shit. Where is it? Where can I find that?
We sell some similar stuff, but yeah, they don't sell it anymore. It's illegal.
Wait,
what is that?
I lived on that for a decade.
Yes,
it's amazing. It's why you can't buy it anymore is because it works.
It actually works. I read over 700 books in the course of 5 years. I am not joking.
So what is it? You just bought it?
doubt it.
Something? I inherited a library.
Buy it at gas stations. They used to call it stay awake or like stay up. You used to be able to buy it at gas stations. It used to come like in a little paper package. They were like $1.
They used to sell
little pills or something.
No dose.
No dose
is caffeine. No dose
is caffeine. You got Top Guns, you got Yellow Jackets.
Ephedrine, you could buy the bottle of it at a gas station. There were 100 in a bottle for $9.
Damn.
And it worked.
Well, I remember, that stuff they had. Was it probably in the early 2000s or late 90s, and then
early 2000s.
Then they did like the ephedrine plus. Ephedrine plus is like the only thing you could get, and it had a some kind of additive that would make you sick if you took more than like one or two. It's
guaifenesin. Yeah. It's a bronchodilator and a cough suppressant. So guaifenesin will. So the combination is it basically opens up your freaking lungs like crazy, right? So. The cough suppressant is because your lungs become so open from the bronchodilator because you can actually buy Primatene tablets. They're the exact same thing as the ephedrine pills, the ephedrine plus pills. They're identical. They're chemically identical. Like it's the identical thing.
Indio, Broncaid. Broncaid actually has more ephedrine in it than Primatene.
Oh yeah, Broncaid. Yeah, Broncaid too. I've been trying to find that shit. Like it's just
at Walgreens.
Impossible.
Walgreens and CVS.
Yeah, I think they require ID too. Like,
yeah, they do.
Stupid.
Yeah, they do. You get a little card that you take to the pharmacy, and then they give it to you.
So crazy because I could just go into any gas station and just buy packets of this shit.
Yeah.
And now I have to go show ID to a pharmacist because some frickin' meth head decided they want to burn themselves up in a trailer somewhere. Great. Thanks, dudes.
I need some. Send it. What about smelling salts? I've heard the same, not the same, but I've heard smelling salts. People have been using that as a pre-workout.
KJ, if you're listening, smelling salts, we were just talking about that.
Smelling salts are just like ammonia.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
it's just like a glass handful of ammonia in a fabric thing. You snap them under your nose.
Isn't ammonia an ingredient in meth?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Well,
I don't know, man.
We sell those things, the powder. It's so weird. But like power lifters use it for sure to lift heavy. People use it to lift heavy because what it does is it opens up all of it vasodilates in the face and brain and neck area. Tons of blood flow up there.
Yeah.
And
Well, if your body demands more oxygen, it's automatically gonna put in more blood. And if you have more blood in your system, your body's got it. You're going to yawn so that you bring in more oxygen, right? It's going to equate. They got to equal out.
Yeah, it wakes you up.
Makes a lot of sense. You can only shit as much as you can chew, i.e. you got to have enough blood oxygen.
That's a good one.
Now that we're all on the FBI list,
yeah, exactly. My God, I ain't lying, dude. I did live on those for a decade. Like, just I don't even know when I stopped taking them, but I just like every morning I ate some of those fucking things for a long time.
You know what the good thing about them is that you didn't have withdrawals from them. You just stopped. Slept for about 14 hours, and then you were done. You were off them.
Yeah, I think they used to give me like a mild headache as like when I came down, but not like something severe where I need to even take aspirin. Just like a mild when they start wearing off.
I never got a headache with them. And I'll tell you what was amazing is I got the flu a couple times over those years, and when I took those, that flu went away. It went away.
Yeah. God, I'm going to Walgreens right now.
I mean, and it's just made from a plant. It's purified from distilled from a plant. Most everything that you do started with a simple plant.
Yeah, it's made from ephedra plant, which is Mormon tea.
Well, there you go.
Which you can order and you can grow. It's not illegal.
I think the first completely synthetic drug was Tylenol. Meaning it doesn't have a natural analog.
No, because it's an alcohol, isn't it? Made from, it's got OL at the end.
Oh, I don't know. The paramesitol, or that's like the name they use in the UK.
Well, maybe did it come from? Correct me if I'm wrong, but petroleum-based products. They started using a lot of that with medications too. I'm not
From
sure.
just whatever I remember, that Bayer had the patent for aspirin, and they were just like trying to think of some other way that they could make money selling pain relief.
Yeah,
this is like back in the 70s or whatever, and then like it was that's how Tylenol was invented. But aspirin comes from natural sources.
What are the natural sources?
Acetatic acid comes from the willow plant.
Yeah.
My problem with aspirin is it gives me tinnitus.
Acetaminophen is I think is a mimicked product. Yeah, that's what Tylenol is.
Yeah, synthetic. It's a synthetically created molecule.
But you can go on.
If I remember right, I'm remembering shit from my childhood, so like I could be wrong, man. Don't quote me on this.
Me too. And I'm a little bit older than you, I think, Indio. So I remember all that too. It's surprising that, well, when I was a kid growing up in the Midwest, everybody would raid their parents' medicine cabinets and they would get Black Beauties, all kinds of stuff out of that.
Quaaludes.
Oh gosh, how does that Quaaludes?
Yeah, ludes.
So Quaaludes were everywhere, man. I was a 13 to 15-year-old kid. Quaaludes were everywhere. And then we moved to California in 1970.
I think that was the first drug I ever heard about, like when I was like 5 years old. Like everybody talked about that shit, ludes, Quaaludes. Like I had no idea what they did. I didn't know what they looked like. I had no clue, but like people talked about them.
Oh my
God!
God!
Cheech and Chong, hey, you got any ludes, man?
I bounced.
Yeah, that could be it.
I bounced off.
That's one of the funniest scenes in a movie is the Quaalude scene from Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh my God, that's the greatest.
Where he comes out in the morning and his Lamborghini is destroyed.
Yeah, but he saw something else happen completely.
Yeah, he thought he parked his car and crawled to the phone and called somebody, and that was not what happened. Comes out, his Lamborghini is just a mangled wreck.
Yeah. I wonder if that actually happened or that was embellished for the. It seems like it's so funny because I can imagine that actually happening. The ludes and then the freaking. He has to do coke to freaking save his friend from freaking choking out a bologna sandwich.
And that was the part two. That was part two of the conversation. Was then we moved to California. I was 15. Los Angeles, 1973. Almost every household, dinner plates full of cocaine. Almost everybody had like huge amounts of cocaine. I saw dinner plates full of cocaine, mountains of cocaine on a dinner plate.
Back when America was free.
That was several times I saw
cocaine for dinner, Quaaludes for midnight snacks.
Oh my God, what a weird thing to have survived. I'm glad I made it.
Hey, how come everybody survived the 70s and everybody's dying now and everything's illegal?
Yeah,
good question.
Very good. Excellent question.
Like if they legalized heroin and cocaine tomorrow, I'm not going to do heroin and cocaine.
Yeah.
I'm just not. The people who are going to do it are still going to do it, whether it's legal or not. Just let them and we'll fix it socially instead of criminally. Because that's really
You're spiking a lot of drugs with fentanyl for whatever reason.
To kill everybody and get them addicted.
Yeah, I mean, I like, even though fentanyl is technically an opiate, I think it's synthetic, and I think like the normal treatment protocol for opiates don't work, right? To get off of it, like they can't ameliorate the withdrawal symptoms because they're trying to. The fentanyl is so strong, in order to like counteract the withdrawal symptoms from fentanyl. I think they like if they give you say Subutex, Suboxone, or methadone, or some other opiate that's supposed to help you stop the withdrawal symptoms. I don't think they're effective. I don't think they actually work. I don't know this for sure, but like I guess I've heard it anecdotally.
Well, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Like, because what they say, fentanyl is like 1,000 times more potent than heroin, right? So you would need something that's like
way more. No, it's way more than that, man. Something like 10,000.
10,000, yeah, sure. So you would need something that's at like halfway between there, or 2/3 the way between there, to try to bring them down towards heroin.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got to give them like a freaking lethal dose of heroin just to stop the withdrawal symptoms from the fentanyl. That's the thing about opiates is like the tolerance goes up. So like something that would be a lethal dose for one person, like for a 10-year addict, it won't even touch them, right? Which is kind of an odd thing. But fentanyl was invented for severe pain and cancer patients. It was a patch that you would stick on your body, and that one patch lasted 3 days, and it was 25 micrograms, which is 25 thousandths of a gram. So think of how strong that is, right? That's like you could fit like 7 hits on the head of a pin. 7 hits of that. 25 micrograms is nothing. You wouldn't even be able to see it. And that lasted 3 days. So, I mean, just imagine what a frickin' pound of that shit. But I don't understand why they're putting it in other drugs. Right? If I did cocaine and there's fentanyl in it and it puts me to sleep, why the fuck would I keep buying that? Like, just cocaine put me to sleep. How is that a good thing? I'm never buying cocaine from you again.
I guess maybe they're going kind of for that like speedball kind of effect, right?
I guess, but like, I don't know. The one thing I do know, they put them in like fake Xanax pills. Like, so that's what they do. They make fake pills, and they put the fentanyl in that. So like fake Percocets, fake OxyContin, fake Xanax. They press their own pills and put them in that, and then sell those, right? Because they can sell that for like, say they can sell Percocet or let me guess, it's probably fucking with inflation $8. Probably more like fucking 12, but so say it's $8, right? So they just used freaking 2 cents of fentanyl to sell an $8 pill instead of like acquisitioning a Percocet the normal way, and they're going to have to pay at least $1 a pill, right? So they just increased their profit margin by something like
Hey, that
30% or something.
That bottle posted. If you look on there where it says beta alanine or arginine, that's L-arginine. That's what's in hard-on pills.
Huh.
That's why a lot of people who work out, they go and they buy the hard-on pills.
Well, yeah, the what do you call it? They're also vasodilators. What do you call it? The Viagra and stuff.
Yeah, Viagra.
They increase the blood flow to everywhere.
And what's funny is, do you know what that's prevalent in? Is oatmeal.
Oatmeal gives you boners?
Yeah, oatmeal has a massive amount of L-arginine in it.
Okay, that's good to know.
Just those of you out there. Yeah. But L-arginine also.
Hopefully, I'll be able to test that theory someday.
Yeah, whatever this supplement is, I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking I'm gonna vomit if I take one of those. Because, man, You know, they get that. It smells like that horrible smelling herb, and like it just that taste keeps coming up, and I just like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, oatmeal.
I can hardly do
How much oatmeal do you have to eat to get that 4-hour hard on?
I wouldn't know. I have a bowl of oatmeal every other day usually. So
I thought that was the normal length of time.
Why don't you just make your own pre-workout?
Shut down the room.
Just buy your own like buy like glycine, like what else, like all the.
I have all that. It's up in my cabinet. I've got ashwagandha and all the a whole bunch of different stuff in there.
I've been taking beta-alanine before they even used it as a workout supplement. I've been taking that for a long time because of it decreases the amount of telomere damage from cell division.
Yeah,
I've known that for like a long time. So before they even oh, you can work out with this, I was already taking it.
Did any one of you watch Avatar 2 already?
Watch what?
The new Avatar movie?
That's just Rule 34 bait.
What?
Avatar is Rule 34 bait. It's fetish material.
Okay. Why?
Just because it's just my opinion. Because I'm on the internet.
I heard it was the same. The first one, the second one's the same as the first one. I don't know. I'm not gonna watch it. I thought the first one was so stupid and contrived.
The thing is, the only reason why I watch movies is because I don't watch the movie really. I see all the things, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Trying to figure out how the movie's brainwashing everybody else. Is that what you're trying to figure out?
Yeah,
I do the same. Yeah, I do the same thing. Like, you got to know what, everybody, you got to know, what they're being programmed with, right? And if you just go, I'm never going to watch that stuff, you'd have no idea what they're being exposed to.
Exactly, because for me, it doesn't work, right? I just see I read between the lines when I watch these movies, and it's fun for me, I see the devilish programming, or the influence on the subconscious of the people, and it's almost in every movie, it's on every Netflix series, it's
well, I would say this about that. I mean, I try to do the same thing as well. I think we all do, but to read between the lines. But this stuff is pretty good. They're pretty good with propaganda. Even if you think you're immune to it, some shit's getting through that you're not catching. It's still programming you slightly in some way, whether it's conditioning or whatever else. Making you more willing to accept the bullshit because it's not the first time you heard it.
My reason for watching movies is I'm not watching so much for entertainment. I like looking at the stories, how the stories are put together. I like looking at. It's more like a mechanic looking at a car.
I do that too. I love when I see the work and passion that has been brought forth by the director, because I kind of like filmmaking and camera settings and so forth. Like, for example, a movie that I found very amazing in the past was this one movie. I always forget the name. With the guy that getting beat up by a bear, John, I think it was.
Yeah, I know.
The Edge?
No, The Unforgiven or something like that. Dang it, what is that?
The Revenant. The Revenant.
The Revenant.
The Revenant.
And that movie, from a technical side, is so crazy because they made so many scenes that have had no cuts in them. So literally everything must have been for 3 minutes, complete roll of action. And especially in the beginning, the first scene, man, it's 3 minutes uncut where every move, everything they did must be perfectly aligned. That's just like kind of the geek thing I just like to see, you know, the artistic side of things. How are they trying to make something more real and atmospheric wise and position the camera? For example, when I watched Breaking Bad and after Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, what I love about Better Call Saul is the artistic way of, in every next episode you watch, you will always see that the director made the camera positions being positioned differently to have like a kind of more variety of scenes, and that's not easy, you know, to make it as they did in these series, also in Breaking Bad, is art, you know, and that's what I like to look at, the art.
There's a season of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I love It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia because to me that's art. That's like really good filmmaking. There's an entire season and every episode takes place at the same time. And every episode is someone else's perspective in that whole season. And it all culminates in the very last episode. And it's really well done.
They also have a lot of truth bombs in there, right?
I love It's Always Sunny.
Yeah. No, yeah, but still, like when I watch things, it's just crazy how much I see that is just programming, you know, like advertisement for the subconscious mind.
It was The Revenant. Did somebody already say it? The Revenant with DiCaprio.
Yeah. I watched that in a movie theater when it came out, and it was just amazing. Like I said, man, that must have been one of the best movies I've watched for a long time. You know, the thing is, there's not much that really nowadays things are being produced. There's really not much that fascinates me. You know, some movies I watch like the first 20 minutes and I just can't get into the setting of it, or it doesn't, like, I also, what happens to me is I see a lot of mistakes, you know, like when I see there's an inconsistency with one frame to the other. Like, I don't know, the guy was holding a cup and then next frame his cup has twisted a little bit or something. That just annoys me so much, you know.
The last really epically beautiful movie that I think was made was Fury Road. Every frame of that movie is like an oil painting.
I actually didn't hear of this. Fury Road.
It was Mad Max. Fury Road.
Oh, Mad Max. Yeah, I watched it in a cinema.
That movie, every single frame was beautiful.
Yeah, also the artistic side of the actors and so forth. And the story was also pretty nice, yeah. I can remember. Yeah. I mean, it's been a long time since I watched it, but
I have every Mad Max film. And I also have like all the games and stuff too. So and I have like all this other stuff from like that I collected in like the 90s, from like the Interceptor and all that, and the XC Falcon, the car he drove. So I was a big Mad Max nerd long before, since I was like, 13 years old.
Mm. But I can highly recommend watching Breaking Bad, and after Breaking Bad, watch Better Call Saul. If no one, I wish I could delete these both things out of my head and just watch it again. That's good. That's just how good they are. I mean, I don't know, man. I even like Better Call Saul a little bit more than Breaking Bad.
I liked Peaky Blinders was good. I watched that.
Oh, I couldn't watch this. You know why? For some reason, the guy who is the main guy of the series has like woman eyes. For me, I don't know why, but he just looks so feminine.
Did you get confused while watching it?
No, not at all. But the way of his eyes looking so feminine, it just annoyed me so much. I couldn't watch it. He just looks like a tranny. Sorry, but that's just what I see. His eyes look so feminine. His whole face looks actually feminine.
He's very elfin looking.
Yeah, I can't stand it.
But I mean, he is British, so you know.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, I can understand why people like the series. I wish I could like it too, but if the main character is the thing I see all the time and it reminds me of a woman, of a tranny, I can't watch it. Just has the soft nose part, skin, and these very feminine eyes. And I just I don't see how other people don't see that. Like, if you give him long hair, he literally can be a woman. Why did I know that?
All right, turn it off before we get struck. That was hilarious. Perfect timing.
We know Clay's type now, so.
I mean, if I would be into that kind of stuff, I would be watching it, right? Kind of, because I would like it to. Anyways.
I'm just messing, dude.
If I was a gay man, I'd want to have sex with Your Honor.
Why are you gay?
I mean, come on.
Parasitic infections have shown to cause men to turn feminine, and the parasites will cause manipulate the host to behave certain ways to be able to continue its life cycle. So that's why men do that stuff to each other, because parasites manipulating the mind or the brain.
I think he just has. Those are just like for him. I think that's just his natural eyes.
Yeah, maybe it's just maybe there's something in my brain wrong about this particular guy. I don't have this with other actors, but he's a particular actor I can't I just see a woman. I don't know why, man. I can't change that fact for me. I'm not saying he is a tranny or a woman, even though he has a little bit of the sus proportions, especially when you look at his throat and so forth. There is no real Adam's apple. Looks like a woman.
I don't have a prominent Adam's apple at all.
Oh, okay. I do.
I don't. The whole Adam's apple thing is kind of a joke.
FTM confirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying, man, I'm not. Again, I'm not.
Although I do love the transvestigation videos because they are hilarious.
Yeah,
they are the funniest bunch of paranoid insanity. If there's a conspiracy thing I pick on, it is the transvestigations. It is just the funniest thing ever.
Now, Minas, you would admit there are some. It's just not. You would just say it's not something to get super hung up on.
Oh, yeah, because most of these people, they're just pointing at everybody, literally every celebrity and going, well,
it's a chick.
Just because, just pointing at them and saying, yeah, that's clearly not a man. No, that's clearly not a woman.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of, God. I look at some of this stuff and I'm like, you have got to be insane. You have got to be insane to believe some of it. You got to be insane to think that
I've heard some crazy ones.
Because I've known a lot of. I feel like maybe they just haven't seen women in real life. Like, I've seen all sorts of women, all shapes and sizes, and it's just, I've seen athletic women, I've seen short women, I've seen tall women.
But have you seen Michelle Obama?
Seen Michelle Obama. That now, that's. But like, I've seen ugly women before too, and Michelle Obama just looks like an ugly woman to me. She's just ugly.
I don't really care, At the end of the day, I don't care if someone in the Hollywood industry is I don't know, a frog with human skin. It doesn't matter for me. Essentially, I really don't care.
Yeah.
I also don't watch these videos where I literally know the videos you're talking about. Yeah. But for me, it doesn't matter. Even if it would be the case, I mean, it's their life. If they need to live with it.
I got a life. What do I care? I'm like, there's so much that you could do with your life instead of worrying about who's got a dick. All I do all day is think about other people's dicks. I bet she's got a dick. Like, look, just go look at some Fuda porn if you really want to do your transvestigations, all right? Let's stop this nonsense.
She's attractive, or what if I said he? They're just picking out every like supermodel too, like man, clearly a man.
Oh man.
Even though it's interesting to see that politics and in general the whole transgender thing is being pushed so hard, I wonder why,
I there was this one video someone posted. It's Emma Watt, actually a man, and I'm like, no.
What is this, man? Gemsy. What? Dude. That is by far one of the worst things I've seen for a long time, man. Does anyone else see the stuff that Gemsy posts? Dude. Michael Bailey Gates. Yeah, sure, he has Gates at the end of his name. What is wrong with these people?
They haven't seen. I don't know. I think it obvious. It may exist. I don't think it exists to even the 2% level of what a lot of people think it exists at.
Yeah, it's just weird. Is all it is. Whether there's like just one of them or like 3 prominent. Well, I don't even care. But it's weird.
If you've seen a real one, they don't pass. They don't pass.
Mm-hmm.
None of them pass. So it's
but I'm not rolling around high profile people either, though.
Yeah.
So, but I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Well, I mean, it's a lot like the Emma Watson video. And it's like, someone took a picture of her. It's really disgraceful. They took a picture of her and she didn't have panties on. Right? And so everybody's seen her snatch. All right. And it's like, I've seen the post-op surgery, my dude. That is not what it looks like. And I've seen real vaginas, and that's what they look like.
Hello?
Hello? Yes.
I've got a couple questions for you guys.
How about the spot of teeth?
Aye. A bit of tea. Some questions. I'm not a flat earther, but I'm curious about sort of the physics behind the whole idea of it, basically the physics behind what you guys believe in terms of the physics that sort of hold up the earth and like the whole gravity scenario as well.
Hold on, before we
let's clear up something. Yeah, let's clear up something. We're not a disk in space. You know that, right?
Yeah. The mod went through all of that. I know. You believe you're stationary, right?
Okay, great. So yes, we're stationary. But the main part is that it's not curving. It measures to be flat. It's geometric. It's not a science question.
So what holds the material together?
What do you mean holds it together? It's the basement floor of the entire universe in a contained system. So what do you mean by hold it together?
So like,
why
for
is
example,
down? In other words, why is down?
Yeah, so exactly.
Okay.
So this sort of involves like the whole idea of gravity in a way, but I think my friend said you guys believe in some sort of buoyancy system, right?
No, I'll tell you, it's not what we believe in, it's what we disbelieve. So if we choose to disbelieve something based on the evidence or lack of evidence.
Yeah.
So there's a lack of evidence of gravity, which is one reason it was replaced 1914 by quantum, because Einstein replaced it with the theory of relativity. And now, because of the warping of time and space, is what causes things to coalesce. It's not actually gravity as a force anymore. So they eliminated gravity as a force in 1914.
Right.
So even now, the theory of gravity does not hold everything down. That's why they say 98% of the universe is empty and they don't know what holds it together. And so they come up with all these mathematical models for like black holes and quasars and all these other things that you can't see or identify. And like dark matter, that holds everything together because there's massive amounts of gravity. We just can't see it. So
yes, why don't you just believe it? You disbelieve in gravity. So where does buoyancy come into it? Because I know my friend
it's not buoyancy, it's density.
Well, aren't density and buoyancy basically like similar?
No, because buoyancy requires a g in its equation.
Got you. Right. Okay. So density. Right.
Density. You can operate on density without ever considering gravity as a factor.
So, because I'm trying to work this out, right? If all the material below us, it goes. So the idea it just continues getting denser and denser, right?
It's how it sorts, right? So there's a. Let me try and articulate this in a good way. If everything were reversed, we would experience that as down, but everything is how we perceive it. And so it's relative to our position in the field of density. So there are some things that fall, there are some things that float, there are some things that rise, right? The helium balloon goes up, the helium rises. The feather can be lighter than the air or the dust. And then there's, iron, which is going to be down below because it's a dense metal.
But sorry.
So from our position, things aren't just going down, some things are going up.
Yeah, so you're saying like we're sort of like in the middle, right? That there's some stuff higher, there's some stuff lower. But right. I sort of feel like it implies, if you're just talking about density, it implies that somewhere below us there's some sort of barrier or layer that is infinitely dense. Otherwise, surely everything would just start crumbling away lower and lower until you would have nothing.
I would posit that you're asking a question that is currently unanswerable until we drill down deep enough to find out what's down there.
Right. But just like the physics behind it, there would either be there's like sort of two. There's in my eyes there's sort of two. There's two answers. There's something that is either infinitely dense, a layer that's so it's literally infinitely dense, or there's some sort of barrier, magical barrier that's stopping everything from falling down.
No,
what if it's neither, though?
Listen,
let me.
Could I answer? Could I answer this?
Sure. Go ahead.
Listen, we know it doesn't do. Only conceptually could that happen. In what you're saying about it being a theoretical, denser and denser. Look, we know there's caverns. We know there's hot stuff coming out of the earth. There's tubes where these things travel. We don't know what mechanisms cause them or where they're located. We know it's not a homogeneous system like you're trying to say where it gets denser and denser. All of a sudden you have a miraculously barrier or something, whatever you're talking about. There's a system going on: convection, conduction, conversion, energy transference, right?
No, I understand. Yeah, I get the idea of that, and that there's like this whole layered system that sort of it's almost alive, isn't it, in a way?
I have a question for you. Have you ever played Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah.
All right. Why do things fall down in Grand Theft Auto? Is there gravity?
Well, I'm assuming because there's an artificial boundary layer that's holding things up. But I mean, I've seen videos of like people sort of glitching through that layer and then they just fall down. Yeah.
They just fall down. Yeah. And so what's happened is they programmed into it an orientation of down, right?
Yeah.
All right. But you don't have to explain it as there's an actual force, do you?
Well, otherwise we just sort of. Well, I'm just asking. It's not like I'm curious.
I know. And what I'm saying is, there's some things we don't know yet. That's why what we try and deal with is the things that we can know. So we can know what we measure the Earth as. And I don't mean the whole Earth. I mean the environment that we live in. Like, I don't consider myself a flat earther. I do know that we measure it flat everywhere we measure it.
Right. So,
but I don't know what the Earth is to say that it has a shape or anything like that.
So I have like another theory. Not theory, should I say, but another sort of question, I guess. So, for example, so you guys still believe in like radio waves and stuff like that, right? You still think that's...
You have to preface when you say believe. We know radio waves exist.
Yeah. We know that exist.
So when should I'd say when you communicate via satellite phone. Okay, I know okay, the satellites might not be like 100% true, it might be whatever, but when you communicate via waves is what I'm trying to sort of get at. Like, call it whatever wave you want, but when you phone someone with a wireless phone, how do you
now what it depends on what you're asking. Are you talking about the BGAS system or the VSAT system?
The cellular system.
Okay, now the cellular system, what that's operating on is something called the global GPS network. And that's about, I think, 11 million towers, because no phone that you're using is connecting to a satellite. It's connecting to what's called a carrier tower. Okay. And that's a trilateration system, not a triangulation system.
And it actually means ground positioning system. Words are important. They use global positioning system to push their ball.
So I have like a...
Then there's Lee, I was trying to say something, sorry.
Sorry.
The train. But also, there's satellite phones or whatever. And if I was going to speculate based on what I've read about satellites and their use,
Well, in order to relay information, they need elevation angle measurements anyway, which require flat planes to do. So,
So I have like a scenario, right, which you can actually. I've been in a scenario basically where I've been.
Wait, slow down. Slow down. Did you actually have a question or an issue that you want to address? Because I thought I addressed it, but I don't get it.
That was like I was trying to get to the point of what you guys thought was happening, like with the physics in terms of like communications between certain places. So
it's all hard. Everything is
signal.
Yeah, everything. The entire Earth right now is hardwired. We have millions of miles of hardwire transfer across underneath three oceans. I'm sorry, and all over the developed continents. Right. So it's like Google sold its what was called the Loon Project to the military, which are going to put in a bunch of high altitude balloon platforms for communications in rural areas in Africa. And that's how you're going to use your satellite phone in Africa. But everywhere else where you're part of just the BGAS, you're going to be using your cell phone, which connects through trilateration to a cellular tower, which is all the towers you see everywhere. And then you see the different platforms, the different levels on the tower of like different networks. So you'll have AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, and they'll all be sharing a tower.
But if you're in a valley or like some sort of crater, for example, and you have no line of sight to a tower, and you're in the middle of the valley and you've got a GPS, you still have GPS signal. How do you explain that?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Did you not hear what I just told you?
Not clearly. I can barely even hear you.
It's really bad. You're in a real bad spot.
But did you not hear what I told you? You agreed with me.
Part of it, yeah. But like all I hear now is like
he's saying if I know, but I'm asking you. Just heard me say in the event that they do use satellites for communication, you still require a flat plane.
Yeah.
Because of the elevation angles.
What do you mean by that, though?
Because you're having to triangulate.
What I mean by that, yes, you have to triangulate. So you're like, what do you mean? But I mean, you're saying, well, what about the instances that we use satellites? And I'm saying, yeah, and what is your point? That's what I'm not understanding.
And what the thing is when I go into a valley, I lose signal.
Yeah, but the whole idea of like GPS in what I believe in is that the signal goes to a satellite and then that gets bounced back down, so you can still have signal in areas where you have no access to like.
Well, that's not actually what's happening. Your cell phone coverage. Cell phone coverage depends on towers, not satellites.
No, but I'm talking about GPS.
If I can help,
your GPS, like the GPS on your phone or the GPS that operates like independently, those are still using the BGAS, which is the broadband network, and the broadband network is done through towers. Also,
I'd like to give the gentleman that there was an episode of Survivor Man with Les Stroud. He had 5 sat phones on him because where he was going was so vast, there was a good chance he would actually get lost. And he did get lost. And he tried every one of those sat phones and none of them worked.
But it's hard to like when you're in like a valley in some sort of jungle somewhere.
Let me give you this too, sir. If you're going to go with your satellite stuff, why do I have my Wi-Fi connected to my modem? No problems, but I get 400 or 500 feet away, it disconnects. It's just
is signal strength.
The technology that's given to the public is vetted and used by the military first, usually, and then handed to the public. And it's just not even the military has a Wi-Fi connection like that. You know, they can't even go miles away. So
I've definitely been in situations where, like, I know that I don't have line of sight with any sort of radio tower or tower that could give me signal. I've personally been in situations, specifically, for example, in a valley, where I have signal and can phone people.
You're not getting what I'm saying. So you then connect to a satellite, let's say. So what? What's your question? So let's say it's true. Let's say you're connecting to a satellite that you require elevation angles for to communicate. What's the point you're trying to make? Because nobody's arguing, really, that satellites don't exist. In fact, NASA details exactly how they use them at conventional height over a flat plane, right on their website.
Can someone sort? I can't hear anything.
Hey, I know the train. Say that again. I know the train. I'll say it again. So, again, the elevation angles that they require over this plane-oriented Earth that we live on. That's what's required for communication of the satellites. In fact, NASA says so on their website. At conventional height for conventional use, flat Earth works. So that being said, for the fourth, fifth time, I'm just trying to figure out why you keep asking the same question. I'm giving you the answer, and I'm asking you what was the point of answering your question. And you're probably going to say something to the effect of, no, I'm saying, but in a valley somewhere when I don't have reception, I connect to a satellite. My question is, so what?
Can you just say like the last couple sentences again? Sorry, it's.
He's saying even if you do collect to a satellite, how does that turn the flat plane into a globe? Like, so what if you connect to a satellite when you don't get a signal somewhere?
Yeah, because ultimately it measures flat.
No, that's. I thought that you guys didn't believe in satellites.
Oh no, like there's stuff up there.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah. We feel that we'd rather be informed than influenced, and the belief is an obstacle to knowing. We're aware that there are what's called satellites on helium balloons floating around the geocentric plane, but no satellites outside of Earth's so-called atmosphere floating around space like they claim.
All right, here's the first public program. It's called Loon. It says, after a journey of a decade, what started as Project Loon by Google is no more. They were beaming LTE in multiple megabit per second data links to both remote areas and disaster zones. So this is just more of the high altitude platform communications platform technology, where they've got balloons at 100,000 feet. With stabilizers, and so that provides spotty signal. And if you've ever used a satellite phone, you know that the signal is spotty, and you're not always going to catch a signal. And that's because it's connecting to something that's not super reliable. Now, in the case of a cell phone, if you're in a valley, you just have, we say trilateration, but the signal from a tower, as it goes over a hill or something, the radio waves, they arc out, so they get wider and wider. They diffract, right? And so you can still pick up signal from a tower even without a perfect line of sight.
But surely, in a flat Earth scenario, the strength of these signals would be.
It'd be the same.
Shouldn't they be a lot stronger though?
No, they'd be exactly the same, because it's the technology we're working with, not the environment.
Okay, right.
Because we still have hills and valleys and mountains. We're not. The Earth isn't two-dimensional for us. We're not saying it's flat like a piece of paper. It's like my house.
This is what confuses me about the because my friend said there's some sort of I guess shield is the wrong word. I forgot what the word is for it now.
Container.
Yeah. So what happens to signals when they reach that sort of container? Do they bounce off it?
No, we don't have. Look. You don't understand that you're dragging the conversation farther away from any actual information. We don't have any.
No, I'm not. I'm curious. This is why I'm here. I'm asking questions.
I'm trying to tell
He's
you.
trying to respond to you, brother.
I'm trying to tell you. So, I mean, the longer this conversation goes, the less I believe that you're here genuinely trying to listen. Because I'm literally trying to tell you. Either that or you don't understand, and I don't know how to relay the information more concisely.
I can try. Who am I talking to, by the way? What's your name?
Buzzpunk.
Okay. So,
onions and peppers, please.
Would you agree that if it measures flat, that it's flat?
If it measures flat, it's flat. What do you mean by that? The whole of the globe, or just a certain area?
So, we were given in concrete. You can go to the ESA, you can go to NASA, whoever. The Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference, is what they say, which means you necessarily need 8 inches per mile squared. Right?
Yeah.
So you need on a z-axis, you need to have an arch, right? It's not just a slope that you're going to be on. The problem is in some cases we're seeing almost 300 miles. So either you live on a dodecahedron, right? That's made up of nothing but a bunch of flat surfaces, like we're on a polygonal Earth, right? Or the Earth is not.
But you know what's crazy, meme?
What's that?
If the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which they seem to be all on one accord with. I don't know. I'm not going to put that on you, but that seems to be the mainstream rhetoric, sir. Then that means that their claim of the diameter and the circumference and the radius of the Earth are all wrong, because the model and the maps that we have been back engineered from the angles, the elevation angles to Polaris.
Yeah.
Since that's the case, it has to be a perfect circle, but they claim it's not a perfect circle. So, I mean, right there, you can understand that the entire thing is debunked, just based off of the contradictory claims that they make themselves. Now, to the point, to the point that what about the container? How does that? Nobody's there to tell you. Like, I mean, who claimed that they did something with the dome to tell you definitively what's going on with that? Like, what you need to understand is you have to stop listening to people's hearsay. If they didn't do something that you can do, you can just either choose to believe it or dismiss it. Instead of going to other places and asking other people to validate what someone else hasn't validated for you, that you couldn't validate yourself. That makes absolutely no sense, because why on earth would we be able to validate something that you weren't able to validate? But people don't understand this. They just think, well, I have an authority and they can invalidate it. They can validate it, so that's the end of that. Well, that's why they're a religious cult, because they're leaders that tell you what to think and believe, and people are willing to believe it. So if that's what you want to do, you can do that. But what we're saying is we don't make claims that we can't back up. Some people do. That's not just a flat earth thing, that's a people thing. But to maintain the continuity of this place, we try to stick to things that we know definitively and we try to show people that they don't know the things that they think that they know is definitive. That's it. That's all we're here for. We're not here to give you a story about the sky, why things in the sky do what they do. That's not what we're here for, fam. So you're doing yourself a disservice. You're not asking any questions about the geometry whatsoever.
Yeah.
That guy's a little bit rude, to be honest. I mean, I'm coming in here curious, asking questions. I mean, I'm not.
He's not being rude. He's not being rude.
Hold on.
Until
Guys,
I can purchase
let's be a little bit more real today, okay?
drone from the local hobby shop that I can fly from New Brunswick to British Columbia without any problems. There's no way you're convincing me somebody's controlling 3 drones millions and millions of miles away.
Can I know what was like so unreasonable or rude about what I
said? You said I'm doing a disservice. How am I doing a disservice? I'm coming in and asking questions that I was told that could be answered here.
Yeah.
And I told you,
and even with that drone,
you are talking over me.
millions of miles.
But, oh my God.
It wasn't him, Elijah. It wasn't him.
Okay. So, bro, let me tell you why what I said isn't rude. You came here under the impression that we could tell you things that I just confirmed to you we cannot tell you. I did you a service there by trying to get you not to waste your time so that you understand what we're actually here for, so that you don't ask us a million times, right? Secondly, you're doing yourself a disservice yourself if you're not actually here understanding why we're here. If you're here for 2 hours and don't know why we're here, how is that not a disservice to you? And how is me pointing that out?
So what questions can I and can't I ask about flat Earth then? Because I feel like
well, the first thing you could do is answer my question. What's rude about what I did?
Well, hold on, Elijah. Hold on.
What I was told by the mod, whoever in the chat, is I said I have questions that I'm curious about, and I just want to see the viewpoints of like what. And I understand your point, going back to your point about how you're saying you can't answer these questions. That's cool. That's cool. Now, I'm not trying to get specific answers. I'm just curious to see what the reasonings behind certain things are. For example, with the whole density stuff and the whole signal stuff as well. I'm not trying to waste my time here. I'm trying to. The only reason why I'm here is because a friend recommended this Discord because I was asking him the question.
Elijah, let me talk to him. Elijah.
All right. Go ahead, Dean.
All right. So, what we have to deal with are just first the axiom. We need axiomatic foundations. So either the globe is a sphere or it's flat, and we have to start there. And at least that's how we operate here, because everything after that is either able to be dismissed or confirmed. Would you agree?
Yes, but the confirmations can have reasonings as well, right? That's allowed.
Now, to a point, but I mean, when you're actually measuring it and doing real measurements, and you're coming up with a certain result, like if we came up with a globe, I'd be happy. I'd be fine. It wouldn't matter to me. Right? But we're coming up with flat.
Because the way I'm sort of analyzing this whole scenario is that because you believe in certain measurements that have been made, well, everything else about the world, about where we live, can just sort of be dismissed based on the fact that certain measurements have been made, and that just instantly debunks. That's what Elijah said. He said it instantly debunks the whole global like,
well, dude,
vision.
if you told everyone you were 7 foot tall and we measured you and you were actually 5'5", that debunks that you were 7 foot tall and maybe you were a basketball player and you can dunk and all these things. So it's the measurements that you need.
It's not that. I'm gonna hand it right back to you. Mean.
All right.
You have to please listen to me harder. It debunks the mathematical derivations from the axiom, so-called supposed sphere Earth of radius 3,959. So they use that in their mathematics to build everything else you believe about distances, sizes, orbits, speeds, and what have you. So that particular string of math can't be right if it isn't backed by the fact that we live on a sphere that size.
I would say this. I need to caveat that because, like, let's say you believe that it's, so many trillion miles to whatever star. See, all of that stuff is irrelevant once you have a flat Earth, but everything else is still the same. How you build, how you drive, how you design aircraft, how you design ships, how you design buildings. None of that changes. Basically, everything normal, and that's part of the market of humanity, does not change. The only thing that changes is the paradigm about what's up there. That's the only thing that actually changes. And none of that affects you anyway. Like if it's 11 trillion miles to the nearest, star, that's neither here nor there.
Right.
So really, nothing that you could ever confirm or validate physically will change by the Earth being flat or a globe, because it can never be validated physically.
Yeah. So I think that's the reason there. I think that really sort of that's the line there, isn't it? If you're not going out there and taking measurements yourself, I think you guys will just never believe it. Whereas me, what was that?
Let him probably believe it. Let him. We've been interrupting this guy so bad.
Yeah, stop cutting off. Come on, guys. Just let the other person finish a sentence. Damn. It's horrible.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
So I feel like if you can't validate something personally, or if you don't have measurements from, I don't know, like wherever you get your so for this measurement, where were these measurements done and who did the measurements about this?
I can tell you, we've got a wiki that were done by a lot of the people in this Discord, where we've gone out, we've done long distance sighting and stuff like that, and where we know the distance because we have the measurements. Like in my case, it's from the East Coast of the United States that I grew up on to a lighthouse 31 miles away, and for someone else, it's something else. But we have over 100 of them just on our wiki of measurements.
Okay, so you guys have actually gone out and taken them yourselves.
The second one I did was in South Carolina at a place called Myrtle Beach, because it has a crescent-shaped beach that's 22 miles long. Problem is you can stand at one end of the beach 22 miles away, and you can see the end of the crescent 22 miles. And so we have all these different known distances, and then we have the asserted dimensions of a globe that we can measure that against, and it doesn't work. It only works flat.
What's the longest measurement you guys have taken?
So does anyone want to point to the
if you got the link to the wiki, actually, that's probably easier, isn't it?
Does anyone have the wiki that they can just post in here really quick?
I can probably find it real quick. Let me find it.
Yeah. I mean, it's in one of the rooms here, but we got so many rooms now that I just feel like I'm going to throw up trying to scroll through all of them.
Yeah,
We have a lot of information now. It's hard to even. I don't know. We have a lot.
And look, I'm not trying to turn you into a flat earther. I'm just trying to get you to make these decisions for yourself. That's all I really want.
But you see, it's frustrating because it's equally, for me, I'd watch a video that tries to prove the Earth is round, but then it sort of feels like you guys would watch videos that proves the Earth is flat, and it's a bit like, well, if it's difficult to sort of see who's taking the right measurements.
Well, okay, let's listen.
One second. The thing is that is what we're doing, is we're going out to try to prove your globe, since the Globers haven't presented us with any actual measurements of curvature. We say, well, if we live on a ball, we would expect to find curvature here, right? Let's go and find it. Never find it. So, like, we are doing what you're asking for. We're not out going, let's go prove the Earth is flat. We're going, let's go find that curve. Never get any.
Yeah, what we're doing is we're going out and testing the globe math. Now, if the globe math doesn't work, that means the globe math is invalid. Like, period. I mean, I do surveying, and I've built 1 million square foot warehouses for the military. I mean, I build. I mean, math has to work. There can't be contradictions in your math, or the structure is not going to work.
Don't you need the radius of Earth for orbital mechanics to launch a rocket into orbit around the Earth?
Hey, Fuzz, real quick. Are you familiar with the text chat that is in relation to this voice chat? It's right above this voice channel.
I'm looking at all the texts now. Yeah.
So you can scroll down, and almost at the end, you're gonna see the Wikipedia that we posted about. There's many references with examples of what we're talking about.
Yeah,
That's just one link out of many other things that are available.
I'm about to post the main page for the wiki. So
I did it already. It's been done.
I don't know if this analogy would help, but if somebody was telling you there's an orchard full of apple trees over there for years and years, and you finally got off your butt and walked over to the orchard and found out it was an orchard of orange trees, you would know that they are not apples. They are oranges.
Yeah, it's great to talk about points that the flat earth has to make, but usually when somebody comes in with a position, they're not ready to listen until they understand they don't know what they're talking about. Usually the rhetoric that they've been following has been something of just misinformation. So Fuzzpunk, at this current time, the reason why you feel staunch in your position is because you don't really understand, you don't know. And so a lot of the confusion happens when you are coming in here with the presupposition. And usually everybody listening to you kind of like a bit, I would say, kind of showing your points of why you think it's not what we're saying and so on. But the reason why you're kind of doing that at the moment is because you don't know that you don't know, right? So we all understand this point. So we're giving you some points. But I usually don't like to go point for point because of that reason. You're going to hand wave dismiss everything that everybody says in here because of your position. But once you realize you really don't know what's going on with the globe, then it'll be a little bit easier for you to digest any information that gets put out. Like Gemsy said in live stream voice text. At the moment, you're just kind of like, these guys are just shooting me some weird stuff, you know, because like we got all the scientists back in our side, you know, which the Earth is a globe. So that's why I usually like to take you to the part where you really don't know about the globe. Or at least maybe you thought you knew. How about that?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think really I need to go out and take these measurements, perhaps.
Well, that's fine.
And work through the maths, you know.
Yeah, I agree. That's fine. Like this stuff is important, right? But what you have to really like, what drives it home for everyone here is that all of that information that we got from the side of the globe is not anything to be verified. It's just really theories, calculations. They have nothing to do with like people going out and measuring and actually getting this hard data, right? That we can test against the reality in which you and I exist in. So what happens is it falls apart, but you don't know that at the moment because there's so much of the mainstream misinformation that you have right now kind of swirling around in your head. But when you act like, okay, so when you think about what we're saying, it makes it more clear when you start looking into what have you been learning about the globe, right? So you could talk about any point, right? Like the cosmos, you could think about like Earth curvature, axial rotation, things that are attributed to the globe, right? And I'll put it this way. Do you think that all of these things are attributed to science? Like, you know, the word science. I would just ask you that. What do you think?
The observations you're talking about? Or
yeah, everything that has to do like with what I just told you, the Earth curvature, axial rotation, the Earth spinning, you know, the vacuum of space. Do you think that science is attributed to those things I just mentioned?
I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay. And because, you know, of course, science is a method, right? It's a natural phenomenon observation, and then we are trying to figure out the cause of the effect. Essentially, that's what we're doing. Like when we're doing something, we're trying to figure out why the thing is doing what it's doing because we see the effect, you know, the phenomena, and the naturally occurring. So that's what you know, getting to the bit of science, what we're trying to figure out. But like the thing that they're attributing science to, which is like I mentioned, the Earth curvature, axial rotation, has nothing to do with science. And I think that's probably why this staunch position is like solidified in your mind, because all your life and our lives, we've been taught or told that the Earth is attributed, like what it is, and you know, what it's doing is attributed to science. But in reality, there has nothing been done that science can adhere to when it comes to these things, because the shape of the Earth is a what is question. So, what is the Earth? So it's not. It's like this, right? Like what size a shoe do you need, right? Like I would just use this analogy. I'm not going to do science on your foot. All I have to do is measure it, right, and find out. Well, you're a size 10, because these units of measurement that we've already agreed upon are being something used in the form of like not having to do. The scientific method of cause and effect don't have anything to do with me measuring your foot. So the what is question is applied to the Earth. It is then able to be understood. What is the Earth? Well, it is an oblate spheroid with this particular measurement with drop over distance. And this is the reason why, like, listen, it's a little hard to digest when you're hearing different points that everybody's giving you because of the position that you are in right now. But once you realize that the position that you're in right now doesn't lend itself over to credible verification. So you'll start to realize that your own position at the current time, that you think the Earth is a globe, and that's fine. But once you investigate it, it'll start to make more sense how it doesn't relate to like science, which is what I'm saying right now. That's once you break that down, then it becomes more evident to you that, wow, I have been just believing that they're telling me everything about science is what, you know, but it's not science, because like I said, as you know, science is a method of the cause of the effect. And so there isn't like, we're not going to do that with the drop over distance when we're trying to figure out if the Earth is curving at a set rate or not. We're just going to measure it to see if there's a drop or not. And that's why it's like not science, but the mainstream misinformation would lead you to believe that everything that the Earth is like, because it's the Earth, right? That it has to be science, but it's not dealing with the method. It's more of just what it is. So anyways, I'm just going to go ahead and like, you can have inquire in these questions, but like I would say, because of the fact that most people that come in here have this level of ignorance, and it's no slight to you, by the way, Fuzzpunk, it's just the way we've been told about the Earth. And that's why it's important for us to elucidate that fact that you don't know what you don't know. It's more of like, you just been told all these things, and you're just like, you guys are what? Well, that's what you think, and that's what you're probably going to be doing for the rest of. If you didn't know what I just told you right now about how they have been like misinforming you on what science is, because there is the real science, like I would say, like biology and chemistry and all these things. We understand that to be like real science. And then there's pseudoscience, science that pretends to be like what those things are, which you can verify, find out the cause of the effect, and so on, right? So, yeah, a lot of people don't understand that, because the word science is basically superimposed over any type of idea that they want to. It's just like an arbitrary word they just give to something that they want to assume, to you guys, like to the masses, right? It's just like, well, how do we know this is something? Well, science. And that's an easy way out for you to just like not investigate, right? And it's more
because
easy.
we can't all be scientists.
Right, and that's usually that's the response we get from people that are in here. Well, we're not all scientists. Or when the things get really rough and tough and you can't answer a question, the answer would be, well, I'm not a scientist, and that's an easy out. Well, what happens is it gives you the way so that you don't have to think about the question, or at least investigate it. So it's like, well, some other guy must have figured it out. I don't need to. So, you know what I mean? Hands off. No mind, no critical thinking involved here. So what we're doing here is trying to engage on a level with you so that you can really want to know, right? And the only way that's going to happen, instead of us giving you some points and you're just like, well, that's what you think, but we got all the scientists. So in order for us to get you there, you have to actually let down your guard. In other words, you have to realize the things that you've been told are not what they mean. Like what I just finished telling you what science is.
I just have a short sound.
I'm done. Yep.
Okay. Sorry. If we choose to disbelieve something, we don't have to replace it with anything. We can just disbelieve a model that's given to us. We don't have to replace it with another idea, another hypothesis. Because sometimes the only way to progress in your knowledge is not to replace one explanation with another explanation. It's just to stop believing an explanation and start from scratch. Now, that to me is the wise way to go, is to not just replace an idea, but to start over. So that's what we're kind of trying to do here, is we're trying to start over.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Fuzzpunk. Like, we don't have to replace the model. We just need to falsifying it is enough. And then, like the guy said, you start from scratch. Like, they've made a positive claim that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, which, if that's the case, you would have a 8 inches per mile squared drop, and all these observations. That's how it works, basically. So I don't need to replace the entire model and answer everything, because some things you're just not going to know.
It's difficult from what you guys are telling me. So you're basing all of this off one. What's this 395 you're talking about, Matt?
3,959. That's the radius. That's the miles in radius of the Earth that's purported to the core.
You can type it into Google and find it out, Fuzzpunk. I mean,
this is
the radius of the Earth.
Claim. This is the positive claim that I was telling you about before. If you look in the live stream voice text chat right now, the guy has just posted a picture. This is a claim of the globe, of the model that has been indoctrinated to us since we've been going to school. Yeah. If they make a positive claim like that, then we are able to go out and test that for ourselves, right? And they've done these tests. They've gone out and made observations, and they've come back with results that it doesn't add up to what they've told us. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
It's like we were all lazy, sitting our butts, believing it was an apple orchard. And then some of us got off our butts and went to look and see if it was. And hey, these aren't apples.
Has someone got like a good video that they can link about them doing these calculations of like distances measured versus like the expected elevation drop and what's actually seen, and them sort of running through the maths? Because that's really what I'd see.
Yes, we should black swan them right here, gentlemen.
Black swan. I was just gonna say it. BMLSB 69. I'll post the link right now in 1 second.
Wait, but do it. But do it my way though. Show him that what the claim is. you Google distance to horizon, every video on YouTube is going to tell you that what we're saying is true. All we did was check to see if it was true. So that's where we show you an observation of these oil platforms of the coastal Santa Barbara, California, and show you that what they claim is not true. Like,
I'm looking for that.
But it is that simple.
I'm looking for that video right now. Let me see if I can find it real quick. If anybody has it.
Let me look it up.
Yeah.
Trust me, Fuzzpunk, this information, like from where you're standing right now, it will be paradigm shifting if you actually understand that the thing that they've been telling you was all presupposed from like the R value inserted into the formula to like how they figured it out. Like it's going to make more sense to you when you start to say, wait a minute, how did they figure out this R value inserted into the formula for figuring out the radius? Like you can't, it's like a complete like circle jerk. They want you to start from the place where they're already arrived at. Like how did they put that in the formula before they even found out what it was? So it is crazy. And so it gets, the rabbit hole gets a lot bit deeper. Like when you start to realize like they were just attributing like a shape and a size to something like arbitrarily without even like, there's no measurement. It's really just people assuming things. And so it gets the more you start to investigate the globe claims, the more it's going to start to, you're going to realize that as we do these like measurement tests, like with the black swan or the information you're going to see and all of that, it's going to be like a paradigm shift. You're going to start to really realize, damn, man, I was really following this like as a belief because I didn't, like you said before, scientists and all that, like they got it all figured out. But what happens is because we've become as a society lethargic to the information, we're not like, we don't have the ability to look at these things because we make excuses. Well, I mean, if I look into this, I'm going to have to look into everything now. You know what I mean? And so those excuses keep us from actually investigating. But once you do, then your mind's like, oh, crap, wait a minute. Like, there's more. And so it starts to become like this, like, really crazy mind job, So I just prefacing the thing with, just make sure that even if you see this, make sure that you check into the globe, also the claims.
Yeah, I'll do a bit more research into it, and there's a lot of good links here, I guess, in this text channel. I'll check out.
And by all means, go into the go look into the rebuttals to these videos, and you can ask us questions based on that too, if you'd like, when you come back with it.
Yeah, that's good. I'll do that.
Right. Okay, hold on. This just in. Hold on. This just in. I found it. Let's play it on the bot right now. 1 second before Fuzzy leaves. One moment. Let's play.
He's not leaving yet.
Okay, good.
Are you Fuzzy?
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because when I got it, I wanted to be everyone aware. So I'm gonna play this called "How Does the Horizon Work?" Then we could go on to the Black Swan if that's okay with everyone.
Well, I would actually recommend, you can go ahead and play it, but I would recommend to Fuzzy that he, if he wanted to watch some of those videos, he watch them, formulate some questions, and maybe think about them a little bit and then come back.
Sorry. Okay. I was a little quick on that. Sorry about that.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked down on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? Where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from.
Notice how we say that there's no edge of the sphere. I mean, and then they say, no, that we tell them that there's an edge to the sphere, and they say there's no edge on a sphere. Yeah, but this man just detailed the water's edge being the cutoff point from your elevation, what you can see from the rest of the earth because it's curving away from you. So that's the claim that anyone can go validate or invalidate. Go ahead, Sonny.
One thing I found very interesting about that video is he says it's visibly curving left to right and front to back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So a couple of things here. You're still with us, Fuzzpunk? What happened to him?
He's off watching the videos.
He left to watch the videos. I don't even think he watched the bot thing either.
Okay.
But yeah, thanks for helping him answering the questions. Cheers.
Oh, it's all right. No, it's no big deal. It's all for the better cause. So
yeah,
it's all right.
And yeah, he is genuine, by the way. Like
I think so.
He is. I've spoken to him a lot. We've played loads of games together in the past, and
excellent.
I'm part of a group of people, and I'm like the only guy who's in there talking about flat Earth, and you know how it all goes. And I've like finally convinced one of them to actually come into this Discord, which is what just happened just now. So hopefully you guys left a good first impression on it.
That's cool. So you're a flat Earth warrior. We applaud you, sir.
I like what you got.
I don't think we've ever talked to Zipes, or at least I haven't. Have you guys?
What games are y'all playing?
Yeah, a few times.
What games are y'all playing?
Rocket League. I play a lot of WoW. That guy, that Fuzzpunk guy, actually is really, really good at Rocket League. Like he's fucking grand champ.
I was gonna say if y'all do it, I can join you.
It's great, man. Bring some more people in there if you can. That's great. Usually, like what happens when they come in here, there's a lot of good information, but mostly everybody's got their guard up. They don't want to it's too fringe. It's crazy. It's like craziness. Like when they come in here, and usually it becomes more of a dog pile when like people. He's not like, wow, that's what you're saying, and everybody's like, what do you mean, So like what needs to be done is a realization that they don't know. And usually what happens in the mixture of that is that they're going to either say, man, this is crap, and they're going to just like rage quit or just go full spiral. But like in the case of that guy, he had given it a little bit of thought. So for him, it was just like, well, wait a minute. Yeah, this maybe, I could have been lied to or whatever. So he's going to give it a shot. And that's great. That's all we ask for. People just like look into it. And then, of course, any point that gets brought across to him, he's going to be like, okay, maybe it is just a claim. Let's see what these guys have to say. Then that would be a better conversation versus him just being like, nuh-uh, you guys are just maybe not understanding what the globe was saying. Like, but then that's the reason why they come back that way, is because they feel like all the scientists are on their side and you guys are just some people on the internet. So that's why it doesn't.
Yeah.
So you got to. It's a bit of psychology that you have to break down the barrier first before you. Point for point is great. I mean, with somebody who's already like understands that maybe it could be something else than other than the globe, that's a great way to go about it, because you're giving them some things to chew on because they already have the barrier down.
Yeah,
but
and I was going to say, I was going to say, once you introduce that doubt, then because doubt in the system, if you introduce that, where they have to face up to that, like where they get oh, wait a minute, so that's not 100%. Oh, that was just a story. Oh, there's nothing to back this whole thing up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will say though, it's been nice having the majority in the call for the change, because I'm normally against like 5 other people in a Discord chat, and they're all dogpiling me, and I can't get a word in half the time, and it's like for him to be on like 3 or 4 of you guys here, and him just to actually sit there and listen to what you guys were saying was quite big. So yeah, really good job.
It's really the flow, really. But go ahead.
Just saying, I was sorry for coming off rude. I mean, I was just being as direct as I normally am.
I think it's all right.
I didn't add on him, attack his person. I don't know. I didn't.
Are you on your phone? Are you on your phone or something? By the way, Elijah, because I'd say like in the future for trying to leave a good first impression, it's probably best off just letting the people with the really clear mics talk. Even if you have some really good points, because I couldn't really hear a word you were saying the whole time, and I don't think he could hear much of it either.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It is a little difficult sometimes. Like now I hear you perfect, but I had you up to 200%, Eli, and so now I got you back down. You sound nice and clear right now, though.
Yeah, I just switched to the phone. The speaker on the phone. My headphones suck. That's what it is.
Yeah. Are they wired or wire Bluetooth connection type things, like a combo? I know there's some hybrid ones.
Bluetooth.
Yeah.
You know what's really cool, I think, was when the tide started changing for the conversation. He understands we were empathetic to his position, because it's like, no, man, it's not you against us, it's them against us. Yeah. The information of the agenda that was pushed on you is the same one we had. So we know like where you're at right now. We can identify, like you can. We understand why you feel like what we're saying just sounds like garbage, like because you see it in a perspective where they make you feel like you're a part of their camp, and you're not a part of their camp. Like this is all it's a facade. Like
I don't think I did a good enough job being patient by trying to explain to him everything you've been told. Just forget it, because I mean, they go along with the stereotyping fallacies by saying, well, you guys believe this, you guys believe that. Well, you don't know that, nor do you really understand the context of what someone might have said about a dome, or what someone might have said. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no context. There's just, well, they have a claim that honestly we can't validate. But it's just to validate the statement.
When they come in here, they don't realize the fact that that's the case, and so it's more of like, well, isn't that the way it's supposed to be? Like, aren't we supposed to just take these authoritative figures' word for what they, because they are the experts, right? Like, why are you guys so against it? So it's more of that, like, okay, maybe you're misunderstanding something kind of idea. Like, so I'm thinking like, even with whatever we would show him would be like, well, this isn't like an authoritative film. Like, this is coming from just some Joe Blow, that's trying to make a video about flat Earth. Like, why would I take that serious? You know what I mean? Like, until he starts to realize that the credibility of the ones he's following are in question. Like that's when it starts to be like, yeah, there could be something to that. Which the reason why I would now look at your stuff, because it's like, well, maybe somebody, is trying to like give us this misinformation, and I don't know.
Yeah, I hope he didn't leave, because it would make him the 39,999th person who's left right at the point that we actually could get to the geometry of it all.
Yeah, I think he's looking into the links that you guys have sent, and I'll try and touch base with him and see where he's at in a bit. I've already given him props to actually coming in here, because he's the first guy out of all my friends who's been willing to come in here. Because if you think, it is kind of daunting, coming into a live stream where it's going live to YouTube and talking to all these people you've never met, like it. So I gave him props for that. But hopefully he comes back.
Yeah.
And kudos to you for bringing people in here, man. It's not an easy task to get somebody to come into the voice call. Usually people just kind of shy away from it because of the fact that it is daunting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's scary because, I mean, what we have to say is very simple. That level is horizontal. That the horizon isn't geometric. And then they don't understand that, like, wow, so you're saying the whole earth is flat because you made this 10-mile measurement. It's like, well, the point is, within that 10 miles, the geometric claim of the earth is debunked. That's the point, but they don't get it. They're like asking us the same question they should be asking themselves. Well, how the hell did you measure it flat from point to point? Well, it's like, yeah, that's what we're asking. Where's their measurement of point to point? They don't have one. It's not possible. But what we can do is falsify the 8 inches per mile squared.
Where did they actually get the 3959 from? Because it's quite a specific claim, isn't it? And is it just a number that they've made up to make their model work? Because obviously you can't dig that far.
Back engineering from elevations, angles to Polaris. They back engineered it.
Right. Okay.
I mean, because it does match the sky, but the problem with that number is they claim that it's not a perfect sphere, which means that they're wrong right there, because they're talking about a perfect circle being the circumference of 24,000 whatever miles it is. So you can't have both.
Yeah, if they say there's a radius of that specificity, then it has to be a perfect circle, doesn't it? Because otherwise it's going to change, isn't it? Depending on where they're drawing the line to on the ball.
All right, guys, I'm going to come back a little later. I got to make a call real quick.
All right, see you later.
All right, good luck with your friend, man.
Cheers, thanks.
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
I was actually banned from a server where I talked about Flat Earth and I was gaming on it.
How dare you?
Yeah, it seemed kind of like they didn't like it.
Oh, they hate it, man. They hate it. They can't stand the truth.
That's true, yeah.
Were you playing a space game at the time too?
No.
Should have been.
It was actually mostly about Flight Simulator.
That's close.
It's snowing, Lou.
All right, I'm gonna jump off as well. See you later, guys. Thanks.
Later.
See you, thanks.
How much you getting?
I figure in about maybe 1.5 inches, 2, probably.
No.
Maybe more. Well, there's this big man. I'm surprised. Well, I don't know if it's coming your way or not, but there's this Midwestern storm that everybody's talking about. So.
Yeah, they're calling for blizzard conditions possible, like Thursday night into Friday, which like the potential of like actual like blizzard shit that we haven't had for 10 years around here. So kind of looking forward to it for that Borden, bro.
Is blizzard a cool thing? I mean, I haven't seen one yet.
It is when you want to go snowboarding in it.
Okay. Is it dangerous?
Yeah, it's dangerous to be on the roads.
Waking up. Oh, sorry, Lou. Waking up is dangerous. I snapped my leg skiing, 14 pins, 2 plates, and I haven't skied since. But I really did enjoy skiing before that. And I'm being a dick here, turning it into me. But I just wanted to clarify the reason why I hadn't skied in 5 or 6 years. Anyways, go ahead, guys. I miss the snow.
Yeah, it's fun to it's beautiful to look at out the window. It's fun to play in, but driving in it or working in it, that sucks. During a blizzard, can probably don't even really want to go out and play in it. You're just looking forward to immediately after when you got a shit ton of fresh snow to go play in.
Never had a blizzard in Germany. That stuff just doesn't occur.
Not that I have one, but out of curiosity, do you have a snowmobile, Lou?
No snowmobile here.
I want to get one. Those are fun. Sure.
So how do blizzards work on a flat Earth?
Dairy Queen. So if the Earth is flat, how do we have rain?
Let me rephrase that. Let's see. So how do blizzards work on a flat Earth?
A contained system with high and low pressure zones, a dynamic contained system of high and low pressure. That's a part of it, just like all weather. Temperatures, dew points, or whatever, all that comes into play. But it's all pretty well understood in a contained system.
Or just head to your local Dairy Queen and order a blizzard there.
Fuck that. You can get way better for getting ice cream than DQ.
I'll post an image in case anyone doesn't know what the hell that is.
Plus, who wants ice cream during a blizzard?
Don't eat the yellow one. That is for free.
Just don't eat the snow at all. Constantly having to yell at my daughter about that. Quit eating the snow.
Hey, Lou.
Okay.
Lunatic. I think there's some predictions that you guys are gonna get. I mean, you're in Wisconsin, right? That's pretty high north.
Yeah, so
and
fairly up there.
You're saying that you're getting like minus 20 degrees or something.
Oh yeah, this week we're really cold. Like this morning, I woke up, it was 9 degrees, 1 degree wind chill, or -1 wind chill. By the end of the week, though, when this blizzard comes in, we're talking about like highs of like 11 degrees or something like that, and yeah, wind chills well into the negative.
Yeah. But this weather, cold weather system is gonna affect like most of the U.S. Like 60-80% of the U.S. I think it's gonna reach even Texas.
It's gonna be another one of those where the whole South shuts down. Gotcha.
Hey,
yeah, it's gonna be a big one,
right? Farmer's Almanac predicted it. They were talking.
They're saying this one hasn't happened like since the 1960s or something like this.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like this is just the beginning of it. Like there's gonna be more to come.
Well, yeah, how over recent years they keep on talking about the polar vortex, like this low, really cold air that keeps on, spinning around their globe. So it'll be like super cold for like a week, and then it'll kind of get more mild. Then a week later it wraps around, and all of a sudden you got it again and again and again and again.
Yeah, stock up on your food, man. There could be some power outages.
Yeah, be ready, people. I mean, hopefully nothing bad happens, but when that cold weather kicks in, it could be a bad story. So just be ready.
Buy your stock up on your foods and stuff, that non-perishables or whatever.
Especially the middle of the country and in the South. Like, even though they don't get it nearly as bad, that's where they shut everything down. Like, they don't know how to operate when it gets cold or when it gets icy or anything like that. In the North, we're ready for it.
the pipes don't freeze here because they're the way the houses are built. So just it's more difficult for the southern region of the United States than the northern.
Yeah, you gotta be aware of the weather for sure. You never know when it's gonna hit you hard. So these blizzards and very low temperature weathers can get some people off guard, and it could be bad. So
You stocked up on your meats? We got to stock up on our meats, man.
I got a bunch of jerky like for at least 2 weeks.
That's good because power outages usually last about days, man, like 3 or 4 days. When they, and I'm just saying, like if it's gonna be as bad, they shut down like back in 06 or was it 05? I think it was 06. For like 3 days for the blizzard, like at a place where I work, they never ever shut down for anything. They shut it down for 3 days. They even called off the snowplows over here.
I live in a building. Our last power outage, I don't know, 2017, 2018, there was some hurricanes nearby. So ours lasted 5 days. And we were going into the basement and getting water to flush the toilet with, and pretty gnarly.
Yeah, be advised, guys. Like, that's another part about being a truther. You're always in the know. So. Cold weather is no joke. Like, it takes lives.
I mean, and also, like, what, $300, maybe a good cheap generator. Better to have it sitting around ready to kick on and use and not need it than not have it, and all of a sudden you don't know if you're going to have hydro for a week or two.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but don't fire that thing up in your living room. Let it run.
You're gonna kill
what kind of hydro are we talking here?
Yeah. Be smart, people.
Yeah, well, that's not that. Like, there's not a lot of people that. No, it wouldn't be that, CB. It would be death. You kill people. They wouldn't get high. Like, they would die. Straight up.
Talking about energy,
No, he just said fire up some hydro.
You guys know the U.S. Energy Department announced that they make some breakthrough in fuel cell technology. They're saying they can produce more energy than the input that they put to produce it. Like,
yeah, no, they were talking about, what is it, nuclear fusion? Or which one? What, I always get the two reversed, fusion and fission. Which one is like the sun, as they claim? Is that fusion or fission?
I think it's fusion.
Fusion. Yeah, they're claiming that they made a breakthrough with nuclear fusion technology, where they're finally getting more output than input, and that it's all clean energy.
Yo, they had Neil deGrasse Tyson on Fox News talking about it, man. Like, what? Yeah, he was on Fox News talking about this. And he's got to be the front man, right? Got to be that face always.
I mean, you always have to put it like that. These breakthroughs come from space, space technology.
Dude, I should give you the clip too, because I watched the video, and let me put the clip in there so you'll see. I'm gonna find it. You're gonna be like, freaking. He's always got. They always got to put a spin about it, man. With the cosmos, you'll see what it like. I was listening to it. I was like, this is.
Did a quick calculation.
Man, it's your guys' fault. I get glued to this screen. I don't want to miss a second of conversation, so I get stuck here all day. It's your fault.
I think you don't have anything you really have to do, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool, I guess, Yeah.
All right.
It's pretty cool. I'll probably take a ride down by the water here in a moment.
Yeah. He actually breaks down fusion and fission, Lou. So here you go. Y'all enjoy
Did a quick calculation.
Enjoy the globe rhetoric while you listen to this stupid.
As it gets more ridiculous.
How they talk about the star is our sun is a star and all kinds of. Just watch.
It turns out.
5 minutes.
As the ridiculous, non-existent globe doesn't turn.
Yeah, you guys. That's really. This video is dumb.
Wait a minute. Should we play that?
You can't. Well, it's
Fox business. Maybe not.
Maybe not. You're crossing the lines there. Yeah, I would say not. You'll get a strike for that.
find it from a different source? Probably not, too.
Yeah. We'd have to mute the live stream and then listen to it. But that's probably how you could do it.
Somebody has that ability, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can mute it. 5 minutes.
I think I can mute it too.
I mean, we pretty much know what he's gonna say, don't we?
Yeah, like mute it and then we can play it and then you can hear what.
Let me copy the link and I'll get ready to play it on the bot.
Cool.
I'll put in the digits here.
Don't forget, you gotta see that red earphones on the 24/7 live.
Let me paste it. I won't hit enter yet.
layman, right? He used all those terms that are very precise in combination to make the technology work. And he didn't use gravity, but then he used planet at the end of the whole thing. That implies, planets, gravity, heliocentric. So all this technology is happening on the globe, even though you don't require the globe to make it work. It's kind of crazy.
He's pushing that agenda hard.
You know that the Department of Energy, the U.S., they're saying they're hiring engineers, hiring a whole new field is gonna be born out of this. It's huge. This is like if they actually gonna put the resources and the people they said they're gonna put into this, it's gonna be like a huge field actually.
What happened to electric cars though? What are we doing with the EVs? We're gonna have.
Well, yeah, they'll be able to charge them with clean energy. That's the whole idea. So, yeah, basically, this is what they've been. What's interesting about this is with all their green agenda, and like carbon tax and all that stuff. It's really funny timing that they all of a sudden say we made a huge breakthrough advancement in something that would solve all of that.
Yeah.
Problem, reaction, solution, right?
There's been talks about this that like the heating technologies are gonna come out of the carpets, out of the woods. A lot of this stuff is gonna happen. People have been saying this for a while, and people have also been saying that a lot of this technology is being, held off and put under the rug by by the controllers. And here now they're announcing that we make a huge breakthrough, producing energy. He said plasma. Plasma. Yeah, imagine that. Yeah, it's definitely a control thing, and yeah, they're hiring. So anybody wants to work on this breakthrough technology, you can have a new job.
So have they demonstrated what they're talking about yet, or are they still just talking about it?
Well, that's a good question. I want to see it in action. I saw a description of it. It was like a container with some type of device in the middle of it, and they're saying they use lasers, an input of lasers to make it do whatever it's gonna do, and the input of lasers, it's less than the output of energy that is coming out of the device. So they're inputting lasers into the device, and the output of energy is three times per two. So you input 2 times and you get 3 times out.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold my breath until I see a demonstration firsthand.
You're just biased because you have an electric car.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you want your electric car to not. You don't want anything better than your car now.
That would make it cheaper to power my car. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
No, the device is gonna be in the car. You're not gonna need your car. You need a new car.
That's going to be a long way down the road before they ever possibly have anything like that.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that they're talking about this. They've been talking about it for 50 years. I still haven't seen a demonstration.
Hey, they're hiring, so if you want to get it done fast, just get a job with the energy department.
Yeah, Jimsy, like, didn't DeGrasse in that video say, like, they could have, like, a power, unit, whatever, the size of a car. They could just roll into an area and it would be enough to power a city. So, like, they're not going to let everybody have one of these things in their house or in their car. Far too dangerous to let people have them. They're just talking about, powering our current system with that kind of energy.
You guys talking about like fusion or something?
Yeah.
I think we're still a long way off.
Right. Well, did you just miss like the? I mean, it's been news in the last week or whatever about some breakthrough that just happened where they finally got more output than input. So
yeah, well, it's the first time of net positive power, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, in terms of actual civilian production of that sort of energy infrastructure, we're still a while off, like a 20-year maybe.
I mean, producing the energy produced can't go through the wire system that is in place. Why not?
It's a bureaucratic issue, not a anything else issue type of thing.
Hey, I just want one of these devices in my car, and that's it. Come on.
They're never going to let you have one, though.
Why not?
Because then you would have your own source of energy. You wouldn't have to go through them.
But this is for the planet to make it better.
No, they're just going to let you use theirs.
I don't know, man. I think it's very possible that they're just gonna open the gates of technology, and we're gonna be able to have an open source option of this technology, and everybody's gonna be able to do whatever they want with it, right? That's the way.
Nice utopian pipe dream.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. I know it hurts, but even if it hurts, we have to get it done. We have to do it.
I love that clip. You can pause it after each line, and then it just keeps getting better and better. I would do it, but the problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that. So it just keeps getting better and better as he goes on. I love it.
And then he throws a curveball. We used to have it, but it's pain. We destroyed it, but it's so painful. So that's why we're not gonna do it again, because it hurts.
Sorry, you guys can't be bringing up technology around me. You know, me and Dom P are gonna remind y'all of the destroyed technology.
I mean, just leave it to the government. We know they're gonna do a good job with it, right? The energy breakthrough technology. They definitely gonna do the right thing with it, right?
Trust the science, bro.
Like the government has any incentive to withhold technology from people.
And again, any new breakthrough in technology is going to get used for quite some time by like only the government and the military. You know, those nuclear subs just get even better.
No, this is the Department of Energy. This is the people that regulate our energy grid. This is we the people level, you know, like the actual grid system that we use right now to play our PlayStations, to turn on the light.
We'll see. We'll see.
The technology that we use to turn on the Xbox and the PlayStation, that's is the Department of Energy. And this is what they're saying now. Now we're going to have energy, unlimited energy. This is good news.
I don't know that it would be unlimited. It's just that it's clean. So you could still only produce it at a certain rate, like per hour.
Yeah, clean. That's a good point. Yeah, clean energy. So what, Lou, do you or anybody, do you think okay, now we have clean energy, it's gonna cost this much, and then they eventually can say, hey, these vehicles, these dirty vehicles that you have, it's kind of like holding us back. We're gonna have to close down the gas stations, and you're gonna have to buy these new technology vehicles that run on this technology that we have. I mean, your car is dirty, so just buy the new technology vehicles.
Yeah, I think that's also still going to be a while, a decade or two, but yeah, they will eventually outlaw the internal combustion engine for the general public.
It's dirty.
Probably closer to the 1 decade, the way that they've been really pushing things. That it would have to align with their Agenda 2030 and all that.
That sounds like a conspiracy theory.
Funny thing is it's not a theory at all. It's literally on the website, like telling you about it. It's a UN resolution, an agenda. You can get it from the horse's mouth. CB, you couldn't hold that back. You thought the horse was that funny.
I'm call me back. Over here laughing at my own jokes.
We were talking a little bit about this in the chill chat the other day. I mean, just there's a couple of things that I've seen, like modern day debates, like that they've got one coming up, like is the Great Reset real? Like that's what the debate's about. It's not even a fucking question. Like, you go to the World Economic Forum and read about it yourself on their fucking website. Yeah, it's real. They really have this fucking plan in place that they're openly telling you about.
Some people say that some people say that the Great Reset is the whole economy is gonna implode and everybody's just gonna be like a Mad Max world.
Yeah, there's a lot of fear mongering about it, and probably more just ignorance. Like people who have only heard about it, and all of a sudden they come up with all these stories, these ideas of what they think this dystopian future is going to be like.
Did you see who's arguing? It's actually airing tonight. I'll drop the link. It looks like the guy from the Hake Report who works under Jesse Lee Peterson is debating some other guy. I don't know the other guy.
I think they did another one too, where I saw like is MK Ultra real? Like, dude, Bill Clinton apologized for that shit. Like on stage, they like stopped the country and broadcast it on every network in the fucking country for him to apologize for the U.S. government doing MK Ultra to people like against their own will.
He did.
I love how, but yeah, there's just so much stuff that still gets tagged as conspiracy, and then they freaking these channels go and say like, let's have a debate about it because this is touchy stuff. No, it's not. It's admitted, fucking disclosed by the government, by the people who are behind the scenes or who are actually doing it, who are pulling it off. It's not a conspiracy if it's not a secret.
Yeah, but if flat earther people say it, that means it's a conspiracy theory, and it's not true. I mean, just look at your
Yeah,
user
no,
account.
you talk about Operation Mockingbird or Operation Paperclip. Conspiracy theorists? What? Because it's like of actual fucking conspiracies that happened?
Just trust the mainstream narrative and stop asking questions. It's 17 hours ago from newatlas.com. Inside Out Asteroids, a practical method for creating space habitats. I'll post a link. They're going to colonize. They want to colonize meteorites and asteroids.
Dude, what did they give up on freaking wrangling one and dragging it back around Earth and dangling a skyscraper from it?
What? I didn't even know they were talking about doing that.
They're already past their due date for going and trying to wrangle one. Yeah, look this up. Look up like just type into Google like asteroid skyscraper.
Here's a quick
I think it's called Sky Crane, right? Something like that. Or
Yeah, they have this
space elevator. I think you might be talking about.
It's similar to the space elevator idea.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, they were talking about it going from like Paris to New York or Dubai to New York or something, making like a figure eight, like a kind of like the I forget what they call that, but yeah, it makes that figure eight pattern and travels at like 4 times the speed of sound. It makes the analemma. There's an article from Forbes about it that I was showing to people. I got it saved somewhere. I'll just grab that one again since that's the one I'm familiar with. Yeah, here it is. Oh, yeah. Fucking hilarious.
That's pretty crazy looking. It's kind of flat.
Yeah. Proposing a design for the world's tallest building, Analemma Tower, which would hang down from the sky suspended by air cables attached to an asteroid. Analemma inverts the traditional diagram of an Earth-based foundation, instead depending on a space-based supporting foundation from which the tower is suspended. The system is referred to as the Universal Orbit Support System, Cloud's Architecture Office said in a statement. By placing a large ass... But this is old ass news. They're already supposed to be like well on to trying to do this. By placing a large asteroid into orbit over the Earth, a high strength cable can be lowered towards the surface of the Earth, from which a super tall tower can be suspended. Since the new tower typology is suspended in the air, it can be constructed anywhere in the world and transported to its final location. He's gonna have a giant skyscraper dangling from the sky that they can like truck it around and shit. Oh, this portability would allow the company to construct the tower in the sky over Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, which the company says has proven to be a specialist in tall building construction at 1/5 the cost of New York City's construction. Cloud's architecture office then plans to move the finished tower to New York. Of course, living in a building like this would be quirky, to say the least. You don't say.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Business is conducted at the lower end of the tower, while sleeping quarters are approximately 2/3 the way up. Devotional activities are scattered along the highest reaches, while surface transfer points like advantage of high topography, the company explains. The size and shape of windows changes with the height to account for pressure and temperature differentials. The amount of daylight decreases by 40 minutes at the top of the tower due to the curvature of the Earth. The asteroid that Analemma Tower is connected to would be placed on a geosynchronous orbit that would describe a figure of 8 over the Earth. The tower would be moving at its slowest speed at the top and the bottom of the figure 8 orbit, at the top and bottom of the figure 8 orbit, allowing its inhabitants to interact with Earthlings at these points. The slowest part of the entire trajectory would happen over New York, and the whole trip would take 24 hours. The loop would also include passes over the southeast coast of the U.S., Cuba, Ecuador, and Peru. The company believes that tower would more than recoup the astronomical cost for construction, given that it taps into the desire for extreme height, seclusion, and constant mobility. Even the less than ideal conditions at the top of the tower might be appealing to a certain demographic. You mean like zero-G sex for fucking porno filming? Yeah. Sorry, that's not in the article. While researching atmospheric conditions for this project, we realized that there's probably a tangible height limit beyond which people would not tolerate living due to extreme conditions. For example, while there may be a benefit to having 45 extra minutes of daylight at an elevation of 32,000 meters, the near vacuum and minus 40 degrees Celsius temperature would prevent people from going outside without a protective suit. Then again, astronauts have continually occupied the space station for decades, so perhaps it's not so bad.
That's not possible, sir.
Well, fucking tell it to Forbes.
Yeah, that's one of the kookiest things I've ever heard. Like, how long would it take you to get down from the top? Like, what do you just hit an elevator? Is a super elevator or something?
Well, to get from the top to bottom, I don't know. Like, that would be something too, I guess, for something that big. But how do you get on or off the damn thing?
Yeah, how do you move your furniture? Like, how do they capture a freaking asteroid? What? We're just gonna hook a building to it. Oh, dude.
I am blown away, and I don't even know what to do now.
Yeah, they definitely come up with the craziest stuff. And a lot of it just goes, I didn't even hear about this. A lot of it just goes right through the cracks. No one has any idea they said it. Just move on.
Yeah. It's like that's like 4 or 5 year old article that came out, and some dorks was like, "Look at how cool this is, fucking A, science, man, bro, yeah." And then, but then they forgot, and now that it's never going to happen, it doesn't matter.
Right. That's the new science theme song right there, dude. That's how they get away with it, man. Like, there's all they have to do is just put hints of it out there, punt it into the mainstream, and it reinforces the idea. No one has to look into it really, and you just move on. Do it again and on repeat ad infinitum.
Yeah, just none of it has to be true, really, but you can still reinforce the space idea and all of that. Just that easily. A little bit of proper placement of your propaganda.
She blinded me with science.
I mean, just the ones that I've captured alone are ridiculous. And I'm sure, I mean, all you have to do is just type the word space into Google, click the news button, and you'll just see ridiculous upon ridiculous posts. Like the Inside Out asteroid, that was the first thing that popped up today. "10 minutes ago from USA Today, fact check. Some space photos don't show stars because they're too dim for camera settings." 10 minutes ago.
And people who believe that are too dim for camera settings.
That's like literally there just for people who might have been listening to flat earthers.
Exactly. I do wonder if some of the stuff is, it's like all you have to do is patch, video game. You send patches, releases, fixes, you nerf certain gun, whatever. You make updates to the game. I see it a little bit like that too.
What's the difference though between you? Say you've got like my iPhone or whatever. If I point it at the sky at night time, usually it'll just be black. I don't really get what the difference is there.
I guess I'm thinking. Well, I guess I wasn't really referring to like you whipping out your phone and then like talking about those types of space pictures. I wouldn't consider that like a space picture. I think people would be referring to, because you know how people ask astronauts, "Can you see stars?" And then there's kind of a little bit of a mixed signal there. Some people are like, "Yeah, of course," and some people are like, "Well, no." So
it's a lot of mixed signal. It's a lot of mixed signal. Some astronauts say it's blindingly bright, and others say nothing at all. And say they see nothing, no stars, and okay, well then which is it?
Because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah,
and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
So it's funny. It's funny how it's not a black void, but every time they show you videos where supposedly look out of the space station, it's just a black void. So, lol.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. It's like if I look into the sky, right, I can clearly see stars. But whip my phone out and try and take a photo, I can't really see much.
What?
I think it's just kind of a shitty argument.
I suppose it could be whether or not they're in the shadow of the Earth or not.
It doesn't matter. Like at night time, if I take my phone out and I just snap a photo of the sky, although I can see stars, my phone's not gonna.
Is that a Glober talking?
I don't think that. Just so you're aware.
Yeah.
Argument. Sorry. Just so you're aware, that's not the argument. And I took a picture just last night of the stars, and I'll post whatever I grabbed. It wasn't even a very good picture, but that's not the argument. What I'm saying is, it's the claimed, like the astronauts and the footage from space, moon landing pictures that don't show stars and things like that, and then some other ones do. And so that's what people are asking about, seeing stars. It's not like you taking a picture of the sky. That's not really.
It's like that question came.
No one's critiquing the pictures in your camera roll. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's why I asked like, what's the difference? Because the difference being is if I wanted to see stars, I just have I change my exposure settings, as in I have a longer exposure or whatever. If it's a slower exposure, I'm not probably not going to capture as much. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
after that question came after the script was written, and it wasn't in the script. So when that question was first asked to them, some of them say, "Yeah, I saw stars." The other ones, "No, I didn't see any stars."
All right. Well, I'm not talking about someone's testimony. I'm talking about you taking a picture of stars.
Right. Well,
Yeah, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the room. You silly ass.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Kessler, I just posted 2 pictures I took last night. Check the live stream. I posted 2 pictures I took last night. With clear skies here. So, but really, just so you're aware, there might be a different. We can talk about what you're on about, but it's not the argument. We're not talking about photos that are in your camera roll. No one's critiquing those. We're talking about the ones that are claimed to be real, moon landing photos and this kind of thing. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah, well, the moon landing was, what camera was it? Was the Hasselblad, something like that. That's a, pretty fast exposure. I'm not entirely sure on the stats. What exposure time did you have for that photo?
Okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
This one is just whatever the default iPhone at night, it'll expose a little bit longer to try to capture stuff. So
yeah. So you sort of understand what my point anyway. It might not be addressing your guys' argument, but my point is basically, depending on what you do with the camera, you can see stars and you can't see stars.
Sure.
So you just
I guess my follow-up question.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah. My follow-up question would be like, have you seen stars from an airplane?
Well, yeah, I was on a flight yesterday at night and I didn't see any stars because obviously they had the cabin lights on. Like when we were cruising. Wasn't really looking out the window much. But no, I don't think I noticed any. Okay. I wasn't trying to, look for them. If you'd have told me that yesterday, I'd have gone on the flight.
I know. Yeah. Well, there seems to be a thing where like some people are saying that you can and some people are saying you can't, so there might be a little bit of a mixed signal there as well, but I don't know. I've never experienced that. Stars from an airplane.
Yeah, it's like some people pay attention, other people don't pay attention. Did you pay attention to the sky during the air flight? No, I didn't pay attention. Did you pay attention? Yes, I did. Yeah, okay.
Kessler, what's your top 3 reasons of why you think that you're still living on a spinning board?
Yeah, hold on. So I had a video that I talked about before, which I think's really easy to understand.
I'm just thinking like your own.
No, off the top of your head.
3 top reasons.
Off the top of my head. I'm pulling it up now.
Just ask him one.
Okay, let's say, what's the first reason? Just one of your top-notch reasons of believing on a spinning board.
You can observe through the antipodal point of the Earth. I'll put it on live stream voice text.
Are you talking about celestial north and celestial south?
No. Just
so what is it? Is it a volcano eruption or is it like
what the volcano produced like a shockwave, right? That propagated. It propagated essentially across the entire surface of the Earth in terms of what you could record on, in these weather stations with different instrumentation, and the antipodal point, the shockwave sort of converged to a point that was antipodal to Tonga, which is where the explosion happened.
So the earthquake started at a point, at a center of origin, and then it extended from there outwards, making bigger circle, going
to a smaller circle. So it went from it extended outwards as it propagated, it became like a larger sort of ring or circle or whatever you would say. Yeah, the front.
So if I
hold on, let me finish. And then
I put a cell phone on a table, I didn't finish. If I put a cell phone in the middle of a table and the cell phone start vibrating, where is the center point of vibration?
I don't know, your cell phone, because it's vibrating, fuck knows.
Exactly, and can you feel the vibration at the edge of the table?
I don't know, you'd have to try that out. I don't really see what's relevant here.
That you can definitely feel the vibrations regardless of the shape. That doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove the globe.
Okay, yeah, sure. I don't think you understand my argument, and I'm not really going to get into it with you right now because I don't think you're going to give it your attention.
Oh yeah, you're way too smart to explain it to people.
And that's not it.
Yeah, your argument is way too high for people in here, right?
Well, Kessler, you've explained it a few times before. I'm kind of familiar with it now that you've explained it. So, Gemsy, you've heard this before, or is this the first time you've heard this?
I'm pretty sure I explained it to Gemsy before.
Oh, okay.
You explained it to Gemsy?
I remember because I think I ended up leaving because you asked me weird analogy sort of questions.
Well, I actually kind of like this table example. It made sense. Like if you have a table in the middle, on the middle of the table, you have a phone and it's vibrating, and like you have a bunch of people sitting around the table. Would they all feel the vibration at the end of that? Like say those were the stations, and those feel the vibration. Would that?
I guess they would or they wouldn't. What does it change?
You guess, right? You never been in a situation where people say, "Hey, there's a cell phone vibrating." People are around the cell phone.
Fucking hell, no! I've not been in the situation where usually it's I can hear someone's cell phone vibrating. I don't know what this analogy is.
You've never heard someone's cell phone's vibrating, never.
Yes, I have. What's your point?
You have.
Screen, man. We're just having a conversation. Not to like.
So hey, if the table is stationary, not moving, and then the cell phone starts vibrating, therefore it starts vibrating, and the table is picking up some vibration, and your senses are telling you something is vibrating. The table, the cell phone, you're sensing something vibrating because you can hear it. If you touch the table, you can feel it.
I get the picture.
That proves that kind of tells you that it wasn't vibrating before, it wasn't moving before. And then it started vibrating. Now you can pick it up. So it's vibrating, it's moving.
What the fuck? What's the point?
The point is that it could happen on a stationary table, and then it starts vibrating, and you feel the vibration. Your senses tell you the difference. Just like when you extend your senses with the devices that you may be talking about, picking up the vibration of the earthquake, same thing.
Right. Okay. So my argument is that once the shockwave propagates, the essentially the front of the shockwave is larger as it propagates outwards, and then it begins to converge. So the shockwave, then the front of it becomes smaller and smaller until it converges to a point. That point happens to be the antipodal point that you would predict if it was a sphere of the given dimensions. So that's my argument.
You're saying that it's starting from a big. You're saying that it's starting from a bigger circle and it's going to a big circle towards a smaller circle.
No, so as the shockwave propagates, if you imagine it like a ripple, right? This is how you have to imagine like a shockwave.
Yes.
Yeah, right. So it starts as a ripple, so it starts from a point and it propagates outwards, and that ripple it gets larger and larger and larger. Then that ripple got smaller and smaller and smaller until it.
That's what I said.
Yeah, until it got to a single point, and it actually rebounded.
Are there any other examples of that, you think? Like, I'm thinking of just like throwing a rock in a pond. Obviously, we see those types of ripples happen. Like, is there any examples of that, of what you're saying happening just in other types of ways?
What, like across Earth?
Just in general.
Like an explosion, I guess.
So
like
it would expand, like you say, right? The ripple is expanding and expanding. So I guess what would be the real world example where it would start to converge, as you say?
So on sort of a small scale, if I just set off if I dropped a ripple in a pond, usually that wave is going to dissipate its energy. And
hey. What happens with that ripple when it bounces off the wall of the pond, let's say the pool? You have a pool full of water, and then you throw a rock in the middle, and then there's a ripple that goes from the point away from it towards the wall of the pool. What happens when it reaches the wall of the pool? What happens?
The seashore. What happens at the seashore?
What happens to it, Kessler?
Well, it'll dissipate its energy in some way, depending on if it's a wall, if it's a shore, you know, anything like that.
Does it
might
bounce
bounce
from
back
it?
and
So
retain.
it'll bounce off the shore, right?
It might bounce back and retain some of its energy, or it might.
Well, it either will bounce off the shore or it won't. Does it bounce off the shore?
So if the shore's like flat, it's not going to bounce, right? It's going to continue to dissipate up onto the shore, and then it might pull back a little bit, and a smaller ripple might go back. It depends on like some beaches do it, some beaches don't. It all just depends on the.
That's not
the surf.
Where are you getting that information? No. Where's your wave research information, bro? Come on. Don't try to do that.
Wasn't there a recent example that there was some news about the tsunami bouncing off the Antarctica shore? Like a recent tsunami? Someone was mentioning this recently. I think this is probably relevant to what he's saying about the earthquakes, tsunamis, earthquakes, and in relation to that. And someone was talking about this some days ago, that the tsunami that happened from, I don't know, it was it Hawaii or something? And then when it reached the Antarctic shore, it bounced back. Like almost like what happens in the pool with the walls of the pool.
Right. So
would there be like a follow-up to that? So let's say, obviously if this volcano thing points to a sphere, then there should be some other things that would confirm that, right? Or match reality. Reality would have to be a sphere.
Yeah.
So is there anything we can buckle that to?
There was a geologist in here before. I'm not too familiar with like this type of propagation in like through the earth or such like that. Like they're talking about shadow zones essentially through earthquakes, because different you can know their propagation through the earth is essentially how they're explaining it, through like different waves like P and S. I think they distinguish them through frequencies or something along those lines. I can't exactly remember. I'll probably butcher their argument, but they were speaking of that. I thought it was pretty interesting, but I can't articulate their argument. I don't understand it as well. Like I'm pretty sure they were a geologist or had some degree in geology. Can't remember. Could try and find some stuff they're linked, I guess.
So is there anything else that you would maybe try to buckle that to? So we start, you have your volcano antipodal thing, and so like maybe we could buckle that to some observations, or is there something else we can sort of kind of build towards?
Yeah, I'd buckle that to like known distances and stuff, because you can use a simple speed distance time equation to figure out distances and then see if it matches with known distances in reality.
Okay.
But yeah, I haven't got around to doing that. I'm a bit busy or whatever.
Is it odd just a little bit?
Sorry, carry on.
If you wanted to finish your point, I was going to sort of shift a little bit. So if you wanted to finish your point, you're welcome.
I was just I don't have the motivation to sort of go out and test those known distances with predicted distances and stuff like that.
Yeah, fair enough. I was just going to say, like, just as someone who's like takes the globe position, and you've obviously been around the flat earthers. For me, when I had that position, I didn't know a lot of these arguments, so I was a little ignorant to some things. But so now that you seem like you know both sides a little bit more than just the average person. So do you find it a little bit odd that it's like reality does seem to reflect like a flat earther's position, that it seems to be stationary. It seems to be relatively, like the water we say is flat, so it seems to be flat. Would you agree that that's a little odd as a globe earther, like taking that position, or how do you feel about that?
Well, what I feel about the whole like sort of flat Earth, I don't even know what you call it. I guess it's like an internet phenomenon. I just see it as interesting that the thing that draws me to flat Earth is that all of the extra conspiracy towards it. The extra sort of there must be like a grand sort of conspiracy, like international conspiracy, that it's a whole wad of deception. In terms of like looking at water and shit like that, you can use there's a readily available model of a sphere of the given dimensions that's available to everyone, and you can go test eye altitude for like certain distances and stuff like that, and you can see how flat you think it looks. And I'd say even on like a model of a sphere, even like 3,900 mile radius or whatever, it looks pretty flat from sea level. Like I wouldn't deny somebody's like opinion on that.
Okay. Oh, so you mean like in a mathematical, like a chart or like a graph? You're saying?
No, just on like an actual model of a sphere of that size. If you scale yourself to say like 2 meters above sea level, and you look out on the horizon, like it looks pretty flat.
So here's where we get into something a little bit more interesting, because there's a really fascinating video that Eli found. It's been circulating around for a couple of years. It was 8 years ago, posted from some science explanation channel, and dude's like explaining the horizon. He's saying you can visibly see curvature left to right and front to back standing on the surface. So what do we say to that? Because I get where you're coming from. It's pretty small scale, so it would seem flat even from an airplane. So I get where you're coming from. So why is it that why that video, of course, has lots of views, and I'm sure a lot of people watched it and just walked away like, yeah, I see curvature too. So what's up with that? Like, what is your stance on those types of videos that are technically wrong?
Well, is he saying that you can just like sort of see it? Because that's like sort of like an opinion, sort of like, oh yeah, I can see. Like if you have a pool cue or whatever, and you're like, oh, is this pool cue bent? And one of your friends says yes, the other one says no, it's perfectly straight.
I've seen that. I've seen a little picture before. No, he's basically, I can pull it up really quickly, but he's saying, standing, he's like, if you really look at it, you can see that it curves. He just draws with his hands left to right in a curved fashion, and he goes, and also, front to back. So he doesn't seem to be cutting any, corners. He's just directly saying you can see the curvature.
Might just be being a little bit edgy, because you can like take a photo of a horizon or whatever and scale it on an axis, and you can sort of see curve, I guess, in that way. But that's not like looking at it. So
yeah.
So looking at it, I'd say I don't really see any. But you can take a photo and then scale it on one axis, I guess, if you wanted to be pedantic about it.
It's just really
Is it possible that nobody sees the curvature because there is no curvature? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, sure, it's a possibility.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, if you've ever really looked, well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves. Which, if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this.
So he's basically drawing. I'll post the video for anyone that needs a visual. But yeah, he's saying, if you take a look at it, he's saying if you focus, you can see it. So
yeah, I'm picturing him just using his hands. It kind of goes like this, back and forth, waving both hands, like in an arc. Yeah,
in an arc. Yep.
Which is pretty cool.
It's just you see the flat earther from a flat earther's perspective. It's a little difficult because you get people who maybe are new to this. They've seen the video, they'll come here and say, yeah, of course. And then so you have to argue with that guy, and then you have to argue with you as well, who is like, well, technically, mathematically, you can't see curve, yada, and there's some truth to that as well. So it just, you're like fighting two different people who completely disagree with each other. You know what I mean? But you also have the same overarching position. So it is just just odd how that happens here sometimes.
Yeah, that's the internet phenomena, the reification of the globe videos, not vice versa. That's all.
Bless you, Dempsey.
Oh my goodness.
To just help
Take a big hit.
Pass the bong, man.
Back down, man.
It's just I'll mute Dempsey. Just unmute when you're ready, bro. But yeah. So I guess then the other response I would have to that is like the Earth curve calculators, or the distance to horizon calculators, where they give you a distance to horizon, and then there should be some sort of drop, curvature. So, I mean, wouldn't that be part of the globe predictions? Or, I mean, what would you say?
I mean, yeah, they're like sort of like rough predictions, right? Given that, light propagates in a straight line, Earth is of the stated value. Yeah, it's a pretty rough prediction, but it's good enough type of thing.
Okay.
But if you're being hypercritical of it, maybe not.
Well, I get where you're coming from, because I would definitely check somebody if they came in here and they're like, no, I can definitely see curvature. I think most people would jump on that and be like, listen, let me just help you out. Former globe earther here, just telling you, you can't see that. So I would probably agree with you on that stance.
I like the examples where, like, for example, who's the glober we're talking to right now?
Kessler.
Would you say that you can see the curve of the Earth while standing on the beach?
No, I just said
right.
No,
the answer, yeah, you say no, but you do realize that there are globers who come in who have said yes to that.
Right.
Now, what's wrong with them? What's happening there?
Yeah, I don't really use this point of argument because I can say a lot about what flat earthers have said. I wouldn't use that against anyone in particular.
I think Lou has something here. I get where you're coming from. You're right to what you're doing.
I'd say they're just being pedantic, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, just obviously it's either wishful thinking or delusional. Like, I mean, what's happening? Because it's actually not that uncommon for that to happen, and the experts in place who, the experts who will tell you about the globe will tell you that that's impossible, like absolutely impossible.
Yeah, well, I think they're just being pedantic, but yeah.
The average Joe like myself who jumps out of airplanes for a hobby will tell you there is no curvature of the Earth from an airplane or the beach.
But I think that's the thing, Lou, is if you just scooped up, or if just say you went door to door, asked 10 neighbors, 50 neighbors, whatever, I think a large majority, don't you think a decent majority would probably say, oh, if you ask them, can you see curvature? They'd probably say, oh, well, just go up in an airplane, or, yeah, I think I've seen it. Like, what? Don't you think most people would say they could see it? Just random people off the street?
Yeah, I
think a lion to answer that.
I think a layman would probably like. A lot of people say like, oh, we could see the curvature from a plane or whatever, but
yeah, the average Joe says it every time. They're like, whoa, when you get up onto my first time on a plane, I looked out the window, I was like, oh wow, I think I see the curve of the Earth. That's super common. It's like when everybody their first time on a plane, like they're like, I'm gonna look out the window, and they're like, why does it look so flat? I mean, I remember that was my reaction. I was like, damn, I don't see any curve. I'm like, let me look harder.
Yeah, you gotta really focus on it. Well, no, but
you just don't see the curvature, but it's there.
Right. it can be tough. I just think like most people, majority of just random people off the street will say, of course you can see curvature. But then you deal with someone who's been engaging with a flat earther for more than 2 weeks, and they'll say, well, listen, that's not true. So you're right, but
how often do you guys talk about this in public, if you do at all?
Well, what do you mean about public? Like on the street corner, or like just in general, like with friends, family, work coworkers, like.
Yeah, like a scenario, like you're in a bar or whatever. And
it comes up all the time, actually. Like at work, freaking every day, probably at least something comes up.
What responses do you get?
Well, it's a small company. It's construction, and I've been working with these guys for quite some time. So by now, they're flat earthers. So there's that.
It's probably what you would expect, Kessler. Like for most people, at least, they don't want to hear about it. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to hear about it. So, I mean, Orion could probably attest to his. He has more testimony of like speaking to people just out and about. I don't really do it as much. Not my thing. Kind of just do my own thing. I mean, just take away the topic of flat Earth and just pick any other topic and just go up to people and be like, "Hey, what do you think of this?" I mean, you would get some good experiences and you probably have some bad experiences. So, I don't know. I don't really go up to people on the street very often about this topic, especially. But
well, if I'm in conversation and someone brings up planets or space or something, I'll kind of pick at the globe a little bit. I don't bring up flat Earth like directly, but yeah, I'll hammer away at the globe in space, and they usually don't bring up space anymore.
Just say the moon missions were faked, and I walked away when I butt into somebody's conversation like that.
Like I've seen a bunch of people in like NASA merch. I've thought about being like, hey, just want to let you know a couple things, but I never do it. I mean, let's flip it around, Kessler. Let's say you saw people in like a flat Earth shirt or whatever. Would you go up to him and say something?
Yeah, I probably would out of interest because I'm already here.
Yeah, I'd say maybe it might be a little different, I guess. But
yeah, I think the switch is different when it's someone that's like has a distinct point of view. You're sort of like interested in it, whereas you guys have a distinct point of view looking out. So you're probably not like as inclined to, because everyone you meet pretty much is going to be polar to what you think.
Yeah, I was going to say that flat earther might be like happy to engage with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe
the other way around.
My observation, more or less, is that since 2020, that more people are open to talking about it than ever before. That, especially showing the fake NASA videos and the breakdowns of them. To me, it seems like 2020 did us a big favor.
They also scrubbed a lot of stuff in 2020.
Go ahead, Rad.
They also scrubbed a bunch of stuff in 2020. Videos were just disappearing. Accounts were disappearing. So all that had to be recreated. Stuff I had before I cannot find anymore.
Yeah, it hasn't stopped. If you had a playlist of flat Earth videos that were good for sharing, everybody knows. Every time you go to look and share another video, there's more that are unavailable. Constantly scrubbing those things.
Well, they can't keep up because like new videos are being made all the time.
True.
Yeah, so that's true, but then everybody has to update their darn playlist constantly too.
Jay had a good point though. The more stuff they push, I think, like smart people will have to think about what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like they pushed the Tesla car thing, and that was like, for me, that was the last straw. I'm like, this is ridiculous. So the more ridiculous stuff they push on us, I think that is going to have more people sort of like question, like, all right, what the hell's going on? There's a random mystery rocket that just crashed into the moon. The moon has marbles on it. Like, what the?
Dude, that's the weirdest thing, though. You would think that, but it seems like the dumber shit gets and the less anything makes sense, the more people go along with it. They're just like, whatever. That's like everything else. Nothing makes sense.
Well, it's in space, so they say, well, it's in space. It's in space, so that's what happens in space.
Exactly, Radwin. It's a double-edged sword because, for one, that's what some people need to hear, but it just reinforces that space narrative. So they see it in the headlines. That's it. They're done. So yeah, it's a gatekeep for some people, but it also pushes other people to be like, nah, this is ridiculous. So yeah, it has that dual effect, I'm sure.
Yeah, I talked to a guy that I worked with last year and showed him the International Space Station nonsense. And he said, if you showed me this before 2020, I would have told you the video was faked. He said, but now, he said that I've seen that they are capable of faking anything. He said that, he said it was just, he said after watching that, he said, no, he said, NASA's fake, isn't it? And I said, yep.
Yeah, there's definitely both sides of that, like you're saying, CB. It's just that the very few who slip through the cracks, who wake up to it, aren't a concern of theirs. As long as they keep getting the majority, the nitwits out there, then they know they got you.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's what they do. Now it's like, yep, anything's possible now. Now, like the crazy shit.
Right. I look at it like Christmas decorations. It's tradition. You just put up the decorations every year. Get the Christmas tree from the basement, all the ornaments, just put them back up. Remind everyone, yay. All right, put it back down and do it all again next year.
Yeah, pretty much. We have our Paganmas tree up and the Paganmas lights and everything, and there's always the question in the back of my mind. It's like, what really is this supposed to do? And it's kind of the same thing with all the big grand space spectacles. Having lived in Florida for 13 years and seeing a bunch of the launches from afar, it just amazed me how many people clung on to every word that NASA would say.
Have you seen many of the launches yourself?
They'd literally watch them go up and the parabola come back down and never once question.
Have you seen any of the launches yourself or landings?
Yeah, he said he's seen the launches. I don't think he's seen any landings. You're not allowed to see those.
It's simplest. Wait, watch.
Yeah, and
just wait 15 minutes or whatever to boost the lands.
And I love pointing out
is it me or is he a robot?
The water's perfect calm. Sorry, say again.
Go ahead. I think we got you. You were just you were roboting.
No, gotcha. Sorry, I'm coughing. I promise I'm not trying to get you sick over the Discord. But ultimately, I love pointing out from the pictures of the, where they supposedly land in the Gulf of Mexico, and the water's pristinely like there's not a wave. The line is just perfect. The suits have not a single blemish on them. Perfectly staged photography.
Well, they thought it was perfectly staged photography.
But by using their logic, if it looks so fake, it must be real. Well, it looks so real, so I guess it must be.
Well, that's actually how you tell.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
We need to get Elon in here with an account. You can tell us how space works.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
It's one piece of content.
J.E. Barrington reporting from the moon. CV, your stuff is so low. It's coming through.
Okay, all right, my bad.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
You almost got that whole sentence out before roboting.
I'm always worried about being too loud. I don't want to blow anybody's eardrums and stuff.
Why do we have Captain Dan muted, and why is he complaining? I just got back from the store.
I just read that too. I got you, Dan. Hold on a second.
Does this mic work? Well, that mic.
Better.
Thank you, moderator. We love our moderators here.
What's going on, gentlemen? Happy Monday.
I see he's in detention. Why is that? Captain Dan.
Yeah, happy Monday, whoever said that. Welcome.
La 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 la. What a song.
Well, maybe that's why he was muted for singing.
Good one. And he was yesterday, and I didn't realize the mic was on. So yeah. Today, it's a new day.
Hey, Mike, are you new here?
I've been here for a little while. I just recently started kind of hopping in and listening, though.
Welcome. Oh, welcome.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I was watching this video that had like 35 sample documents from the government, manuals, flight manuals, and this and that, examples of them talking about non-rotating, stationary flat Earth. To me, it's like pretty smoking gun, evidence. Yeah,
that's the only way you can build a plane. That's why they have to put that in there. Otherwise, people be smashing into the ground.
So why is the government, when the military, and then, but they have to tell you, and they're talking flat Earth, If it wasn't flat, they wouldn't be doing that. Like really strong evidence for these arguments.
Called double think. You get them to think that they only need to do that. They only need to say that on paper to make the airplane fly correctly. But it's really a ball.
Yeah, they just have to say that for this, that, like I don't know how they'd say it, but they could try to explain it away.
I see Just Liz just joined as well, so welcome Liz and Mike. Anybody new? Have any questions? Yeah, holler out. Love to hear from you.
I'm the nice one here, by the way.
Yes, right on.
Said that.
We're the two nice Ohio boys. Don't worry.
I'm pretty. Everybody here's the nice ones.
We're particularly nice because we are from Ohio. We're very nice.
I've never met anyone from Ohio. Are they nice? I'm from Texas, so.
Okay.
Super nice. You thought you guys are nice? We make you guys look bad.
Really?
We're so nice.
That's funny, because we really are nice.
It depends on which side of 70 you're from.
Or I think about 20.
So, Mike, Liz, are you all team Globe or Flat Gang?
Usually I haven't been asked that. I've been more, I get to listen. Because it's a big, I can't just decide one day that all of a sudden I believe something that I can't.
Well, the only reason why he asks those questions is so that we have some conversations. So we can kind of know where you're at, maybe throw some things back and forth, even to ourselves.
Well, I mean, it's just, it's a nice thing.
Well, more basically, does water curve? Like when you look at water, is it curved or is it flat?
Who are you asking?
Yeah, I mean, I don't talk about all of Earth. Like, are you a globe earther or a flat earther? What do you think about water? Yeah, what do you think about?
I mean, I'm open to flat earthers and what they have to say. I have nothing. I was talking to one dude and he was in like San Francisco when he was younger, and it was one of the older dudes here. And he, talked to me about it.
Sounds like Sonny. He's in San Diego.
Yeah, he was a nice older man.
Well, we know why Captain Dan got muted.
Yeah, Dan, just hit me in the chat, bro.
Eating potato chips into the microphone.
Oh, crisp helps. Crisp,
So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature?
No.
Well, fair enough. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured axial rotation to demonstrate that it's spinning?
No.
Fair enough. You know that claim that we were taught in school that the gas pressure on the surface of the Earth is held there by gravity? Remember that?
Yes, yeah, gravity.
Well, every demonstration we have of gas pressure up to this point in time involves containers and fixed volumes. So do you know of any demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
If you look in the live stream text chat, I gave you an example of what it looks like.
I love I haven't.
Earth is on the bottom and the vacuum of mystery space is on top. And if you don't have a valve or an enclosure between the two, it just goes all over the place.
Yeah. The last time I was here, I kind of concluded I would, if I was going to think of the Earth as a flat surface or flat, that I would think it would be at the bottom of the universe.
It is. That's great.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah. I didn't know that was a good one, but yeah, I won that one.
Yeah, it's the floor.
Yeah, that's what made most sense to me.
So how do you fall off? Not to you. Just people come in here all the time. They're like, but so how do you fall off the flat Earth? It's like, dude, how do you fall off like the ground?
How do you fall off a lake?
Did you say that Texas Bear was someone that you were friends with that's in here?
Huh?
You said, did you have a friend in the server? Like, how did you find the server?
Oh,
To be honest, Wall Street Bets trolls Hollywood. And so one time, a year ago, whenever I joined, I guess, everybody wanted to join because somebody, I guess, there was a big debate, And I don't really usually like drama, but I joined. And so, anyways, I just stayed because everybody was really nice and it was a great place.
Oh, you said you know Hollywood?
Yeah, I mean, from Wall Street Bets, yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. From Discord, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I remember Wall Street Bets. That used to be a great time because they.
I know.
Yeah, it was like during the day, it was just so chaotic, but like after trading hours, it was hilarious.
Because people over there genuinely are smart. I mean, they're able to answer the questions that you ask. Like somebody like me, I didn't go to college for anything like that, so I don't have any clue.
Were they able to tell you why everything completely crashed down to zero?
No.
Yeah, they're not that smart then, are they?
No, I don't think. I'm just saying they were smart enough to have any rebuttal.
They were smart enough to get people to come in and invest.
And invest in the talk, yes. I mean, the talk that we came into.
It was really good, too, because the admin was giving a flat earther's role was above. It was above moderator, but it had no terms.
I know, Lucao's really cool. He loves that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like the moderator couldn't even mute you. It could do nothing, but you couldn't mute anyone either.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
That was back when there were mean mods over there. Now they're gone.
A lot of people joined from those servers, and a lot of cool people. Many are still in this server.
Yeah, I mean, I figured. I know a lot of my friends. We still have mutual servers, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
I'll come
I met many cool people from there.
Sometime. I used to, anyway. I'd come over here whenever it was quiet over there because everybody's always talking.
If I make a flat Earth coin, are you going to buy it, Liz?
I'll buy it just to support whatever it is you want to do.
We want to send Glovers to the moon.
That's silly. You do not.
We're going to set up a warehouse with virtual reality, and we're going to send it to
Oh, that's smart. Yeah, I was thinking just hit him on the head.
Take them to the bar the night before. That's all. Give them a knockout drink.
Yeah. Phil Cosby him. And
they'll wake up and say, you were so wasted, we had to bring you back and get you dressed to get ready to go on your moon mission.
Yeah.
Dude, all you have to do is tell them that because of the radiation and the systems that they have to be in cryosleep to go around the moon. It'll be $1 million. So they go to this facility, they get put in cryosleep. Later, they get woken up, they get told they went around the moon. They give a footage and a CGI of the vessel going around the moon, and then they take their money. And they would probably believe it.
And they get the woozy hangover from all the radiation that didn't kill them. But it wears off.
Then the AI, they would explain to you why that's the only way you can do it.
Yeah, the reality was there was no cryo chamber. They just hit him on the back of the head with a billy club.
That's what I thought. But no,
I'm sure they have funny gas by now that they just breathe in and go to sleep. I'm sure it's not just in the movies.
Oh, crazy.
That is funny.
Yeah, you don't need a real cryo chamber. You just need a chamber that has like this cloudy, bluish, light flashing, so hot, a little bit thirsty, to breathe in.
Don't you need like some bubbles running up the wall inside clear tubes with bubbles running in them?
Yeah, exactly. So people,
I don't know what cryo use.
The point is that people are so willing to believe it.
You're roboting AI. All people, AI is roboting.
Yeah, I heard him. It's okay. Usually it'll stop.
People are so thirsty for it, they'll pay the money just to have that experience and to be told that's why they had to be knocked out.
Well, I mean, I've never been to space.
Hey, she's not looking for a fight, guys. Come on, what are you talking about fighting? Knocking people out.
Gemsy, do you remember that
me at
TV?
'em.
You guys remember that there was a TV show or something where they put the people? It was I forget what it was. Was it in the UK where they put the people and they told them they were going in a rocket in orbit, and they I forget what they did. I gotta find that video. It's great watching that.
Yeah,
Adam's typing. Adam's probably posting the link right now.
So, are you talking about sending people really high up in the levels of this place, like with technology?
No, they totally faked it and faked the people out.
So this is you're talking about this one specifically? It's an actual montage, like almost like a Hollywood TV episode of space.
Yeah, but they faked the people out. They thought they had won a contest to go on a trip in the rocket.
Oh.
Are you also claiming? Will that come with the same claim that there is nobody going really high up? Can devices be put together and people can actually get in these things and go very high up? I think that's definitely a thing. Not everything is fake for the things that go really high up. I mean,
no, they didn't go anywhere. They sat in a room, and the room vibrated, and they had LCD monitors for Windows.
Wow, that's amazing. You got a good catch there.
No, they said this is it. They showed it that they spoofed the people, and the people were really bummed out. They're boldly going nowhere. Watch that.
Where is it? Oh, okay, I found it.
They thought they were in space.
Let me guess.
Thank you.
How bummed out were they?
They were crying.
Disney level stuff.
Oh, I was thinking that maybe they looked like astronauts. How bummed out they looked. The people that allegedly went to the moon looked like their mom died or something. Oh, wait a minute. Too soon? I forgot his mom did die. Yeah, in case you didn't know, one of those astronauts has very nefarious sounding stories surrounding his mother and property and all kinds of stuff. And the other guy died.
He roboted out.
Someone died? Who died?
They censored him.
He's leaving it as a cliffhanger for us. It's a cliffhanger now.
Everyone's roboting.
May he rest in peace.
I'm a robot.
I'm roboting too?
I don't know. Am I roboting?
You guys
know.
Wait, that guy's totally joking about robots. I knew it.
I heard everything AI say, but until he died, someone died. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a cliffhanger now. Now we have to wonder.
It's okay.
Alrighty.
A lot of people dying, but yeah, we're here. We're alive.
At the bottom of the universe.
So, Kessler left CB. All right.
Yes.
So I was gonna ask him, but I can ask maybe the lady. What was it?
Am I the lady?
Yeah, Mike left
Kessler,
you.
Hey, Kessler was talking about the he proving the globe, or he presenting these readings from the earthquakes show a pattern from the source of the earthquake towards a circle, bigger circle, like a ripple away from the earthquake, and then converging to a smaller and then a smaller circle, like proving there is this reading that shows that the earthquake reading show that is a globe. And he left.
I don't know who that was.
So yeah, I was gonna ask him if where he got the radius from. No.
Do y'all debate a lot in here?
Yeah, we were debating some guy, but it was a good talk. CB was talking to him, and
yeah,
I spoke to him, but I guess he had to go after that talk.
Sometimes people don't like to be wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
They won't answer questions. Ask them direct questions. They give us a different answer.
I know. What's it called?
To be fair, this same argument has routinely come up in this server,
What?
and every time it gets nowhere, and it's pretty much debunked.
What's that one?
They just come back after a period of time and try the same arguments that have already been tried out last time.
Just telling you how the debates go in here. It's not really a debate or an argument, because once they start and we present that we debunk them,
Yeah.
what you can't really do much.
You can't say anything.
You either have to start agreeing with us or you're lying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't ever put concrete thought to much like this because, I don't know either way. I can't know either way unless, I see it with my eyes. So what am I going to do? I'm just going to accept
You do know.
about it.
Because
but I'm certainly not going to,
Well, wait. Let's analyze what you just said there. You said unless you see it with your eyes, but in what way do you mean that? Technically, when you're walking outside or when you're standing on top of a mountain, you're seeing the earth with your eyes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you do experience it, and you do know a lot of stuff, and that's basically your immediate experience based on your senses, your experience, and your logic about things and your experience.
Just because you haven't spent a lifetime getting paid to come to the accepted conclusions doesn't mean you don't know things.
I
do know a lot.
I also see the moon.
So then the question arises, what reason do you have to doubt your eyes? What reason do you have to doubt that the earth is flat?
Just like the gravity thing, I don't see the gravity. Something's got to hold us down, though. I don't know what it is, but...
Wait, something's holding you down?
I can't fly.
Well, that's what it is. You just can't fly, so nothing.
I can't fly. Where's Peter?
You just can't fly.
Well,
so nothing's preventing you from
can't
flying.
fly.
That's the thing.
Dogs cannot fly. Birds can fly. Butterflies, they can fly.
Oh, no.
Squirrels, some squirrels leap really far, but they don't actually fly. Skunks don't fly. So there's things that fly and things that don't fly.
And the anvil will float, though.
Yeah, there's nothing preventing you from flying. You're just not superwoman or whatever.
Yeah,
you don't have that ability.
But hey, you also have a logical deduction that you can also devise, extend what you experience, and kind of manipulate your environment to build a sophisticated aircraft that you can fly in it, and you can make it happen for yourself. Yeah, it's doable. It's just based on the medium and what you can do from it.
Yeah.
Because you can definitely build an aircraft and fly. Very, very well done.
Well, I think that's probably why my snakes like to try and crawl on the ceiling because they think they can.
Even spiders can make like an electric web, like some type of static web that they make, and they can just levitate in the air, basically. I kind of like
Yep,
go
that's
in the
exactly what they do, Gemsy. They cast that thing up, and it attaches
wind.
Yep,
and movements.
And spiders fly that way. A lot of them do.
That is too cool.
Density.
But I had the best time that one time listening to him talk about telling people things that were walking by. He's a cool dude.
So your immediate experience, based on your experience and sensory systems of your body, and you can, you don't feel the air. Do you feel the ground that you're standing when it's not an earthquake? Do you feel it moving? Is it going somewhere?
No, not that I feel or see.
But you can move, and you can get on vehicles or airplanes and move places, right? You can do the movement. But the ground is not moving, and it's basically everything is dependent on that the ground is actually not actually rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. Like,
I don't feel it rotating that fast anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of crazy.
And then when you go up up in the high places, like high hills or whatever, you see a horizontal vision of you observe a horizontal plane.
Well, I don't know about that because I live out in West Texas, so we have lots of like hills and stuff. So when we go like back roading or whatever, it's like real big hills. So, but no, I mean I don't know I never think about whether the horizon is longer.
Liz, are you the live stream text so you can see what we're typing?
No.
Oh, you missed all kinds of stuff. You missed the movie of the people who got fooled that they went to space. That link.
What?
Yeah, we got
sorry,
spiders are flying links.
I was looking at snake cages.
No, let the snakes go. They don't belong in cages.
Oh no, I don't let them go in cages all the time. These are pretty.
That's cool.
You should just let your snakes crawl all over your house. Don't keep them in cages. Treat them like you would treat yourself.
My boa, he is able to stay like on my living room coffee table overnight because he's so like happy to be there. Oh hey, y'all good. Should I watch this? Electric fields elicit ballooning and spiders.
Yeah, you definitely want to watch the other one too, with the people that got faked out going to space.
The space cadets.
Are you promoting space, bro, to the lady? She's not thinking about the shape of the Earth, but we're pointing it out.
It's a hoax on Globers.
Yeah.
It's a hoax on Globers.
Yeah, so she brings up a good point, which is in your everyday life, you really don't think about these things. So when do you think about it?
Whenever it's brought up like this, that's why it's such an elusive server, because it's a very nice environment to this idea.
Well, you are interested on many topics, right? You probably you probably know about many different topics. You do research about things, maybe about science, health, technology. You look into that stuff, even art, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
History, you do look into that stuff, right? And
but that's not something that I ever think about. You know, it's like asking, or it's like Googling what makes the thunder hearable. Or I'm like, well, how do I ask this question?
Pressure.
Is that the right answer? I don't know.
Yes.
A contained environment.
Yes, that's the correct answer. Air pressure.
Air pressure.
Air pressure, yeah. Air pressure, yeah.
It's so loud.
And electricity in it, right? There's a charge. Anybody want to spend in the thunder? What is the thunder is very interesting, huh? Lightning and thunder.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's so beautiful. But I'm gonna mute myself so that I can watch this.
I want to listen to some thunder videos. Lightning and thunder.
Dude, if you want to hear the sounds of some crashing thunder, just listen to the Nathan Oakley after show from today.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, yeah, there was some guests. So I think on Nathan's show or on Ballbusters, they were talking about the "you can't do nothing with an angle" quote from Bev. And so Bev came to the after show, and then there was a big hullabaloo for a couple hours.
No Glober beef, just internal, huh? For now.
Yep. Now, I was sworn by a bunch of people that once everybody becomes flat earthers, it's all going to be peace on earth. But I'm not seeing any evidence of that. You know, flat earthers are just as divided as any other subgroup about any, with any other topic. Not some kind of kumbaya humanity fixing idea by any stretch of the imagination.
I know. That's one thing I've noticed as well. You start to find smaller and smaller groups.
Hey, if two vegans get in an argument, is this still considered beef?
Yo, man, stop! You're bringing all the broccoli right now.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I stole it from someone, but that's okay.
Brilliant.
I told a guy in the lobby just now that, why are you trying to convince people Earth is a globe? You sound insane.
I mean, what's insane is when they go, "I'm never going to change you guys. You're a waste of my time." Why were you trying to change anybody? Like, what's wrong with you?
It's all weird projection, you know? He's saying that about himself.
Oh, yeah. The majority of them admit with their conclusions and the way in which they came to their conclusions that if the mainstream altered the paradigm tomorrow, they would agree. So today they're one way, tomorrow they'll be a different way, just as long as the consensus says so.
I'd love to do like a control study on how many people would, like, especially if it was like on topic like flat Earth, if they, finally made an announcement, how many people who were bucking against it this whole time would still be like, you know what? Even though mainstream says it's true, I still don't believe it. I'm sure there would be some goofballs like that as well. But I agree with what you were saying that most people just need it to be told on TV.
Yeah. Well, look on high level pioneers in the fields, right? In different fields. They all don't agree on the nature of reality in the world and everything. They all have different views, to a degree, vastly different views. There's not even a consensus.
Well, I feel like it's a fear of missing out.
I'm sorry, what is?
Not being able to give up the globe belief.
It is quite the feeling to, but I mean, I don't know if I even thought too much or too hard about the Earth being a globe. It just never was on the forefront.
Yeah, so every time you saw a commercial for rockets in the background or people going to space, you would that's just normal for you.
I mean, I really,
yeah, if you live in Texas, they launch rockets out there.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't watch
everywhere.
them. Yeah,
it's freaking everywhere. So
I enjoy.
Once you wake up to it, you notice it.
And I think I was gonna say that there was not really much on TV except for the Universal. That's the only time you ever see the globe that I noticed.
Imagine it this way. You spend one night a week going out with your friends to a sports bar, right? and you guys talk about the sports, and it's cool, and you're interested, and you're all into it, and this kind of deal. What if someone told you that was just completely fake, and all you guys were talking about was just nonsense? It's not real. You know, it's kind of like when someone finds out that professional wrestling isn't really wrestling. You know, even if they're badasses hurting each other, it's still all scripted and staged. You know, that it's very hard for someone not to have the emotional reaction take over their entire thought process before even giving it a chance.
Kind of like finding out you're adopted.
Yep. How do you break that to somebody, you know? And it's not exactly like that. You know what I mean? It's like adoption is shit, I don't know, but like I've only experienced the coming from the globe thing, not the adoption thing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's just something that I've kind of put together for a second because shoot, it's almost an identity that you're raised up knowing that the earth is round. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's an identity issue. Yeah, exactly. You're trying to, by telling someone, well, it's actually not a globe. You're challenging a part of their soul,
their
like
DNA.
a
They
deep
feel
part of them that can't be disturbed. It can't be called into question. It is beyond reproach. It is a globe. How dare you say anything otherwise?
Or how could you even question it? You know,
How could you even are you fucking nuts?
Yeah, like
Not only is it a globe, monkeys and people and all that crap, they are staunch about that. See, once you know that the earth is flat, you think that you're giving up a bunch of happy shit in the air, the whole world opens up to you. You start seeing shit you've never seen before.
I would like to get on the edge of it. But I don't think there is an edge, is there?
Go to the edge of a lake.
Water, ice, land in the water, in the waters, up and down, contain, dynamic system, motionless. Well, the heavens are moving. The heavens are moving. We can see that.
And see, it never really talks about the earth being whatever, so it's not a religion topic. I mean, you can believe in flat Earth and also believe in God, so that's something that is nice.
We can recognize it, and even in my opinion about what I experienced, the fact is it is the way it is, and we see a set of fundamentals that are in place, which everything is built upon.
What were you gonna say, Doctor? I think that's it.
Hey Kessler, what's up, dude?
Yo.
What's going on? What's going down?
Nothing much.
Yeah. So, proof of the global level of intelligence was. I got one question. How do we know the shape of the countries and the continents if there are no satellites? Apparently, maps did not exist until satellites were invented. We didn't know anything.
Yeah, isn't that funny? I mean,
That's so epically, like, it actually hurts, man. It hurts.
Are you asking me or?
Well, that
was a question somebody said. That was a question some Cobra asked.
Yeah, let's see. If you are the smartest person in the room, you are probably in the wrong room. That's his about me.
What the hell? Oh my God.
Kessler, do you think we know the distance between the Earth and the Sun? Kessler, does anybody know the difference?
He'll get back to you after he's done changing his about me. Now that he heard it out loud, he realized how stupid it sounds.
Yeah. Does anybody know the difference between a measurement and a calculation? But by anybody, I mean Kessler. Do you know what the difference is?
Sorry, say again. I was busy.
Oh, good. So my initial question, I don't want to get too lost, is do you believe that someone knows the distance between the Earth and the Sun?
A known distance, I guess, is probably an approximation, yeah.
Hold on. It's yes or no?
Nobody knows.
For real? Did you wait? Hold on. Was that Kessler that said that?
No, someone's answering for me clearly.
Oh, go ahead, Kessler. What do you think? Is it a known distance?
Known distances are freaky.
Is it?
I would say, yeah, it's an approximated distance, yeah.
I know. I'm not talking about approximated though. I need exact to a T. Is it?
Yeah, no distance is exact to a T.
Guess that's as good as I'm going to get, right?
Yeah. If you're forcing me to say something, I'm going to be pedantic and have to say.
No, I'm just asking you if you buy the bullshit or not that it's 93 million miles away. That's all. It's a yes or no question.
Right.
So anyway, okay.
Well, here's the thing. That means the moon's 93 million miles away also. Because if you do the Eratosthenes sticks and shadows trick with the sun during the day and you do it during the night and you get the same shadows, that means the moon's 93 million miles away.
What?
Kessler, do you think you can calculate your way into knowing your foot size in feet and inches? Or I guess just inches.
Calculate my way.
You think you can only calculate the foot to get
I could probably calculate that, yeah.
Wait, hold on a sec. So instead of directly measuring the foot, you think you can get just as good a measurement if you just calculate it instead?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, how do you calculate it? So I want to try this on my own.
I have a follow-up question to that, actually. I'd love to expand on that. Just to see how serious you are about this, I guess.
CB, aren't you the moon Eratosthenes guy?
No, that's not me. I don't know what that is. But let me ask this really quickly. Would you purchase, say you need a tuxedo for your wedding, Kessler? I offer an Instagram service. If you send me some of your Instagram profile, I'll calculate your tuxedo based off of your, I'll be able to calculate it for you. Or you could just go to your standard tailor and he can, get you measurements for your tuxedo. So which one are you going with?
Depends how close Tuxedo Man is.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Depends how close Tuxedo Man, but usually I'm going to go with going to get myself measured.
Is there any scenario where you would choose the Instagram tailor over an actual tailor?
Yeah, if for whatever reason I was away.
Okay, all right, well, I'll rest
He
my
might be like 1 or 2 centimeters off, I guess. It depends what he uses for reference to calculate it.
Can you calculate me the size of the Venus?
What's with all these weird questions? What's going on?
Because people years ago, they watched the telescope and they look in the sky and they said that the Venus is the same size like the Earth. Can we do that today? To take the telescope, to watch to the sky and say, look, it's the same size.
Then I'll go follow the same methods they done. See if you get the same result, I guess.
Yeah, that means if I look in the sky, and I see there's something in the sky, I can say that it's the same size like the Earth. Is that easy? If I only look in that.
I don't know what the point is.
The point is because they assume the size of the Venus and then they calculate the distance to the sun. That's the point.
I mean, it's
the reason I asked this, and Sasha, thank you. The reason I asked this is because I just want to understand that instead of getting a direct measurement, it's good enough for them to have calculated it for you to buy the story. It's good enough for you.
Or I mean, buy the tuxedo.
Hold on. Let him answer, please. Go ahead, Kessler.
Plenty of measurements are like inferred, right? So we laser range finding's a good one. It's not directly measuring a range, a distance. You're more measuring.
So I'm saying calculated instead of measured. Right. So
Yeah.
instead of
So
measured,
speed
the
distance.
calculation is good enough for you.
Yeah, I'm sure we're all familiar with speed, distance, time calculation.
No, I know. I'm just
Calculation
asking if it is or
using-
not. That's it. And then nothing else after that. And then the next question for you.
Is there any reason why it
That's kinda
wouldn't
how that
be?
works.
Can you tell me which method they use to calculate the size of the Venus?
No, I don't have a clue.
You don't have a clue. I will tell you. It's assumption, called assumption. I look in the skies and I said, today I was watching the Venus, and Venus was double size of the air. Did you know that? Because they made mistake. With my eyes seeing the double size of the air when I see the Venus. That means the math is wrong.
Or
That
it's
means the
moving.
sun is not.
Or we're moving.
I can't
Yeah, but
see
it's
Venus.
double.
Does that mean it's not there now?
Well, Sasha is trying to point out that you cannot actually determine the size of the observation labeled as Venus just by standing on the ground and looking at it and adding distances and sizes just off the top of your head, because you didn't actually went there and did the distance measurement and the size measurement of the observed object. You don't have those variables as a fact. You just made them up based on assumptions of distance and size and the radius of the Earth, claiming it's a globe and saying, look, Venus is a globe, therefore the Earth is a globe because Venus is a globe. But even though you haven't examined Venus in the first place.
So would you guys say that like indirect measurements therefore not valid?
Which direct measurement did it with the Venus?
That's what I'm saying. It's obviously not a direct measurement, is it?
We're not saying that indirect measurements can't be valid, but you better be going to fucking directly verifying them.
Directly verify. How do you mean by that?
Well, you can do Aristophanes' method of getting to a globe if you want, but you better go and measure the ground and see it conforms to your conclusions.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, you guys always want a direct measurement.
Yeah, the question is why you don't.
Yeah, that is correct. And
that is the foundation that you can do everything upon.
Let me reply. The reason why usually in some cases you wouldn't do a direct measurement is say you want to identify how far away some aircraft is away from you. You're not going to whip out your tape measure and try and get to that aircraft and try and make a straight line from your point to it. You're going to rather use indirect measurement to do that.
You're talking about off of that though. You're not basing your entire reality off of that altitude of the plane.
Majority of measurements, like direct measurements, are usually only ever used in small scale. Can I measure my table? Yeah, sure, I can directly measure my table. That's like pretty much the only way direct measurements apply.
Then you measure your house and your neighbor's house and the distance between those two.
Listen, they don't even measure houses now with direct measurement.
Okay, can I measure the height of the?
I need to make it more
Are you
simple.
crazy?
Can I measure
the reason?
Can I measure the?
reason
Can I measure the height of the? Sorry.
I'm sorry, Sasha. The reason I asked
No, go on.
this went down this thought process is, let me see if I can put it simple. So if I have an apple, and I've never eaten an apple before, but I have this apple, and I look at the guy next to me, and I start to try to tell him what the apple tastes like, even though I've never had an apple. Do you think he should trust what I have to say, or trust the guy next to me that says he's eaten the apple and he can tell you a little bit about how it tastes? Do I want to talk to the guy who has eaten the apple, who has been to the sun to get the distance? Or do I want to not talk to the guy who's eaten it and just talk to the guy who's maybe calculated it based off assumptions? Which one is better?
Well, that's a very subjective. Like that's a thing that is like, this is what you're trying to explain something to someone rather than actually give them, a method of deduction.
So you're not going to try to answer the question?
Okay, answer the question is, trust the guy that's eaten an apple before or some shit like that.
Okay, great. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Right.
But taste is not the same thing as measuring distance.
Yeah, I think taste is like trying to use taste as an analogy.
Okay, you're right. Let me put it to you this way. I've never eaten an apple before. So if I try to tell you that the apple I have in my hand tastes a certain way, am I lying or not? Do I know how the apple tastes, or do I not know how the apple tastes?
Once you've eaten it.
Right. This is if I have not eaten it, but I'm going to try to tell someone how it tastes anyway.
No,
Am I
you
lying
don't
to
know.
that person?
You've never eaten the apple.
So, the parallel here, so the audience doesn't get lost, is that someone claims to have eaten the apple, i.e., someone claims to have measured the distance between the Earth and the Sun. But since nobody's physically done that, how do we truly, really know the distance?
So I've just explained this. You guys don't accept indirect measurements, and that's the difference.
Indirect measurement? It's kind of like a married bachelor.
I don't know. I don't understand the reference.
You either measure something or you don't.
No, it's worse than, no, it's not that. It's just, it's not definite proof. We want definite proof for extraordinary claims. So you see, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, otherwise they should be dismissed. And extraordinary claims require definite evidence. So an indirect measurement of something is not definite evidence to support an extraordinary.
Extraordinary here.
What?
It would just be nice to verify those indirect measurements, don't you think? Is that too much to ask?
How would you go about verifying them? CB.
Well, that's what we're asking you.
That's the question. How do you verify your indirect, not looking at anything measurement? You said you stand on the ground and look at a plane, okay? And now you can do some indirect measurements. You cannot look at a plane and do any kind of measurement at all and figure out how far away it is. So you just bullshitted.
Wait, how do you do an indirect measurement anyways? What?
Well,
how do you indirectly measure
I'm
something?
trying to help him out because he taught me about range finding. Is that fair?
Yeah, range finding's a good example here.
But no, so how would we? That's the thing, is that we want to go and verify what we sort of indirectly measure, don't you think?
So that's what I asked. That's my question that I ask you, because this verification process changes between person to person, right? Someone has a stricter sort of standard than others. So with range finding, say, my rangefinder says something is 200 meters away. To go verify that, then you would pull out. You can't even use that actually. What would you pull out? Tape measure that's 200 meters long, I guess. So you'd pull out a tape measure that's 200 meters long, right? And you'd go verify that, and not many people would do that because you don't need to, because laser rangefinders can be calibrated. So you will go do that. If you've done, like, say, 1 kilometers, are you then going to whip out a 1 kilometer tape measure? The reason why people use these indirect measurements is because it's much more practical than directly getting a tape measure out and doing it physically on the ground type of thing. You would rather use a calculation of speed, distance, time to figure that out. And it's the same way you identify how far an aircraft is away, stuff like that.
And to stop you before you get any further, you're going to explain how you build a house without directly measuring it.
Yeah, so, well, it was just talking about the distances between houses. So distances between houses and stuff like that.
Nope, I'm on the job site and I got a 2x4 in front of me. How am I supposed to cut that thing?
All right. Okay, so in certain instances, you're going to, building a house and stuff, you're going to use direct measurements.
Okay, requires direct measurement. Thank you.
Yeah. So in the instance that whatever was mentioned about distances between houses on street and stuff like that is usually laser rangefinding is used in that exact context. Well, in my area, it is used. It might change depending on country.
So do they use laser rangefinding for the moon?
You can use rangefinding, that particular rangefinding, yeah.
Oh, okay. So what's the method? Can you describe the process?
Yeah, so I think in this instance can't remember what frequencies used of light. It's one of the radio frequencies. It might be VHF or UHF, I can't remember. It's one of those frequencies is used to essentially ping. It's just speed, distance, time. You ping, you get response time, see what your response time is. And figure that out from the speed of light.
So wait, does a laser reach all those hundreds of thousands of miles?
Yeah. If nothing obstructs it.
So how is it that laser tests over water is so inaccurate because of refraction, but you can bounce the laser 200 some fucking miles? 200.
It's not really. It's propagating through maybe 2 mile of atmosphere. That's thick.
Wow, that's crazy. You just ignore the contradiction completely.
So what medium exists between us and the moon?
Yeah, with the moon one, I must have, like, I've got to bring it clear.
Zero refraction between us and the moon, but tons of refraction between point A and point B over Lake Mead. Got it.
So VHF and UHF, let me speak. VHF and UHF isn't visible light. When you're talking about these laser tests and stuff that they're doing, they're using visible light, right? That's obviously going to have different propagation. VHF and UHF have their own particular propagation. HF even has its different propagation from VHF and UHF. It's radio frequencies. I say laser because it's the exact same method of laser rangefinding. You just fire.
So is it a laser or a radio wave?
I think you just use a radio wave. I just said laser rangefinding because it's the exact same method.
Okay, that's fair.
But
that's fair. But listen, that's still sloppy. Listen, it's still sloppy because you're assuming
in reality.
You're assuming where these signals are going and coming from.
You don't say again.
You don't know the speed of light, so you're assuming where these signals are going and coming from and how long they're taking to travel to those places.
You do know the speed of light.
No, you don't. You don't. No one's found it yet. There's not a speed. There's not a speed of instant existence. You can't find the speed of light.
Yes, you can.
Whatever, dude. Okay.
It's dependent on the medium, and you don't know the medium either.
Yeah, sure. It depends on the medium, whatever. But you do know what the speed of light is through a particular medium. The light has a speed. I mean, nothing is instant. Like instant communications and stuff like that. It's not real. It doesn't exist.
How do you know that?
Because I've tested it.
You've tested all of reality for that.
What do you mean tested all of reality? That's not exactly how that happens.
To say something doesn't exist, to make the claim that something doesn't exist, means you have to.
Okay, it doesn't exist currently. We're not aware of. We're not aware of the.
Okay, so have you verified the vacuum of space as a medium?
I just call it lack of, I guess. It's lack of a medium.
It's a lack of a medium. So how do you even get there to test it?
How do you know it's a lack of a medium?
Yeah.
Because the air pressure decreases with altitude.
What?
That's the gradient. That is the gas pressure gradient. They exist in almost every container, or every container that contains more than one type of gas.
I wonder why.
No, wait. You say it's a lack of a medium.
Probably not gravity. Go ahead.
Does it mean it's nothing?
Lack of it. Well, if I'm going to be pedantic, I'm not going to say it's nothing. I'll say it's lack of air.
Are you saying there wouldn't be a gradient if we were in a container? What are you trying to say?
I'm not saying either or though.
Okay, so in other words, the gradient doesn't demonstrate anything that you're trying to say.
What I'm saying is you can use laser rangefinding through many different applications. People got mad when, I said light has a speed. I guess laser rangefinding doesn't work anymore.
Oh, that doesn't have to buckle together.
Who
two
even said
things.
that?
Still waiting for you to actually
Those
go
two
somewhere
things
with
don't
this
go
question.
together. Speed of light and rangefinders do not work. That has nothing to do with the other.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
That's how a rangefinder works.
It's kind of like that. I know you don't like this, but it's almost like that whole thing where you're like, well, how would this work on the flat Earth? And if the Earth is flat, it works, type of thing. I don't know a lot about the speed of light, but I heard that's not been measured. So if that's not a thing and laser rangefinding still works, then as I said, they don't necessarily need to buckle together. So it's not that they just come collapsing down just because one thing isn't true. As I said, the flat Earth.
Oh, it really would if somebody's making the claim that speed of light. Listen to me. Hear me out. Hear me out. Let me speak. If someone's making the claim that laser rangefinding, if someone's making the claim that light doesn't have a speed or light speed is not known, then laser rangefinding, like you've got to explain to me how that works.
No, I don't.
Why would they have to explain it to you how it works? It would just
because the
still
equation,
work the way it always does, right?
yeah. So how does laser rangefinding work? You times the speed by time it takes.
It would be just like the gravity thing, right? If gravity is not real, like everything,
No, listen.
it's still the
listen,
same thing. Everything's still happening. It's just not
keep
gravity.
on my point. You'd use the speed and the time it takes. No, the speed element there would be the speed of the light. So if you're trying to say that we don't know, well, it's not you specifically. I think it was Glotfloyd or some shit saying that.
And Kessler, what is the speed of the gradient? What is the speed of the gradient?
Because light propagates differently in different mediums.
What is the speed of the gradient?
Yeah.
I don't really know. Yeah. It's nonsensical.
You don't know. I will tell you. It's this 66,000 miles per hour.
You're done.
66,000 miles per hour is speed of gradient.
Speed of what gradient?
Any gradient in atmosphere. Or is it for you static?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is it that gradient static or is it moving?
Is it homogeneous or inhomogeneous?
I don't know what you're going to have to...
Yeah, we don't freaking know, do we?
I don't know what you're talking about. So
I would hate to be... It's a little stubborn.
Do you know that? Do you know that Earth is moving around the sun 66,000 miles per hour?
Right.
Together with that gradient or without that gradient?
Why are you saying so the Earth is moving relative to the sun?
Wait, hold on. Let me say it a little differently for you, Sasha. So you believe the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, right?
Right.
And you believe that the ball is orbiting the sun, right?
Right.
And you believe that the ball is spinning at the same time, right?
Right.
Okay, so there's two vectors there. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So do you understand that with two vectors, there's a drastic increase in speed and decrease in speed over a 24-hour period of time around the sun?
There wouldn't be that drastic increase and decrease in speed, no.
I'm talking about on the surface of the Earth at the equator.
You can make the argument that there's a velocity acceleration because of the vectors. The acceleration would be inwards because there's a change in vector.
Okay, well, wait, inwards, I think you're getting a little confused here. We're talking about two vectors. First, the spin, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. You believe that, right?
That wouldn't be a vector, but yeah, sure.
It's also tilted.
Yeah, and the other one would be 66,600 miles per hour around the sun.
Who's speaking? President Orion. You understand the vector isn't it's a direction, right?
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. It's they're changing then, so I guess they're constantly changing vectors, whatever word that would be.
Yeah, so that's what I said. So that's why you would rather call it acceleration.
Yeah, but the acceleration and deceleration that I'm pointing out would exist in the model nonetheless. That I'm pointing out. Okay.
Over a 24-hour period, what?
Okay, so a patch of dirt on Panama. So you see how there's a circular pathway of a patch of dirt on Panama, 1,000 miles per hour. You see that circular pathway as the Earth spins in your mind, right?
Right.
Okay, and you see the other circular pathway around the sun, 66,600 miles per hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a patch of dirt in your model would be increasing in speed and decreasing in speed by about 1,000 miles per hour about every 12 hours.
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't? You're just going to say nah, or what? Do I have to draw a diagram? Like what?
You're saying relative to like a barycenter.
Relative to the patch of dirt in Panama. I'm talking about a patch of dirt in Panama on the equator. I'm talking about that. You know what the globe looks like, right?
Orion, can I try again with mine?
Yeah.
Because I told him about does atmosphere Kessler moving together with the Earth?
Its relative speed to the Earth changes plus or minus, depending on what the wind is and shit like that.
Yeah, but does atmosphere, yes or no? Does atmosphere moving together rotate together with the Earth?
It conserves its momentum.
Does atmosphere moving together with the Earth is the question?
Yes, it conserves its momentum.
Okay, where are the gradients in that case? When we go in elevation up.
Where are the gradients?
Yeah, in that movement, because atmosphere is moving. Where are the gradients?
Are you asking for a specific location? Because I'm not sure.
I'm asking you. Okay, we have gradient. We go up in the elevation. The pressure is low, and there are the gradients.
Yeah, I've just never heard the plural of this. Carry on.
And now, where is now the border when it's stopping that rotation?
I don't know.
It must be somewhere, because atmosphere is rotating together with the Earth. Now, somewhere in the space, you go out from that, rotation of the atmosphere, because now there is the space. There is no more atmosphere rotating together with the Earth.
Yeah, you would conserve your momentum still.
Yeah, but you have the gas is going through the vacuum,
which is also conserving
rotating. Air conserving the momentum, the gas conserving the momentum in the open system. You're telling me, boy, the gas is going 66,000 miles per hour, and they're conserving the momentum. But you need to say something else when you say, is it? So if you want to learn, is it normal conversation of the momentum or something else?
So it's
is it linear momentum or angular momentum?
You're not going to let me speak. It's fair enough.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry.
That's your cue, Kessler. Go ahead, brother.
Sorry, third time. I'm sorry for all my life. I'm sorry because I ruined this life.
Did he leave? He left.
Can you go on now? Sake, I'm so rude.
Holy smokes, he actually bounced.
Oh. What's wrong with that?
Well,
if I was in a forum where I got cut off every time I tried to answer somebody, I'd leave too.
Good.
Sasha, look what you did.
Okay, my fault. I'm sorry, guys. I'm serious.
That'll be 17 flagellations and 13 Hail Aristophanes.
I need to do a whole lap around the flat earth.
Okay, hold on. Before the language barrier makes you think that was something untoward, flagellation just means hitting yourself. Nothing naughty.
That I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, so in the old day, there used to be the flagellators, and what they would do is they'd go around, take off their shirts, and they'd have these whips, and they would run the whip to the back of their shoulder, and then the whip would zing around and hit them in the back. That's how they punished themselves during, like, the plague era, to try to appease God, because they were so dumb they thought that if they hit their back, somehow that would make the plague go away.
Oh, that is famous in Spain, I think.
Yeah. It's a form of penance.
That's fucking painful, Aggie. Should I do that?
Well, if you get some Nerf balls and some ketchup, you can look the part. And if you scream louder, then you'll look like the guy that's doing the most out of everybody. And look, from far enough away, right, with the right camera, it'll look like you're doing it legit. Kind of like NASA photographs.
But I really want to understand. People, when speaking about gradients, it's something in elevation, low pressure. How is that they're speaking that it's static, not moving, you know? And he's saying that it's conversational momentum. He even don't say which momentum, linear or angular, but they don't know. That doesn't matter.
Curvangular.
But he never said that.
Curvangular and lindangular. That's what they need. Well, why is appealing to a gradient matter anyway? Well, because they're trying to appeal to gravity. And why does appealing to gravity matter anyway? It's not because they're trying to appeal to a force that makes things go down. That's not true. They're trying to appeal to a force that draws things inward to a spinning, floating space ball. That's two different paradigms.
You don't.
I mean, that's how it started back in the day. Yeah, you remember, like when we first started this, within the past 10 years, they thought just mentioning things falling down was sufficient. Like they say, well, Earth's a globe. How do you know that? Gravity. How do you know gravity? Well, I drop something and it falls to the ground. Therefore, Earth's a globe. Because things falling down somehow can only happen on a globe. Therefore, Earth's a globe. Very poor reasoning.
Yeah. Yeah,
I can give
if you prove the gravity, if you prove the gravity, the water will curve. You know, it's enough to prove gravity. Whatever that you make experiment, whatever you want, and then Cavendish proved that water is curving.
Well, yeah. Or like the girl earlier, she was like, "Oh, you need gravity to hold you to the Earth." Okay, let's assume that that's true. What does that have to do with Earth being a globe?
It would be if he's doing that really in reality.
Why?
Because it's how to say it's mass attracts mass. You know, it's to the center of the earth, and because of that, all oceans it's curving, and you can see that from NASA footages from the space. That means that's the logic. But if you go in reality and see, but there is nothing curving. What are you saying? You know, that means that gravity even doesn't exist because doesn't making that what should to do.
Right. Right, but if it's true, propositionally, that gravity holds you to the Earth, does that necessarily mean that the Earth you're being held to is a globe?
No, because it has nothing to do with geometry.
Oh, exactly. It only has to do with it once they make that claim, mass attracts mass to the center of mass. But that's not even true. Because you can have that claim, mass attracts mass to the center of mass, and still not be on a globe. And still have gravity holding you to the Earth. It's a complete non sequitur.
The same thing is with refraction. They are saying there is a refraction, and somehow it's hiding the curvature. But in the same case, the refraction can hide the flat surface.
Exactly.
You cannot say there is a curvature because there is a refraction, and now you cannot see that curvature. But in the same case, you can see there is a more flat surface, but refraction is hiding.
Right.
Is it Kessler anti-flat earther or he is like a normie?
Yeah. He's kind of like, let's just say, kind of like autistic. Not that he's autistic, but that he's on the spectrum between those two. He's not an anti-flat earther. He's just on the spectrum. Oh man, what are we ever going to do with ourselves now that Kessler's gone?
Call Einstein.
Temple's in the chat right now. I'm just got my fishing rod out there. I didn't even realize I was off mute. My bad. Seems a Temple's issue. Is he here in the chat? Check. No, he's not here. It seems his issue is when it comes to the gas pressure argument, he's just mixing up the claim with what he's calling proof. So they're saying the atmosphere doesn't need a container, contains itself, or it's contained by gravity. But their proof for that is just pointing back at the claim, the atmosphere. So that's my biggest issue with that.
Yeah, you can't use the conclusion as the first premise. That's an invalid logic string, also known as circular reasoning. Could also be a first cause fallacy, depending on how you structure it. Either way, it's inconclusive. The result doesn't follow as a conclusion from the premises because the conclusion is the premises. So all you've done is stated your premises twice in a row.
Exactly. That's my biggest issue with the gas pressure argument. The responses are just people just pointing right back at their premise, like you said. They're just doubling down on the premise.
Now, categorically, gas pressure doesn't disprove a globe-shaped Earth. It would disprove the claims they have about the nature of the surroundings around the Earth. But you could have any permutation of shape within a gas pressure system. You could have a triangle, you could have a dodecahedron, you could have a cube, you could have a sphere, you could have a loop, you could have a snowflake. Basically an infinite number of shapes.
Yeah, shape-wise, yeah. I don't care. Be whatever. It's anything but a globe, right?
What?
Let's say when it's